Hi, welcome to my course on Buddhism and Modern Psychology. I'm Robert Wright and I'm here at Princeton University, where for the past couple of years I've been teaching the seminar that this course will be based on. Now, I've never taught an online course before, so I'm very excited about this. It's kind of an adventure for me, and I want to thank you all for choosing to be part of it. I want to spend the first segment of this first lecture just giving you an overview of the main themes of the course, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and what got me interested in this. Now, one question you could ask about a course called Buddhism and Modern Psychology is, which Buddhism are we talking about? After all, as with other religions, there are varieties of Buddhism, just as there are different denominations of Christianity. There are different versions of Buddhism in Asia. And in addition to that, in recent decades, we've seen the emergence of something that some people are calling a Western Buddhism in the United States, where I am, in Europe, and so on, consisting of people who weren't born Buddhists, but have chosen to adopt Buddhist practice, in particular meditation practice. Now, one distinctive feature of this Western Buddhism is that these people don't pay a lot of attention to what some people would call the supernatural parts of Buddhism. So, for example, if you took some of these Western Buddhists and showed them this, they'd say, "What is that?" Well, the answer is it's a hungry ghost, and many Asian Buddhists believe that you might be reincarnated as a hungry ghost in a kind of hell if things don't go well, or if things go better, you might wind up in a heaven and spend years there before being reincarnated again. But this Western Buddhism doesn't really pay much attention to these kinds of ideas. And in that sense, the focus of this course will have something in common with the Western Buddhism, because we won't be talking much about things like Buddhist deities or reincarnation. And the reason is simple. This course is about the scientific evaluation of Buddhist ideas. And reincarnation is just not an idea that's very susceptible to scientific evaluation. I don't know how you'd set up an experiment to kind of test the hypothesis of reincarnation. Now, there are lots of ideas in Buddhism that are what you might call naturalistic. That is to say, they are susceptible to scientific evaluation. A lot of ideas about the human mind. So, for example, Buddhism addresses questions like, why do people suffer? Why do we all feel anxiety and sadness and so on? Why do people behave unkindly sometimes? Does the human mind deceive people about the nature of reality? And can we change the way the mind works, in particular through meditation? Now, I want to emphasize that this kind of naturalistic part of Buddhism is an authentic part of Buddhist heritage. It's found in the earliest writings, and it is common to Asian Buddhism and Western Buddhism. It's kind of a common denominator of Buddhisms. Now, some people refer to this as a secular Buddhism, but that may be a little misleading, because I think it's possible to have a wholly naturalistic worldview that does address some of the questions that religions address, and does do for people some of the things religion does for people. So, for example, I think a naturalistic worldview, including this naturalistic Buddhism, can, in principle, give people a sense that their lives have meaning, give them moral orientation, give them consolation in times of sorrow, give them equanimity as they encounter the turbulence of life. Now, whether that means that you could call this naturalistic version of Buddhism religious depends ultimately on how you are going to define religion. One of the broadest definitions I've seen comes from William James, the great American psychologist, who said that the kind of animating essence of religion is the belief that there is an unseen order and that our supreme good lies in harmoniously adjusting ourselves thereto. Now, Buddhism does, in a sense, say that there is an unseen order that we should adjust ourselves to. Now, it's not talking about a kind of cosmic plan. The unseen order that is referred to is the truth about the way things work, the truth about the structure of reality, the truth about human beings, even the truth about yourself. According to Buddhism, these truths often go unseen because the human mind contains certain built-in distortions, illusions. We don't see the world clearly. And Buddhism certainly does assert that our supreme good lies in harmoniously adjusting ourselves to this normally hidden truth. And in fact, Buddhism lays out a path for the harmonious adjustment. It lays out what it considers to be the truth about reality and tells us what we need to do to bring our lives in line with that reality. And the Buddhist claim is that we can thereby relieve our suffering, even end our suffering, and in the process, align ourselves with moral truth. At least that's the claim. That is the Buddhist claim. Is it true? Is the Buddhist diagnosis of the human predicament, of why there is suffering, true? And the prescription for the human predicament powerful and effective? Well, that's largely what this course is about. And I hope it's not too much of a plot spoiler to say that I do think that modern psychology is in some respects lending support to Buddhist ideas. For example, I think psychology does show us that certain deceptions, distortions are built into the human mind, and actually that we do suffer as a result. And I think even some of the more radical sounding Buddhist doctrines are getting some support. For example, Buddhism says that there is a sense in which the self, that is the thing I think of as running the show, the thing inside me, does not exist in a sense. And I think psychology is also raising real questions about the actual nature of what we think of as the self. Now, when I talk about modern psychology, I definitely mean to include evolutionary psychology. And that is the study of how the human mind was shaped by natural selection. And I think there is evidence that some of these delusions that the mind is subject to were actually built in by natural selection for reasons we'll come to. The mind is kind of programmed that way. But to say that something is natural or was engineered by natural selection isn't to say that it's not changeable. And in fact, part of the idea of Buddhism is to do what you might call kind of counter-programming of the brain, in particular through such techniques as meditation, and kind of neutralize some of these tendencies that I would say were built into the brain by natural selection. And in fact, one thing I like about Buddhism is the sheer audacity of it. You know, it's kind of like a rebellion against our Creator, natural selection. It very much wants to run in opposition to some of the logic by which natural selection wired the brain. Now, I should emphasize that it's not a complete rebellion against natural selection. Buddhism does make use of some things natural selection ingrained in us, including, love, compassion, rational thought. But still, it's a pretty thoroughgoing rebellion we're talking about. Now, can the rebellion be successful? I've already suggested that modern psychology lends support to some of the Buddha's diagnosis of the human predicament. But what about the prescription? Can the prescription laid out by Buddhism end or greatly alleviate human suffering by making us see the world more clearly? Well, we're going to be hearing from some people who say that it's worked for them. These are people I've talked to over the last few months. But I want to emphasize that I'm not just interested in the question of whether meditation has made them happier, made them suffer less, but whether it has done that by helping them see the world more clearly, whether dispelling these illusions that seem to be built into us is the key to happiness. Now, in looking at this issue, we will also be hearing from some prominent psychologists that I've also been having conversations with over the last few months. And we'll be looking at various kinds of evidence, brain scans, social psychology experiments. And we'll also be hearing a little bit from me about my experiences with meditation. I'm not a hardcore meditator. I don't meditate hours a day. But I do try to meditate every day. And perhaps more important, I have done some of these 1-week silent meditation retreats, which are pretty intense and involve a whole lot of meditation and not much else. And they can have dramatic effects on your consciousness. And I think these have given me a glimpse of what some of these much more serious meditators experience and the conclusions they reach about how their mind is working. These retreats are really probably the main thing that got me interested in this whole area, and they're the reason that I decided to research it and write about it and teach about it. At the same time, my interest also grows out of my previous work in a kind of natural way. About 20 years ago, I wrote a book called The Moral Animal about evolutionary psychology, when that term, evolutionary psychology, was just starting to circulate. And then I went to teach in the psychology department of Penn, the University of Pennsylvania, for a while. Meanwhile, I was getting more interested in religion, and I wrote a book called The Evolution of God, about the emergence of the Abrahamic God. And in the last few chapters of that, I addressed the question of whether there can be a religion that is viable in the modern world, whether you could have something you could call a religion that is fully compatible with modern science. And now I'm kind of returning to that question here, and I'm really looking forward to sharing my thinking with you and my findings with you. So now let's dive into the course and move on to the second segment of Lecture 1. In this segment of Lecture 1, I'm going to talk a little about our feelings, our emotions, and I'm going to do that from two perspectives. From the perspective of Buddhism, and then also from the perspective of evolution. In other words, from the perspective of somebody who's trying to figure out, why our feelings have certain properties, why evolution created them that way. And here I'm kind of jumping ahead to things we're going to cover in greater detail later in the course, but I did want to give you a taste of them. For one thing, I wanted to give you a sense for kind of some of the practical payoff from meditation, and also a sense for some of the larger themes that lie ahead. Now, a few months ago, I was in Vienna, in Austria, at a big conference on interfaith dialogue, and there were people from all kinds of religions there, and one of them was a Buddhist nun named Yifa, Y-I-F-A, from Taiwan. In fact, she's a pretty prominent Buddhist nun. She's written books about Buddhism. And I found myself talking to her, and we got to talking about meditation, and I asked her if I could videotape her, because I knew I was going to be teaching this course, and I thought I'd like to share some of her thoughts with you. And she said sure, and so I pulled out my cell phone and I pressed record, and I asked her, how can meditation change the way you view your feelings? And here's what she said.
When you get angry, or you have a great emotion, and you will grasp that feeling as real. But when you are meditated or contemplate on those sensations, the anger, fear, or anxiety, and you will find very interesting. Those things are not real, not concrete. So it's to help you to see the nature of a fear or anxiety or horror, all kinds of emotion. Mm-hmm. And you find it's very different. Like when you use a kind of a meditative, look at from inside, and you make an analysis, okay, this is so-called anger, and you find it's just like you watch a movie. The movie it's a kind of a picture by picture emotion, and you grasp it as real. But when you take a one by one, a piece by piece, it's not real.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? If you could just convince yourself that some of your most troublesome, unpleasant feelings aren't real, and kind of liberate yourself from them. Now, that does lead to the question, what does it even mean to say that feelings are real? After all, isn't the definition of a feeling just this thing we experience? So as long as you're experiencing it, isn't it real? Well, that's a good question. It's a challenging question. And in fact, it's so challenging that I think I'll dodge it for just right now and promise to get back to it later. What I would say for now is that, on the one hand, it's not, found in core Buddhist doctrine anywhere the assertion that, feelings aren't real, in so many words. On the other hand, I think there are a lot of Buddhist meditators who would know exactly what Yifa's talking about. And it is part of Buddhist thought, quite explicitly, that our feelings are not reliable guides to reality, in a sense. They're not entirely trustworthy, okay? And meditation is a technique for, among other things, giving yourself some critical distance from your feelings to avoid being misled by them. Now, one reason it matters whether feelings are really reliable is that feelings can influence your perceptions and your thoughts. And this is something that becomes more evident through meditation. As you observe your mind, you can realize that this is happening in a subtler way than you had previously thought. And this kind of influence of feelings on perception and thought is also something that psychologists have paid more attention to recently. And in fact, there's a very interesting experiment about this that I want to talk about now. What do you see here? Is this a squirrel or is it an alligator's head? If it's a squirrel, you see these as the eyes, and this as the tail, and these as the paws. If you think it's an alligator's head emerging from the water, then these are the eyes, this is the snout, and here are the menacing teeth, okay? And so too for this. Is this a rope or a snake? Is this a meat cleaver or a cooking pot? Well, most people, when they see one of these things, they make a snap judgment. What's interesting is what researchers recently found about how you can influence the snap judgments people make. What the researchers did was, they showed these 3 pictures to people for 1 second and asked them what they saw. But first they exposed these people to one of 3 different conditions. Either they played kind of happy music, or they played no music, or they played scary music that sounded like this. And then they asked them, what did you see here? Now, it turns out that the happy music didn't have much of an effect one way or the other compared to just hearing no music. But if you look at these graphs, you can see that the scary music had a pronounced effect. So in the case of the snake, about 30% of the people who heard no music saw a snake as opposed to a coiled rope. And roughly 70% of the people who heard the scary music thought they saw a snake. Now, if you ask, why is the brain built like this, so that our feelings can influence our perceptions in this way, it might help to kind of step outside of this contrived laboratory condition and imagine a real life scenario. Suppose you're about to take a hike in what you've just learned is rattlesnake terrain. And in fact, you've just heard that a few weeks ago someone was bitten by a snake and died. Well, that's going to change your frame of mind as you take your walk. You're going to be at least modestly fearful. And that's going to change the things you pay attention to. The Greek playwright Sophocles said, "To a man who is afraid, everything rustles." And that's very much the idea. You're going to be very attentive to rustling sounds. And if you hear one and look down to see what's going on, and let's say it turns out it's actually a lizard darting across your path, well, there's a good chance that for a second you're going to actually think it's a snake. Or if there happens to be an actual coiled rope, as in that experiment, you would probably interpret that as the snake. Now, from natural selection's point of view, this actually makes sense, right? These kind of false positives actually make sense because, it's better safe than sorry. Even if you jump out of the way 99 times out of 100 and it's not a snake, well, if that same fear that made you do that made you see a snake that isn't there, make sure that you've jumped out of the way on the occasion when the snake is there, well then all that other trouble and those other 99 times was worth it from natural selection's point of view. Okay, so this is a reminder that natural selection designs organisms ultimately to do one thing. That is, get genes into the next generation. Genetically based traits that are conducive to getting genes into the next generation and surviving long enough to do that are favored by natural selection. So it's not really high on natural selection's agenda necessarily that we see the world clearly. If it's the case that an illusion, seeing an actual illusion, will help us survive or help us get our genes passed on, then that is the tendency that natural selection will favor. So we're not really, our brains aren't built to see the truth per se. Now, a couple of bits of nuance I want to add to this. First of all, whenever I say natural selection designs brains or organisms, designs should be in quotes, okay? It's kind of a metaphor. Natural selection obviously isn't conscious, but it does produce organisms that look as if they were designed by a conscious designer to do ultimately one thing, get their genes transmitted. And the second thing I'd add is that it fairly often, is in our interests, even by natural selection's lights, to see things clearly, okay? So if you ask, why am I not about to walk over and run into that wall? The answer is because I see very clearly where the wall is, and I have a very healthy aversion to running into walls. And if you ask why, when I leave this building, am I not going to get run over by a car? One answer is, well, I will hear the cars coming and I will pay a lot of attention to that. But even there is a kind of illusion. It turns out that when people hear things, possibly threatening things coming, they actually overestimate how soon they will get there. That seems to be built into us and actually also into our primate relatives. So it seems to be a product of natural selection. And again, it makes sense. It's the better safe than sorry principle. Okay, so the point of this is just to draw one basic parallel. Okay? Buddhism says that we should be skeptical of our feelings. They are not necessarily truthful guides to reality. And indeed that we should be skeptical of some of the thoughts and the perceptions that feelings foster. Evolutionary psychology also says a certain kind of skepticism makes sense because we are not necessarily designed to see the truth, and in some cases our minds are actually designed to see what are literally illusions. Now, the stakes of this may not seem especially high. I mean, how often do you actually find yourself hiking in rattlesnake terrain? But sometimes the stakes are higher. So some other psychologists found that if they show people a scary movie, in this case it was Silence of the Lambs, or show them part of the movie, and then show them pictures of men in a different ethnic group from theirs, these people are more likely to see menacing, angry expressions on the faces of these men than people who have not seen part of the scary movie. And again, you can imagine, as with the rattlesnake illusion, you can imagine this coming in handy. Maybe you're in a kind of dicey neighborhood and you get some cues that maybe you should get out of there. That creates fear, and the fear makes you kind of hyper vigilant and maybe even makes you kind of imagine menacing expressions aren't there. But it does do you the service of getting you to a safer place. Could work like that. But at the same time, remember that one reason politicians manipulate the emotions of people when these politicians want to go to war is because by manipulating people's emotions, you can change their perceptions. You can change their perception of the people that the politicians want to go to war with. So these things do matter, and it's really worthwhile to figure out exactly what the interaction is among feelings and thoughts and perceptions and how collectively they can distort our view of the world. And figuring that out is a lot of what this course is about. Now, let's go back to square one in the next segment and look at some basic Buddhist doctrine, in particular, the Buddha's ideas about why people suffer. So here's a question. Which recording artist sang the most Buddhist song in the history of popular music? Now, obviously, there's no officially correct answer to that question, but if you want to know someone that I think should at least be in the running for that title, that is, believe it or not, this guy. That's right, Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, who famously sang the lyric, "I can't get no satisfaction." Now, if you've read much Buddhist scripture, you probably don't recall running into that phrase, and that's because I don't think it's there. But it does capture a lot of the spirit of what is called the First Noble Truth. And that's what we're going to talk about in this segment of Lecture 1, along with the second Noble Truth. Together, they constitute the Buddha's diagnosis of the human predicament. Then later we'll be talking about the third and fourth Noble Truths, which embody the Buddha's prescription, his cure for what ails us. These four Noble Truths are foundational to Buddhist thought. The Buddha delivered them in a famous sermon at Deer Park shortly after attaining enlightenment, which in turn happened after he had meditated under a Bodhi tree for a very long time. Now, I should stop here and admit that we don't really know whether what I just said is true. We don't know if the Buddha delivered that sermon or what he said at it. If he did, we don't know whether he sat under a Bodhi tree. So far as we know, the story of the Buddha and what he said was not written down for a very long time after he lived. So whenever you hear me say the Buddha said this, the Buddha thought that, strictly speaking, what I mean is according to Buddhist scripture, the Buddha said this, the Buddha thought that. What we do know is that the Buddha's teachings were being promulgated well more than 2 millennia ago, centuries before the time of Jesus, who of course is another foundational religious figure whose sayings we can't really pin down with confidence. Of course, as a matter of faith, people may believe that any given foundational religious figure said various things, and that's fine with me, but as a matter of historical scholarship, we just can't be sure. So the first Noble Truth, the one that I'm suggesting has a kind of Mick Jagger aspect, is usually translated into English as the truth of suffering. But a lot of scholars think that suffering is really not an adequate translation of the word the Buddha used. It's not that the word is wrong, it's just that it doesn't capture the full breadth of what may have originally been meant by the word. So maybe we should take a look at the word itself, and for this purpose, and at the risk of seeming like a relic from a simpler era, I'm going to make use of a blackboard and an analog information technology known as chalk. This is the word that is typically translated as suffering. As you can see, I've written it twice with 2 different spellings. The reason for that is that one is the Sanskrit version and one is in Pali, an ancient language closely related to Sanskrit. The reason this is worth talking about a little is because this is true of key Buddhist terms in general. As you read about Buddhism, you may encounter them in one language or in the other. And in some cases, it really matters because that might keep you from even recognizing the term. So, for example, if you ran into this term, nibbana, you might say, what is that? Whereas if you ran into it in this form, nirvana, you would probably have a slightly clearer idea. Sorry about my handwriting. Nirvana means, of course, liberation from suffering, and that is what you get, in theory, if you follow the Four Noble Truths all the way to the end. And there's one other very important term that can appear in either language and is also related to the Four Noble Truths, and that is, in probably the form you'll see it most commonly, dharma, or if you see it in the Pali, it is Dhamma, and it's a very interesting and rich word with a lot of meanings. We don't have time to go into all of them. I want to mention a couple, though. Probably the most common meaning of Dharma is to refer to the Buddha's teachings, and by extension, the path that the Buddha said we should tread. Okay? But there is a more fundamental meaning of Dharma. It refers to kind of the truth about the way the universe is structured, or about the natural and moral law that structures the universe. That is, the truth that is reflected in the Buddha's writings and in his teachings, and the truth whose implications are spelled out in his teachings. But it's the truth itself, not just the Buddhist teachings about the truth. So, in other words, you could say that Dharma means both the truth about the way things are, and then in the other sense of the term, the truth about the way we should live in recognition of the way things are. That is the path that is spelled out in the Buddha's teachings. So this is kind of reminiscent of that William James quote we heard earlier, where James says that the essence of religion is the belief that there is an unseen order and that our supreme good lies in harmoniously adjusting ourselves to that order. So Dharma in the second sense, in the fundamental sense of the term, is the unseen order. And then it is spelled out to us in the first sense of the term Dharma, in the Buddha's teachings. And also there we find out how to harmoniously adjust ourselves to the unseen order and thereby realize our supreme good, which is nirvana. If, again, we make it all the way through the Four Noble Truths and follow them and their implications precisely, which brings us back to dukkha. Okay, now, as I said, a lot of scholars think that the translation of dukkha as suffering is not wholly adequate. And if you ask, well, what other senses of the term might we add? The answer is, and here's a clue, that's right, the most commonly nominated supplementary translation of dukkha, supplementary to suffering, is unsatisfactoriness in life. And one virtue of adding this sense to the meaning of dukkha is that it makes the First Noble Truth sound a little more plausible. Because, the First Noble Truth emphasizes the pervasiveness of suffering. One way it's often paraphrased in English is, life is suffering. And, the Buddha never quite says that in so many words, so far as I know, life is dukkha. But that line does capture the sense of things, that this dukkha thing is a pervasive part of life. That may not make any sense to you, right? I mean, there have obviously been times in your life when you felt you were not suffering. But if you add this sense of unsatisfactoriness to the word, it makes a little more sense, I think. So just to give you an example, let's take one of my favorite things, powdered sugar donuts. Okay, I don't eat them all that often, I'm proud to say, but that does sometimes take some self-restraint. I'm talking about, you may have seen them in these little 6-packs of donuts at a convenience store, each one small enough to pop into your mouth. And if you ask me, while I'm eating one of these, am I suffering? The answer is, I would say, no, are you kidding? Obviously not. I'm not suffering. On the other hand, it probably is true that, just about as soon as I start swallowing the one donut, I'm already thinking about that next donut, already kind of yearning for another donut at some level. And the fact that I want another donut means that in a literal sense, I didn't get satisfaction. If you get satisfaction, you don't want any more, right? So this lends some credibility to the First Noble Truth. The idea that there's always a kind of undercurrent of yearning, no matter what we get, whether it's donuts or money or sex, feels good, but eventually the time comes when the thrill wears off, you want some more. The pleasure doesn't last. And this business of things not lasting is a major theme of the Buddhas. Impermanence is a very common word in Buddhist texts. The idea is that, nothing is permanent in the world, certainly not pleasure, and yet we seem to try to cling to things. And here we're actually moving into the second Noble Truth, which announces the cause of dukkha, the cause of suffering and unsatisfactoriness. And that cause is, it's a word that means something like thirst. It's often translated as craving, and there's a sense of clinging, of trying to hang on. And the Buddha said that in clinging to things that won't last, we're evincing a kind of delusion. We're just not getting the picture about the impermanence of things. We're not reckoning with the truth about reality. Now, I want to emphasize that the stakes of this go way beyond powdered sugar donuts in a couple of senses. First of all, we're not just talking about kind of raw sensory pleasures, okay? It's gratifying things in general, getting an A on that next exam, winning the esteem of your friends, winning the acclaim of society at large, whatever makes you feel good, eventually that feeling will fade and you're going to want more. Psychologists refer to this as the hedonic treadmill. Hedonic meaning pleasure seeking, and treadmill meaning you're not getting anywhere. You keep trying, you keep striving after happiness, you don't get any closer to it. And this refers to the finding that when people do get happier, a new job makes them happier, they win the lottery, as a rule, their happiness before too long returns to its normal level. Okay. Now there's a second sense in which the stakes are higher than powdered sugar donuts. And that is that although it sounds like the first two noble truths are all about things that we seek, that we desire, it also covers anxieties and fears. Anxieties about, being criticized in public or something, or going to some cocktail party you don't want to go to. The fear of being eaten by a lion or something, and that doesn't sound right that you could include these things under the rubric of craving, right? Because you don't, social rejection, you don't want that. You want to get away from that. You don't want to get closer to it. And, a charging lion is something that you do not want to embrace. You want to get away from. And for that reason, I'm almost kind of surprised that in the second noble truth, we actually don't hear about aversion to things as a problem, because elsewhere in Buddhist texts, there is a lot of emphasis on aversion, and sometimes it's put on kind of an equal plane with craving as the source of our troubles. But it is true that, you can phrase these things in a way such that anxieties and fears do fit into the second noble truth as it's stated. So you would say, for example, well, if you fear social criticism, if you have anxiety about that, or if you have anxiety about doing badly at some presentation you're going to give, that's because you're clinging to your social status. You're attached to your social status. That's the problem. It's attachment. Or if you fear a charging lion, that's because you are attached to your own existence. You cling to, you crave your own existence. And, you may at this point say, wait a second, this is where I get off the boat. If Buddhism is telling me I shouldn't be attached to my own existence, I'm just not interested in this program. I'm not trying to recruit you. I'm just telling you what the Buddha's diagnosis does explicitly include attachment to your existence as part of the problem. I do want to emphasize that Buddhism doesn't recommend that you cross the street without looking both ways or anything else. You can be a good Buddhist and tend to your own survival as you do now. And as long as I'm emphasizing that Buddhism is not as grim as it may sound sometimes, I would add that the idea isn't, as far as this craving business goes, that we should never be attracted to anything or that we can never enjoy any pleasures. The question is whether we're clinging to things. In the next lecture, we're going to deal with the third and fourth noble truths, that is the Buddha's prescription. But in the next segment of this lecture, we're going to look at kind of the evolutionary psychology of the first two noble truths. We're going to drill down into the question of why it is that pleasure evaporates and why it is that we have so much trouble reckoning with that. Why is the brain built in such a way that pleasure is fleeting, but we really focus a lot more on the pleasure than the fleetingness? So we've just seen that according to the second noble truth, the source of dukkha, the source of suffering and unsatisfactoriness, is our craving, our attempt to hang on to things that don't last, including pleasure. And I used powdered sugar donuts as my own personal example of that. The Buddha as we saw, said that our failure to kind of grasp this dynamic was just another example of our failing to see the world clearly. Now, in this segment of Lecture 1, we're going to drill down a little into the biological mechanics of craving and of the evaporation of pleasure, and we're going to ask why it is that, if the Buddha was right, why it is that we do fail to get the picture about pleasure and how fleeting it is. Now, in Buddhist writing, when the Buddha talks about our failure to see things clearly, he often uses a word that is typically translated as delusion. But I want to emphasize that sometimes that word is a little bit of an overstatement. So, for example, when I'm gazing at powdered sugar donuts, there's no point where I'm, thinking that there are foreign agents conspiring to assassinate me or anything. There's not even a point where I actually think the pleasure is going to last forever. And in fact, if you said, well, do you think it's going to last for 10 minutes? I'd probably say no. But at the same time, as I look forward to eating those donuts, I'm thinking a lot more about the pleasure than about the evaporation of the pleasure. And I'm certainly not thinking about, well, maybe the sugar rush will subside and then I'll feel all unsettled. I'm just focused on that moment of pleasure. Now, in other cases, something more like delusion may actually happen, with infatuation. If you've ever had a serious crush on someone, you may recall that, you had a pretty distorted view of things. You had a lot of trouble seeing any blemishes or deficiencies in the person. It was all good, right? And there was this idea that, wow, should you ever be so lucky as to find yourself in a relationship with that person, everything would be better, probably eternally. And, relationships, needless to say, are in fact, more complicated than that. And so too with say a job you really want. If you really want that thing, you're looking forward to it, thinking about all the great things it's going to bring. You're not thinking about the hassles that all jobs bring. And there may be a sense that if you can just get this job, then you can relax. Then you will have arrived. But of course, you haven't really arrived. The gratification is not going to last forever. It never lasts forever. Now, if you want to look at parts of the brain that are relevant to the failure of gratification to last forever, one obvious candidate would be the neurotransmitter dopamine. If you read much in the popular science press, you've probably read about dopamine as the pleasure chemical, the reward chemical. The true story is actually a lot more complicated than that. The effects dopamine has depend on the part of the brain you're in, which neurons are involved, which receptors are involved, and so on. There's also the question of, does dopamine actually cause pleasure, or is it just correlated with pleasure? For our purposes, the mere correlation is pretty much enough, the fact that dopamine seems to be correlated with pleasure. So we're going to look at a little data from a study in which they monitored very precisely the neurons in monkeys that are involved in the release of dopamine and are in a part of the brain where dopamine seems to be correlated with pleasure and reward. So what they did, they gave a little fruit juice to a monkey, and here's what happened. So that is a dopamine spike. If you want to ask, how long does that last? How long are we talking about along that horizontal axis? Well, that's about 1/3 of a second of dopamine spike. So assuming that in this monkey, dopamine is correlated with pleasure, that's pretty brief pleasure. If monkeys could talk, he might have said, this particular monkey might have said, wow, that was impermanent. Maybe the monkey condition is very much like the human condition, and pleasure just tends to evaporate pretty rapidly. And if that is the case, then that's all the more reason to look at natural selection as a possible explanation for why pleasure does evaporate. If monkeys and humans are exhibiting some of the same dynamics. So the question is, why does natural selection build brains like this, where pleasure is so fleeting? Why not just leave that dopamine spigot on? You could keep dishing out dopamine for 10 seconds, 20 seconds in principle, but that doesn't happen. Why is that? And why do we seem, not to really get the picture in our everyday lives about how rapidly the pleasure is going to dissipate? Why did natural selection design our brains like this? Now, as I've said before, whenever I say something is designed by natural selection, design should be in quotes. Natural selection is not a conscious designer. Still, it does create animals that look as if they were designed by a pretty smart designer with one thing in mind, to get them to get their genes into the next generation. So it is a fair thing to do as a kind of thought experiment to put ourselves in the shoes of natural selection and ask, if we were designing organisms, how would we design their brains? If we wanted them to get their genes into the next generation. I mean, granted that eating helps them do that by keeping them alive. Sex obviously helps them do that. And even with humans and non-human primates, things like elevating their social status helps them do that, because it seems to be the case that in primates and some other parts of the animal kingdom, social status is correlated with getting genes into the next generation. So it is a fair question. How would you design these brains if you were natural selection? I would submit that there are 3 principles of design that would make sense if you want animals to reach these goals. Okay, first of all, when the animals do reach the goals, they have food, they have sex, they should get some pleasure. Pleasure is what reinforces behavior, makes animals more likely to do whatever led them to the goal in the first place. Principle number 2, the pleasure should not last forever. Obviously, if you ate one meal and just blissed out, and never felt the unpleasant sensation of hunger again, you would never eat again. You would die, okay? And if you had sex and then just kind of basked in the afterglow for a really long time, thinking about how wonderful it had been, and meanwhile, in your species, some other animal had sex, said, well, that was great, but I'm starting to feel restless. I think I'll go get some food or do something to elevate my social status, or maybe go find some more sex. Well, that animal is going to get more genes into the next generation than you will. So these genes for restlessness and for, not being satisfied for very long that animal has are going to do better than your genes. The third principle of design, I would submit, is that animals should focus more on the pleasure that reaching goals will bring than on the subsequent evaporation of the pleasure, okay? Obviously, if you're focused on that pleasure, if you're focused on how good it's going to feel to reach the goal, you'll reach the goal. Whereas if you're sitting there thinking, the pleasure is going to be over in a nanosecond, why work so hard? Well, you're going to probably wind up, sitting in your room alone, full of ennui, reading existential philosophy or something, and that's definitely no way to get your genes into the next generation. So I would say that these 3 principles of design, they make sense in terms of natural selection, and they help make sense of Buddhist teaching, right? The Buddha said that pleasure tends to evaporate and it leaves us unsatisfied, and it seems to be the case that pleasure is designed to evaporate so that it will leave us unsatisfied and we will be motivated to go out and do more work and check off more bullet points on natural selection's agenda. The Buddha said, we seem not to get the picture about pleasure. We focus on the pleasure and not on the fleetingness of the pleasure. And that too makes sense in terms of natural selection. Focusing on the pleasure is a good motivator. Okay, let's get back to that monkey. Now, in the data we saw about that monkey's brain, we didn't see anything about anticipating pleasure. And that's because, in that case, the monkey couldn't anticipate the pleasure because the fruit juice came out of the blue. The monkey was not expecting it. They just dropped it on the monkey's tongue. However, later in the experiment, they did make anticipation possible. What they did was, when they turned on a light, it meant that if the monkey would reach over and touch a lever then there would be fruit juice. And they trained the monkey to, behave in accordance with that principle. And here is what you see in that case. So here, the light goes on, we're in the zone of anticipation, and now you see a dopamine spike here. And, that seems to be, you can't get inside the monkey's brain, but it's a reasonable conjecture that what's happening is the monkey is anticipating the pleasure, focusing on the pleasure that is to come in somewhat the way that we humans seem to, right? It's, anticipation is not just pleasure. There's also an anticipation, a kind of eagerness, a kind of excitement, but there is also, a kind of imagining of the actual pleasure that you're going to experience when you get the reward. You actually have some of that feeling, and that may be one thing that's being captured here in this dopamine spike. Now, interestingly, when the food actually shows up, what you see is this. They give the monkey the fruit juice, and there's no elevation of dopamine activity now. Now, I should emphasize this is kind of an extreme case. They don't find, in all the experiments done of this sort, they don't always find that there's a complete suppression of the dopamine spike upon reward. And the other thing is that it took a lot of training to get the monkey to this point. So the behavior became really automatic. I might, kind of liken it to, in my case, again, to return to one of my vices, dark chocolate. Every afternoon I have some dark chocolate. The time comes when I decide that I deserve it, and I'm thinking about it. I can taste it. It's feeling good. I go downstairs. I get some. I may, in a sense, not experience the pleasure at all. The whole routine has become so automatic that I may just be thinking about something else. My mind may be wandering. Okay. So again, this is the complete suppression of the dopamine spike is, an extreme case, but what is, quite common, what we can say is a pretty common dynamic is that, again, originally what you have is you get the reward, you get the spike in dopamine activity, and then when the animal starts to be able to anticipate the reward, light goes on, get a pretty big dopamine spike, you get the reward, and then you get a much smaller spike than what you got before. And again, if I would conjecturally relate this to my own experience, I might guess that this is like, I'm in a convenience store, I see that pack of powdered sugar donuts, I'm thinking about eating it, it's all good, I go and I grab it, take it to the counter, I buy it, and then I eat it, and yeah, it's okay. But, each successive bite is less okay. It's fine, but the anticipation was maybe where most of the pleasure happened, okay? Because at this point, I've done the work. The motivational system has gotten me to do the necessary work to obtain the food, to reach the goal. So you don't need a lot of additional motivation at this point, and we don't see a whole lot of additional reinforcement here. Now, I want to emphasize again that, this is pretty speculative, not just because we cannot get inside a monkey's brain and we don't know what's going on there, but because, this science is still being worked out. There are differing interpretations of this kind of data, and, the story will continue to evolve. But it is consistent with the kinds of motivational dynamics that we would expect from a brain built by natural selection. Now, you may ask, why would natural selection have designed brains that are attracted to powdered sugar donuts? Because after all, they're not very good for us. And the answer is natural selection didn't, because after all, powdered sugar donuts were not part of the landscape when our lineage evolved. What was part of the landscape was just sweetness. You know, fruits had sweetness, fruits were good for you, and so that seems to be why we have a sweet tooth that can kind of now go overboard, you know, in a convenience store now that junk food exists. So to give you an example of the kind of dynamic that may have been at play during evolution when there were no powdered sugar donuts, imagine one of our distant ancestors, maybe early human, even pre-human, spots some trees off in the distance, and they look like they might be fruit trees. And you know, it's a hot day, it's a long walk, the animal's not crazy about doing that work, but it may be fruit trees. The animal remembers this taste of fruit, and you know, gets a little bit of a dopamine spike, and that motivates it to go investigate. And it takes the trek, gets there is fruit, eats it. You know, a little more pleasure. You don't need a lot of pleasure at that point. You may not need a huge spike, but enough for a little reinforcement. And, you know, the brain built by natural selection has done its job, okay? Now you may ask, if in cases where we are very used to the pleasure we're getting, you know, it's become routinized, like my eating the chocolate in the afternoon, so that often there's little, if any, pleasure in the actual eating of the chocolate and more pleasure in the anticipation. Why don't we just do the anticipation and then skip the eating? Because that's where the joy is anyway. And the answer as to why this won't work is this. When they turn the light on for this monkey and then don't deliver the fruit juice, you don't just get an absence of dopamine spike, you get a deficit of dopamine activity, okay? This presumably corresponds to what I would call the letdown of unfulfilled anticipation. You know, you've probably done this, you know, gone to the refrigerator, you're looking forward to that piece of cake, you open it, somebody's eating the cake. You don't just feel an absence of pleasure, you're actually let down. And this too makes sense as a motivational device. You know, if you want to return to that scenario of our early ancestors, say they see the trees in the distance, could be fruit trees, they're motivated, they go over there, oh, there's no fruit, these aren't fruit trees. Well, you'll want them to not go over to those particular trees again. If you are building their brain, you want them to avoid those trees. You want this to be an unhappy experience. So so it makes sense that it would make them actively unhappy to expect something and do some work to get it, and then not find it. So just to summarize, okay, there is this correspondence between the way you would expect natural selection to design a brain and some basic principles of Buddhism. Buddha said pleasure doesn't last, leaves us unsatisfied. Evolution seems to explain why. Buddha says we focus on pleasure and not on the fleetingness of pleasure. Evolution seems to explain why. And this is another example of how natural selection doesn't care in quotes, of course, care whether we see the world clearly. We've already seen that, you know, sometimes it might be natural for us to see a snake that's not there, for us to see an angry, menacing face when in fact the face is actually not objectively viewed angry and menacing. And these were cases when natural selection kind of built illusion into the system. And now we see another sense in which natural selection seems not to care if we don't see the world clearly. We also see something else here, which is that natural selection seems not to care if we're happy. From natural selection's point of view, happiness is just a tool. If making us happy at one moment will keep us motivated, fine. If making us unhappy, if making us unsatisfied, if making us suffer will get us to do the work that's on natural selection's agenda, then fine. In those cases, that will be the case. I said earlier that Buddhism is, in a sense, a kind of rebellion against natural selection. And now you can see one sense in which that's true. Because, you know, Buddhism wants us to see the world clearly all the time and aspires to end our suffering. Natural selection wants us to sometimes not see the world clearly, and wants us to suffer sometimes. So clearly, the Buddhist program is to some extent in opposition to the logic of and the implicit goals of natural selection. But in a way, I think we haven't even seen the half of it, really, to see the full scale of what I call the rebellion of Buddhism against natural selection. You need to see the Buddha's specific strategy for realizing these goals of ending suffering and helping us see the world clearly. So to see that, you need to look at the third and fourth noble truths, the Buddha's prescription for the human predicament, and that's what we're going to turn to in the next lecture. Hello, welcome to the first edition of Office Hours. This, as you may have guessed, is my office. Actually, what you're seeing is only a portion of my office, and although it may not seem super clean, it is the tidiest part of my office, and that's why it's the part that you're seeing. Maybe in the coming weeks, if I get really ambitious and clean up the rest, then we'll go for some sort of sweeping panoramic shot. But for now, the rest of the office isn't even remotely presentable, so we're going to keep the focus very tight. I want to thank everybody, first of all, for tuning into this, but I also want to thank everyone who's taking the course, and in particular, all the people who have said such generous and positive things in the discussion forum, on Facebook, on Twitter. It's been very gratifying. Putting this course together was a fair amount of work, and I also had the help of a lot of other people who worked very hard to do it, and there were times when I wondered whether it could in the end be worth all the work, and I've got to say that for me the verdict is already in. It's clear to me that this is going to have been worthwhile. I'm really enjoying the interaction and looking forward to the rest of the course, so thanks for that positive feedback. Thanks also for the critical feedback, because that, after all, is raw material for Office Hours. That's not the only kind of feedback that's raw material for Office Hours. Any kind of question or issue that kind of bubbles up in the discussion forum or Facebook or Twitter is a candidate for being addressed on Office Hours. We can't address nearly all of the good questions that surface, but I'm going to do my best to find some issues that are of broad interest to the class and take them on. So the first comment that we're addressing, which was a little critical possibly, was about nirvana or nibbana in Pali. It's funny because after I tape these lectures, I always I listen to them or watch them because I need to see if I've said anything that's out and out wrong or misleading. And I remember walking along, listening to the MP3 of the first lecture. When I heard myself say, nirvana means liberation, I thought, I hope they don't think I mean that would have been the literal translation of the term, the literal meaning of the term nirvana back in the day, back in the Buddha's time. And I asked one of my two graduate students, David, who is getting a PhD in Eastern philosophy, I said, do you think this is too misleading the way I put this? He said, no, I think your meaning's clear enough. Well, wrong, David. My meaning wasn't clear enough. Not clear enough for Clara Lynn Rose, at least. In a very astute comment on Facebook, she said, Nibbana is better translated as blowout or extinction rather than liberation. That's true. The idea is that you would extinguish a flame or douse a flame. That is kind of the image that would literally spring to mind. That doesn't mean that when you attain nirvana, you get extinguished. You don't die if you attain nirvana. Rather, the idea is that for you to attain nirvana, the thirst, the clinging, the attachment that was the cause of suffering in the first place has to have been extinguished. has to have been put out. And so that's why the term nirvana is apt. But it does mean that as a practical matter, nirvana means liberation. The thirst is extinguished, the source of suffering is gone, you are liberated from suffering. So nirvana means liberation in the sense that attaining nirvana entails liberation and entails enlightenment. It involves, seeing the world clearly. Clara Lynn was not done with nirvana alone. She had at least one other comment. Yes, it was about... I said something to the effect in the first lecture that Buddhism kind of counsels a skeptical attitude toward feelings or something like that. Carolyn was not enthusiastic about that choice of words, and neither was Carol Schreck, who on Facebook wrote, "I too have an aversion to the word skepticism because this suggests to Carol that we're attaching an immediate judgment to the feeling." This is a very good question and allows me to clarify something. It is true, and I won't spend much time on this because we're going to get into mindfulness meditation in this week's lecture, and at that point, then people can lodge another round of complaints with the way I put things, because it's kind of controversial how you describe all these things. But for now, I would just say it's true that the way mindfulness meditation is generally taught, it is that you view your feelings without judgment. You're not critical of them during the meditation, and you're not attracted to them. You're not judging them one way or the other. But I would say that nonetheless, what this leads to, the attitude toward your feelings that this cultivates, even though in mindfulness meditation you're not like saying, "Oh, I'm skeptical of that feeling, I'm wary of that feeling." You're not taking an antagonistic view toward feelings. Even though that's all true, I would say that in the long term, through mindfulness meditation, I think you are cultivating a more skeptical attitude toward your feelings than is natural for people. Because after all, what's natural for people is to let their feelings govern their thoughts and their behavior. That's what feelings are for, from natural selection's point of view. I should put point of view in quotes, because I will go on to respond to another commenter who complains about my personifying natural selection in that way. But in any event, the function of feelings is for us to be kind of, you might say, blindly obedient to them. That's what they're for. Relative to that, the attitude toward feelings that is cultivated through mindfulness in the long run, I would say, is a more skeptical attitude toward our feelings. It's an attitude that doesn't involve automatic subservience to them, but rather evaluating them and kind of choosing wisely as to whether you follow them. Kamala asks, this business of dukkha, translated as suffering, often pervading life. Kamala says, "I am not convinced that most people live life..." Well, Kamala agrees that adding the connotation of unsatisfactoriness to dukkha, as I did in the lecture, helps make sense of the idea that dukkha pervades life. But Kamala is still not convinced. Writes, "I am not convinced that most people live life feeling unsatisfactory. Surveys show many people are happy with life." Certainly true. Most people do not consider every moment of their life unsatisfactory or full of suffering. I wanted to use this occasion to add one other thing that I've heard used as a way of explaining this very kind of hard to process doctrine that dukkha pervades life. I have trouble with it, actually, processing it. And this is the idea. What I've heard is, one way to think of it is that because the happiness, the pleasure, whatever is going to fade, leave you hungering for more, then implicit in every moment is future is future dukkha. It's like time-release dukkha. Happiness is time-release dukkha, I guess you could say. So that's another way of looking at it, but I agree. It seems like an extreme teaching. I agree. Okay, the next question comes from Linda Wright. This is not the Linda Wright who is my oldest sister. That Linda Wright spends more time thinking about Baptist doctrine than Buddhist doctrine probably, and very little time thinking about natural selection, which this question is about, from this Linda Wright. Basically, this is an objection to the way I seem to sometimes personify natural selection. So, I've talked about how natural selection designs organisms, and I've emphasized you should put designs in quotes because natural selection is not a conscious organism. I also say things like, natural selection wants us to focus on kind of the reward that is to come more than on the inevitable fleetingness of the reward, the fleetingness of the reward or of the pleasure. And she says, well, it's just as easy to say things like, in this case, people or animals that have short-term reward systems are more likely to have offspring that survive. I'm not sure it's quite as easy, quite as efficient to say that, but in any event, there's another reason I do prefer to kind of personify natural selection, with the explicit warning that I'm speaking metaphorically. Natural selection is not a person or a conscious being, but still, I guess the value I see is that it seems to me that almost whenever something horrible, happens in the world, wars, atrocities, and so on, and for that matter, bitter disputes that you see in life that are of less magnitude, it seems to me the problem is usually that people are accepting the way their minds work, their natural feelings and thoughts, as kind of reliable guides, in particular in matters of moral evaluation, in particular in deciding, well, who's right and who's wrong. Usually, you may have noticed we have a striking tendency to conclude that we're right and the other person is wrong. And we really believe it. And I'm as susceptible to this, as the next person, try as I might to kind of struggle against it. Anyway, I find, that in trying to get people's attention about this, try to really get them to reevaluate the way they're looking at the world, it is sometimes helpful to kind of put it this way. Look, there's this thing that created your mind that is not to be trusted. This thing, natural selection, it is the source of so many of your intuitions and your basic dispositions. And if you look at its agenda, what kinds of things it, quote, values, by what criteria it, quote, designed you, I think you may come to the conclusion that it is not to be trusted as a designer of minds, and therefore your mind is not to be trusted as a governor of your behavior. So, and your thought, and so on. So, I think, kind of personifying natural selection, I hope it is a useful pedagogical device. So I'm going to stick with it. Sorry about that. But it's a good question, and you're not alone. I mean, there are serious philosophers who get very upset when I do things like this. There are some philosophers who don't. Daniel Dennett is fine with using the language of design, at least. In quotes. He puts it in quotes the way I do. And in general, I would say, when you're talking to evolutionary psychologists, informally off the record, when we're talking about these things, you will use these shortcuts. We're not designed to do this. Natural selection doesn't care about that. And they're all fine with it as an efficient way of talking, because we all know that we're being metaphorical. Okay. Grace DeBellis, this also came through the discussion forum, I think. says, has the natural selection argument become irrelevant as humans have evolved to become much more sophisticated, moving beyond the process of getting their genes into the next generation? Few ways you could address this. The main point I would try to make is that, it's true that the environment we're in has changed, and it's true that, we don't, I should say, she prefaced this by saying many people are now selecting not to have children. So has natural selection become irrelevant? A lot of ways to approach this. The main thing I'd say is we are stuck with the minds that were, quote, designed in an environment very different from ours. These, you call them Stone Age minds, whatever. They were designed by and large before the invention of agriculture, and that's where we are. It's not like just because people start deciding they don't want to have more children, that somehow the legacy of this process that in some sense valued the having of children is no longer with us. The minds we're stuck with, for better and worse, it's not all bad, but they're products of natural selection, and that's why I think it still makes sense to think about natural selection when we think about psychology. On the business of selecting not to have children, sometimes people use this as kind of an anti-evolutionary psychology argument, and they say, well, if really we're designed to do natural selection's bidding, how come people choose not to have children? Well, it's important to understand that the idea of evolutionary psychology is not that we consciously pursue the goal of getting genes in the next generation. No, that's not necessary at all. Until the invention of contraception, just having sexual urges and gratifying them would get the children born. And then when the children were born, you would fall in love with the children and take care of them. Those two things, the sex drive and falling in love with your kids, seem to have been built into us because they got genes into the next generation, and in much broader and much more subtle ways too, as we'll see in this course, and I hope we're starting to see. It's at an unconscious level that we kind of pursue natural selection's agenda. We don't do it intentionally. We don't do it purposefully. And even when we consciously choose not to do it, by choosing not to have kids or whatever, that doesn't change the fact that the brains we're working with are the brains designed by natural selection. Suzanne Lux asks, if natural selection doesn't care about whether we're happy or not, why do we? Well, first of all, thank you for embracing my metaphorical language and asking what natural selection cares about, in quotes. Second, it's interesting. Natural selection does care that we care about being happy, okay? So our wanting to be happy is built into us precisely because the pursuit of happiness or the pursuit of pleasure, or always wanting to feel better, that's the dynamic, that's the bait. That is the tendency that natural selection uses to get us to do its bidding, because it's in the pursuit of pleasure or happiness, or in the aversion to pain and suffering, that we tend to do the kinds of things that ultimately, during evolution got genes into the next generation. That might be pursuing social status, it might be making friends, it might be making certain enemies, it might be a lot of things. That feel good, Feels good to hate that particular person. Feels good to like that particular person. Feels good when people hold you in high esteem and you've elevated your social status. So it is again, natural selection doesn't want us to be consistently happy because it builds brains that achieve often achieve pleasure or even happiness only briefly, right? So again, the pleasure is designed to evaporate. It's part of the design, and that's what I mean when I say natural selection doesn't care if we're kind of enduringly happy. Natural selection does care, though, that we care, right? And that's another sense in which I would say Buddhist practice is a kind of rebellion, one of a number, because it counsels against the kind of mindless reflexive pursuit of pleasure and the mindless reflexive aversion to things that might seem unpleasant. And it says that in the long run, well, I don't know if it says it, we are saying, people say it. I don't know, the prevailing interpretation is and I think it's true, you will be happier in the long run if you quit being so reflexive and unthinking about your aversions and your attractions and your attachments. So much for natural selection. Quickly, there were some questions about books. Somebody asked about this book. Is this an okay book? What the Buddha Taught? Walpola Rahula. It's very okay. I like it. I should say it is written from a Theravada perspective, one of the two main divisions in Asian Buddhism, Theravada and Mahayana, and by a practitioner of Buddhism, whereas the text that I recommended on the site, the Gethin book, is more global. I mean, it covers both Theravada and Mahayana, and it's more of a detached scholarly appraisal and less a defense of Buddhism, which this book very much is. They're both good. Somebody asked on Twitter, maybe I should actually find the person's name and give them credit for asking an interesting question. Although maybe that would take too long. We'll see. Yes, Leo D. with the memorable Twitter handle Jazz Guitar Zen. Oh, Guitar Zen. So that would be a play on, I don't know if you remember the song Guitar Zen, but this is Guitar Zen, Z-E-N. Jazz Guitar Zen. Very good. Did I remember to say what he asked? He said, can you recommend any books specifically on the topic of psychology and Buddhism? Kind of. I haven't gotten into this very deeply, this book, by Padmasiri De Silva, An Introduction to Buddhist Psychology. And certainly he comes from a different Western psychology perspective than I come from, but it seems to be a good book in the sense that he seems very conversant in Buddhist psychology as it evolved over the years, and I do think it's a good resource. So that is possibly the end of this episode of Office Hours. I'm reluctant to stop because I'm kind of starting to enjoy this, but maybe I'll do more of them in the coming weeks, and sometimes maybe even more than one a week. So thank you again. Keep the questions coming, even the critical ones. You don't have to address them, kind of 2 office hours. I mean, we're my assistants and I are kind of monitoring the forum, and I'm watching Facebook and Twitter to the extent that time permits, and so bring it on. And thanks again for sticking with the course, and I'll see you next time. Wait. I have one more thing to add. 2 more things, actually. One is pretty trivial, but I noticed in watching the video I just recorded that I, at one point, said natural selection is not a conscious organism. I meant to say he's not a conscious designer. Didn't mean to call it an organism at all. Second, I wanted to say that I do want to encourage people to sign up for the Facebook page. There's a link to it via the social media tab on site, and I think via the Getting Started tab. And on the Facebook page, time permitting, I will be posting some material that's not available on the course site. The same is true of the Twitter feed, at Darwin Dharma, one word, and a link to that is also available via the social media or Getting Started tab, I think. There too, I'll be tweeting links to some things that are not necessarily directly related to the course, or not necessarily about the course per se, but are related to it in the sense that they're about Buddhism and or psychology. If you want to use Twitter to get to bring questions to our attention for possible inclusion on office hours, it's best to either tweet them directly to us at Darwin Dharma, or at least include that handle in the tweet somewhere. That'll ensure that I see the tweet. Now, I don't have time to respond individually to all tweets, Facebook comments, discussion forum comments, and that's a good thing. It means that there are already thousands and thousands of comments, and it's great that it's so overwhelming that I can't possibly deal with every item individually. And of course, I won't be able to answer nearly all of them on office hours, but we're paying attention and we really appreciate the feedback. So keep it coming. Now, this really is, I think, the end of the video and the end of this episode of Office Hours, so we will see you next time. In the previous lecture, we talked about the first two Noble Truths, the Buddha's diagnosis of the human predicament. Now we're going to talk about the third and fourth Noble Truths, which contain the Buddha's prescription, the cure for what ails us. And also, they point to meditation, which we'll then talk about in some depth. Now, I guess you could call the first two Noble Truths the bad news and good news, respectively. The bad news is that human life is full of dukkha, of suffering, of unsatisfactoriness. And the good news in the second Noble Truth is that we have at least isolated the cause. The cause is craving, clinging to things that are not going to last forever. Well, in that sense, I guess you could say that the third and fourth Noble Truths are, respectively, more good news and then some bad news. The third Noble Truth tells us what the cure is. It is the abandonment of craving and of clinging. The fourth Noble Truth spells out the path you have to follow if you're going to attain full liberation. And it turns out that it is an eightfold path. There are 8 things you have to master if you want to be liberated. So it starts with right view, which is to say getting a proper understanding of the Buddha's teaching. And then there are a lot of other right things. I'm not going to get into all of them. But at the end, we then see right mindfulness and right concentration, which point us to meditation. Now, some people might be surprised that there's so much stuff on the path that isn't about meditation. I think there's an idea in the West that what Buddhists mainly do is sit around and meditate. Well, actually, in Asia, most Buddhists don't meditate at all. Most lay Buddhists do not meditate. A lot of Buddhist monks meditate, but if they're meditating really seriously, and certainly if they're meditating with the hope of reaching nirvana, you can bet that they're going to be paying attention to all 8 parts of the path. Another thing that may surprise people about the Eightfold Path is these 3 parts of the path here, these 3 factors, which are about ethical behavior and cultivating virtue. I think there's an idea in the West that Buddhism doesn't have this kind of hang-up about moral conduct that the Abrahamic religions have. There's not all these oppressive lists of do's and don'ts, no 10 commandments. Well, actually, these 3 parts of the path have quite a bit of overlap with the 10 commandments, and in some ways they're more demanding. This factor right here, right speech, says that you not only have to avoid saying things that are not true, you actually have to avoid saying mean things about people, avoid idle gossip. And I don't know about you, but if I were to try to completely eliminate gossip from my life, that would take some pretty serious reform. Maybe if you offered me nirvana in exchange for it, I could do it, but I'm not honestly sure. Then when we get to the meditative part of the path, there's more heavy lifting to be done, more hard work. And one reason the work is so hard is because, remember, to get to liberation, we're supposed to abandon craving, abandon clinging. We're supposed to lose our aversion to unpleasant things, and that's obviously not going to be easy. Meditation isn't the only thing that goes into cultivating that kind of discipline, but it's a big part of it, and it's going to take a lot of work. There's another reason that meditation is going to involve work if you want to get all the way to nirvana. And that is that, remember, this isn't just liberation, it's enlightenment. It's seeing the essence of reality clearly as the Buddha taught it. And part of doing that is back up here in the first factor of the path, right view. That's where you try to gain an intellectual understanding of Buddhist doctrine, but it's in the meditative part of the path where you try to gain an experiential understanding of Buddhist doctrine. So, for example, with the idea of impermanence, you would meditate and thereby gain just an intuitive apprehension of the impermanence of things, the impermanence of your feelings, of your thoughts, and of everything that comes into your mind. And this apprehension would in turn reinforce the intellectual understanding of Buddhist doctrine and strengthen your commitment to it. Now, you might ask, if it takes so much work to attain liberation, how many people have actually done it? Well, this question came up in a conversation I recently had on a website I run called bloggingheads.tv, where we have video dialogues. I was talking to a very highly esteemed Buddhist scholar and monk named Bhikkhu Bodhi, and just to give you some idea of what a serious scholar he is, this is a sizable chunk of the Buddhist canon, the Connected Discourses of the Buddha. It's more than 2,000 pages of translation and commentary, and this is the achievement of Bhikkhu Bodhi, the person I was talking to. And so I was talking to him, and I thought, well, he's obviously a serious Buddhist. You know, he says he meditates a lot. He's sitting there in a monastery. Maybe he's attained enlightenment. Maybe I'll ask him. Maybe this is kind of a personal question, but have you attained liberation?
No, not by a long shot.
Not by a long shot. So, are there people alive today that you think have attained liberation?
I would say that there's quite possible some monks in maybe Thailand and maybe Burma, maybe a few in the forests of Sri Lanka.
Well, he may not have attained nirvana, but he does seem happy. And for that matter, I've seen a lot of happy Buddhists. Now, you may wonder, you know, what is the deal here? I mean, we've got a whole religion that is supposedly devoted to helping people reach nirvana, and virtually nobody ever reaches it. What kind of religion is that? You know, with Christianity, it seems a lot more straightforward. The idea is to get to heaven, and all you have to do is accept Jesus as your Savior. Well, actually, for lay Buddhists in Asia, the kind of incentive structure, if you will, is a lot more like that in Christianity than you might imagine. They may not aspire to escape the cycle of rebirth in this life, which is what nirvana would accomplish. They can hope to get a more favorable rebirth in the next round. And that can include going to a kind of heaven where they will not stay forever, but stay for a very long time before another rebirth. And the way they do this is to pursue virtuous behavior, and that increases their chances of a favorable rebirth. So the religion does make sense on its own terms. I want to emphasize that there are people who would disagree with Bhikkhu Bodhi about this liberation thing. There are people who will tell you that they are enlightened, and who am I to judge? And there are meditation teachers who will insist that, yes, liberation is within reach. Still, I think it's safe to say that for most of us, nirvana is not going to happen today, next week, next month, next year, next decade. Still, there is some good news. You know, if you can't attain full liberation, there is such thing as partial liberation. If you can't eliminate all your suffering, you can eliminate some of it. If you can't reach complete equanimity, you can get more tranquility and balance than you have now. And your life, according to reports from people who have done this, your life can change considerably and even be transformed. So I guess the way I think of meditative practice is as being on a kind of spectrum. So at one end you have strictly therapeutic practice. Maybe you come home from work stressed out and you do 10 minutes of meditation and you feel better and that's it. You don't think about any Buddhist doctrines that may be associated with meditation. And then at the other end of the spectrum there's nirvana, way, way down there. But then I would say that at some point as you move toward the nirvana end of the spectrum, you enter a zone that we could call spiritual practice, not just therapeutic, but spiritual practice. Now, what does that mean? Well, first of all, this is just my definition. There's no official definition of spiritual. But what I would say is that if practice qualifies for the term spiritual, then the motivation is not just about self-help. There is a desire to become a better person, to help others, and to see the world more clearly. And there's the beginning of an understanding that there's a connection between these two goals of becoming a better person, seeing the world more clearly. So there's a desire to kind of strip yourself of some of the delusions and misperceptions that seem to be natural for human beings, and in the process become a better person. So you're trying to align yourself with the truth about the world, the truth about other people, about yourself, and with moral truth. Of course, it's good news that you reduce your suffering in the process, and it's fine that this is one thing that sustains the practice, but that's just not all that it's about. Now, I don't want to overemphasize this distinction between the therapeutic and the spiritual, because for one thing, even if you just reduce your stress, then you're probably going to see the world a little more clearly, and you're probably going to become a better person, if only in the sense of making the people around you less unhappy than you might make them when you're stressed out. And also, if you're doing this kind of therapeutic practice, it may happen that you start expanding the practice. You don't want to just get rid of your stress. You realize that this can help with anxiety, with sorrow, and so on. You may start meditating more. And I think it tends to happen when people do that they do become better people and more considerate of others. In fact, one interesting thing about Buddhism is this kind of organic connection between self-help and helping others. It's not automatic, and maybe that's why the Buddha included explicit ethical strictures, but there is something natural about the progression from helping yourself to becoming a more considerate person. Still, when I think about practice that qualifies for the term spiritual, I do think about the aspiration being about more than self-help. So kind of the driving dissatisfaction isn't just about the fact that we're born into these machines that sometimes make us suffer. It's that we're born into these machines that make it hard to see things clearly, that fill us with misperceptions that lead us to make other people suffer. Now, a lot of you have probably seen the movie The Matrix, and in that movie, the character played by Keanu Reeves realizes that he and everyone else on the planet is actually living in a dream world. They've actually, what they thought was reality is really just an hallucination, and it's been inflicted on them by their robot overlords. And Keanu Reeves then joins a rebellion that aims to attain complete liberation. Now, I don't think either modern psychology or mainstream Buddhism tells us that we're quite that deluded about reality, but it is interesting that a lot of Western Buddhists identify with that movie. They call it a Dharma movie. They saw in it a kind of allegory, and they see themselves as being in the process of overcoming delusion in a very significant sense and kind of fighting for liberation. And I do think that Buddhist practice in the spiritual sense involves having a little Keanu Reeves in you, just saying, I just want to see the truth, or at least come as close to that as possible. I want to see things more clearly. Now, I hope I haven't sounded too dismissive in the course of this segment about full-fledged enlightenment. I mean, I think it's a very interesting question what enlightenment in the Buddhist sense would feel like. And in fact, later in the course, we're going to be talking to some people who, if not enlightened, are a lot closer to that than I am, and we're going to hear what they have to say about this. And I'm interested in particular in the question of, is enlightenment, as described by Buddhists, is that something like what a psychologist might say your consciousness would be like if we stripped it of all the misperceptions and delusions that seem to be kind of built into us by natural selection? So that's going to come later in the course, but right now in the next segment of this lecture, we're going to turn to the subject of meditation. We're going to talk about different kinds of meditation and about what they have to offer. Okay, so in this segment, we're going to talk a little about meditation. This is not a how-to meditate course, and if it were, I wouldn't be the most qualified to teach it by a long shot. But I did want to give both those of you who have meditated and those of you who haven't some sense for the varieties of meditation and meditative experience that are available, and in particular, how they connect to themes in Buddhist thought and in this course. Now, if you've never meditated, you may have the idea that meditation is this really hard thing. You've got to master this technique and practice, practice, practice. And you know what? You may actually be right. I mean, different people are different. Some people it comes very easily to, not to me. I actually had meditated a number of times without feeling that it was sufficiently rewarding to sustain a practice. I finally went with kind of total immersion and went to a 1-week silent meditation retreat, and at that point, meditation became kind of accessible to me, you might say. Even then, it took a lot of work. But again, your mileage may vary. And moreover, there are some things you can do, some kind of shortcuts you can try to take to at least get a sense for what meditation may have to offer. Now, one of these came up in a conversation I recently had with Shinzen Young, and I'll show you a little bit of that conversation. Shinzen Young is an example of one of these Western Buddhists I've talked about. In fact, he was kind of a pioneer in Western Buddhism. I think it was more than 40 years ago that, having left America, he became ordained as a Buddhist monk in Japan, and then he came back and became a teacher of meditation. And he's kind of got his own system of teaching meditation. He might not call himself in every respect an orthodox Buddhist, I don't know, but his teaching is very much grounded in a Buddhist sensibility. So in this part of the conversation, we start out talking about something that was alluded to in Lecture 1, which is how meditation can change your view of your feelings.
When meditation works, it gives you a skill set that allows you to experience physical and emotional discomfort with greater poignancy, but less problem.
So by greater poignancy, you almost mean you actually perceive it more acutely in a sense, but it causes you less trouble? What do you mean by...
That's exactly what I mean.
Okay.
So you learn how to escape into discomfort. There's 2 ways to deal with discomfort. Escape from it. If you can, great. But what if you can't? Well, if you can't, it's good to have in your quiver of life arrows, so to speak, the ability to escape into it. Then you sort of have your cake and eat it too. You experience the richness of being human, and part of that is uncomfortable. But the sense of problem, the sense of suffering is diminished. So now how that takes place, well, that's at least an hour talk.
It is, although can I interrupt you and just mention one little kind of exercise I've suggested to people as a shortcut to getting the idea that I think sometimes actually works. What I've said is when you're feeling really sad, and these are people who haven't necessarily meditated at all, when you're just feeling sad, on the border of depressed, sit down, close your eyes, and just try to accept it, and just say, bring it on. What does sadness feel like? Pay attention to it. Just accept it. Just close your eyes and examine the feeling of sadness. get closer to it. And some of them do report, although they haven't meditated, that oddly they do sense some of the kind of diminishing of the suffering. And you know what I mean?
Well, I totally.
Of course you do.
However, I would just slightly disagree and say those people, in fact, have meditated.
Okay.
You just gave them the essence of meditation.
Right.
Remember, you don't have to have your eyes closed and be sitting on the floor. What did you have them do? You had them focus on the discomfort. You had them try to be precise about the discomfort. And you had them try to not fight with the discomfort.
So meditation could be as easy for you as 1, 2, 3, could be. But I do want to add one asterisk to that conversation. Shinzen said, meditation doesn't have to be about sitting down and closing your eyes. That's true. And for example, you can find yourself in line at a store. You're getting frustrated because the person in front of you is taking so long. Why didn't they remember to take their credit card out before they got to the cash register? And then you can just decide to look at this feeling of irritation and observe it, and then it loses its power over you and kind of dissolves. That can happen. But I do think that mainly happens with people who are doing a regular meditative practice, meditating so regularly that they can then carry the practice into their everyday lives. Okay, so as for kinds of meditative practices, well, for starters, there are different kinds of meditation associated with different Buddhist traditions. So for example, Tibetan Buddhists, when they meditate, often do a lot of visualizing of images. Zen Buddhists may meditate on these koans, these cryptic or paradoxical sayings or questions. And sometimes Zen Buddhists actually do meditate with their eyes open, sitting down, kind of looking at a wall or something. In Vipassana meditation, which is particularly common in Southeast Asia, there's a lot of emphasis on observing the workings of your mind. So there are a lot of different traditions. There are stereotypes about the people who practice the tradition. So I heard once, Tibetan meditation is for artists, Zen is for poets, Vipassana is for psychologists. But I do think ultimately these traditions have more in common than they have differences among them. I think, for example, observing your own mind is to some extent something that winds up happening in almost any tradition, even if it is a more explicit goal in Vipassana meditation. And in general, I have found in talking to people from different traditions, when I talk to really serious meditators, by which I mean people who have meditated a lot more than I have, I find that they're talking the same language. When they're talking about the most profound experiences they've had, they tend to be grounded in Buddhist doctrine and related to the Buddhist teaching. So I think maybe more useful than covering all the varieties of meditation associated with different Buddhist traditions is to look at two basic kinds of meditation, both of which are often found within a single tradition. And these are the two types that are pointed to by those final factors in the Eightfold Path that we looked at in the previous segment. That is right mindfulness and right concentration. Those are two kinds of meditation. Now, concentration meditation involves focusing on something very intently. It could be a mantra, could be your breath, your breathing, could be a visual image, and you focus on it very single-mindedly, get absorbed in it. And this kind of meditation is said to bring great serenity, even bliss. And in fact, I can attest to the bliss. One thing that happened during my first meditation retreat was like day 4 or day 5, I was focused on my breath, breath after breath, and that was something I had had a lot of trouble doing at the beginning of the retreat, but I got really absorbed in it. And I suddenly just entered this state that can only be described as blissful. And there was a lot of powerful visual stuff going on. And I mean, I just remember thinking, this must be what heroin is like. I mean, it was an amazing feeling. And so I was like very proud of myself. You know, I thought I'd finally arrived as a meditator. So I arranged to talk to one of the teachers after the meditation retreat. And so I had this little session with him, and I described the thing, you know, to him, and I thought he was going to give me a medal or something. I don't know. You know, I guess I didn't think that I had attained nirvana, but I thought I had done, you know, gotten to some kind of higher plane. And he said, well, sounds nice. And then he said, but don't get attached to it. And what he meant, first of all, he's being a good Buddhist and reminding me don't get too attached to any pleasure. But secondly, this was a retreat in the Vipassana tradition, which means it was about mindfulness meditation, the second of these two kinds of meditation. It wasn't fundamentally about concentration or attaining bliss or anything else. We were supposed to use meditation to observe things mindfully. Okay? You could use and should use concentration techniques to get to a point where your mind is kind of stable and calm enough to do the mindfulness meditation, but that's it. I should have gotten off that rocket ship, you know, at some lower level than I did. So what is mindfulness meditation? Well, it consists of observing anything in your realm of experience, your own mind, your own feelings, anything you can feel, sounds you hear while meditating, and if you're carrying it into everyday life, it can be things you see. But it involves observing these things in a kind of unusual way, in a special way. And you saw some of this in that conversation with Shenzhen Yang, in the way he talked about viewing unpleasant feelings. You know, normally, your relationship to a feeling like anxiety is, first of all, you don't like it, and second of all, it is controlling your thinking. So, for example, you may be sitting there going, I'm going to screw up that presentation tomorrow, or you may be doing the counter narrative and saying, well, it'll be okay because there's probably nobody in the audience who really matters that much anyway. But either way, the anxiety is controlling what you think about. And it's kind of ironic, you know, here you've got this feeling that you really don't approve of, you don't like, and yet you're letting it control your thoughts. Well, as you may have gleaned from the conversation with Shenzhen, with mindfulness meditation, you are observing, in this case a feeling, without like or dislike. That's the idea, without judging it, so to speak. You're observing it, you know, kind of objectively. And as a result, it doesn't control your thoughts. Now, when you think about it, this is kind of an unnatural thing to do, because after all, feelings were designed by natural selection to influence our thought and perception. We already saw a little of that in lecture 1, the way fear can influence what you literally see. And that is very much what feelings are about from natural selection's point of view. They're supposed to help govern our behavior and our thoughts and our perception. So to try to turn the tables in this way and look at feelings in a way that can disempower them is really, you know, quite a striking thing to do, and very unnatural, you know, and it's very much kind of a violation of natural selection's agenda in a certain sense. And this came through in a description of mindfulness meditation that I heard not long ago when I was listening to a lecture from Bhikkhu Bodhi, whom you may remember from our previous segment. These are lectures he actually delivered quite a while ago, but they are available online. And here's what he said about mindfulness. He said, ordinarily the faculty of attention is used as an instrument for serving our purposes, our biological and psychological needs. But mindfulness is a kind of attention which operates independently of all ulterior aims and purposes. I like that idea of, you know, talking about our basic biological and psychological needs as ulterior, you know, as in some sense kind of illegitimate. Whereas, you know, from natural selection's point of view, no, these are the central valid governing things of your life. This should determine everything you see about the world. And he's kind of wanting to cast them aside. He goes on to say, mindfulness is attention that functions in an atmosphere of detachment. It's attention that aspires towards a pure objectivity, an awareness which reflects the nature of objects exactly as they are, without adding to them, without elaborating upon them, without interpreting them through the screens of subjective evaluation and commentary. So the idea is that the mind as it ordinarily works and is designed to work is not a reliable instrument of perception and of thought. Now, I agree with that. I believe that the human mind as it naturally works is not necessarily a reliable way of looking at the world in the most truthful way possible, and we'll be hearing more of that theme. But I do want to pause now and just emphasize what a radical reorientation mindfulness is. You know, mindfulness, I think, has this reputation for being this kind of gentle thing, you know, you eat mindfully, you go through life mindfully and appreciate the beauty of life. And that's actually all true. That's possible. But at the same time, there's a kind of edge to mindfulness because it does constitute a kind of rebellion against the agenda of natural selection. It's not the way we're designed to work. Now, in the next segment, we're going to hear a little more about that. We're going to talk more about mindfulness and flesh it out. And we're also going to talk about, you know, mindful eating and things like that. And we're going to look at what is going on, according to science, in the brains of people who do mindfulness meditation and, for that matter, other forms of meditation. Well, there's been a lot in the news in recent years about the brain and meditation. You may have read that meditation increases gamma wave activity, or you may have read that over time meditation can increase the amount of white matter in the brain. Well, I'm not sure which of these findings are going to hold up in the long run, and in some cases I'm not even really sure what they mean. But there is one finding that's easy to relate to meditative experience in a pretty straightforward way. You tell meditators about this finding and they say, yeah, it makes sense that my brain would be doing that while I'm meditating. And this finding has to do with a part of the brain called the default mode network. And the basic finding, as in this paper that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, is that when people meditate, the default mode network kind of gets quieter, it gets less and less active. And this leads to the question of what the default mode network is. And for the answer, we turn to the lead author of this paper, Judson Brewer, who, when he did the study, was at Yale Medical School and now is at the University of Massachusetts Medical School.
So it's called the default mode network because this seems to be active when we're not doing anything in particular. And if you think about any average person walking down the street not doing anything in particular, there's actually a whole lot going on in their brain. They're thinking about themselves usually. So they might be regretting something they did in the past, worrying about something that's coming up, planning for something, fantasizing. You know, lots of things that are happening in our brains when we're not doing anything in particular. And this network of brain regions seems to get activated or co-activated when we're doing these types of self-referential processing tasks.
So you might say that what the default mode network does is take your mind somewhere other than where you are. It does that in a spatial sense. In other words, you're probably not going to be focused on your immediate environment when the network is active. And it does so in a temporal sense, along the dimension of time as well. They've done studies where they interrupt people while their minds are wandering, and basically the default mode network is your mind wandering, and they ask them what they're thinking about. And usually they're thinking either about something in the past or something in the future, more the future than the past, but they're usually not thinking about the present. Now, it makes sense in that light that the default mode network would get quiet as you meditate, because after all, one way to phrase kind of one of the main points of meditation is be here now. That is the title of a famous book that was published in the 1970s about meditation and spirituality. Now, when you're meditating, you may notice that the default mode network does not always surrender quietly, right? You're trying to focus on the breath and suddenly a thought bubbles up. You know, what about this email I've got to write later today? It's kind of delicate. How should I handle it? Or you'll think of someone you may have offended a couple of days ago, wonder how you can make amends, or you'll think about somebody you've got a crush on, how you can impress them when you see them in a couple of days. Whatever. Those things are your default mode network asserting itself. And in a way, it's just doing its job. You know, the job of the default mode network seems to be to take advantage of free time. So in other words, if you're not engaged in some task that requires focus, if you're not playing some sport or writing some report or just looking at somebody and wondering whether that's somebody you know, if you're not doing one of these things that requires conscious focus, then in a way that's free time. And what the default mode network does is try to use that time in some sense usefully, taking care of your business, your social business, your professional business, whatever. Now, when the default mode network does quiet down during meditation, that doesn't necessarily mean you've entered a state of mindfulness. The studies show that the network quiets down during various kinds of meditation, mindfulness meditation, but also concentration meditation, for example. Now, it certainly is an important first step toward mindfulness for the network to calm down, for you to kind of get beyond the kind of self-involvement that the network keeps you enmeshed in. But in order to reach a state of mindfulness, there's a second sense in which you have to escape self-involvement. Remember, to look at something mindfully is to look at it objectively, to look at it not from your ordinary subjective perspective. So a true test of mindfulness would be, say, to think of someone you don't like and see if you can just kind of look at the feeling of dislike and not get caught up in it, not let it carry your train of thought away, so that you don't wind up rehearsing a litany of grievances against the person or plotting revenge against the person. Then you're closer to a state of mindfulness. It's a common aspiration to carry mindfulness out of the meditation hall into the real world, to carry this attitude of kind of non-reactivity into your ordinary life. One reason that's hard is because life is full of things you do react to. Psychologists have done studies where they show people pictures of various kinds of objects and things, and sometimes they ask them, how do you feel about this? And the people say, well, I like it, I don't like it, whatever. Sometimes the methodology is subtler. There's a more kind of circuitous way of figuring out whether people are having a positive or negative affective reaction to the thing, whether they are or are not feeling a favorable or an unfavorable feeling to it. And the general finding is that people do have affective reactions to a whole lot of things. In one study, they actually asked people to morally evaluate everyday objects, asked them if these things are good or bad in a moral sense, and people were pretty willing to do that. As Paul Bloom, who was one of the co-authors of that study, explained to me recently. Paul is a well-known professor of psychology at Yale, and here's what he said.
The paper's titled something like, is a refrigerator good or evil? And so we just had a list of items. Now, some of the items were meant to have valence. They were like a thumb screw or a vaccine. What do you think? A thumb screw, bad, vaccine, good. But we also, refrigerator, sock, cloud. And, people would had no problem at all. We thought first that they'd find a question nonsensical. How good is it? How bad is it? They readily answered all of them. And there was considerable consensus.
Now, none of this is to say that most things in the world elicit a strong positive or negative affective reaction in us. In fact, you can look around at things in your environment now, and I'm sure you can look at plenty of things where you don't have any particular reaction, or you might say, I kind of like that, or that's mildly annoying, but it's, it's far from overpowering. However, it is the case that the things that occupy our awareness do tend to be things that we feel positively or negatively about in a somewhat strong way. So if you're walking down the street and you see an enemy, or you see a friend, somebody you feel bad about or good about, or you smell some horrible odor or some sublime smell from a restaurant, that will get your attention. That will be what you focus on. And this makes sense when you think about it, because the brain is designed to get us to focus on things that matter to us. And the way the brain encodes the extent to which things matter to us is to assign them a positive or negative feeling. And the more they matter, the stronger the feeling. So it just makes sense that your awareness would tend to be occupied by these kind of meaningful things, things that do elicit a strong reaction. And it also makes sense that the default mode network would tend to inject these things into your consciousness that also you feel somewhat strongly about. They matter to you for good or for bad. And this points to the basic challenge of mindfulness. The idea of mindfulness is to take an objective attitude, in some sense a detached attitude, toward the things you're paying attention to, and yet your brain is designed to pay attention to those things it is hardest to be objective and detached about. So here's an experiment you might try when you're walking down the street. Try to pay attention to things you don't normally pay attention to. Now, what those things are will depend on what demographic you're in. So suppose you are a young heterosexual male, then you're probably in the habit of paying attention to young females, and especially if you find them attractive or intriguing, paying even more attention to them, and you probably pay some attention to young males. Kind of size them up, compare them to yourself. Maybe they are, after all, in some sense, the competition. Well, try paying attention to like elderly people. One thing you'll find is it's hard, it's not natural to pay attention to these people because you don't care that much about them. But you may also find, if you do pay attention to them, it's easier to appraise them calmly. You're less involved, you have less at stake, and for that reason, you may look at them more objectively. You know, my brother, when he reached an age where he felt that women were no longer paying attention to him, said, you know, it's not that they think I'm unattractive, they just don't realize I exist. And that's kind of true. You know, our unconscious mind, I think, often excludes from our awareness the things that we're just not that interested. So all of this explains why it really is hard and in some sense unnatural to just walk down the street with a truly mindful attitude toward everything we're paying attention to. And this subject came up in my conversation with Paul Bloom. What we've kind of said is that everything you notice, you have an affective reaction to, and that makes sense in the sense that if it is not relevant to your Darwinian prospects for good or bad, there's no reason to notice it in the first place.
That's right. That's right. I mean, stripping the affective reactions away from our perception seems so profoundly anti-Darwinian. It's, and I know you made this point before, but it seems like the strongest way to give the middle finger to our selfish genes, which is, you know, we're going to take away this sort of everything, and for normally, you know, the whole world is colored by whether it's good for us or bad for us, and to try to live without that seems interesting.
That is, I think, what kind of hardcore Buddhism aspires to do. I would just add a couple of asterisks to that. First of all, when I associated a Buddhist perspective with the things that Paul had said, I didn't mean to say that everything he had said was phrased exactly in a technical sense the way a Buddhist scholar would phrase it. So, for example, when he talked about stripping perception of affective reaction, you might say it's actually more like training your perception on the affective reaction, and in that way sometimes kind of depriving the reaction of its power. And for that matter, more broadly, I want to emphasize that whenever I speak of detachment or getting a critical distance from a feeling, that terminology can be misleading, because there's a sense that when you're observing something mindfully, like a feeling, you're actually getting quite close to it, closer than usual. Because ordinarily, our reaction to a kind of negative feeling like anxiety or fear is to want to push it away, to want to think of something or do something that will rid us of it. And to view it mindfully is kind of to be unafraid of it, to be willing to just get up close to it and look at it. And then sometimes it will tend to lose its power. So in that sense, talking about distance from, detachment from can be misleading, and for that reason some people prefer terms like non-attachment to terms like detachment. The final thing I would say about that exchange with Paul is that when I refer to a hardcore Buddhism, I don't mean to suggest that there's anything harsh in the mindful sensibility, and I also certainly don't mean to suggest ever that there's no pleasure to be found in it. And in fact, you see this sometimes on meditation retreats. A lot of people on retreats report how much pleasure there is to be found, which is interesting because a meditation retreat is a place where it's relatively easy to get into a kind of mindful frame of mind. And one reason is just because that, a lot of the stuff that annoys you in life is not there. You're not getting emails, some of which may agitate you. You're generally off the grid. You're not hearing any news about the world. So it's easier to sink into a mindful point of view. And people who've been to retreats can tell you about things like mindful eating. When I first went to a meditation retreat, I went into the dining hall. I couldn't understand, why do so many people have their eyes closed while they eat? Well, before long I got the picture, which is that if you close your eyes and focus on that moment of eating, you're not looking ahead to the next bite you're going to take. You're not being distracted by the default mode network, which is pretty quiet, and you're not having a conversation because these are silent meditation retreats. Nobody's talking. If you do that, you can find a pleasure in one moment of eating that is pretty much unprecedented in my experience. Similarly, people on meditation retreats often report, and I can vouch for this, that your appreciation of beauty can reach a new level, including the beauty of things that normally you might not even notice, like the pattern of grain in wood, which, if your default mode network were bubbling along, you just might not even see. So we're going to close by revisiting our friend Yifa, the Buddhist nun, as she describes what it's like to meditate, because her description sounds to me very much like what you would expect it to feel like for the default mode network to start to quiet down.
When you meditate, it's just like the water, in the water, you let the dust settle down. So water become very clean and also very peaceful, or even still. So if the water still, the surface like a mirror, and you will reflect the surrounding as things they are. So meditation is to help us to see things as they really are.
Speaking of Yifa, in the final segment of this lecture, we're going to get back to a question that she originally raised earlier when she said that during meditation, she gets this sense that her feelings are not real. I promised I'd get back to that question, and that's what we'll do now. We're going to ask, what does it mean for feelings to be real or not real, to be true or false? How can we tell when our feelings are trustworthy and when they're not? So now we're going to talk about feelings, and I know we've talked a lot about feelings already, but feelings are very important, and not just for the obvious reason, but also because one of the main things this course is about is whether the Buddhist prescription helps us see the world more clearly. And one of the main parts of the Buddhist prescription is this idea of viewing the world mindfully, and that can change your relationship to your feelings. There can be feelings that used to govern you, and they no longer will in the same way. There are feelings that maybe used to mediate your interaction with reality in a way that they no longer will. So if we're going to find out whether this changed relationship to your feelings actually helps you see the world more clearly, well, it would help to know what was the relationship between these feelings and reality to begin with. Were the feelings themselves reliable guides to reality in some sense? Were they trustworthy? Does it make sense to say that some were true and some were false? These are the kinds of questions that we're going to grapple with now, and we're going to pay particular attention to two feelings, feelings that I think it's safe to say we're all familiar with. One is anxiety and one is rage. Now, the Buddha talked a lot about what he called feeling tone or hedonic tone. The idea was just that there are pleasant feelings, there are unpleasant feelings, and there are what he called neutral feelings. Now, the Buddha was not talking about emotions. In fact, in the Buddha's teaching, there's no word that translates as emotions. He did talk about individual emotions like fear, but he did not address emotions as a category, generically. He was just talking about kind of raw feeling, the basic ingredients of feeling. It can be positive or negative, pleasant or unpleasant. But certainly that does pertain to emotions because after all, emotions contain those ingredients. And in fact, most emotions are overwhelmingly either positive, like joy, or negative, like fear or anxiety. Some emotions maybe are kind of complicated mixtures of positive and negative, but in any event, these feeling tones are essential ingredients in our emotions. Now, one question the Buddha didn't ask, and really couldn't ask given when he lived, is what is the evolutionary function of feelings? Why are there positive and negative, pleasant and unpleasant feeling tones? Somebody who did address that question was a biologist named George Romanes, who was writing a couple of decades after Darwin wrote The Origin of Species. And here's what he said. Pleasure and pain must have been evolved as the subjective accompaniment of processes which are respectively beneficial or injurious to the organism, and so evolved for the purpose or to the end that the organism should seek the one and shun the other. Well, that makes sense, that these basic feelings are fundamentally about approach and avoidance, or at least were about that in the first instance when they arose. It's certainly consistent with human experience, right? If there's something you want to avoid, like a rattlesnake, it's giving you this bad feeling, this feeling of aversion. If there's something you approach, like food, it gives you this good feeling of attraction. And we assume that in our primate relatives, there are probably these kinds of feelings that are also correlated with approach and avoidance. And for that matter, this may go all the way down to very, very simple organisms. It may be that these water fleas, when they gravitate toward the blue light that shines down from above in this video, actually feel attracted to it. And who knows, when the blue light turns off, maybe they feel let down. In any event, what seems pretty clear is that feelings are about motivating behavior. In the case of humans, they may motivate behavior in a very direct way. So if your hand winds up in an open flame, you're going to feel the pain, retract it very rapidly. Sometimes feelings influence human behavior in a much more indirect way. So you might think of someone you don't like, and you start thinking about all the things that they've done wrong, and you have this litany of grievances against them. And that may have no immediate impact on your behavior, but then down the road when you're talking to someone about them, you've got your arsenal ready. You can say all these nasty things about them and undermine their status. And that seems to be one thing the human mind tends to do. But one way or another, directly or indirectly, feelings, they kind of reach out and grab us. They influence our thoughts. They influence our behavior. We feel their impact. Now maybe this is what Yifa, the Buddhist nun, meant when she said, well, I can tell now when I meditate that feelings aren't real. After all, in mindfulness meditation, the feelings don't reach out and grab you in the same way. If after reflecting on them, you make the decision not to let them reach out and grab you, then they don't have the impact. They may not feel substantial and weighty the way they normally do. So maybe she just meant that suddenly these feelings just kind of feel ethereal, they have no impact. She could also have meant, though, that the feelings in some sense are not true. And that raises the question of what does it mean to say that feelings are true or false? And it could mean various things. One way to look at that question is from this very Darwinian perspective that we're in the middle of now. If indeed the purpose of feelings is to steer the organism away from things that are bad for the organism and to steer it toward things that are good for it, then you might say that feelings are judgments about things in the environment, about whether they're good or bad for the organism, and judgments about behavior, what behavior is appropriate in light of whether these things are good or bad for you. I mean, remember, probably when feelings arose, it was in organisms that weren't smart enough to think, well, this is good for me, I should approach it. This is bad for me, I should avoid it. So feelings are kind of, the encoding of actual judgments about the environment, about behavior, and judgments can be true or false. So that's one way we could look at the truth or falsehood of feelings. Now you might say, well, wait a second. How often are feelings going to be false? I mean, after all, isn't natural selection very good at doing its job? Aren't our feelings going to pretty reliably steer us toward things that are good for us, at least by natural selection's lights, and steer us away from things that are bad for us? Well, natural selection is good at what it does, but it's also true that sometimes the environment changes so that organisms wind up in the environment that natural selection did not design them for. And humans are a good example. Look around you. Does this seem like a hunter-gatherer village to you? No. We're living in a radically transformed environment that's nothing like the environment we were designed for, and that can influence whether feelings are in this sense true or false. In other words, whether they are or not accurate judgments about things in our environment and about how we should react to them. We already earlier alluded to one example of this, powdered sugar donuts. I noted that powdered sugar donuts are really not great for me. It raises the question, why am I attracted to them? Well, because in the environment that humans evolved in, sweet things were generally good for you, fruits. There wasn't junk food. So this sweet tooth that made a lot of sense in that environment can, in this environment, lead us to do things that aren't so great for us. Another good example is rage. If you ask an evolutionary psychologist, well, what is the story with rage? What is rage for? They'll probably say something like this. In the environment of our evolution, in a hunter-gatherer village, it was very important that you sent the message that you were not to be exploited or taken advantage of. That if people tried to steal your mate or steal your food or whatever or disrespect you, there would be a price to be paid. So it was actually worth getting in a fight with people over these things. And that wasn't just to send the message to the person who had exploited you that they shouldn't do that again. But remember, in a hunter-gatherer village, your whole social universe is there. It's the audience. Everyone you're going to be dealing with on a regular basis from here on out is watching what happens when someone tries to take advantage of you. So it's all the more reason that it's worthwhile from the point of view of your long-term interests to fight somebody over your honor or over respect, even if that incurs some damage to you, as long as they pay a price too. Now let's look at rage in the modern environment. Let's take an example like road rage. Okay, now let's just ponder the absurdity of it by Darwinian lights. Okay, you know, you're sitting there, the person the rage is directed toward is someone you're never going to see again. So there's no value in sending a message to them. Everyone who's watching this, the other drivers, they're also someone you're never going to see again. So there's no point whatsoever in pursuing this rage, and there's considerable danger because after all, you are in a moving vehicle. And yet people succumb to this rage. So this is a good example of a case where a changed environment takes a feeling that maybe at one point could be described as a reliable guide, trustworthy, in some sense true, embodying true judgments, and suddenly it just doesn't make any sense at all. One final example, and in a way a more complicated example, is anxiety. Let's take public speaking, okay? Now, anyone who's done it has probably felt at least a little anxiety. A lot of people have felt a lot, and sometimes it's crippling anxiety. Now, the anxiety itself, you could argue, makes sense and was in some sense designed by natural selection to surface in such cases. At least it is true that, you know, what people think of us matters and mattered during evolution because our social status and how many friends we had was correlated with our chances of getting our genes into the next generation. So it makes sense that you would be anxious about impressing people. But what's not natural is to suddenly find yourself speaking to dozens or hundreds of people that you've never met before. That's not something we were designed to do. So while the anxiety could be productive in getting you to prepare well, it could also go way overboard. So if you have trouble sleeping the night before, or if you stand up to speak and suddenly just can't find the words, that's an example of anxiety being counterproductive, and the feeling is no longer being a reliable guide to how you should act. And again, that's because the environment has changed since human evolution. Now, we had already seen some senses in which feelings can mislead us. As we had seen, feelings can make us see a snake that's not really there. Fear can do that. And feelings can kind of mislead us in the pursuit of happiness. They can make us think pleasure is going to last longer than it lasts. But in those cases, you could at least say that the feelings were functioning as designed by natural selection, doing the job they were supposed to do. Because whether or not they led to happiness, they were at least kind of taking care of the organism, getting it to err on the side of caution when there's a threat, keeping it motivated and working. But in the case of rage and anxiety in the modern environment, we're seeing cases where the feelings aren't even working well from the point of view of natural selection. They're not reliable guides to reality, even in that kind of minimal sense. And they're in that sense, in a certain sense, not truthful. They do not reflect accurate judgments about what it makes sense to do in response to things in the environment. Now, some people would say that this is all the more reason to be mindful. If feelings can't be trusted as accurate, then it makes sense to evaluate feelings mindfully, objectively, and decide which ones you're going to let get traction, decide which ones you're going to engage with. In other words, to view feelings with discernment. And this is a lot of what in Buddhism is referred to as wisdom. You know, understanding which feelings it makes sense to engage in and which feelings it doesn't. Now, I want to emphasize the way we've defined the truth and falsehood of feelings here is just one of many operational definitions you could kind of trot out. It's not the only way of looking at feelings. So, for example, you might say in the case of road rage, well, but wait a second, was it at least true that this person had committed some transgression? So in that sense, your rage was warranted. You can ask that question. And in a way, when you ask it, you're veering into questions of moral truth. And I kind of think that maybe moral truth could be what Yifa had in mind when she said that sometimes feelings seem not real. She may have meant they're not real in the sense they don't align with moral truth, feelings like anger and hatred. In any event, moral truth is something we're going to be paying more and more attention to as the course goes on. Certainly at the end when we talk about enlightenment, when we ask, what is Buddhist enlightenment? And does it deserve that term? Does it align a person's mind with truth, not only in the sense of an objectively clear vision of reality, but also in the sense of moral truth? And we're going to start edging into questions of moral truth even in the next lecture, when we're going to look at the Buddha's claim that the self, you know, this thing inside me that I think of as running the show, that the self is in some sense an illusion. As strange as that sounds, we're going to see that there's a fair amount of evidence in psychology to support the idea that the self is in some sense illusory. And that has really pretty radical implications, potentially, for how we live our lives, how we view our feelings, which feelings we choose to let govern us and which we don't, and also the question of how we align ourselves with moral truth. Hello, welcome to week 2 of office hours. This is still my office. Most of it is still a mess, so I'm still not eager to show you much of it. Unfortunately, I'm having to show you more of it this week because I made the mistake last week of not taping in the format that the Coursera platform demands, the widescreen format. So now I am doing that, and you can see more of my office. For example, my dog Fraser sleeping over there on the chair, possibly wondering why I'm doing what I'm doing here, talking to something other than a person or a dog, which are the things he normally sees me talk to. Okay, so this week, the award for most creative metaphor related to a meditation retreat goes to Wynn Matthews. In the discussion forum, he said, "In retreats, at times of broad stillness, I've experienced the feeling of being squeezed like a toothpaste tube." What does he mean? I'm going to hold you in suspense for a second. and go over to the Facebook page where Carl Mountain said something that's related to what Wynne Matthews said. Carl Mountain says, having seen me say in one of the lectures that our feelings are not necessarily to be trusted, he says, I would suggest, as many Buddhist teachers have already, that it is not just feelings that can't be trusted, but moreover, you can't trust your thoughts as being true. That is certainly the case. But there is a connection between those two issues, the untrustworthiness of feelings and of thoughts, and that brings us back to the tube of toothpaste. What Wynne Matthews went on to say about this feeling of being squeezed like a tube of toothpaste was, there's a very subtle pressure, tension, constriction, and out of that comes a thought stream, a reaction to the feeling tone. So in other words, he was sensing, when he reflected on his interior life, as you are inclined to do on a meditation retreat, that feelings were governing thoughts, that feelings were eliciting thoughts. He says earlier, every sensory input comes with a feeling tone, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, and reactions to those feeling tones cause certain thought streams. I think it's right. I think thoughts certainly can elicit feelings, but feelings can elicit thoughts, and I think they do so more subtly than we often realize. And you become aware of these kinds of subtle things through the meditation practice, and I think a retreat is a particularly good place to become aware of them. Now, as for the virtues of this degree of attentiveness to your interior life and a kind of a mindful perspective, Wynne goes on to say the following. This was in response to a post in the discussion forum by Camilla Balkan, who had raised the question of the distinction between feelings and emotions. And here's what Wynne Matthews went on to say in the course of his reply. When my wife says something that I don't like, and a strong feeling of dislike arises in the body, and Wynne, by the way, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been there. He goes on to say that being aware of the feeling of dislike, rather than being, kind of reflexively captive to it, changes his reaction. He says, it may take a minute for it to pass, but I'm able to respond to what she's said rather than react. And I know exactly that feeling too. I remember after my first meditation retreat, in the days after my first meditation retreat, I remember like my kids would do something that would make me feel like yelling at them, and I would get the feeling to yell at them, the feeling that normally preceded yelling at them, but it's like I would observe it and not act on it. And it was amazing. And that's something that's easier for me to do right after a meditation retreat. But at any time, if the more I'm practicing the meditation, the easier that kind of thing is. So like right now, I'm doing 30, 40 minutes of meditation every morning. It hasn't transformed me into a wonderful person, but my wife says it makes me a better person, and she should know. So speaking of which, Cameron Kingsbury, this was in the discussion forum, says, I have noticed an emphasis on separating the self from an emotion. Instead of saying, I am angry, one can say, I am experiencing anger. And that gets at the distinction, yes, between kind of owning the feeling and letting feeling own you on the one hand, and seeing the feeling as somewhere in your realm of consciousness, but not being captivated by it. That said, I do think it's a lot harder than just saying this, right? I mean, just saying, you can't, I mean, if you just say, well, from now on, whenever I'm angry, I'll just, instead of saying I am angry, I'll say I am experiencing anger. Well, no, probably, by the time I'm just saying, without the meditation practice, it's going to be hard for little reminders like that to really take root, at least in my experience. Another feeling related question. This one came in via Twitter. And again, probably the surest way to get make sure I at least see a question is to address it to @DarwinDharma on Twitter. I mean, I'm doing my best to keep up with everything on discussion forum, Facebook, Twitter, and my two assistants are as well. But I sometimes miss things because they go by so quickly on the forum and sometimes on Facebook. Whereas Twitter, for one thing, the traffic is just slower, I guess. Well, anyway, back to Melissa, whose Twitter handle is MindXGeek. She says, if unpleasant emotions are linked to avoidance and pleasant ones to approach, how to explain rage and anger? Now, this gets at something I said when I quoted a 19th century biologist saying that what feelings seem to be about is, pleasant feelings get the organism to approach things that are good for it, like food. Unpleasant feelings like fear get it to escape from things like predators or leave the vicinity of things like toxins. And Melissa is asking, well, what about rage and anger, the which kind of feel bad? I guess she's saying they kind of feel bad, but you don't run away from the person, right? You like accost the person, approach the person in anger. Well, first of all, I'd say that quote from the biologist, that was kind of in the first instance, when feelings arose in evolution. This seems to be the kind of primordial function. Positive and negative, pleasant, unpleasant feelings, approach, avoidance. Once you get to being as complicated as humans, it's complicated. So, for example, I might have pleasant feelings about one person, unpleasant feelings towards another. What that leads me to do in some cases is not either approach or avoid either one. It leads me to say good things about the first person and bad things about the other. And there are a lot of, more complicated the animal, the more complicated things have gotten as evolution has, made use of these feelings in kind of increasingly, you might say, convoluted ways. That said, I would also suggest to Melissa that if she pays close attention to rage and anger, she may feel like that, she may see that in some ways, there's something pleasant is maybe a misleading word, but when you're angry, it feels good. Something, to yell, and also when you are angry and a rage, you feel you're right and they're wrong, and that's a good feeling, right? It may not be a true feeling, that's the point. And this gets back to the relationship between feelings and thoughts. This feeling, which is not to be trusted, will sponsor a thought, which is not to be trusted, which is that you're always right, and the other people are wrong. How's Fraser doing? Yeah, I see he's not really inspired by my little discourse here. Fraser's the least. I have two dogs. Fraser is the least Buddhist dog in the house, the less Buddhist of the two. But maybe I'll save that for another day. Okay, so one last thing on that. I think if I've got this quote right, the Buddha is said to have said that anger is the, unless he was talking about hatred, but I think it was anger, the poisoned root with the honeyed tip, suggesting that that he too thought there was something actually pleasant about anger and seductively pleasant. And in any event, it is certainly true that all of these subtleties of feeling and their connection to thought and so on, awareness of that is something that in principle mindfulness can foster, and in principle you can carry that into your everyday life, and be less vulnerable to the misleading drift and the untruthful drift sometimes of both feelings and thoughts. Now, I'm going to stop here because for various reasons, and then talk about some other stuff. Okay, Now, some people, I think in the discussion forum in particular, have raised questions about kind of the validity of evolutionary psychology. How confident can we be of the various kinds of theories that you're hearing about? Isn't this all very conjectural? Actually, some of it is quite conjectural. Usually, I label the conjectural stuff by using the word conjectural. I think I've said that several times in the lectures already. When I'm talking about things that I think are particularly speculative. And some things are more speculative than others in evolutionary psychology. I want to talk a little about a kind of a handicap it faces compared to some other sciences. Okay. In physics, in much of physics, you have a theory about the way particles behave. You can do experiments, set up an experiment that could in principle falsify that hypothesis. Depending on how it turns out, you do the experiment. It sheds light on the hypothesis. Evolutionary psychology, though, is kind of about history, right? In fact, that distinguishes it from ordinary psychology. Ordinary psychology tries to discern the structure of the mind. Evolutionary psychology does that as well and draws on many of the findings of ordinary psychology. But to that, it adds the question of, well, how did the structure come to be the way it is? Are some aspects of the structure we seem to be discerning of the mind designed features of natural selection? Well, that's a question that's about the past. It's about history. And one thing you can't do is rewind history and play it again with some of the variables altered to test your hypothesis about the past. Historians can't do it. Evolutionary psychologists can't do it. And in fact, evolutionary biologists in general can't do it. When you think about it, some of the things you probably just accepted as truths about the biological world, like, well, polar bears are white because that helps them blend in an atmosphere of snow and ice, right? It's good camouflage. Well, that's a plausible story. It's probably true. But we don't have the kind of evidence to support that you sometimes see in other sciences, right? Because we can't say, well, let's go back, millions of years and make half of the Arctic Circle green and leave the other half white and see if the bears that evolve in the green part are different from the bears that evolve, right? We can't do that. We can't do it in the case of human evolution. Now, you don't generally see people get all upset when people when a scientist kind of asserts that the polar bear is white for purposes of camouflage. People don't usually get all upset and go, how do you know that? Because it's not a very explosive area, right? Polar bears, right? It's like you don't get a lot of dinner table arguments about polar bears, whereas you do get dinner table arguments about all kinds of aspects of human experience, and the role of genes in human experience and human thought and so on. And so, in the case of evolutionary psychology, the standards of evidence issue, although it is an issue that pervades evolutionary biology, gets particular comment. And that's good, because we should be clear that some of these theories are hard to test. There are ways to test theories. So, for example, if children are viewed from the cynical perspective of natural selection, kind of reproductive assets, then for reasons I won't get into, that should mean that at different ages, parents, their value to parents is different. And one evolutionary psychologist tested this prediction by looking at how the extent to which parents grieve over the deaths of children at different ages. In theory, they should grieve more over teenagers' death than a 3-week-old baby's death, but less than a 59-year-old child's death. And the findings in the study seem to bear out the hypothesis. So there are ways you can get around the kind of challenges, the kind of evidentiary, even kind of, I guess, epistemological challenges posed by any historical science. But it's not that easy, and we should keep that in mind. See, the same thing in physics, by the way. The cosmological, the theories about the birth of the universe are much harder to test than theories about the current structure of the physical world. So, all I can say is, in general, in science, all the different sciences have different kinds of challenges, and their findings have, and all of them have different findings that are at different levels of kind of solidity, or warrant different levels of confidence. But the general rule is that the simplest, usually the criterion is the simplest theory that explains the data wins, at least for the time being. May turn out to be wrong, but even when the best theory, quote, best theory, is conjectural, because that's what all the theories are, it's still the case that, that's for the moment, a conjectural but plausible theory that's simpler and more straightforward and more consistent with the facts than other theories is the theory we take seriously. In some cases in evolutionary psychology, that is the case. Conjectural, yet in the running. And that's, and I try to, calibrate, express the level of confidence that I think different theories deserve. I may not always succeed, may not always remember to do it, but I try. And I would just warn you that as we go on, we will see some pretty conjectural things that I'll say, because a lot of this is kind of untrodden ground. It's not like a lot of evolutionary psychologists have gotten seriously into Buddhism and started trying to make the connections between the two. So it's really it's fertile ground, and when any field of inquiry is kind of fresh, fertile ground, you see a lot of conjectural stuff, and that's the way the scientific dialogue gets started. Speculative theories, you throw them out there, and you see what people say. In some cases, they may provoke other people to come up with better theories, and that's good. That's part of the process. And that's where we are here. And I guess that's about... Is there anything else I want to say about that? Well, I guess, being an organism and being designed to pursue my self-interest, I should mention that my book, The Moral Animal, very much tries to address this. It's a book for the unconvinced, and I try at kind of casual book length to explain why this worldview broadly deserves confidence, even though individual hypotheses deserve varying degrees of confidence. So it's there if anybody is just deeply, deeply interested in the question of evolutionary psychology's validity. But the main point is just, this is what science is. All progress starts as hypotheses begin as speculation, and then they either amass evidence over time, or they don't, or they are replaced by a hypothesis that's clearly superior. That's life. And I think that's probably enough of office hours for this week. Although there's so many good questions, it's kind of frustrating. I really think, in theory, if I had enough time, I should go to just a schedule of every day or every hour or every minute, tape another office hours. But other things intrude. So anyway, we'll see you when we see you. One more thing, just quickly. You could be excused for doubting that my dog Frazier is an actual dog because he has exhibited so little movement in the course of this office hours. And I just want to establish that Frazier is an actual dog. And the way you do that, I found, if Frazier hears the sound of me reaching into a box of shredded wheat, that he sometimes springs to life. Let's see if this works. Fraser. Look, it's a box of shredded wheat. You want some? Fraser wouldn't mind some shredded wheat. Do you want to be seen eating it on camera? You just want to be seen eating it, period. Okay. Let me give both dogs a little shredded wheat. I feel I shouldn't hold them in suspense like that. We're going to show you the other dog, Milo, because Milo is actually. Here, Milo. I just want the people to see you. Okay, that's Milo. Milo is actually closer to being a Buddhist than Fraser, for reasons that maybe I'll explain in subsequent office hours. I mean, doesn't he look kind of wise in a way? Not that Fraser is unwise. Okay, next time. So there was a pretty famous Buddhist monk from Thailand named Ajahn Chah, who in the 20th century did a lot to spread awareness of Buddhism in the West. And he once warned against doing what we're about to try to do. I'm about to try to explain the doctrine of not self or non-self or no self, the idea that in some sense the self, this thing we think of as being inside of us, does not exist. And Ajahn Chah once wrote that if you try to understand the doctrine in this way, by having somebody lecture about it or read about it, that, quote, your head will explode. Now, I assume he was exaggerating. I guess we'll find out soon enough. But he was pointing to an important distinction between two different ways of trying to apprehend this pretty hard to fathom idea. One is the way he warned against, reading about it, hearing about it. And the other is an experiential understanding of the doctrine. That is, sitting down and meditating and eventually maybe coming to kind of feel the truth of the doctrine, see the truth of no self, become convinced that there is no self in you. And it's certainly the case that most people I have seen who seem convinced that the doctrine is valid, that the self in some sense does not exist, are people who actually grasp the doctrine during meditation. And some of them say that it was transformative and has changed their lives. And their perspective on not self is a very important one. So eventually we're going to be hearing from some of them and hearing about some of these experiences that convince them that the self does not exist. But right now I'm going to try to describe the doctrine in the way that Ajahn Chah warned against. I'm just going to try to do it by what he called intellectualizing. I want to emphasize before we start that he was right. It's a very hard, infuriatingly hard doctrine to grasp in some ways. And it's even hard to understand what exactly the Buddha meant by the not-self idea. And scholars don't agree on exactly what he meant. And in fact, as we will see, the kind of mainstream interpretation of what he meant may not be true. I'm gonna kind of start by giving you more or less the mainstream, the kind of standard interpretation. But as we'll go on to see, that may not be valid, and it really matters which interpretation you buy into. Now, the Buddha laid out the idea of not self in a famous sermon, the Discourse on the Not Self, that is said to be the second sermon he delivered after his enlightenment. Remember, the first one was the Discourse on the Four Noble Truths, and then, according to tradition, he gave this Discourse on the Not Self, and it's a testament to the importance of the not self idea in Buddhist thought, that tradition holds it to be the second sermon he delivered. Another testament to the importance of the doctrine is that supposedly, in fact this is written in the account of the discourse, the monks in attendance were instantly enlightened once they heard this teaching about the not self. Okay, so what does the doctrine mean? Let's start to wrestle with that. This is the word in Sanskrit for not self. This is the word in the closely related ancient language of Pali. In both cases, the an just means not. So this means self, and the question arises, what exactly did the Buddha mean by the self? After all, it's a word you can use in a lot of different ways, and this was a long time ago. Who knows how exactly it was being used then? There are two ways to go about figuring out what the term meant. One is to kind of delve into the prevailing Indian philosophical discourse of the time and try to gather what the word would have meant to the Buddha. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to take what is in some ways a more straightforward course, which is we're going to try to infer what the Buddha meant by self from his argument against the self. So an analogy would be, if you were an archaeologist from a future civilization and you were coming across this term Santa Claus, but you didn't know what it meant, and then you came across a lecture I had delivered arguing that Santa Claus doesn't exist, and one thing I said was, Santa Claus couldn't exist because no man can visit 1 million homes or more in a single night. Well then, if you were this archaeologist, you could infer this Santa Claus character must have been someone who was thought to visit 1 million or more homes in a night, right? That would be a valid inference. And we're going to do something comparable in assessing the Buddha's argument about not self, and we're going to infer from it the properties he associated with the self and how he seems to have thought of the self. Now, I want to, before we get into that, give you a kind of broad overview of the structure of the Buddha's argument. These are what are called the 5 aggregates. And according to Buddhist thought, they together constitute everything there is about a person, including the person's body, the person's mind, the person's experience. Everything is in one of these 5 aggregates. I'll run over them quickly, although the details don't matter much for today's purposes. Okay. Form, in principle, actually applies to anything physical in the world, but in this context, you can just think of it as being the body, the person's physical body. Feeling, we've talked about, pleasant, unpleasant. As we've said, by this term, the Buddha did not mean emotion. Emotion would be over here in mental formations, along with various other things, desires, volition, the kind of the energy that motivates willful action and thoughts and so on. Perception, of course, you know what perception is. Consciousness, the trouble with talking about consciousness is it's kind of hard to define. People have different conceptions of it. We won't get too deeply into it, but it refers to the phenomenon of subjective awareness. And the reason I've chosen to kind of draw it like this, give it a kind of privileged place in contact with all of these other things, is because the awareness is of these things. These things can be the contents of consciousness, so to speak, which isn't to say that these things are not in contact among themselves. So for example, a perception can have a feeling associated with it, and so on. So what the Buddha basically does, according to the standard interpretation of this discourse on the not-self, is he goes through these aggregates, and he goes through each one, and he talks about the properties that the aggregate seems to have, and he says these properties are not compatible with the properties we associate with the self. The self could not be, show me where the self is. Could it be here, 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 here? And he concludes, no, it couldn't be, given what he asserts about the nature of these aggregates. So what does he assert? Well, there's basically 2 properties that he says you'll find in all of these aggregates. One of them is impermanence. Now, as we know, the Buddha saw impermanence everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. Everything was impermanent. So certainly the 5 aggregates would be impermanent. And he goes around with the monks. He says, okay, what about form? What about feeling? Is it permanent or impermanent? The monks say, it is impermanent. And he says, well, in that event, if it is impermanent, if it is characterized by change, is it proper to call it self? And they say, no, it's not. And so we can infer from that he must have thought the self had a property roughly the opposite of impermanence. that's not necessarily to say that the self would last forever, but he seems to have thought of the self as something that persists through time. And that is consistent with the way we use the term, right? I mean, when I think of myself, I think of a self that was intact when I was 12 years old, and it's the same self I have now. I've changed a lot since I was 12, I'm in a lot of ways, but fundamentally there was some essence in me, I kind of think intuitively, some essence in me that accounts for a kind of continuity of identity. So we do think of the self in a commonsensical way as being something kind of solid, a kind of essence that endures through time, its structure endures. And the Buddha said, no, there's too much flux. Everything is changing all of the time in all of these aggregates. So it's hard to imagine a self being there. So one thing he's saying the self is kind of, it has this kind of substantial persistence. There's one other thing we can infer about his conception of the self from the argument he delivers here. And that is that the self is associated with control. And the way we know that is that the second basic argument he makes after the impermanence argument is, he goes around the aggregates and he says, like feeling, for example, he says, if feeling were self, then feeling would not lead to affliction, and the deal would be that you could just say, may my feelings be like this, or may my feelings be like that. In other words, you could just control them. He says the same thing about the form, the body. If it were self, you'd be able to control it. It would be under control, okay? And by the way, you may not buy these arguments, but for now the main thing is just to lay them out. They are not intuitively clear to everyone. It's important, there's a distinction here that needs to be made, okay? When the Buddha talks about control, he's not saying apparently what we might guess that he would say about the self and control. You might guess he'd say the self is the CEO. It's the thing in control. It's the thing that asserts control. In this sermon, at least, he's saying the self should be under control. That seems to be part of his definition of a self. The self's house should be in order. Now, that may mean that there is also a controller within the self. For all we know, what he says in this sermon doesn't exclude that. And in fact, there's another sermon in which he kind of suggests as much, another discourse, and that's worth getting into just a little. I personally find it kind of amusing. It involves this character named Agavesana, who's kind of an annoying character. He denies the Buddha's teaching on the self. He says, no, feeling is self, perception is self, mental formations are self. And he confronts the Buddha. He seems to think he can win a debate with the Buddha. Now, if you want my advice, it is do not debate the Buddha on matters of Buddhist doctrine. The Buddhist scriptures are full of cases where the Buddha encounters someone who doesn't understand the doctrines or wants to deny them, and they sometimes challenge him. They never win. But in this case, he is challenged. Agavesana is sure that he can win this debate with the Buddha, so he takes him on. He repeats, yes, this is self, this is self, this is self, this is self, exactly what the Buddha denies. And here's how the Buddha handles it. He says, okay, tell me, Agavesana, a king, and even names some kings, does a king have the power within his domain to say who should be executed, who should be banished, and so on? And Agavesana says, yes, he has, and he should have that power. And the Buddha says, well, tell me, do you have the power to say of your form, of your body, let my body be like this, let my body be like that? And Agavesana falls silent. He doesn't say anything. The Buddha asks him again. Agavesana still doesn't say anything. And at this point, the Buddha brings out a rule that I didn't realize existed. He says, you have to understand, there's this rule that if someone refuses to answer a legitimate question asked by the Buddha 3 times in a row, that person's head will be split into 7 pieces. And as if to drive this point home, a spirit appears above Agavesana's head, wielding an iron thunderbolt, and threatens to split his head open. So far as I know, this is the closest that anyone has ever come to actually having their head explode, as Ajahn Chah warned, while trying to apprehend the not-self concept. And it actually didn't happen in this case. He gives in. He says, you're right. I don't have control ultimately over my body, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. So in this case, the Buddha is invoking the kind of what we would call today the CEO metaphor, the closest thing to it, the king. He does seem to be kind of associating, in a certain sense, the self with the controller, and not just asserting that it should be itself under control. But in any event, what's clear is that the Buddha says the self is about control. The self is about kind of persistence through time, a kind of solid, some sort of solid core that persists. And these things are lacking throughout the aggregates, and that's the end of the story. Now, a lot of people find this a little unsettling. I mean, we think of ourselves as having these selves, you know, and we think there is a CEO in here. It's me, it's myself. I am in charge. And we also think that, you know, I have endured through time. You know, it's the same CEO in some sense that it was when I was 12. Well, if this interpretation is true, and I've given you kind of the standard interpretation of the Buddha's foundational discourse on the not-self, then there's bad news. Then you know, if that is your conception of the self, and if you like it, that the self is, there isn't the control within you that you would maybe imagine or hope for, and there is not the permanence of self that you might have imagined. Now, you may, in addition to not buying this or resisting it, you may wonder, well, why does this matter? Let's suppose it's true. This just doesn't seem like news I can use. What do I do with this idea that the self doesn't exist? Okay, well, that's what we're going to address in the next segment, and we are going to explore the alternative interpretation to the interpretation I've just given you. And as you'll see, that may be, in a way, a more user-friendly interpretation, maybe an interpretation that does you more good, that you can get more out of. In the first segment of this lecture, we saw two things. First, that the Buddha, in his famous discourse on the not-self, says that you will not find the self in any of these 5 aggregates. And second, that this is considered a very, very important fact. Now, what may not be clear to you is, why is this considered so important? I mean, what is the connection between this idea that there is not a self and the Buddha's larger mission of ending suffering, ending dukkha? You know, after all, supposedly he delivered this discourse right after the discourse about the Four Noble Truths, and these monks were enlightened upon hearing this discourse, but it's kind of not clear why. Why exactly is the doctrine so important? It doesn't take long to explain why logically this teaching might have led to the enlightenment of the monks, so we'll just spend a couple of minutes on that. But then that is going to lead to an interesting question. Is it possible that when the Buddha said you won't find the self in these 5 aggregates, he did not mean to deny the existence of the self altogether? That is the view of some scholars, maybe not a majority, but of some scholars. I think it's at least a plausible view, worth hearing, and it may have important implications, because some people may find this a more useful teaching than the more conventionally accepted teaching that the self does not exist. As for the question of how the Buddha's teaching led to the enlightenment of these monks, to their liberation from suffering, well, here's an important clue. These 5 aggregates are sometimes called the 5 aggregates of clinging. You probably remember this term clinging from an earlier lecture when we talked about the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha's diagnosis of the human predicament. He said that the source of our dukkha, our suffering, the unsatisfactoriness of life, is craving for things and clinging to things that are not going to last forever. Now, normally when you think about clinging to things, you think about things that are kind of out there in the world. I used my own favorite example, powdered sugar donuts, and you imagine yourself kind of clinging to the donuts themselves. But when you think about it, the clinging is going to have to be mediated by the aggregates. I mean, there can't be direct contact between your mind and the donuts, right? The way you apprehend the donuts is, well, first of all, you have this perception of the donuts, whether you see them, feel them, taste them. The perception may be associated with a positive feeling, and that leads you to crave and to cling to the donuts. And even leaving aside the way that things in the outside, the clinging to things on the outside of your body can be mediated by these aggregates, there are things just floating around in here that you might cling to. For example, opinions, which would be in the realm of mental formations. You know, if you cling to them, you'll wind up arguing with people needlessly. You may get sad when people reject your opinions and so on. That's a form of attachment, of clinging. So basically all forms of clinging, the Buddha apparently concluded, could be taken care of if you could just get these monks to quit clinging to these aggregates, okay? And the way he accomplishes this is there's a kind of refrain in this sermon. He goes from aggregate to aggregate and says that, you know, in conclusion, this is not mine, this I am not, this is not myself. He says that kind of three-part refrain about all of the aggregates. And apparently the idea is that once the monks realize these things are not part of themselves, then they will let go of them. Now, I'm not sure it would happen so automatically in my case. If you convince me that in some sense myself isn't in these things, I don't imagine my desire for donuts just vanishing miraculously, but that is said to have happened. To put a slightly finer point on the logic of this, what the Buddha says, he explains to the monks, look, a really, a disciple who gets the picture, upon seeing that this is not mine, this I am not, this is not myself, will become disenchanted with each of these five aggregates. And upon being disenchanted, he will become dispassionate. And upon losing the passion, upon becoming dispassionate, he will be released. He will be liberated. That's what the Buddha says. He will be liberated. Now, this leads to a question and possibly a paradox. The Buddha says that you let go of all this stuff and you will be liberated. Okay, but where are you once you're liberated on this map? I mean, didn't we say that according to Buddhist teaching, these five aggregates constitute everything about a person and everything about a person's experience? So I don't quite understand, how this person steps away from all this and remains intact in theory, right? It sounds to me suspiciously like there actually is a self, and the self is being liberated. In any event, it's kind of hard to reconcile this with the basic Buddhist teaching that these five aggregates constitute everything there can be about a person or a person's experience. The idea that you let go of them entirely and you're still around and you're liberated. It's not obvious to me how that works. Now, of course, there are ways of resolving paradoxes. Paradoxes arise in various religions or philosophical systems, and thinkers come along who purport to resolve them. You can do that here. Thinkers have thought about this. I think, we will get into this later, but I think a particularly auspicious possibility is to think about the possibility that maybe consciousness is what's liberated. There are other Buddhist teachings where that kind of seems to be the idea, but the fact is that in that one sermon, he talks about clinging to consciousness and then letting go of the clinging. So it seems like there's something that winds up outside of the system. Well, there's an alternative to trying to actually resolve the paradox. We can just ask the question of, is it possible that the interpretation of this discourse has been wrong all along? Maybe he did not mean to assert that there is no such thing as a self at all. I mean, after all, in the sermon, he never says flat out, there is no self, no such self exists. And you might reply, well, okay, he doesn't say that, but we know that in Buddhist thought, these 5 aggregates constitute everything there is. So when he goes through and says no self here, 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 he's saying self can't exist. But the fact is, he never says in the sermon, these 5 aggregates constitute everything about a person and the person's experience. Now, both of these things certainly did become Buddhist teaching, that these are exhaustive categories and that the self does not exist. There's no doubt about that. But as for the question of what was meant by this first sermon, there is the real possibility that the idea was not to deny the existence of self. Okay, well, what was the idea? Well, one possibility is that he just looked, he looked at these monks, at the trouble they were having, kind of dealing with things, and he found they were all entangled with these feelings and mental formations. They were attached to their body, and he thought, well, maybe if I put it to them this way, these are not part of the self. Maybe that will be a constructive way to think about it, It's not that he's asserting a metaphysical doctrine. He just says, maybe I should tell them, you don't have to own this stuff. And in a way, when you look at the way he phrases it, that's kind of plausible. I mean, he keeps saying, this is not mine, this I am not, this is not myself. That's a very kind of pragmatically useful way to put it, I don't have to own this, I don't have to identify with this. So that is a real possibility, that this was more of an instrumental doctrine, a pragmatic doctrine, than an assertion of metaphysical truths. Now, I don't have a firm conviction one way or the other as to what was meant in this discourse. I would have to go through reams of Buddhist teaching to arrive at some sort of confident opinion. However, I do know someone who has gone through reams of Buddhist teaching. We've already met him in an earlier lecture, Bhikkhu Bodhi, who has translated reams of Buddhist teaching, including this particular sermon. And this question of how we should take this doctrine of not self came up in a conversation I had with him, and what he says is really interesting and on point here.
And I would not say that the teaching of non-self means that there is no self or that we don't have a self. Though I would not say that, when I explained it in that way, that it implies that we do have a kind of, absolute, unconditioned, indescribable self, the way some of the Vedantin, the Hindu interpreters of Buddhism try to interpret the Buddha's teaching of non-self. What I would say is that the Buddha uses different modes of discourse depending on the context. And so when he's speaking within what I would call a contemplative context, within the context of insight contemplation, or within the context of the aspiration for liberation, then he takes it that the primary obstacle to the attainment of liberation is the grasping or clinging to the mental and physical components of our being as a self. Or the primary obstacle, we could say, is the view of self that arises in regard to the mental and material constituents of our being, or to the clinging to the notion that I am, that there's some kind of true substantial core at the center of our being. And so in order to debilitate and to eliminate that clinging to the view of self and to the notion of a substantial I, the Buddha teaches not that there is no self, but that all of the objects of clinging are not self. And the objects of clinging are what he sums up in what are called the 5 aggregates, or the 5 constituents: bodily form, feeling, perception, mental functions or volitional activities, and consciousness. So within that framework, that liberative framework, or that framework of contemplative insight, the Buddha teaches that one should contemplate all the constituents of being as not mine, not I, not myself. But in other contexts, what I would call the context of ethical action, or the context of karma and its fruit, the Buddha teaches, again, not that there is a self, but he will use the language of selfhood, saying that, for example, one is responsible for oneself.
Now, reinforcing Bhikkhu Bodhi's view of this is the fact that there is a discourse in the teachings in which the Buddha says that it is unwise to hold as a true and established view either that the self exists for me or that the self does not exist for me. And another thing that may lend some strength to this view is the contention of some scholars that the teachings generally taken as earliest do not include the flat-out assertion that no self exists. And one of the scholars who has made this argument is named Peter Harvey, and he wrote a book called Selfless Minds. It's about this whole early Buddhist conception of the self. And he framed this whole issue in a really interesting way. Here's what he wrote. A philosophical denial is just a view, a theory, which may be agreed with or not. It does not get one actually to examine all the things that one really does identify with, consciously or unconsciously, as self or I. This examination, in a calm meditative context, is what the not-self teaching aims at. It is not so much a thing to be thought about as to be done. So, in a way, we're back to Ajahn Chah, who insisted that we shouldn't try to intellectualize about this no-self thing, because basically he was saying, quit talking about it and just sit down and do it. And I've got to say that in some ways, I like the conception of the teaching that we're talking about here more user-friendly than the teaching as it's conventionally interpreted as being this kind of doctrinaire thing. I think it's in some ways useful, and for some people will be useful, to think of the Buddhist teaching as just a way of framing the issue productively, as kind of instrumental and pragmatic. And here's why I think that. If you look at the liberation of these monks that happens in the course of the discourse on the not-self, it's not necessarily a very appealing sight, I think, for many of us. Because remember, the Buddha says they should become disenchanted from every aspect of the mind and experience. And, you know, that word disenchanted is sometimes translated as estranged from. One translation has it as revulsed by. So in any event, we seem to be talking about a pretty thorough alienation from everything here. And I don't know many people who would look forward to that. And this is a reminder, by the way, that in these discourses, the Buddha is typically talking to monks. They often begin with his greeting the bhikkhus, which means monks. And, you know, that's a very special audience. Remember, in those days, these monks were people who had left society in search of truth and liberation. They were willing to undergo very harsh austerities in search of truth and liberation. In fact, so harsh that the Buddha presented the Eightfold Path, which, as we've seen, is pretty arduous, as a moderate thing, as a middle way that isn't as demanding as what these monks were used to. Well, for an audience like that, they want full-out liberation, and so, you know, an extreme teaching makes sense. For a lot of people, you know, at least certainly to start with, they would like to have more modest goals. And so that's what I like about seeing the teaching of not self as saying basically, look, there's nothing in here that you have to own. There's nothing in here that you have to identify with. This particular hatred, this particular jealousy, this particular sorrow, you don't have to think of it as yours. And in fact, Buddhism offers a technique, which we've discussed, mindfulness meditation, that may help you, in a certain sense, weaken the connection of these things. In a certain sense, even disown them, at least to the extent of not letting them get the kind of traction they used to get and control your thoughts and your subsequent behavior. Now, at the same time, anybody is, of course, is free to go as far as they will, all the way to the sort of liberation that the monks sought. But this interpretation of the teaching leaves room for anybody. It's just you don't have to own anything here. And if you want to own nothing, good luck. Now, it is still the case, even if this interpretation of that sermon is right, there is no denying that the idea of not self, in the sense that the self does not exist, did become part of Buddhist teaching. And it did include this emphasis on the concept of control that we saw in the teaching. In other words, the self as this controller, as this CEO, is thought to not exist. So Buddhaghosa, who is one of the very most important Buddhist thinkers, who lived centuries after the Buddha, said, deeds exist, but no doer is found. And this idea of deeds without a doer has become part of the idea that the self doesn't exist. Things happen, you do stuff, but there's no CEO in there. Meditators often report, those meditators who get so far into the practice that this all makes sense to them, they talk about thoughts without a thinker. They see they see their thoughts, but they become convinced that they're in some sense not the thing that generated the thoughts. And they also, by the way, these meditators often put a lot of emphasis on the other theme we saw in the Buddha's discourse, impermanence. They while meditating, are quite taken by the fluidity of things, and this feeds into their idea that there's no substantial core there. A lot of these meditators who say they have experientially apprehended the idea of not self say it's been very important, made them happier, maybe better people. In some cases, they say it's been absolutely transformative. We're going to be hearing from some of these people, hearing what the experience is like, the experience of not self, and the sense in which it has made a difference. But I want to be in position to assess the validity of their apprehension. In other words, I want to ask not just has it been a useful experience for them, but does it comport with what science is telling us about the structure of the mind? So before we hear from them, we're going to turn to the question of what modern psychology has to say about the self. And we're going to do that in the next segment of this lecture. And we're going to find that actually there's more support for these meditative apprehensions than you might imagine. So now we're going to shift to some new terrain. We're going to move from ancient Buddhist thought to modern psychology. And by modern psychology, I mean psychology starting roughly in the second half of the 20th century. But we're going to stay focused on something that we were looking at in the context of Buddhist thought, which is what to make of this thing that we call the self. What, if anything, it is. And we're going to see some experimental evidence that the thing we think of as the self, the conscious me, the thing I think of as running the show, may not be running as much of the show as we think it is. We may be attributing more power to it than it really deserves. Now, in a way, this idea goes back to pre-modern psychology because, of course, Sigmund Freud became famous for saying that, our behavior is actually controlled to a considerable extent by all these unconscious forces, and the conscious mind isn't as in charge as we think it is. So broadly speaking, you could say that the experimental evidence we're about to see is an affirmation of a Freudian worldview. But I want to emphasize broadly speaking, because when you look at specific ideas that Freud came up with about how exactly the unconscious mind influences the conscious mind in behavior and what the dynamics of that are, some of those ideas don't look very good in light of modern thought. And also, though Freud was very skeptical about the power of the self, some psychologists today would say he really wasn't quite skeptical enough. Freud had basically a three-part model of the mind. There was the id, which harbors these dark animal impulses. There was what he called the superego, which corresponds more or less to the conscience. And then in the middle of things was the ego, the self. And it's true that he emphasized that the self isn't as in charge as it thinks it is, but he did put it right there in the middle, and he did attribute some autonomy to it, some independent power to it. And there are psychologists who, especially in light of some of the experiments we're going to look at, would say that even that model gives kind of too much credit to the self. And some of these psychologists are working on a model of the mind, which we'll come to, which really has no place for the self at all. Okay, now in the kind of modern history of doubt about the power of the self, there's one set of experiments that really are kind of a landmark. And these are known as the split brain experiments. You may well have heard of them, especially if you've taken an introductory psychology course. They've gotten a certain amount of publicity, and they're certainly very memorable because in a way they have some very strange results. Now these experiments involve people whose hemispheres, the two halves of their brains, had been disconnected. Most of us have something called the corpus callosum, a bundle of fibers that connects the two halves of the brain. But these people had had theirs surgically severed, in most cases to control seizures. And when this procedure was first done, you know, it seemed kind of miraculous because it didn't seem to have much effect on behavior aside from controlling the seizures, which is kind of surprising. You'd think that something connecting the two halves of the brain is this really important thing. Who knows what will happen if it gets cut? Well, not much noticeable happened. But then in the 1960s, some researchers, in particular Michael Gazzaniga, came up with a kind of experimental apparatus that got split brain patients to behave in some pretty strange ways. Now, to understand what he did, you have to understand, first of all, that the way the brain works, information in the left half of the visual field enters the right hemisphere, and information on the right half of the visual field enters the left hemisphere. I don't know why natural selection did it that way. I don't think I would have, but that's the way we're set up. So it's possible, if the two halves aren't connected, as in these patients, to put information in one side of the brain that just stays there and doesn't go to the other side. So for example, one kind of thing they did is they would flash a word like nut in the left half of the visual field, which means it entered the right half of the visual field, of the hemisphere, the right hemisphere. And the way they could tell that it didn't get to the left hemisphere is they would say to the patient, "What word do you see?" And the patient would say, "I don't see a word." Now, here's the explanation for that. In most people, it's the left hemisphere that houses the language faculties. So that's the half of the brain that does the talking. So that's the half of the brain that was reporting that it saw nothing. But they had a way of determining that the word nut had made it into the right hemisphere, because the right hemisphere controls the left hand just as the left hemisphere controls the right hand. And they found that if they let the patient rummage through a box of objects, the left hand would seize upon a nut. Okay? Even though you ask the patient, "What word do you see?" Patient says, "I don't see a word." There clearly is somewhere the presence of that word registers and then in turn motivates a behavior, the seizing of the nut. Now this is kind of strange when you think about it, because, you know, ordinarily if a word enters your brain, it enters this conscious field, and if it influences you to do something, you think of yourself as deciding to kind of do something in response to the information, and you can share the information with the world, right? You can talk about what you've seen. In this case, that's not what's going on. The person can't talk about the information, and the person seems to be not conscious. But here, not conscious of the information. But here we have to be careful, because we really have no way of knowing that the right brain is not itself conscious. We know that the conscious left half of the brain didn't see the word, but there's no way for that half of the brain to know whether the right brain is actually experiencing things subjectively, and the right brain can't say. So we don't really know. And it's funny, people have different intuitions about this. Some people tend to say, well, of course it's conscious. The right brain is going to be conscious. It was conscious before they cut the brain in half, right? So naturally, there's going to be some consciousness there. Other people find it weird, almost creepy, to think that, you know, if you're identifying with the left half of the brain, you're the thing that does the talking, as usual. To think that there's somewhere in your body some conscious being that you can't communicate with inhabiting the same body, that strikes some people as very strange and very paradoxical. Okay, there's a second finding from these split brain experiments that adds a kind of a second dimension of strangeness. If you flash an instruction on the left visual field so it enters the right brain, like you say walk, the person will follow it, the person will get up and walk, and then if you ask the person, where are you going? Remember, the answer is going to come from the left brain, which doesn't know the correct answer as to why it got up and started walking. And the left brain tends to come up with an answer. The person will say something like, oh, I'm going to get a soda, and apparently will believe it. That is, the left brain will believe the story, even though it was fabricated on the spot. And that's kind of strange when you think about it. Then there's a third finding that is a little more complicated than these first two. This involves kind of both halves of the brain at the same time in both hands. So what they did was they presented to the left hemisphere the image of a chicken claw, and the right hemisphere saw a picture of a kind of a wintry scene with a lot of snow. And then they let both hands choose from among a number of pictures. And the hand associated with the left hemisphere, which had seen the chicken claw, chose a chicken, obviously, reasonably enough. And the hand associated with the right hemisphere, which had seen the winter scene, the snowy scene, chose a snow shovel, which also makes sense. And then they asked the person, okay, why did you make these choices? And remember, the answer's coming from the left brain. And the person first says, well, the chicken claw goes with the chicken, and that's, the left brain knew both of those things, knew about the chicken and the chicken claw. And then the person looks down at his hands and sees that one of the hands, unbeknownst to the left hemisphere, has chosen a shovel and says, well, you need a shovel to clean out the chicken shed. So the person came up with this story that makes sense. It's coherent. It's just not true. Okay, so what's the main takeaway from that set of experiments? I would say two basic things. First of all, those experiments suggest, but don't prove by any means, that the conscious self is capable of greatly overestimating the amount of influence it's exerting on behavior. Secondly, the experiments suggest, but again don't prove, that the conscious self can promulgate and apparently believe wildly untrue stories about the actual motivation of a person. Now, the reason I say suggest but not prove is that, remember, these were not anatomically normal people. So we're not really seeing the conscious self work as it's normally wired. The findings are certainly very suggestive, but it's hard to conclude much with confidence about the self as it normally exists. The most we can say is that this left hemisphere, which some people do think is the seat of consciousness and does seem to be the seat of language, at least in most people, that is capable of these kinds of delusions, at least when it is severed from the rest of the brain. So how can we study anatomically normal people? Well, it's harder to come up with such exotic results as we saw in the split brain experiments, but psychologists have managed to establish that people are sometimes not conscious of the actual motivation of their behavior, and that they may actually kind of come up with stories about the actual motivation when they don't know the real motivation. So a kind of classic in this field is a study that was done several decades ago by Richard Nisbett and Timothy Wilson. It involved pantyhose, 4 pair of pantyhose, that were arrayed in front of people for them to examine the way a shopper would examine pantyhose. And one thing they found is that people had a strong tendency to choose, when asked which was their favorite pair of pantyhose, to choose the pair on the far right. For whatever reason, people tend to do that in that kind of setup. The people weren't aware that that was influencing their judgment, because when they were asked, well, why did you make this choice? All the people who had chosen the one on the far right didn't say, well, because it's the one on the far right. They came up with other reasons. They would talk about the texture of the pantyhose, or, you know, I like the way it's slightly more opaque than the other pantyhose. But in fact, all the pantyhose were identical. They were the same brand, same model. So, you know, the subjects hadn't been told this, but clearly these people were kind of straining to come up with a reason for having done what they had done for a reason they didn't understand. Now, a lot of experimentation has been done on unconscious motivation, or motivation that we're not aware of, using subliminal techniques. That is, presenting information in a way that does not enter the conscious mind, but still does influence behavior. Typically, you would flash the information so briefly on a screen, say, that the person is not aware of having seen it, but sometimes it does influence behavior. One study in particular that I think is worth talking about. Now, subjects were brought in, and they were told, here's a hand grip. The harder you squeeze it, the more money you're going to make. And on each trial, it will be randomly determined whether what you earned, whether the maximum payoff was a penny or a pound. This is in England, okay? So it's a penny or a pound. Pound is, of course, a whole lot more than a penny. Now, as the subjects looked at the computer screen, where they were going to see a gauge of how forcefully they were squeezing the grip, before they gripped the grip, a pattern appeared on the screen. It was just a kind of abstract circular pattern for a fraction of a second, but long enough to see. And then that would be replaced in the same circumference by an image of a coin. It would be either a penny or pound. And then that would be replaced, again, by the pattern that was initially there. So the image of the coin was sandwiched in between the two appearances of this pattern. And in some of the trials, it was done subliminally. The coin was shown so briefly that there was no conscious awareness of having seen the coin. What they found in those cases is that even when people weren't aware of having seen the coin, when the pound was shown, the people did tend to squeeze the grip harder. So first of all, there was that influence. Again, evidence that unconscious things we're not aware of can influence our motivation. But there was another interesting dimension to this study, because it was a brain scan study, and they were scanning a part of the brain that's associated with motivation and emotion. And they found two things. First of all, they found that when they did leave the coin up there long enough for it to enter consciousness, so the people were actually aware of whether they had seen a penny or a pound, then what they found in this brain region was that it got more active when a pound was shown than when a penny was shown. Okay, this is when they're actually conscious of seeing the coin, and they did squeeze harder in the case of seeing the pound. What's interesting to me is they found the same asymmetry in the case of the subliminal presentation of the coin. So when people aren't aware of having seen the coin, they aren't consciously aware of it, that same brain region shows that asymmetry. That is, when the pound is shown, there's more activity in that brain region than when the penny is shown. Now what this suggests, and this is just one interpretation, but it's plausible and interesting, is that maybe, you know, the conscious perception just doesn't matter at all in a situation like this. In other words, the real motivational action is happening there in the physical brain, and the more activated this particular region gets, the harder the person is going to squeeze the grip. This region gets activated, sends a signal to squeeze the grip, and in some cases the person becomes conscious of the activity in the brain because it's that strong or it lasts that long or whatever, and in those cases the person may kind of in a sense, become aware of the motivation and even own it. The person may say, and I don't know, if, you know, in this experiment they didn't ask this question apparently, but the person could conceivably say, well, you know, I felt, you know, when I saw the coin, you know, I obviously decided to squeeze harder. I felt motivated, so I squeezed harder. But maybe the conscious experience of seeing the coin actually didn't add anything to the motivation at all, and all the action is in the strictly physical machine. This interpretation of the findings is not one that the authors of the paper themselves put forward. They did emphasize that, as they put it, consistently the same basal forebrain region underpinned subliminal and conscious motivation. But they didn't get into the various possible interpretations of that really interesting fact. Now, before we finish up this lecture, I want to bring up one more finding from the split brain stuff. There's a kind of experiment you can do with people where you show them like dozens of pictures, and the pictures tell a kind of coherent story, like guy gets up in the morning, gets ready to go to work, goes to work, and then you show them a second bunch of pictures, including a lot of the ones you showed them the first time, but also including some other ones. And you ask them, with each picture, was this in the original group? Did we show you this the first time around? And there's two kinds of new pictures that have been added to the series. One is pictures that weren't shown to the person but make sense and fit into that plot line. So it would be a different picture of the same guy getting ready to go to work, or a different picture of him driving to work or something. And then there are also pictures that don't make any sense in terms of the narrative. The guy's out playing golf, he's going to the zoo, or something like that. Now, what happens with anatomically normal people whose brain hemispheres are still connected is they say, you know, the pictures that are obviously don't fit, they easily reject. You know, no, he wasn't at the zoo. No, he wasn't playing golf. But a fair number of the pictures that make narrative sense, that fit into the storyline, they'll say, yeah, I saw that, even though they in fact didn't. Now, when they do this with split brain patients, they find that the left brain does that same thing, does what an anatomically normal person would do. But when they show these pictures to the right brain and then have the right brain kind of discard pictures in the second round that weren't part of the first round, what they find is that the right brain is, you know, strictly accurate. It not only discards the pictures that obviously don't fit, it also discards the pictures that make narrative sense but weren't part of the original series of pictures. So what this suggests is, first of all, the right brain is about literal truth and detailed orientation. It sees the trees, but not necessarily the forest. Whereas the left brain is more about kind of the gist of the story, the overall plot line, and it may even be willing to live with a certain amount of embellishment if the embellishment fits the story. And that makes sense in a way, because the left brain is, after all, responsible for telling stories to the world. It generates the language. It's the part of the brain that is going to say, well, I saw a guy, you know, he got up, he went to work, and so on. And the main thing is that you get the storyline more or less right, and it's coherent. That's much more important than paying attention to every single detail as you observe the guy. The main thing is to have a story to tell. That's more or less true, okay? And so in that sense, it makes sense that the left brain focuses on the overall plot line. But remember, the left brain doesn't just tell stories about other people, about a guy who got up and went to work. The left brain also tells stories about ourselves to the world. It does kind of the presentation of ourselves to the world through what it says about us and what it says that implicitly reflects upon us. And, you know, we've already discovered that the left brain is capable of, apparently, of buying into massive fabrications. So, you know, it's worth exploring a little more what kinds of stories in anatomically normal people we do tell about ourselves and how true they are or are not. And in the next lecture, we're going to do some of that. We're going to look at our presentation of ourselves, the stories we tell about ourselves, how true are they or aren't they? And it's going to turn out that that subject ties into a much larger subject that we're going to spend most of the next lecture on. And that subject is this emerging theory of the mind that I alluded to earlier, that a growing number of psychologists are buying into. And this is a theory of mind called the modular theory of the mind. And some versions of it have no place at all for the self, at least not in anything like the way we've normally conceived of the self. So, if you ask the question, well, wait, if the Buddhists are right, there are deeds, but there is no doer. There are thoughts, but there is no thinker. Then how do the deeds get done? What decides what deeds get done? How do the thoughts get generated? Well, the theory we're going to talk about in the next lecture is the best candidate I'm aware of in modern psychology for answering that question. So I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome to week 3 of office hours. Can't believe that we're halfway through the course and I still haven't cleaned up my office. This week we're going to talk about a number of things, certainly including the kind of hard to wrap your mind around idea of not self, which I discussed in this week's lecture. But I want to start out with the arguably more important subject of my dog, Fraser. Last week, when Fraser made an appearance on Office Hours, and I mentioned that Fraser was a less Buddhist dog than Milo, who also made an appearance. After I said that, some students asked me to elaborate, what exactly do I mean? Well, Fraser is very prone to cravings and attachments. He, for example, is very attached to the idea of taking a walk. He craves those walks. And by way of illustration, I just want to show you what happens when I ask Fraser if he wants to go for a walk. Go for a walk? Okay, then we will. Okay, so you get the picture right. I mean, Fraser just does not seem to have taken the 3rd and 4th Noble Truths to heart. He's just not showing signs of letting go of that thirst that he's going to have to let go of if he wants to attain nirvana. I think also another thing that's getting in his way is he's having trouble really grasping the concept of not self, which many of us are, including me. And we're going to talk about that later. But first I want to talk about another issue that Fraser raises in that little video clip, which is that, he seems pretty joyful there. I mean, he seems happy, right? And one question that a number of students have asked, going back a couple of weeks now, is, does the Buddhist path kind of, does it dampen your joys and your exhilarations? Does the equanimity it promises entail that? And I think it's a difficult question that can't easily be dismissed, and assumes various forms. Here's one form that came from Rachel Imsland this was on Facebook. Does being mindful mean that one should attempt to let go of like or dislike? What about food or art? Should I start eating strictly bland food? Does being mindful mean I should avoid liking and disliking a work of visual art or music, but rather pay objective awareness and attention to what I see or hear? In that particular realm, in the realm of aesthetic appreciation, my own experience is that, if anything, that kind of appreciation is actually enhanced by mindfulness. And I'm talking mainly now about the way I've kind of, the state I've gotten into in the course of meditation retreats. And I think that's a pretty common report. Now, does that mean you shouldn't make negative judgments about, aesthetic things, music or whatever, or visual art? I guess what I would say, I don't personally, I don't have any strong guidance one way or the other. But I think I would say you may find that some of your grounds for judging things negatively kind of tend to evaporate. You may find that your aesthetic judgments really are more purely about aesthetics, with fewer extraneous factors kind of corrupting the judgment, so to speak. If you get like really, really super mindful and go way far down the meditation path, where again, I haven't been, except to the extent that being on a meditation retreat, kind of gives you a glimpse of that. I mean, aside from that, I do my daily meditation, but not with a kind of dedication that would entitle you to answer the kinds of questions I am now answering, even though I'm not entitled to. Okay. On the other hand, I would say that when it comes to the exhilarations, this is really the Fraser question, right? The exhilarations that you feel, are they going to be dampened if you attain the kind of equanimity that is part of the idea here? I think maybe there the answer is yes to some extent. I mean, I think good news is you'll spend less time going, oh God, everybody hates me. Bad news is, if you consider this bad news, you'll spend less time reveling in the admiration that you perceive. Oh, everyone loves me. Oh, that presentation was a triumph. I kind of think along that dimension, you will see both the highs and the lows being compressed. That's more a guess than anything else. And here I would invite reactions from people who are, who consider themselves very far along the path. There's a great thread in the discussion forum on the Coursera site called, I think, Ask the Buddhists, where a number of very serious Buddhists from different traditions have made themselves available to answer questions about Buddhism. And I'd be interested in what they have to say about these kinds of things. And there are other forms that this very kind of question can assume. And here is one of the more challenging ones, and it was put in almost identical form by Bella Kaul, Kaul, on in the discussion forum, and by Anastasia Hudson on Facebook. Bella says, "What about love? If we detach from the feeling of love, then are we detaching ourselves from our feelings for our children, parents, loved ones?" Anastasia says, "But how can one be free from attachments in love to a spouse or a kid or a relative?" I think this is very hard. I mean, the standard, what seems to me to be the standard answer that you may get from a meditation teacher is, well, you can separate love from attachment. You can love without attachment. It sounds great in theory. And I think there's one sense in which it's clearly true. If by attachment you mean kind of clinging in a controlling way, certainly the kind of cliche, loving is letting go, is, I think, basically true. And it's certainly possible to love and yet give up on trying to control what the person does, the destiny, give up on trying to remake your child in your image, or your mate in your image, or whatever else. That's certainly possible. But a context in which this is often addressed, this issue, is I'm suffering because I'm so worried about my child, or because my child is actually suffering. And I know that, and it's making me suffer. And I have heard people in response to that issue say, well, you have to separate love from attachment. Well, there, I would like to hear from people who have successfully done that. I have talked to people who, well, I won't get into that. That's too complicated. But I think it's very, very hard, and I'd like to know what exactly it would mean to manage to kind of insulate yourself from the suffering of your own child and yet love them as fully as you ever did. that seems to be challenging. Not necessarily impossible, but that's another area where I'd love to hear, I'd love to ask the Buddhists in the Ask the Buddhists discussion forum. Now, another form of this general question of don't we lose don't we throw out some good along with the bad in the Buddhist path? Again, different forms, well, I should say roughly the same form of the question comes from two people, one in Facebook, one in the discussion forum. Anna Walsh-Greeny asks, if you become detached and cynical about your feelings, do you begin to lose empathy? Katharina Brugabors, whose name I think I can guarantee you I've just mispronounced, says, I understand that Buddhism does not teach to be without emotions, and so on, but then she asks, but could you describe the state of what it feels like to be compassionate but not attached? Okay, so I take these to be applying, these questions to be applying, beyond the realm of kin and loved ones, but just, they're about the question of can you feel compassion if you're kind of far along the path? Well, certainly, a lot of people say they do, and it's a specific kind of emphasis in Buddhism, the cultivation of empathy and compassion. There is this thing called loving kindness meditation, or metta meditation. Metta is the Pali word for loving kindness. So it is certainly part of Buddhism to specifically cultivate that. Whether if you get really far along the path, you are not as kind of emotionally engaged in, you don't really feel the suffering of others as intensely as you might have previously. That's again a question it's a good question. I would throw it out to really serious Buddhists. But one thing, a question I would ask though, of people who like Anna and Katharina are asking about compassion is, do you feel that right now you really deploy compassion and empathy kind of evenly across humanity? Because if you do, you're doing way better than most of us. It is human nature. It is, human nature as created by natural selection to not do that and to manage to be really indifferent to the suffering of a lot of people. But certainly it is human nature. What we naturally do is focus our compassion, our empathy, more on certain kinds of people, kin, friends, and so on. So I would just suggest that, even if it turned out that you felt that there was some diminishing of the most intense empathy you feel for some people as a result of doing really, really serious meditative practice, you might find that you're also letting go of some impediments to feeling compassion and empathy more broadly for people you hadn't been feeling it for. Okay, so could be, in a certain sense, a net gain. But again, I'd like to hear what others say. Finally, along this, in this general area of do we lose some good things along with the bad things we leave behind, Carol Schatz, who's actually responding to what I quoted Rachel saying earlier. She says, she has somewhat the same question as Rachel. Today I was angry at a comment someone made about someone I like. That anger might lead me to take some action to protect that person. If I dismiss that anger or neutralize it, where does my action toward justice go? Here, I think the standard answer is that losing some of the intensity of your moral indignation, which could conceivably happen, doesn't mean losing your capacity to act skillfully, as they say, to intervene skillfully to correct injustices that you perceive. That's the standard answer. Not one I'm necessarily vouching for, but it's what is said. What I would add to that is, again, a question kind of like the one I just asked about empathy. You know, are you sure that right now, when you feel righteous anger on behalf of someone, that it's clear perception that is leading you to feel the righteous anger? It's interesting that you said, today I was angry at a comment someone made about someone I like. This is the standard thing for all of us, is to be most angry at affronts to people that we like or that we're related to. And certainly, I think, it is my view, that we are designed by natural selection to be biased in that regard, to actually not see clearly and objectively in terms of who is in the right here and who is in the wrong when someone that we like is involved. So here again, I would say, it's possible, even if some of the intensity of your righteous indignation were lost, it may be that your actual perception of injustice is more acute and more balanced. In which case, anything you do to correct it is going to be presumably more justly oriented, I guess. Okay, now on to not self. Possibly the most difficult teaching in all of Buddhism, so it's not surprising that a lot of students were left kind of trying to make sense of it. I think Lawrence Dawson in the discussion forum gets the trophy for the most creative synthesis of two different elements of these lectures. He suggests that maybe the self that we get attached to is something that tends to be personified, analogous to the way Professor Wright personifies natural selection. It's a useful abstraction, but not something we should attach too much significance to, since it is merely an abstraction for an aggregate of aggregates, as you put it. He was responding to another commenter. The analogy with natural selection is interesting, because I do think a lot of the spirit of the teaching about not self is that that what we're calling the self is very much just a process in interaction with the outside world, whereas we think of it as something almost more static and certainly more kind of substantial and kind of coherent through time, I guess. Relatedly, William Woods on Facebook said, how about instead of locating the I or self or the noun, but instead the verb? If he means to suggest that what we call the self is less like a noun, more like a verb, I think that is a good metaphor, and does capture, I think, the spirit of some of the teaching. Anonymous says the following, and by the way, who better qualified to opine on the not self doctrine than someone whose name is no name, not name? That's what anonymous means. So I think we can attach some authority to whatever anonymous says, and in fact it's actually it's very good what anonymous says, and to the point, I suggest that maybe the idea of self is maybe the five aggregates aren't part of our self because they aren't authentic. In other words, they're not authentic because the aggregates are quickly shaped by outside forces, other people, experiences, desires, expectations. I didn't get into this in the lectures, but this too is very much in the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. There's a great awareness of the way causes impinge on our behavior, and that's another sense in which Buddhist teaching is very kind of modern and scientific in spirit. The term conditions, as it's translated into English, is maybe not exactly what the word causes means to us, but it's close. So when you hear the emphasis on conditions, you are hearing an emphasis on the role that circumstance and causes in your environment play, and that is part of the idea here. I think that if you acknowledge how much of our behavior is just a response to what's coming in. You know, it's like input, output. You could start to ask, well, then where is the role for a truly autonomous self that's really autonomously generating stuff? You know, it seems to be largely a kind of responsive process, you know, like a computer program. There's inputs, there's an algorithm in there for translating inputs into outputs, but still it's the inputs causing the outputs in a sense. So why posit a self in a computer? I don't want to suggest that Buddhism is entirely deterministic, that there's no role for volition or free will. I think that would be misleading. Still, there's certainly an awareness of the extent to which our behavior is caused in much the sense that a modern behavioral scientist would say it's caused. Wee Wen Hu, if I'm pronouncing that right, asks, this on Facebook, I would like to know Professor Wright's definition of self, and goes on. I just want to emphasize, my definition of self doesn't matter, and it's not that's not what I was trying to convey. I was trying to get at what the Buddha meant by self. Volumes have been written on this, so I was just kind of focusing on what we can infer from his most famous discourse on the not self about what he meant. And I said there are two properties he seems to be attaching to the self. Control, it's about control, and also about persistence through time. So those are two properties that seem to have been clearly on his mind when he talked about the self, which doesn't mean there weren't more. But again, volumes have been written about this. Now, kind of relatedly, Jennifer Hawkins in the discussion forum asks, why does the self need to have control? Can't there be a self who doesn't control the emotions it experiences in reaction to stimuli? I guess she says, sure, you can define self any way you want. I mean, for the Buddha, it was about control. But yes, you can come up with another definition of self and argue that kind of self exists. Similarly, Kathy Peabody Ong, I think, A-N-G, says, still having trouble grasping the idea of non-self. Isn't it myself that is observing the thoughts during mindfulness meditation? Again, you can say that's myself. Maybe it's not the doer of deeds, but it's the observer. And that is something that is sometimes said in this context. There's certainly something going on. There is awareness, right? I mean, they have to, the most fervent advocate of the not-self doctrine has to concede that there is awareness. What you may hear from people who have had profound meditative experiences along this dimension is that, yes, but they also perceive that the awareness isn't really confined to their head in a certain sense. I mean, yes, that's a perspective from which they're seeing things, but they may say they now perceive that awareness is some kind of universal field or something, and this is just one point of access to it. There's various kinds of things they say, but what no one that I know of denies is the existence of awareness, and that's good. I'm in favor of awareness, and if you want to call that the self, that is a kind of self. If you want to use the term that way, that's fine. Lucy Whitehead, I think on Facebook, said, so are you saying that the self, the I, might be a story that the left side of the brain tells to itself? I didn't say that, but it's an interesting thought. I mean, I'd be a little careful about how precisely anatomical I get in designating, particular functions to parts of the brain, but certainly that is an interesting conjecture consistent with what I said in the lecture. Some people got a little freaked out by the concept of not self. I mean, like it really bothered them and made them kind of worry. I know there's one person in the discussion forum who expressed that. And there was, by the way, a really nice interaction, I thought, in response to that in the discussion forum. I mean, somebody said, well, what is it that worries you about it? And they kind of talked it through. And last time I checked, it was a very nice conversation. And I want to say in general, the tenor on the discussion forum has, I think, just been kind of wonderfully civil. I've had experience with a lot of discussion forums that were not so civil. And before I taught this course, somebody I know who had just taught a Coursera course, warned me, like, the commenters can be brutal. And I don't know so far what exactly he's talking about. Everybody, I mean, I haven't seen every single comment, and maybe not every single comment has been a picture of decorum, but people have been very nice to me, and so far as I can tell, they've been nice to each other. My advice to this professor is next time he teaches a course on the Coursera platform, make sure it's about Buddhism, because I think you get a particularly thoughtful, in both senses of the word, group of people in your discussion forum. Anyway, you know, in response to people who get really troubled by the not self concept, I want to emphasize, even in you know, according to Buddhist doctrine, it is, the self does exist in what is called a conventional sense, or sometimes a relative sense. Its existence is denied in an ultimate sense, but it is certainly considered fine to go talking about yourself and, you know, yes, I'll be there tomorrow, and you know, you can say stuff like that. And in general, I wouldn't worry too much about the possibility. And again, the whole thing is so thorny, the whole issue, that I think you have to just say, I have to just say it's a possibility, having not myself had a profound meditative experience of not self, although I've had inklings. And by the way, we will get later in the course, we will get more testimony from kind of adept meditators about the not self experience, in particular in lectures 5 and lecture 6. But anyway, what I would say is don't get too caught up in the possibility that in some ultimate sense the self doesn't exist. And in this regard, I would just point to an interesting post by Emily Holdsworth in the discussion forum. That the title of the thread she started was, "Would anyone like to have a go at explaining this concept of not self to an 8 to 12-year-olds?" And I guess she was giving some thought to doing that. Finally, after discussing this with somebody named WF, she said, maybe, you know what she should do? She said, I might want to share a bit of it, the teaching of not self. The idea that unpleasant thoughts are not permanent aspects of self in order to ease the child's mind, that they come and go and are a part of life. You know, I think that's not only a good way to approach it with 8 to 12-year-olds, but not a bad way to approach it with you know, 12 to 99-year-olds. You know, especially, you know, beginning meditators and you know, moderately serious meditators. As I tried to suggest in the second segment of this last lecture, I think a very healthy approach to the not self doctrine is just to look at it that way for now. Just like, hey, I don't have to own this particular emotion. I don't have to think of that as part of myself. Here's a practice, meditative practice, that actually helps me not own these things, not cling to these things so firmly when it's not healthful to do so. Now that may lead you down a meditative path as you get better and better at letting go of more and more baggage. That may lead you down a meditative path until you get to a point where you become convinced that in some ultimate sense the self doesn't exist. And at that point, you know, you're God bless you. You know, that's you may be getting close to enlightenment. Certainly, you will have gotten a lot further than Fraser has gotten, which is good. But that's what that would be my advice on not self. Okay, just quickly, some questions that were left over from previous lectures by and large. So on Twitter, in response to lecture number 2, Katya Prokina wrote, I don't think it helps recognizing rage is useless from an evolutionary standpoint when you're actually in rage. I agree. Can you hear Fraser and Milo, by the way? they are enraged at this point, and they are unable to do anything about it. In any event, this is true. This is what the meditation is for. This is what the mindfulness meditation is for. I mean, evolutionary psychology is very good at highlighting absurdly counterproductive or unproductive things about us, and our tendencies and our perceptions. It's not good at telling us what to do about them. That's not its job. It's science, not therapy. But I have found mindfulness meditation to be particularly well suited to that part of the job. Matthew Lindsay tweets, how can Buddhism strip away delusions caused by natural selection? Aren't they hardwired? I've never liked the term hardwired because almost nothing is truly hardwired, right? There's almost nothing we can't change through whatever therapy, pharmacology, surgery, something, right? But it's true that some of these tendencies and delusions that we're working on are deeply entrenched. Some of them are deeply entrenched and conspicuous, like rage, and some of them were still, in a way, more challenging still, are deeply entrenched and subtle. And in those cases, the mindfulness meditation is useful, not just in doing something about them, but in perceiving them in the first place, becoming aware of the problem to begin with. Sartorato Diego on Facebook asks, if Buddhism is, in a sense, a rebellion against the logic of natural selection, how come the brain is wired for that subversion? How did natural selection take us to a point where we can somehow modify the standard programming of the brain? Is it an evolutionary advantage? Well, I wouldn't say it was designed by natural selection to subvert natural selection per se, but, well, let me actually just turn the floor over to another commenter. This comes from the discussion forum. Derek Newby asks, when we talk about the products of natural selection, are we including only the more primitive instincts like fear and desire that were useful in the survival of the species? Shouldn't we also include the higher order thinking capacity that has also been naturally selected and which seems to be the tool we can use to diagnose the causes of suffering and the path to alleviating it? In that sense, the products of natural selection, the things that define human nature, are both the cause of suffering and the source of our ability to rise above it. Yes, I think I would just let that stand as a reasonable, quite reasonable observation. So that's it for office hours. Week 3, we'll be back next week. I know what you're wondering. Sure, Bob will be there, but will Fraser and Milo be there? I do think there's a chance we'll see another appearance by Fraser and or Milo. So you may want to show up. Thank you. So in the last lecture, we saw some evidence that human beings are very inclined to have a story about why they do the things they do, and that sometimes they seem capable of generating false stories. So for example, if shoppers are unconsciously drawn to products that happen to sit on a particular part of the shelf, and you ask them, why do you prefer that product? They tend to come up with the claim that it has some special property that other products don't have, when in fact, all of the products on the shelf have exactly the same properties. And they seem to believe this when they say it. It's as if we're designed to convince the world that we have coherent motivations, and in the process, we convince ourselves of that. Now, this raises a question. I mean, as long as we're going to shade the truth in this one regard, why not shade the truth in other ways? As long as we're going to claim that we have a coherent motivation, why not claim that we have pure motivations, that we're good people? And why don't we, in other respects, burnish our reputations? After all, you can imagine ways that during evolution, if our ancestors could impress people and preserve a good reputation, that could help them get their genes into the next generation. So maybe there's a kind of a built-in tendency to do this kind of self-promotion. Well, as we're going to see, there is a fair amount of evidence that people pretty naturally do self-promotion. And there are some psychologists who think that actually one of the main functions of what we ordinarily think of as the conscious self is to assist in this kind of self-promotion effort. One of these psychologists is named Rob Kurzban, and he's at Penn, the University of Pennsylvania. And I had a conversation with him about this recently, and as you'll see, he starts off by giving me some bad news about myself. Okay, so are you saying that the me that I think of as me is not in control, the Bob?
Yeah, so I sort of think of the me that you think of as Bob as a little bit more like a press secretary or public relations department, which is sort of broadcasting things out into the world that are useful for Bob, maintaining your reputation and so on. But really, there's a lot of decision-making going on that you have no conscious access to, that none of us sort of really know about. So what this means is that we don't always understand the motives behind our own actions. And this unitary sense of self is more, again, this kind of broadcast medium as opposed to all these different bits and pieces that are doing the actual work.
Another term for those bits and pieces that Rob Kurzban referred to at the end there is modules. As I've suggested, there is this thing called the modular view of the mind, which doesn't include a self as we ordinarily conceive of the self. And Rob is an adherent of this view, of this theory, and in fact he wrote a book whose subtitle is Evolution in the Modular Mind. The title of the book is Why Everyone Else is a Hypocrite. Now in this lecture we're going to talk about the modular view of the mind, but I want to start by spending some time fleshing out the idea that what we think of as the conscious self is largely in the public relations business. As we'll see, this idea fits very naturally into a modular view of the mind, and it also, of course, fits naturally alongside this general Buddhist theme that we tend not to see things clearly. We have illusions, certainly including illusions about ourselves. In 1980, a psychologist named Anthony Greenwald coined the term benefactance to describe the way people naturally present themselves to other people. It's a compound word. First half comes from the word beneficial, meaning that we tend to present ourselves as helpful, as beneficial to others. The second half of the word comes from effective, so we present ourselves as capable, competent, successful. And a lot of evidence has piled up, a lot of it since he coined the term, to suggest that he was onto something. So for example, along a lot of dimensions of skill, ranging from social skill to athletic skill, most people, when asked, will describe themselves as above average. You know, when you do the math, it can't be the truth that most people are above average. And this kind of view of ourself turns out to be very resistant to actual evidence. So there was one study where they looked at 50 drivers who had recently been hospitalized because of car accidents, and in more than 2/3 of those cases, the police had determined that they were at fault. And they asked these people, you know, they showed them a spectrum from very poor driver to expert driver, and they asked them, where do you fit along this spectrum? And then they did the same thing with a control group, people who had no black marks on their records. They asked them to rate their driving ability, and the two groups rated themselves almost identically. In both cases, it was near the expert end of the spectrum. Now, one thing that allows us to resist that kind of evidence is the way we kind of naturally interpret negative outcomes. There's a human tendency to explain away negative outcomes as being due to something other than yourself, being due to luck or some other aspect of external circumstances. And this is the tendency that keeps hustlers in business. By hustlers, I mean people who play sports or games for real money. And one reason they can find people who will lose to them on a sustained basis and yet keep playing is these people convince themselves that they're actually at least as good as the person who keeps beating them. It's just that they keep having bad luck. You know, it's the shot on the 17th hole that one more yard and it wouldn't have hit the water, or in backgammon, it's one single roll of the dice explains why they lost. These things may be true, but what they're not noticing is that when the other person loses, they have similar explanations, and maybe sometimes even when the other person's winning, they did it in spite of a lot of bad luck, but we don't notice the bad luck that other people have. So we have this tendency to not focus on ourselves in explaining negative outcomes, but to focus on ourselves when the outcomes are positive. And this happens not just in individual contexts, but in team contexts, when we assess how much we contributed to a team effort. And there's one study of academics who had co-authored papers, and of course getting a paper published in a journal is a success in itself. So they asked these people, well, how much of the overall effort were you responsible for? You know, when there were multiple authors, did you do 20%, 40% of the work? And it turned out in the average 4-person team, where papers had 4 co-authors, the total of claimed credit was 140% when they added up the evaluations of the people. So in a 4-person team, the average person was claiming more than 1/3 of the credit for the outcome. Now this finding covers both halves of the word benefactance. In other words, to say you contributed a lot to a team effort is both to say you're effective, you're capable, but also to say you were helpful to your teammates. Whereas some of the other findings apply only say to the effective half. If you think that your athletic skills are superb, that's about just being effective. And then some findings apply just more to the beneficial half. So, for example, most people think that they do more good things than the average person and do fewer bad things. So we all believe, apparently, that we're morally upstanding by and large, and possibly more morally upstanding than we actually are. Now, one dynamic that facilitates all of these kind of self-serving beliefs is selective retention, the way the memory filters out certain things. So, for example, it turns out that we are more inclined to remember events that reflect favorably on us than events that reflect unfavorably on us. That doesn't mean we don't have any negative memories. I mean, there are certainly some things that turn out disastrously that you need to remember so you don't repeat the mistake. We do have painful memories, but even so, there's a difference between the negative and the positive memories. The studies show that the positive events we remember in greater detail than the negative events. So it's as if we are preparing ourselves to tell in glorious detail the good things, the things that reflect favorably on us, whereas the negative memories don't seem so designed for retelling. They're to remember and maybe not share. And by the way, when it comes to other people, you don't find this asymmetry. We remember events that reflect unfavorably on other people in just as detailed a fashion as we remember the events that reflect favorably. Some of this stuff may not shock you because people actually are fairly aware of some of these human biases, but they're much more aware of them in other people than in themselves, and they've done studies that show even this. So one study took 8 of these kinds of biases of the sort that I've been describing. These are biases that are pretty well documented. For example, one of them was this tendency of ours to kind of take credit for positive outcomes, say that was due to skill, to hard work, whereas the negative outcomes we may blame on unclear instructions or the fact that we were overworked or something. So it listed this and 7 other things and presented them to people, and you may be able to predict the outcome. Most people, along all 8 dimensions, most people said they suffered from less of these biases than the average person. So we're even biased about how biased we are. And it's kind of remarkable when you think of it. I mean, here you put people in a situation where they are forced to reflect on this apparently deep-seated human tendency toward a self-serving bias. And even that situation doesn't get them to really fully account for the bias in themselves. So all told, I guess you can see how, if one of the lessons of Buddhism is that we see things unclearly, we have illusions, including illusions about ourselves, well, there's a fair amount of evidence to support that view, certainly in this sense. Now, I want to emphasize there are individual differences among people. So, for example, there is such a thing as low self-esteem, people who will deflate themselves in the course of presenting themselves rather than inflate themselves. And by the way, there are evolutionary explanations that are plausible as to why we might be designed to have self-esteem that can go up or down depending on what happens to us. And for that matter, there are all kinds of personality differences between people that might also lead us to, lead some people to do less self-inflation than others, or to do none of it. But the fact that people differ in this respect, and some people don't do the self-inflation, doesn't mean that they're not suffering from illusions. So they did a study, for example, where they took people who had scored high on the extroversion scale, extroverts, and they took people who had scored highly on the neuroticism scale, and they had both of them keep diaries about in particular, things that they had strong emotional responses to. And then later, they had them to recall what had happened without being able to refer to the diaries. And it turned out that the extroverts remembered more positive events than had in fact happened, and the neurotics remembered more negative events than had in fact happened. And I just want to emphasize, both of them were suffering from illusions. Okay, so neither had a clear view of things. So in various ways, the kind of behavioral programming we have, as it plays out and gives rise to certain inclinations, there are various ways it can lead to illusion, to unclear vision, but one way or another, it's very common that it does, and that we're not left with a truly objective perspective on ourselves and things that happen to us. So I hope now you can understand why Rob Kurzban thinks that the thing we think of as the conscious self is largely in the public relations business. And I hope you can imagine why he might even think that this is a built-in tendency engineered by natural selection. And he's certainly not alone in that view. In 1989, the anthropologist Jerome Barkow wrote, "It is possible to argue that the primary evolutionary function of the self is to be the organ of impression management, rather than, as our folk psychology would have it, a decision maker." Now, so far as I know, he may have been the first person to really clearly state the idea that this thing we think of as the kind of executive self was in fact designed by natural selection to be a kind of propaganda machine. So I quoted him saying this in a book I wrote 5 years after he said it, The Moral Animal, my book on evolutionary psychology, and then I added afterwards that there is the possibility as well that the thing he referred to as folk psychology, in other words, this apparently false intuition that the conscious self is the decision maker, that maybe that intuition is also a product of natural selection because it facilitates the propaganda operation, the public relations operation. Because after all, if I'm going to try to convince you that I did something for the most high-minded motives, well, it helps for me to believe that I was there when the decision was made. I made the decision and I know what motives govern the decision. That will help me more convincingly portray myself as being the kind of person I want to portray myself as. And for that matter, there would be other benefits to believing that you are the CEO, that the conscious self is the CEO. And one of these gets back to the beginning of this segment, where I emphasized, coherence of motivation. You can certainly imagine how during evolution it would be to our benefit to present ourselves as to others as having, rational, logical reasons to do what we do. If you think back to the split brain experiment I described in the previous lecture, if you remember the guy who got up and started walking, and they said, "Where are you going?" And he said, "I'm going to get a soda," even though that was not the reason he had gotten up and started walking, although so far as his left hemisphere knew, and that's what was doing the talking, it could have been the reason, but it wasn't the real reason. Well, somebody who says something like that, "I'm going to get a soda," somebody you could do business with, someone you'd be willing to have as a friend, as an ally, as a collaborator, because he seems to have his act together. Whereas if he had said, "It's weird, I just get up, I do stuff, I don't know why, I get up and I walk places, it doesn't make sense to me, I might do any given thing on any given day." Well, that kind of person you're not going to want to be on your team. So that's another reason that it's at least possible that this intuition about the CEO self is what's called an adaptation in biology. That is to say, it was designed by natural selection because it helped ultimately to get genes into the next generation. Now, I want to emphasize this is just conjecture. It will probably be a long time before this matter gets settled. But I do think it's important conjecture because of all of the illusions that Buddhism emphasizes, there's probably none more important than the fundamental illusion about the self along these very lines. And I know also that this conjecture has kind of been floating around a little during this course. In the last lecture we were hinting at it a little, but I do think it's worth dwelling on because it is important. And by way of dwelling on it just a little longer, I want to share with you a little bit more of that conversation with Rob Kurzban, a part of it where we kind of riffed on this idea.
An interesting question that I don't really know what the answer to is, why is that? So why do we all seem so confident that there is one central author of our actions that persists through time, and it's the same guy that, was there when I was a kid, and it's going to be there when I'm an adult? like I said, when I'm an old person, and that it has this persistence over time. And it certainly feels that way. I mean, I get that. Like, I feel that way too. I feel like there's a me in there somewhere. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, it seems to, in a way, follow from the idea that its function is to be the press agent, right? I mean, if it's in our interest to present a story about ourselves as these coherent, in-charge individuals guided by a consistent set of values, then, you know, if that's the story it makes sense for you to present, then that's the story it makes sense for you to believe, and that is the story of a coherent, in-charge self, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think you put your finger on something which I think is really important, which is that these stories that we spin are basically responding to the fact that other people value certain kinds of things in others. For example, they want other people to be logical, consistent, coherent, predictable, and so on. This means that the stories you spin have to have those properties. I mean, you could imagine a world in which it's not like that, where, you know, we just like random people who are, I don't know, unpredictable for whatever reason. But that's not the world we live in. And so the stories that we spin tend to have these properties that make us kind of good sort of social agents, that make us coherent and parsable and understandable and comprehensible. And so exactly as you say, I think that's what the press agent is up to. It's sort of making us appear as though we're good people to have around.
Now, I want to draw your attention to something Rob said early on in that segment, where he referred to one central author of our actions that persists through time, by way of describing the way we normally think of the self. Okay, there are two themes there. When he talks about an author of our actions, he's talking about control. The idea is there is this CEO, this decision maker, things are under control. And when he talks about persistence through time, he's of course talking about a self that has some coherent persistence over time. The me that was me when I was 12 is in some sense the same me as now, and so on. And if you'll think back to the first discourse of the Buddha, which we described in the previous lecture, those are exactly the two themes that the Buddha emphasized, right? He said, if you think that things are really under control, you know, that is our conception of the self. But if you think things are under control, take a look. Things aren't under so much control. And he said, basically, if you think that there is this self that persists through time, why is it that there is so much flux and impermanence in the things we call the self? The things that constitute the self in popular reckoning. And I just think it's kind of amazing that in the 21st century, a psychologist like Rob Kurzban, who claims no special conversancy in Buddhist doctrine, hasn't read the first discourse on the not-self, reaches fundamentally the same view of things that the Buddha reached about 2,500 years ago, which is that the two of the aspects that are most deeply embedded in our notion of the self, our intuitive notion of the self, are probably illusions. The self doesn't persist coherently through time. There's more change than that, and there is no single author of our actions. Of course, this raises the question of, well, what is authoring our actions? I mean, something determines the things we do, the thoughts we think, and so on. Well, this brings us back to the modular view of the mind, which, as I said, offers an answer to that question, and that's what we're going to turn to in the next segment. So I've been promising to talk about this thing called the modular view of the mind, or the modular model of the mind, and I've suggested that maybe it could answer the big question, which is, if the conscious self is not the thing that's directing behavior and directing our thought, well then what is doing that job? And the answer that comes from the modular view of the mind is nothing in particular. That doesn't mean nothing, it just means no single thing is doing the job. Rather, there are a number of these things called modules, and they kind of take turns exerting decisive influence on our thought, our feelings, our behavior. And there's no conscious self kind of picking the module that gets to be in charge at a given moment. It's more like the modules are seizing control of the system. Here's the way it's been put by Michael Gazzaniga. All these modules are not reporting to a department head. It is a free-for-all, a self-organizing system. And Michael Gazzaniga, you may recall, is the person who did the split brain experiments that we discussed in the previous lecture. And what he said there does capture the spirit of a lot of thinking about the modular mind, but I want to emphasize that these are early days in the development of these views about modules in the mind. There's no consensus on a single, highly detailed modular model of the mind, and in fact, different people may even mean slightly different things when they use the word module. So I want to spend a couple of minutes just looking at different things that the term module can mean by way of clarification. The emphasis on modules took shape back at the beginning of what you might call modern evolutionary psychology during the 1980s, because there were critics of evolutionary psychology who were saying, why do you need to talk about the role of genes in shaping the human mind? I mean, the human mind is just basically a blank slate. Think of it as a general purpose learning machine. It comes into the world with very little in the way of contents, and then it gets filled up through learning, these generalized learning processes, and then you have a mature brain and you're done. And the evolutionary psychologists said, no, you have to have a lot of specific kind of built-in functional mechanisms. And here they got some support from artificial intelligence, because AI had been learning since really the late 50s or 60s how hard it is to design into machines even functions that we kind of take for granted, mental functions that seem to us relatively simple, like facial recognition. We don't spend a lot of time puzzling over how we manage to recognize people's faces. It seems to just happen. But these people in artificial intelligence had found that to get a computer to do something like that, you need to build a lot of very highly specialized software. And the evolutionary psychologists said that's the reality of it. As the brain has evolved over time, a lot of specific equipment has been added by natural selection. And they came to use a metaphor for this, the Swiss Army knife. The idea was just that, look, just as a Swiss Army knife has different blades for different functions, the human mind has different modules to perform different tasks. And to that extent, the metaphor is valid, but I think that the metaphor has cons as well as pros. And in fact, I think there are so many ways in which modules aren't like the blades of a Swiss Army knife that the way I like to use the metaphor is to drive home the senses in which it's misleading. So I'm going to quickly list 3 senses in which modules are not like the blades on a Swiss Army knife. First of all, if you look at the blades on this knife, each blade occupies a particular part of space. It's very well defined. Whereas modules are not so localized. It's not like my facial recognition module is like right here and nowhere else. It probably draws on other parts of the brain. And in some cases, we know this for a fact. There's something known as the theory of mind module, and this was actually hypothesized a few decades ago by evolutionarily minded psychologists. And the idea is that this is the machinery that lets us infer what people are thinking or feeling based on what they say, how they act, their body language, their expressions. And this idea has picked up a lot of support. In fact, it increasingly looks as if with autism, one of the things that is happening is that this theory of mind module is not functioning normally. And they've done brain scans of people while they're performing, theory of mind tasks, trying to infer what people are thinking. And it turns out that there is an identifiable part of the brain that seems to get active when people are doing this, but it's no one part. It's a distributed network across the brain. So modules are not these localized things. Okay, second sense in which modules are not like the blades on a Swiss Army knife is if you look at these blades, they're not interacting with each other. They're not communicating with each other. Whereas modules are going to have to do a certain amount of interaction and communication. So, for example, if you see somebody well, your knowledge of them is probably going to be fed into the theory of mind module as you try to interpret anything that they now do or say. that means that there has to be some communication, however indirect, between the facial recognition module and the theory of mind module. You know, once you've recognized the person, somehow knowledge about the person has to be fed into the theory of mind module. So there's going to be interaction among modules. The third sense in which the blades on a Swiss Army knife are not like modules is, if you look at these blades, they are all just tools, right? If there's no user, if there's no person who decides how they're going to be used, they just sit there and don't do anything. They don't do anything at all by themselves. And you know, if you remember what it is we're hoping to get out of the modular view of the mind, this isn't enough, you know. I mean, surely there are modules like this that are mere tools, but we're going to have to find some modules. If this theory is going to deliver what it promises, we're going to have to find some modules that are more than just tools. Modules that determine how we behave, what we think, what we say, because after all, that's what we now think of the conscious self as doing. So if these modules can collectively perform the task we think the conscious self is performing, then some of the modules are going to have to be more than tools. They're going to have to mobilize some of the modules that are tools, you know, like the facial recognition module, right? I mean, as you walk down the street, after all, there's a number of faces you could look at to see if you recognize them. Well, something has to decide which faces. Are you looking at men, women, old people, young people? Who are you going to focus on? And then if you see somebody that you know, how are you going to react to that person? Okay, decisions have to be made, and if they're not being made by the self, and the modular theory of the mind is going to explain how they are made, we're going to have to find some modules that are more than mere tools. So that's a question we're going to turn to in the next segment. We're going to start looking at some things that look like modules and could perform some of the tasks that we think of the conscious self as performing. And if we can find enough of these modules and kind of figure out how they work, maybe we'll wind up having no explanatory need for a kind of CEO conscious self at all. So in the previous segment of this lecture, we talked about mental modules. I said there are different kinds of modules, and I said there's a particular kind of module that we're looking for. We're looking for modules that aren't just tools, like the blades in a Swiss Army knife, but are in a sense command modules. That is, they could take control of the mind for at least a while. Because if there are such modules, that would help explain how the mind could operate effectively without there being a single unified self in control. The idea is that there might be a number of these command modules and they would kind of take turns running the show. Well, I've got good news. I have found such modules, or at least I've found somebody who says that he has found such modules. His name is Douglas Kenrick. He's a psychologist at Arizona State University, and in 2013 he co-authored a book called The Rational Animal, which puts forth a modular view of the mind, a modular model. And the book argues that when it comes to our social behavior, we're pretty much always under the influence of one of 7 modules that Kenrick and his co-author call subselves. Now, subself is an interesting term. The prefix sub, of course, means under. So this might suggest that there is one unified self at the top of the hierarchy, and it determines which of the 7 modules or subselves is in charge at any given time. It delegates authority. Well, it turns out that actually that's not what Kenrick meant to convey by the term, as became evident in an exchange I had with him recently. With these subselves or modules, or I might view these subselves as almost kind of mega modules or meta modules, because they mobilize a lot of smaller modules,
they're
right?
Higher level modules, but I'd say that's as high as it gets. There isn't another one at the top. There isn't another kind of decision. There isn't like a president in charge of all this.
Right.
All there are there's a secretary of state and a secretary of warfare, right, and a
Right.
secretary of mating.
Okay, so Kenrick says these modules are like cabinet secretaries. That raises at least 3 questions. First of all, what are the 7 cabinet positions? What domains are these modules in charge of? Second, what determines, if there is no president, what determines which module is in charge at a given time. And third, what difference does it make which module is in charge? What exactly are the changes in behavioral and mental disposition that different modules usher in? Well, as far as the first question goes, what are the 7 cabinet positions? Kenrick is an evolutionary psychologist, so he approaches this question from an evolutionary point of view. And he says, well, basically in the realm of social behavior, there are 7 main kinds of challenges in his view that our ancestors had to meet in order to get their genes into the next generation. So you would expect natural selection to build a mind that attends to these 7 areas of challenge, and that's how he comes up with his list of 7 modules. First, there's a self-protection module, which indeed would be a valuable thing from natural selection's point of view. In other words, the ability to fend off harm if other members of our species want to harm us. Second, if the object of the game is to get genes into the next generation, it would help to be able to attract mates. It would also help to be able to hold on to mates. And then there is what Kenrick and his co-author called the affiliation module that has to do with making friendships, cementing alliances, and so on. There's the kin care module, in other words, taking care of other people who share a lot of your genes. That makes sense in terms of natural selection. There's the status module. Certainly people do seem inclined to seek status and to display status, and that does seem to have been correlated with getting genes into the next generation during evolution. And then there's a kind of anomalous module, the disease avoidance module, which just means, basically staying away from people who seem to carry germs. Now, I want to emphasize this is just one possible modular view of the mind. It's not a consensus view among people who take a modular view of the mind, but it does make sense as a basic division of mental labor, and it certainly gives us something to get a handle on in terms of just thinking about these modular models of the mind. Now we can look at specific proposed modules, ask how they would work, and see how valuable this kind of model actually is. So let's focus on the first 2 modules, self-protection and mate attraction, and let's ask the second and third of those 3 questions I just outlined, okay? Second question is, what is it that determines which module will be in charge at any given time? Now here I think Kenrick's answer is pretty much the answer that you would get from a lot of people who subscribe to a modular view of the mind. The basic idea is that whichever module is most highly activated by information in the environment will tend to become dominant for some period of time. So one example is, if somebody is running towards you waving a machete saying, "I'm going to kill you," then that would, the self-protection module would kick in and you might start running away and screaming, "Help, help, help." That's a pretty straightforward example of a module becoming highly active and then dominant and kind of controlling your behavior. In fact, it's such a straightforward example that you might ask, wait a second, do we really need all this fancy module talk? I mean, I've always known that fear makes people do things like run away. How much value is really added when we call this thing a module? Well, it's a good question, but I would ask you to just reserve judgment and see how far we can go with this model and see what it looks like after we flesh it out a little more. For now, let's move on to the third of the 3 questions. What difference does it make which module is in charge? How does a module change our behavioral or mental disposition? And here I think what's interesting is how subtle some of the changes can be. And this came through in an experiment that Kenrick did along with a number of collaborators. One thing they were looking at in this experiment is how do people respond to advertising? They created an ad for a museum and they created 2 different versions of the ad with 2 different taglines. One of the taglines was visited by over 1 million people each year, and the other tagline was stand out from the crowd. Now those are 2 very different angles that you would think might appeal to different kinds of people. But one question that Kenrick and his collaborators were interested in was, well, could you change which ad pitch will appeal to a given person by changing which module is in charge at that moment? So they came up with a way of activating either the self-protection module or the mate attraction module. They showed people scenes from one of two movies, either a scary movie, The Shining with Jack Nicholson, or a romantic movie called Before Sunrise. Then after the people had seen parts of one of these two movies, then they saw the ad, and then they were asked questions like, well, how inclined would you be to visit this museum? And it turned out that people who had seen the scary movie were more inclined to visit the museum when they saw the tagline, visited by over 1 million people each year, perhaps because, there's safety in numbers, so if your fear module is activated, if Jack Nicholson is chasing you with an axe, you'd rather be around a lot of people who might be able to help. But in any event, that was the finding. And it turned out that seeing the romantic movie inclined people to go for the tagline, stand out from the crowd, which could be because when we're in courtship mode, we're trying to distinguish ourselves from other people. Could also be because when we're in courtship mode, in mate attraction mode, we are looking for an intimate environment, to be alone with the person. But in any event, what's interesting here is that here's something that you might think is a more or less fixed part of a person's personality. In other words, they're going to go for one tagline or the other. There's two kinds of people, and I imagine that's the way advertisers might think of it, that these two ads would appeal to two different kinds of people. But no, it turns out that actually each ad can appeal to one person. It just depends on which you are at the moment. It depends on which module is in charge at the moment. Now there was another experiment that looked at a very similar idea. In other words, it looked at something we might expect to remain pretty constant, and then it examined how you might actually make it change. And this involves something that economists call a time discounting rate, or a future discounting rate, or in even more technical terms, an intertemporal utility function. What this refers to is your willingness to forego reward in the short term for a greater reward in the future. So if I say to you, look, you can either have $10 today, or you can have $15 in a month, which do you want? How you answer this question and other questions like that determines what your time discount rate is. And economists have long said that, different people will have different such rates, but the models of economists have tended to assume that any given person's time discount rate would remain a constant, from day to day and week to week. Well, that turns out not to be the case, and one way we know is because of an experiment that was done by Margot Wilson, who was a very important figure in evolutionary psychology and passed away a few years ago. And she did the experiment along with her longtime collaborator, Martin Daly. And what they did is they took men and they showed some of them pictures of women who had been judged as attractive on one of these websites where people go and judge men and women as either hot or not hot. And they showed other men pictures of other things, either women who hadn't been judged as attractive, or pictures of men, or pictures of cars, or whatever. And it turned out that when men had seen these pictures of attractive women, they were then more inclined than they otherwise would have been to want their money now, to not be willing to forego immediate reward for a greater reward in the future. And the kind of commonsensical evolutionary explanation of this is that, when the mate attraction module is activated, when you're in courtship mode, you want to put on a display, you want to have all your resources there to show off in front of the woman. Now, if this is the strategy, it doesn't seem to be orchestrated at a conscious level. Because remember, they're just looking at pictures of attractive women, and there's no way they would think consciously, I'd certainly like to impress this picture of a woman whom I will never actually meet. That doesn't make any sense, right? And the fact that the mere picture of a woman does trigger this kind of strategic response reminds us that we were designed by natural selection for an environment that's different from the current environment. In other words, it was an environment, in this case, before the invention of photography. So during evolution, if you ever saw an image of a woman, there was a real woman there. So our minds are designed to, in some ways at least, respond to images of all images of women as if they were real women. Now, there was another experiment where a feature that you might think is a pretty more or less constant property of a person's mind turned out to change in response to the activation of the mate attraction module. In this experiment, psychologists took high school males and they had them fill out a survey about their career aspirations. Some of them filled it out in a room full of other males. Some of them filled it out in a room that included both males filling it out and some females filling it out. And it turned out that the boys in the room that included girls their age were more inclined to have more ambitious career aspirations, and in particular to rate income, making a lot of money, as an important goal associated with their aspirations. Now, I doubt that this was some kind of enduring change in their actual aspirations. It could well be that what was happening was that their minds were being prepared for a kind of self-advertisement, a kind of display. In other words, in the event that they wound up talking to the females in the room, they would be all prepared to talk about how they were going to conquer the world and make lots of money and so on. But if that indeed was the strategy, it doesn't seem to have been a conscious strategy, because after all, the surveys they were filling out, the girls weren't going to see, and the girls couldn't see the surveys from where they were. And moreover, the people in the experiment had been told not to talk to one another, so there wasn't even the prospect of talking to the girls in the short run. So again, this is a case where this doesn't seem to involve conscious orchestration of a kind of strategy. There's no conscious decision to usher in a particular module, and yet it happens nonetheless. By the way, in both of these last two experiments, the experiments were performed not only on males, but also on females. But the effect in question was not found in the case of the females. And that's in keeping with the view in evolutionary psychology that when it comes to kind of romantic psychology, sexual psychology, there will be some differences between men and women. You could have just as easily done experiments that would highlight distinctively female features of the mate attraction module. It just so happened that these focused on male features. Okay, so we've seen three things that you might think would be more or less constant features of a person's personality and wouldn't change a lot. What kind of ad pitch they respond to, what their career aspirations are, and what their time discounting rate is. But in all three cases, there can be significant change in these without some kind of conscious self deciding to make the change. Now, you might look at this and say, you still might ask the question, do we really need all this module talk? Can't we talk about these people just being in, say, a romantic mood? Well, I don't think so. I mean, I doubt that the people who were taking the survey, the guys who were taking the survey in the presence of the girls, were really entering what we normally call a romantic mood, and I doubt that was true of the guys who were shown the pictures of the women. I am of the view that there is probably some change in affect, some change in feeling that is associated with these shifts of module. But I don't think the word mood is going to always be appropriate. Another reason that I think the term module makes sense is because, you know, we're talking, when you add it all up, we're talking about a kind of diverse array of changes in our very mental orientation, our frame of mind. And that includes our perceptual framework, because if you remember from the first lecture, we talked about an experiment in which first psychologists showed people a part of a scary movie. In this case, it was Silence of the Lambs. And then they showed them pictures of males in a different ethnic group, and these were facial expressions that had been judged as neutral by objective observers, but the people who had seen the scary movie judged the faces to be threatening and angry or so. So our very kind of perceptual field is changed when modules change. Now, I don't want to oversimplify here. For one thing, we should keep in mind that there are always going to be individual differences. Different people are different, and whenever you hear the results of any psychology study put in this form, condition A leads people to exhibit behavior X and condition B leads them to exhibit behavior Y, well, that is an oversimplification. We're always talking about a statistical generalization. It isn't the case that everyone who saw the Scary Movie, went for the ad pitch, visited by over 1 million people each year. Different people's modules will be activated by somewhat different things and also will play out somewhat differently in the effects that they have. There's another sense in which I want to be careful not to oversimplify, and that is just that as these models get fleshed out, there are a lot of subtleties and wrinkles and paradoxes that are going to have to be ironed out. I mean, for example, in the model we've been describing, in the book that Doug Kenrick co-authored, they have these 7 modules, and one of them is the status module. And when you think of it, the status module is probably going to be activated in the context of other modules. In other words, if you're in mate attraction mode, you may well do some kind of status display. For that matter, when you're in affiliation mode and you're trying to impress people so that they'll become your friends or whatever, you may engage in a status display. So you have to ask, well, what's going on here? Are we rapidly vacillating back and forth between 2 modules? Or is it the case that one of these 7 main modules can become, in effect, a submodule of another of the main modules, or what? These are some of the questions that will have to be addressed. Also, it is the case that when a module does have a kind of a submodule that it employs as a tool, the effects can be kind of paradoxical in this sense. You might think that the affiliation module, being all about friendship, would involve, patting people on the back, saying nice things to them, cementing your friendships. But an evolutionary psychologist might argue that actually one of the tools employed in the process of regulating a friendship is anger, the emotion of anger, or you might say the module that anger entails. And this subject came up recently in a conversation I had with Lita Cosmides. She was a pioneering figure in the early days of evolutionary psychology, and she is as responsible as anyone, I would say, for convincing people in evolutionary psychology that a modular view of the mind really made sense from an evolutionary point of view. And here's how this part of the conversation went.
We've been doing research with Erin Sell about this, and coming out of a theory that anger is triggered when somebody does something that makes you realize that they're putting much too little weight on your welfare than you think you're entitled to as a function of the kind of relationship you have with the person. But when that is triggered, when the anger towards that person is triggered, certain things should happen. Because if anger is a system that's designed for interpersonal bargaining, for trying to get the other person to put more weight on your welfare in the future, then you should have certain motivations to communicate certain things to the person, like, you imposed a really big cost on me. You may not think you did, but you did. Mm-hmm. And you did it for a small benefit to yourself. How could you do that? I've been a very good cooperator with you. I've been a good friend to you. I've done a lot of things for you in the past, which is an expression of, that I deserve to be treated better than you were treating me.
Now, to further complicate things, when you think about it, a friendship isn't the only context in which the anger module might be deployed. People get angry at their mates, at their romantic partners, and that kind of makes sense if indeed the terms of a relationship might be renegotiated from time to time. So it would be mistaken to think of what Kenrick calls the mate retention module as being all about buying roses and giving foot massages and stuff like that. In fact, there's another example of that, which is jealousy. From an evolutionary psychologist's point of view, jealousy is a functional thing that comes into play. And Lita Cosmides talked with me about that as well.
We've evolved superordinate programs that solve the problem of shutting down certain mechanisms and activating other mechanisms in ways that are very well coordinated for solving a particular adaptive problem. And sure, you can think of sexual jealousy that way. I mean, the idea is it would shift your attention. You're suddenly going to be paying attention to things like simultaneous absence. You know, if your spouse and the person you suspect are both not here at the same time, that's going to seem, no, usually we don't notice simultaneous absence.
Right.
Most people in the world are absent right now. I don't notice that. It's going to focus your attention in different ways. You're going to have episodic memories. You're going to retrieve episodes from the past where, if you're a man, she got really dressed up for that party, and she usually doesn't do that, but he was going to be there. You start reevaluating past episodes, so there's memory retrieval functions that are changing. Inferences are changing about what people's behavior means. It might be goals that are activated for mate guarding, for keeping track of where your spouse is and what they're doing and who they're talking to. And it's very hard to shut that off. It's very hard if you have to study for a calculus test to do that when your whole sexual jealousy system is activated. I would say by design. And it doesn't mean that you're not thinking or not processing information. It's that you're processing information in a particular way that's well suited for solving that adaptive problem. And part of that emotional state is to deactivate other kinds of adaptive problem mechanisms that are designed for other kinds of adaptive problems.
So in sum, it's all very complex. Any model that's going to be able to do justice to the human mind, which is, after all, a very complex thing, is bound to ultimately have to accommodate a lot of complexity, and I think that's what we'll see as these models evolve. But the main thing to keep in mind, and this applies regardless of whether you buy the module language per se, or whether you'd rather talk about these things as systems or modes, or even in some cases just moods and emotions, the main thing is that what we're seeing is that very significant changes in our state of mind, our behavioral disposition, can be ushered in without our consciously choosing to change our state of mind. Now, we've long known this about things like jealousy and anger. You know, it's kind of obvious that these things just kind of seem to seize control sometimes. But I think we're going to become more and more aware of what subtle changes can be ushered in without our actually choosing them. So, for example, when the people came out of that movie, the people who had seen the romantic movie and then chose one of the two ad pitches, it's a pretty subtle change of mind, but I don't think they consciously chose to flip the switch on some new module, and probably weren't aware, in fact, that a change in disposition had actually happened. So it's looking very much like the kind of conscious mind isn't very often choosing what frame of mind we're in. And this too came up in my conversation with Leda Cosmides. You don't choose the module chooses you almost. You know?
Right. Except that what is the you anyway?
Now, when Leda expresses skepticism about the idea of a you, she's speaking from a kind of evolutionary point of view, because from that point of view, it's not obvious why the mind would consist of anything other than modules, right? Because if you ask, well, how did we get from being one-celled creatures, which our distant ancestors were, to being human beings? The answer is we evolved, and we evolved nervous systems, and in particular, we involved a part of the nervous system known as the brain, and the brain evolved in increments, in bits and pieces and chunks, but according to the theory of natural selection, every significant chunk, every increment, evolved for a reason. Generically, the reason is that it helped us get genes into the next generation, but there was a more specific reason as well. The idea is that this part of the brain would help us attract mates better than the average member of our species, or help us take care of our offspring better than the average member of our species, or help us make friends or protect ourselves, or whatever. And from an evolutionary point of view, that's what the whole evolution of the mind consists of, the accumulation of these functional units, these things you can call modules, and it's not obvious why at any point something that you would call a you would suddenly show up, something that you would call a self as it's commonly conceived. In any event, with Lita's skepticism about the you, we are getting back to the Buddha, who of course had a similar skepticism. More specifically, if you remember his discourse on the not self, there were two themes in particular that he emphasized. First of all, he seemed not to see how you could claim that there is some kind of coherent self that persists through time. There seemed to him to be too much flux, too much impermanence. And a modular view of the mind helps explain why that would be. Because there is no single coherent self. There are a number of what you could call subselves or modules or whatever that kind of take turns running the show. The other big theme in that discourse was the Buddha saying, look, if you think you have, conscious control of very much of what's going on in your mind, I think you're wrong. And the modular view helps explain why that would be the case as well. Because our state of mind at any given time is not, generally speaking, the result of conscious choice, but rather it's the result of how the information in our environment comes into our minds and at a typically unconscious level shifts our frame of mind. Okay? So this very important part of Buddhist doctrine makes a lot of sense in the context of the modular view of the mind. And in the next lecture, what we're going to talk about is how the modular view of the mind helps make sense of Buddhist practice, in particular meditation, and more specifically mindfulness meditation. We're going to ask whether a modular view of the mind helps explain what's going on in the course of mindfulness meditation and why it works the way it does. We're also going to continue to flesh out the modular view of the mind. For example, we're going to ask, is it the case that there can be conflicts between two modules if they're both kind of strongly activated? And might this explain why we sometimes have issues of self-control, have trouble controlling the appetites? And if so, what rules, if any, ultimately determine which module wins? And we're going to ask whether mindfulness meditation can actually change the rules about which module wins. So in the next lecture, we're going to talk about the modular view of the mind and mindfulness meditation. Hello, welcome to Office Hours. I wanted to start by answering the question on everyone's mind, which is, are the dogs in the office? This week they are, as it happens. My wife is out of town. They really prefer to be in with her, but when she's gone, they'll settle for me. That's Frazier in the chair. He's gotten his spring haircut, so he's looking a little more doggy, I think, a little doggier than when he's fluffier. And then there is, where's Milo? Hello, Milo. How you doing, buddy? He seems happy. Okay. The dogs are actually not totally unrelated to one of the questions we got in Office Hours this week. We talked about the modular theory of the mind, the modular model of the mind this week. And one of the questions was asked by Karsten Kvist, Q-V-I-S-T. In relation to the modular theory of the mind and its evolutionary origin, it would seem to make sense to expect that similar modules exist across reasonably related species. Is there any research to support that? Well, my dogs have a barking at the mailman module, eating module, and so on. They also, but more seriously, they must have some sort of status-related equipment. There is clearly a hierarchy. You saw that Frazier had the choice spot there in the chair. That's the way the world works, and Milo accepts that. Although Milo does challenge Frazier sometimes to kind of semi-playful fights in what may be an attempt to unseat him, but Frazier usually handles them with a kind of successful nonchalance. I want to get back, actually, in a more serious way to this question about animals and modules. But first, I want to say a bunch of other stuff about modules. because there was much talk of modules among students in the forum and on Facebook and on Twitter and so on. So, for example, Rui Gil, R-U-I, Gil, G-I-L, wrote in the discussion forum, "The videos from this week's lectures have put me in a state of dukkha. To quote the great Buddhist Mick Jagger, they didn't get me no satisfaction." He says, "I felt the explanatory power of the theory of modules a little unsatisfactory." Now, at first, I felt kind of guilty about filling Rui with dukkha, but then I remembered, A, dukkha is a pervasive part of life, so, don't blame me. B, the source, ultimately, according to the Four Noble Truths of Rui's dukkha, is actually his thirst for knowledge. So, Rui, if you would just surrender your thirst for knowledge, abandon the thirst for knowledge, you will not be unsatisfied with anything I say. And ironically, you will attain enlightenment. No, but seriously, I owe Rui an answer. Rui's not the only one in the discussion forum who has doubts about the modular view of the mind. So, and I'm going to tackle a series of such challenges to the modular view of the mind. But first, let me talk about a couple of comments about the modular view of the mind that weren't challenges, as far as I could tell, unless there was a subtext that I missed. And maybe there was, actually. Paula Duvall wrote in the discussion forum, she started a thread titled, "What mental module wrote your discussion post?" And yeah, come to think of it, that could be kind of like a little subtle ridicule of the model, right? But I don't think so. I think she comes in peace. She writes, "Just asking myself and you, it's fascinating to think about." It is fascinating to think about. I mean, the first thing I'd say is there must be, when you're posting in the comment, in the discussion forum, there must be a module at play that we didn't even talk about, which is like a language generation module, right? These kind of, a lot of these strictly cognitive modules we didn't talk much about. There's got to be that. But then there is the question, what do you say with your language module? What do you express on the discussion forum? And here I think we do get to some of those kinds of modules that were laid out in the one modular theory that we kind of used as an example of a modular theory. The seven subselves posited by Doug Kenrick and his co-author. And in fact, Paula elicited a reply that drew on that model. Jennifer Hawkins replied to Paula saying, "My guess is either affiliation or status, either the affiliation module or the status module. By participating, in the discussion forum, you get a little happiness spike associated with any social interaction." She said the forums also give people a chance to show off, in quotes, what they know. That's true. I think either of those modules could get triggered in the discussion forum, and it's actually an example of the point of this particular model, which is that information comes into the environment and kind of determines which module gets triggered. In this case, it would depend on what the post you're reading says, right? I mean, if you see a post that agrees with your view and even endorses a view you've expressed in the forum, then you're like, oh, an ally. You're probably going to say nice things. It's all about affiliation. On the other hand, if someone challenges, and even, especially if they kind of belittle something you've said on the forum, well, that's a threat to your status, right? And that elicits a whole different way of conceiving of the person who wrote the post and a whole different kind of response. Because then you've got to figure out a way to undermine their credibility and restore your credibility, right? And I don't mean you consciously think this. That's the interesting thing about modules, right? It works so much more subtly than that. It's like someone challenges you, and if you pay attention, you can feel the kind of antagonistic feeling that's welling up. But what you may not realize is that then you will immediately start looking at their argument, for holes that you can exploit in replying, right? They must be wrong. They're challenging me. They must be wrong. Whereas this person, the other person who endorsed your views, you're probably not going to be so picky, right? Like, you may read why it is they're endorsing your views, and if you think they got some things wrong, well, hey, that's forgivable, right? And I mean, we don't necessarily think about this, but that is the way, that's just a good example of how triggering one module or another, like, steers your subsequent kind of cognitive activity, right? Are you or are you not going to really assiduously analyze this person's argument for a logical flaw and then convince yourself that it's a fatal logical flaw, right? Okay. I also I want to say, though, you know, that said, that I think this in a way bears out the modular view of the mind. It's also true, as I said, I think in the lecture, that things like this affiliation module, status module, they interact so fluidly, right? Like, so for example, somebody could endorse your view, but they do it in a kind of patronizing way, and so it's kind of like, wait, do they think like they're better than me? I mean, do they think their status is higher than? I mean, this is a tricky situation, right? And in general, the interaction between, you know, kind of status maintenance stuff and affiliation stuff is so kind of fluid that, you know, sometimes I think, you know, module is an unfortunate word because it gives, it does convey this idea that these are like, you know, blocks, you know, and like, you know, whereas the real thing is much more fluid and continuous and so on. But anyway, that said, now let's get to all those posts that were a threat to my status, right? I mean, these have to be dealt with, okay? People like Rui who doubted a modular theory of the mind that I think pretty highly of. And again, you know, the one we trotted out was just a conversation starter. I'm not endorsing the particular 7 subselves or anything. You know, as I said, it's going to be super complicated if we ever get to the bottom of this, but some version of modular theory of the mind I have high hopes for. So it is a profound and grave threat to my status when students doubt it. And so my status module, you know, read that Rui's posts, other posts, and like, it's like, what are we going to do about this? And here's the plan that my status module came up with. See what you think of this. Or actually, strictly speaking, it's, well, I don't know. Did my status module like steer some cognitive module in a direction and then turn the job over to it? I don't know. That's what I mean about how complicated this is. Anyway, here's the plan. I'm not going to argue that these people are wrong. I'm just going to argue that the models of the mind that they are positing as alternatives to the modular theory of the mind are not, in fact, incompatible with the modular theory of the mind. Okay? So that way, this is my status module thinking now. That way, I can restore my status without undermining their status, and then they'll, you know, then they'll be happy and won't, you know, there will be no round of counterattacks, presumably. But let's see if this works. You be the judge. Okay, let's start with Margot Warner, who said on Facebook, why can't we just convert the notion of modules into something simpler? Say that the brain has various parts which function in different ways. Margot, this may not surprise you given the preamble I just did, but I don't think that's compatible with a modular view, incompatible with a modular view of the mind. A modular view of the mind does say that the brain has various parts which function in different ways, but that alone could imply a number of alternative models, of which the modular view that I trotted out is only one. So for example, what you said here, various parts function in different ways, that could be a very top-down CEO diagram, right? Like an actual corporation with a CEO, that's the conscious mind. It always consciously allocates tasks to the different functionally specialized modules. That would be one kind of model consistent with what you've said. But I think the modular view is another kind. It does say that the brain has various parts which function in different ways, but it says it's a more kind of decentralized system. I want to make sure that I'm in focus when I restore my status to its rightful place. Okay. I think I'm in focus now. Where was I? Modular view is kind of, the key things are it's decentralized, and in the sense that the determination of which module is kind of running the show for a while is not generally consciously determined, okay? Okay. Now on to Chris that's two S's, Pagani, who wrote, I believe on Facebook, the modular view is interesting, but couldn't the examples given be better explained by neurobiology? Now, first of all, I want to emphasize any modular view of the mind we assume will someday be explained neurobiologically. It's not an alternative to a neurobiological model. So, Chris, we're on the same page. We both assume that the explanation is going to be at the neurobiological level. Now, Chris goes on to say, in examples such as the person coming at you with a machete, stimulus from the visual sense activates the limbic system. That's associated with, like, feelings and stuff, which activates flight or fight response, and so on. All very explicable through these well-known processes with very specific, specialized portions of the brain, without adding a layer of modules on top of them. Okay, so there's maybe the thing. We're not laying modules on top of the known physiology of the brain. We're saying that a given module consists of a particular way of orchestrating these known parts of the brain for a specific task. And any given part of the brain may be may be involved in a number of different modules, right? So a kind of example is, you mentioned fight or flight. And Milo is fleeing right now. I don't know if you can see him, but that was Milo. Milo is fleeing. Milo's not really buying the modular model of the mind, apparently. He's had enough. Fraser? Fraser is his usual responsive self. Hi, Fraser. They may sense a threat downstairs, but it's Sunday, so it's not the mailman. So, but I want to emphasize that, well, I think it's illuminating to look at this particular example. Okay, so how about we just say limbic system, flight or fight response. We knew about that stuff. Fine. Right, those could be involved in what Kenrick calls the self-protection module, but I want to emphasize that Kenrick is talking about self-protection from humans, and sometimes when you're dealing with humans, it's more complicated than fight or flight, right? It's like sometimes, okay, they may be ready to kill you, but maybe if you give them some money, they won't, or maybe if you apologize, they won't. So it's more than fight or flight. There may be, negotiation, talking. That is going to mean that you're going to have to use the theory of mind module. Remember, the module that helps you infer what people are thinking, try to figure out what's actually going on in their head. So so when the threat comes from a human, that may well get triggered. And we saw a brain scan of the theory of mind kind of network or module in the last lecture, which is evidence that, yes, we're talking about neurobiology, we're talking about physiology, but you may have noticed that even the theory of mind module was itself drawing on different parts of the brain. So, anyway, yes, it's neurobiological, but, and modules aren't like whole blocks being added that I'm claiming are on top of the stuff we already knew about. Modules consist in distinctive patterns of orchestrating different parts of the mind. And it's because evolution is so kind of thrifty that a lot of these parts of the brain are going to be used in more than one module. So, for example, oxytocin is a chemical that we know bonds mothers to infants right after birth. Oxytocin also is involved in cementing the bonds of friendship, apparently. And in trust generally in a social context. Well, we know that maternity preceded the friendship in our species by a long, long time, okay? Friendship is reciprocal altruism. Well, that came along much more recently than maternity, but when, and that would come under the general heading of what Kenrick calls the affiliation module, presumably, friendship, reciprocal altruism. But it drew on pre-existing stuff, this oxytocin that has this bonding effect. It may modulate it differently and so on, but you know, that modules are, anyway, maybe I've made my point. Maybe I haven't. Anyway, next, on to Marjorie Forbes, who said in the discussion forum, I cannot see how we got from delusions about ourselves, that was the title of the first segment, I think, of that lecture, to this rather obscure modular view of the mind. She says, well, she mentions this alternative model of Daniel Dennett's, which is called the fame in the brain hypothesis. I'm not that conversant with it. She says, Dennett says that in our heads there's a turmoil going on. There's many different elements vying for attention. Something always wins, and the ones that win are the ones that we are conscious of. Actually, that sounds like a modular theory of the mind. It certainly could be. Now, as he fleshed it out, I might say, well, that's a little different, but that's the modular mind, the standard, the common modular models of the mind imagine something like that going on. Now, here, earlier in Marjorie's post, there's something that may explain why she thinks Dennett's theory is different. She says, no one knows what consciousness is yet, but there are other hypotheses, other than the modular view of the mind, that explain the issues raised in the first segment more simply, the first segment being about delusions about ourselves, and therefore more consistently with the principle of lightness. Or she means Occam's razor, she says. I just want to be clear, I'm not sure she's presupposing this, but the modular view doesn't purport to explain consciousness in some kind of metaphysical sense, right? I mean, it doesn't mean to address the most challenging question about consciousness, like what is it, why does it exist? I know Dennett thinks he has an explanation. Just between you and me, he doesn't. But I know that is on his agenda, and maybe that's why she saw what actually sounds like a modular view of the mind as different from modular view of the mind. I don't know, but in any event, I want to emphasize this is not about explaining consciousness in the philosophical sense. That's not what the modular view of the mind is for. So another commenter I know said, well, why don't we use complexity theory, which explains like emergent properties like consciousness or something like. We're not trying to explain consciousness here. We're trying to explain, given that, well, we're trying to explain a lot of things. One of them is given that the conscious mind seems not to have a clear idea of what is actually going on, well, what is actually going on? You know, there's various ways you could explain a system where the conscious mind doesn't get the full picture. Modular model is one of those explanations. Okay, now we get back to Rui Gill. Now here's my chance for revenge. Remember, Rui is the troublemaker here. And so I'm gonna have to do whatever is necessary. By any means necessary, I will defend my status. Rui says he prefers, rather than a modular view of the mind, he would like us to adopt Gregory Bateson's thing. Okay, I think this is another example, Gregory Bateson's kind of view of the mind. I think this is another example of something that, you know, remember, my general agenda here is take things that people say are inconsistent with a modular view of mind, argue that they're not. I think Bateson is not. Now, I read the book Mind and Nature like, literally 33 years ago. I have almost no recollection. But I think, both by perusing quickly Rui's recapitulation of Bateson and based also on my memory of it, yeah, I just remember Bateson emphasizing the interaction between us and other organisms in the world generally, the feedback loops of information being so pervasive that you kind of had to think of it as a whole system. And by the way, that's actually a very Buddhist way to think of it. But you can think of a modular view of the mind that way. You can think of any model of the mind that way. I think it's just you can take any account of what's going on in the mind internally, I think, and plug it into Bateson's view that there's this larger cybernetic system we're part of. But maybe I'm wrong. I may be straining here to hold up my status, and I may fail. Okay, so enough of things that purport to be alternatives, but I think aren't. Doug Caro mentions Marvin Minsky's book, Society of Mind, and Doug says, this is on the discussion forum, says, from my faulty, in parentheses, memory of the material, I suspect its higher level of abstraction will be a more useful model than modules, but there may be very little difference between the two. I think the latter. I think Minsky's model is an example of a modular view. It's a very good, entertaining book, by the way. There's like no chapter longer than about a page. You know, it's almost like a coffee table book, and worth tracking down. Minsky was very smart, but I know that Rob Kurzban, who showed up in a couple of lectures and is, of course, a primary proponent of the modular view of the mind, was a student of Leda Cosmides, who's another primary proponent, is a big fan of this book. So Rob thinks it's like totally modular. The book itself is actually modular in structure, but that's... Speaking of other thinkers who may or may not be related to this, Wu Sulan asks, I wanted to ask if the bundle theory of the mind from Hume directly affected the development of the modular idea of the mind. I don't know the bundle theory of the mind very well. I do know that Hume is a fascinating thinker. Of course, you know, Scottish Enlightenment philosopher. Very Buddhist. He has an argument against the existence of the self that is structurally very much like the Buddhist argument against the self, so much so that scholars have speculated on whether he actually encountered Buddhist thought via his encounters with Jesuits who had been to China or something, or somewhere in Asia. Hume is he's Buddhist in a number of ways. I mean, without being explicitly Buddhist, but the nature of his worldview. So, you know, I again want to emphasize on modules. The Kenrick model is just a conversation starter. I think when we get to the bottom of modules, it's all going to be pretty darn complicated. Mm-hmm. And, you know, at some level, you know, I think the term module has to be an oversimplification in a way. But that's almost... You know, I think a good Buddhist would say that's true of lots of things you say about the world, right? That ultimately these things we think of as things are all kind of processes. It's like all very fluid. We use these nouns, but everything is a process in flux. I think there's some truth to that. And I think, you know, the point where, like, you take status and affiliation. It's like, you know, the point where one hands the torch off to the other one is like, is it so clear always, or is it more like, you know, thinking of like kind of networks that, you know, kind of move around, networks of activation that move around and sometimes merge and sometimes are kind of semi-merged? I don't know. I think the key thing for our purposes, or one key thing, is that this is a model where things in the environment, often in the environment, although as we'll see in the lecture we haven't already seen, I think it's going to be posted this Thursday. There's other ways modules can get activated. But anyway, we shift from module to module without consciously deciding to do it. We shift from emphasis to emphasis. Oh, I'm in friend-making mode now. I'm evaluating this person as a friend. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, to like enemy mode, to various modes. Often without really thinking about it. It fundamentally alters our view of reality. And I would argue that this, you know, it's very rare that actually we're seeing the true view. We're always coloring the view in one way or another. It kind of happens unconsciously without our awareness. And in this lecture that's going to be posted on Thursday, we will get into the more into the connection between mindfulness meditation and this, how mindfulness meditation relates to all this. I think there's a few more things I wanted to get into, but since I don't see the questions right here, I think I should turn off the camera. I'll be right back. Okay, I wanted to get back to this question from Karsten Kvist about whether there's evidence of modules in species closely related to us. I'm not aware of much evidence of modules per se. However, I think it's interesting to look at the behavioral parallels between humans and chimpanzees, who are very closely related to us, as closely related as any species. You know, chimps, they have what you might call friendship, you know, alliances, reciprocal altruism, and they swap favors with their friends, their allies. They also pursue status, and that has great consequences. And in fact, the alliances themselves, the coalitions, are used in the pursuit of status. So it's a pretty complex behavioral repertoire with some apparent parallels with human behavior. Now, you know, and you would certainly assume that there's, you know, some functional specialization in the brain governing these behaviors, right? I don't think these things are all like cultural inventions on the part of chimpanzees, right? Just invented the institution of friendship. Now I want to emphasize, we are not descended from chimpanzees, okay? These are not our ancestors. Rather, we both descended from a common ancestor, and so did bonobos. They are as closely related to us as chimpanzees, and they are in some ways different from chimpanzees, and that's a caution against inferring too much about what this common ancestor of all three of us was like. We just don't know. At the same time, I do think, if you look at chimps, it's a pretty good guess that, you know, in our lineage, you know, whatever our ancestors were like, it's a pretty good guess that this functional specialization in the brain governing things like friendship, the pursuit of status, and the interaction between the two probably started evolving quite a while before we were capable of really complex reasoning, before we were capable of complex language, before we were doing much in the way of conscious reflection. And, you know, that may help explain certain features about the relationship of consciousness to to these modules, and how much of the motivation is and is not conscious, and so on. But in any event, I think it also illustrates that, you know, just in a certain sense, I mean, modules, at least taken broadly to mean functional specialization in the brain to coordinate certain kinds of activities, almost cannot help, you know, but have evolved, right? I mean, it's just, if you really take natural selection seriously, and you realize that in our lineage we, you know, encountered different challenges at different times and evolved responses to those challenges, it's just kind of hard to imagine that something like modules didn't, in some sense, kind of, you know, pile up. Which isn't to say that the theories we've been talking about are you know, exactly on target, or that we've figured out exactly, you know, how the modules are orchestrated or anything else. But modules per se, I think, are a likely outcome of evolution. Margot Warner just quickly asks, the theory of modules seems deterministic. Does it leave any room for free will and responsibility for our actions? Well, I would just say, briefly and cryptically, I would say it leaves no more room and no less room than other psychological theories. I mean, psychological theories tend to be kind of deterministic on paper because they, you know, purport to come up with mechanisms that explain things mechanistically. But, you know, free will, to me, it's just all a mystery. I am agnostic on the question of free will and determinism. I think the human mind is really incapable of grappling successfully with that question. And why would it be capable? We didn't evolve to be philosophers, right? I think there's a lot about, there are things we just may have trouble comprehending. Consciousness may be another one, and that may be related to free will. Okay, another kind of free will related thing, Fritz Kreisler says, can't wait to hear how meditation impacts the modular mind without choice, in quotes, entering into it. Okay, so this is in anticipation of the lecture that will air this week, and it's a prescient anticipation because that choice does kind of come up. I don't address it all that explicitly. I mean, I don't address the free will question all that explicitly, but it certainly is the case that one thing this lecture is about is how we can use meditation to influence which modules are in charge. Fritz also says, I hope this course is the core or inspiration for your next book. I actually am working on a book that's very much related to the course. And that's one reason that, it's valuable to get all of this feedback. It can help me, rethink how to frame things, how to explain things. Am I explaining them successfully? Sometimes gets me to rethink the ideas themselves. Certainly, in the case of this lecture, the feedback has made me wish I had emphasized more than I did that, the kind of 7 sub-self model that's in this one particular book I cited. That's just a conversation starter. I think it's a reasonable way to think about the taxonomy of modules. In other words, in the realm of affiliation, say, yeah, there must be some modules. Whether that means there's an affiliation module per se is another question. So it is all very complicated. I tried to emphasize that in the lecture. I want to reiterate it by way of addressing the various, valid forms of skepticism about the model that have emerged. So, thank you all for this. Thank you, Rui, who started it all off. I'm sorry about your dukkha, Rui, but that's life. I will see you next office hours, about a week from now. And also then in this week's lecture, a couple days from now, a few days from now. And believe it or not, that's the second to last lecture. So you don't have long to wait until you attain nirvana. See you next time. Okay, so in the last lecture, we fleshed out this modular view of the mind, this idea that there's no chief executive in your brain, but rather there are a lot of modules that take turns exerting dominant influence on your thought and your behavior. And we saw that this view dovetails pretty nicely with this Buddhist idea of not self, the idea that there is no kind of solid self at your core that persists coherently through time and keeps things under control. So there is a pretty close correspondence between this particular model within modern psychology and this particular Buddhist doctrine. Okay, but what about Buddhist practice? What about meditation? Can the modular view of the mind illuminate meditation and help explain what's going on when people meditate, what's going on in their minds? Well, I do think there are some illuminating connections between the modular view of the mind and meditation. And in fact, in the last lecture, there was buried a kind of clue about the nature of that illumination. It was in something that Leda Cosmides said. You may remember she's a pioneer in evolutionary psychology and also in developing modular views of the mind. And she was talking about a jealous state of mind and describing it as a kind of a modular mechanism that coordinates various thoughts and perceptions to a specific end. And she said something, and I want to flash back to it here, that may give you a clue about this connection between meditation and the modular view of the mind.
That is as taking over from the point of view of the state that we're usually in, where there's not a specific kind of coordination that's going on, but a lot of different mechanisms are bubbling up and down in terms of their activation.
Okay, so she talked about mechanisms bubbling up and down and different levels of activation. Now I'm hoping that as I repeat that phrase, you may be thinking of a phrase that we heard earlier in an earlier lecture. I'll pause now and give it a chance to spring to mind. The phrase is default mode network. The default mode network, as you may recall, is this thing that gets activated when the mind isn't engaged in anything in particular. It's not absorbed in any task. It's kind of just the mind wandering. And we also saw that the default mode network gets quieter during meditation. That's what brain scan studies have shown us. And if you've done much meditating at all, you probably know that sometimes the default mode network doesn't quiet down easily. You may sit down to meditate, try to focus on your breath, and suddenly you're thinking, oh, I hope I didn't offend that person yesterday when I said that thing, or oh, that was an attractive person I met the other day. I wonder if maybe he or she would go to dinner with me. Wonder where we could go, what kind of clever things I could say, what would happen after dinner. Now, as Lita's phrasing may suggest, somebody who has a modular view of the mind might be inclined to view the default mode network as just a bunch of modules kind of trying to get your attention. I mean, trying metaphorically, presumably they're not conscious, but they're kind of vying, competing for your attention. So when you think, I wonder if I offended that person yesterday, that would presumably be a module in the realm that Douglas Kenrick in the last lecture called the affiliative module. In other words, the larger module in charge of kind of making and keeping friendships and doing various other things and navigating the social landscape. And when you're thinking about having dinner with that attractive person and rehearsing what you might say, then that presumably is part of the mate attraction module. Now, I want to take this opportunity to qualify something that I said in the previous lecture. There we talked about modules being activated by information out there in the environment. You might be in the presence of someone attractive, and that activates your mate attraction module, for example. But as some of these examples suggest, for example, thinking, oh, did I offend that person? It isn't always the case that information right in your immediate real-time environment is what triggers a module. I mean, the information came into your system at some point from the environment, but apparently modules can kind of ruminate on information. The information works itself through the process before it actually gets presented to your consciousness in a particular form. Now, this quieting of the default mode network can happen with various kinds of meditation. It can happen with mindfulness meditation and with concentration meditation, as we discussed earlier. Concentration meditation is particularly effective at quieting the default mode network in the first instance, because if you're focused on something, that's a good way to kind of short circuit the default mode network, which after all is something that kind of perks up when you're not focused on anything. And for that reason, in mindfulness meditation, you often start with concentration meditation. But at some point in mindfulness meditation, once you've established kind of the concentration and the equilibrium, then you head off in a different path from the concentration meditator. And we've talked about that. And here you see a particular connection between meditation and modules, a kind of second connection between meditation and modules that applies specifically to mindfulness meditation. Because remember, mindfulness meditation, as we described it, consists of looking at things inside your mind and also things in the outside world in a kind of a new way with, you might say, more objectivity, less attachment, and carrying that view into everyday life, ideally, beyond, outside of the meditation hall. And one of the things that you may view in a new way that is of special consequence is your feelings. As we said, you view your feelings with less attachment, and they may not get the same kind of traction with you. They may not have the same kind of power to drag your mind in a particular direction. Well, the other thing we've learned about feelings very recently is that feelings are what trigger modules. So if you show people a scary movie, it seems to activate a self-protection module by making them feel fear. And if you show people a romantic movie, it seems to give them feelings that activate a different module and make them behave differently. And this is also true with some things we were calling submodules in the last lecture. For example, jealousy is a very strong feeling that triggers a kind of certain set of modular operations. Now, I would contend that actually there are always feelings kind of associated with modules, and that if when you start meditating and these modules are bidding for your attention, if you pay close attention, I think that you'll see that the way they bid for your attention is with feelings. So, for example, if you're suddenly thinking, did I offend that person the other day? Well, that's a kind of a negative feeling that gets your attention, and the way to make it go away, the natural way to make it go away is to come up with a solution to the problem. So if you say, I know what I'll do, I'll send an email to that person ostensibly about something else, but in the course of it I'll refer to the conversation we had in a way that will make it clear what I intended and that I didn't intend any offense. And then the bad feeling goes away, the module has done its work, and you're now vulnerable to some other module, right? And similarly, if you're fantasizing about that dinner you're going to have with that attractive person, well, that's a good feeling for the most part, and it's a pleasant thing to think about, and that keeps you thinking about it. So I think that by and large, feelings are the things that give modules power over you. So you could view mindfulness, both mindfulness meditation and mindfulness as you carry it out into the world, as a way of kind of determining which modules do and don't get to be in control. By being mindful of the feelings that usher modules in, that trigger modules, you can influence which modules win and which modules lose. Now, is this a useful way of talking about mindfulness? I mean, after all, we've already said something kind of related. We've said earlier in the course that mindfulness does give you some control over feelings. You decide which feelings get traction, which don't. And we've said that feelings can change your perceptions. We saw that fear can make you think that something that's not a snake is in fact a snake. Does it do any good to kind of describe this in terms of modules rather than in terms of the feelings that trigger the modules? I think there is some value, because I think it drives home that when you're being mindful, you're influencing, whether an entire frame of mind sets in that influences thoughts and perceptions, and that can influence those thoughts and perceptions in really subtle ways and for a really long time. So a good example of this, I think, is hatred. Now, hatred, from the point of view of an evolutionary psychologist, is, among other things, a feeling that defines enemies, okay? If you hate someone, they're an enemy. You can be angry at someone who's a friend, but if you hate them, they're not your friend. And natural selection seems to have equipped the human mind to deal in particular ways with enemies and in particular ways with friends. And behavioral scientists have discovered one very interesting feature of the different ways that we look at enemies and friends, and it's this. When our friends do something good, we attribute it to their inner essence. This is just the kind of thing they do. They're good people, okay? If they do something bad, we attribute it to some external factor, some circumstance. We say, oh, well, it was just peer group pressure, or they hadn't had sleep in days, so they weren't really themselves. And by the way, you may recognize this as a way we think about our own behavior, right? When we do something good, that's us. And when we do something bad, there's some external explanation for it. Well, when we think about our enemies, it's actually the opposite, it turns out. When they do something bad, we attribute that to their essential nature. That's the way they are, they're bad. When they do something good, we explain it away in terms of something external. Well, they were just doing it to please so-and-so who happened to be there, or they were coerced into doing it, or whatever. Now, presumably, this feature exists in our mind, was designed by natural selection, presumably, to, among other things, encourage us to talk about enemies in this particular way. When we talk about enemies to other people, it's in our interest, in kind of strategic terms, to talk about them in very unflattering terms, because it's in our interest to undermine the stature of our enemies, who are people who can do us harm, and the more stature they have, the more harm they can do us. So this may be very much a propaganda tool, but it does seem to be the case that in order to spread the propaganda more effectively, we actually believe this. We actually believe that our enemies are these people who do bad things by nature and good things for other reasons. And one reason this can be really important is because when a nation is deciding whether or not to go to war, it really matters how the people in the other country and the leader of the country are framed. And this helps explain why people who are trying to encourage you to go to war will tend to frame the leader in the country they want to invade as, as evil as possible. So the Iraq War in 2003 was a good example. People who supported the war in America, some of them at least, not all of them, compared Saddam Hussein to Hitler, who of course is as evil as it gets. And if you're going to try to really firmly entrench hatred in someone's mind, that's a good comparison to make. And once you've framed the leader of the nation you hope to invade as an enemy, once you've got that frame firmly set, it's very hard for him to get out of it. Because if he does anything good or anything accommodating, it'll be attributed to external circumstances, but whenever he does anything bad, it'll be taken as more evidence of how bad he is. Now, hatred is a very strong emotion. You know it when you feel it. It's very dramatic. But I do think that the kind of frame that it creates, the enemy frame, can be sustained with subtler feelings of antipathy. It's not like every time you think of your enemy, you fly into a rage. No, it can be a lot subtler than that, and that's one reason mindfulness meditation can be valuable, and a mindful attitude can be valuable, because you pick up on feelings that are sufficiently subtle that you might otherwise miss them. So I guess I'd say that in sum, the case for viewing mindfulness meditation in the context of this modular view of the mind is, first of all, it drives home that there's a whole frame kind of being installed in your mind, and you can influence which frame it is through mindfulness, and that this frame can influence your perceptions very subtly. It's a lot subtler than seeing a snake that's not there. And the feelings that sustain the frame can be pretty subtle, and in fact, you may become aware of them only if you are carrying a mindful attitude into the world. Now, in a way, this brings us back to the not-self doctrine. We saw earlier that the Buddha's kind of famous discourse on the not-self is amenable to differing interpretations. There's the full-bodied interpretation that he was emphatically denying the very existence of the self. We saw that there's also a kind of minority interpretation that views his aims as somewhat less ambitious. And there the idea is that one way you could look at that discourse is as saying, there's no part of your mind that has to be part of yourself. There's no feeling you have to own, there's no thought you have to own, and you can choose which things to let go of. Well, to translate that into modular terms, you might say that the idea is, there's no module you have to own, or there's no module you have to be. Because remember, modules are these things that are in some sense kind of trying to become the self for a while, right? And that's one reason that Douglas Kenrick in the previous lecture was referring to them as sub-selves. So as for the deeper notion of not self, the idea that the self really does not exist, there are people who have meditative experiences that convince them of the truth of this doctrine. They say they have seen the absence of a self kind of in themselves. I guess I should put that last selves in quotes maybe, but they experientially come to know the doctrine of not self. Now, near the end of this lecture, we're going to look at whether the modular view of the mind helps make sense of what's going on in the minds of these people as they have these experiences. And we're going to look at some of the kinds of reports you get from these people. But first we're going to take a little detour, and I think it's going to be a detour that helps us answer this question about what's going on in the minds of these people, or at least helps us frame it a little more firmly. And what we're going to do, and this is in the next segment of this lecture, is we're going to look at the issue of self-control, of controlling our appetites. And we're going to ask, well, how does self-control happen if, in fact, there is no self? Now, if you were in a mood to push back against this modular view of the mind, and I'm sure some of you are in a mood to push back against the modular view of the mind, one thing you could say is, okay, granted, sometimes these frames of mind set in, and I'm not really aware of it happening, and maybe they're triggered by feelings, okay, that does happen, and maybe sometimes I could see a movie that would affect my subsequent behavior in ways I don't even really understand, fine. But there's sometimes when I, the chief executive self, I make a decision, okay? So I may be tempted to eat chocolate or a powdered sugar donut, but sometimes I say, no, I'm not going to do it. It's not in my long-term interest to do it. Well, isn't that proof that the self, the chief executive self, actually exists? Well, I may have bad news for you. I asked Rob Kurzban that question. You may remember him. He was a strong proponent of a modular view of the mind, wrote a book about it, and we heard from him a couple of times already. And his view is that no, ultimately the fact that sometimes we seem to be the ones consciously making the decision, that fact does not ultimately mean that the self exists. Here's how the exchange went when I asked him about this. Tell me what's wrong with this common way of describing a situation involving me. Okay, I really wanted to have the chocolate, and I really felt drawn to it. But, you know, I knew that if I did it today, I'd do it tomorrow, the next day. The next day, eventually, I'd gain weight, and I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I, ate so much chocolate. And so I decided not to eat the chocolate. Now, you think that's an inaccurate way of describing what's actually going on in my brain, right?
Yeah, I think that from a lay standpoint, it's fine to talk like that. When you're talking to your, family at the dinner table, it's fine. But I think eventually psychology as a scientific enterprise is going to have to move on from sentences that have pronouns like that. So if those sentences are going to have to be something like, there were certain systems in your head which are designed to be motivated to eat high-calorie foods, and those systems had certain kinds of, you can call them motives or beliefs or whatever, representations. And then there's other parts of your head that have motives associated with long-term health. And those systems had certain beliefs about the chocolate and what's a good thing to bring about. And so those modules inhibited, the behavior that was being facilitated by the short-term modules. And so, in that description, there's no word I in there. There's no pronouns that are sort of covering the whole self.
Okay, so this whole issue of conscious decision-making is important because, after all, we make a lot of important decisions. We decide, should I buy a car? Which car should I buy? Which college should I go to? Which job offer should I accept? And in addition, there are a lot of issues of kind of self-control in the traditional sense that are more consequential than the question of whether to eat some chocolate on a given day. So there's a question of whether I should have a drink, even though last time I had one drink, had a bunch of drinks and wound up kind of making a fool of myself, or should I smoke this cigarette, or should I cheat on my spouse? These are really important questions. It would be nice to know, can this thing that feels like the reasonable me make decisions, or at any rate, is there some sense in which reason can enter the equation, the process by which decisions are made? And is it possible that meditation can empower reason, can magnify the role of reason in these decisions. So this whole thing is worth grappling with. Now, one question I asked Rob Kurzban is, if really, as you say, this all boils down to just kind of modules fighting it out and the more powerful module winning, then why do we have to go through this whole ritual of listening to the reasons on both sides of whether you eat the chocolate or whether you do anything else? You know, is that just kind of for show or what? And he had two answers, kind of two somewhat conjectural explanations. They're both very interesting. First of all, he said, well, it makes sense that reason would play a role in here. It makes sense that natural selection would design the brain so that when the module that is kind of concerned with long-term health or long-term interests comes up with a reason on its side of the argument, you know, if the reason makes sense, if there's merit to it, then sure, that reason should enter the equation. So it makes sense that our brains would be designed that way to give some kind of credit to good reasons. Now, Rob isn't saying that it's the way it feels, which is that, you know, I am this conscious judge adjudicating. The chief executive self hears out the two parties, decides which one has more reason on its side, and then makes the decision. He's not saying that happens, but he is suggesting that somewhere in the system there's some algorithm or something that kind of evaluates the merit of reasons. Now that leads to another question I have, which is, well, why is this process conscious? Why does this all have to enter consciousness? You know, because after all, presumably you could design a computer program that evaluates the merit of logic or something, and it wouldn't have to necessarily have to be conscious. So why is it that we have to spend all the time hearing about, you know, the pros and cons of the decision before the module with the most power winds up winning? I mean, even granted that a module's generation of a valid reason gives that module more power in Rob's scenario, why do we have to hear about the whole thing? Why don't we just let the decision making happen and then we just hear the verdict? Well, here I think the second question or the second explanation that Rob had in response to my question enters the picture. So when I said, you know, why does there have to be this conscious rehearsal of the pros and the cons? He said, well, there's a second possible explanation of that. And here's the explanation he gave.
People want to come up with reasons to justify their behavior to other people. Again, this goes back to this public relations thing. So the production of reasons inside your head, my guess is that a large part of the reason that goes on is because if someone ever challenges you or asks you why you did X, Y, or Z, you want to have that in your hand. And you don't want to take actions until you have some reason ready to go, such that if people ask you about it, so the social world pings you and says, what was the story with that? That you have something ready to go. I think this is why, you know, the marketing people are telling me that consumers need only one reason to buy a product. Is that basically, it's not that one reason dominates all the other features of the product, the price or the quality or the whatever, the brand, who knows. But it's that as long as you have one reason, you can't look like an idiot for making the choice. You can always tell the other guy who asked you why you bought that particular microwave. You say, yeah, well, you know, it has the gizmo. So
the idea here is that, you know, one reason we go through this rehearsal of reasons is so that we'll be prepared to give reasons for our behavior if we're challenged. And I imagine this is especially important if you've done something that, if found out, might meet with real social disapproval or possibly even retribution from an offended party. So for example, if you're having an extramarital affair, now the way you might think of this in modular terms, the decision of whether to have one would be, you know, there's a module that seeks short-term sexual gratification, then there's a module that's concerned about your long-term reputation or is concerned about eventual retaliation, you know, and they're both coming up with reasons for their position. Well, one reason that the module advocating the affair can't come up with is the truth, which is, you know, I wanted short-term sexual gratification, right? That's not an acceptable answer in society for violating a norm. You have to have a better reason than that. So we come up with reasons like, oh, if you knew how emotionally distant my spouse was, you'd understand why I did it, and so on. And this explains why these reasons would be rehearsed consciously, right? If the purpose of the reasons is to be shared with others in the event that we have to give reasons, then it makes sense that it would be the conscious mind that observes and rehearses these reasons, because after all, it seems to be the conscious mind that does the communicating with other people. So the idea here is, an analogy, I guess, would be, suppose there's a corporation, and instead of two contending modules, you have two contending vice presidents. They have very different ideas about strategies, about what they want to do on a particular issue. And so they go to the office of the public relations director, and they each give the reasons that they have for advocating their position. And a lot of the point of this exercise, it's not that the PR director is necessarily going to declare a winner, but rather he or she is just kind of hearing the reasons so that they'll be prepared to share the reasons with the world when the time comes. Now, on the other hand, this does suggest a second way that reason could matter. Because after all, if the policy that one vice president is advocating is going to lead to huge blowback, and the reason that the vice president is giving for it just is not going to carry the day out there with the public, then that counts against the argument that the vice president is making. So you can imagine this PR director saying, no, I'm sorry, that one is just not going to fly. If you don't have a better reason than that we can publicize after we do this, then that counts against the argument that we should do that. So in theory, there could be two separate senses in which reason matters. First of all, as Rob Kurzban suggested, you would expect the brain to be designed such that it pays attention when there are good reasons that it's not in your long-term self-interest to do something. And secondly, to the extent that the reasons you would give people to justify something controversial you've done are not going to fly, are not going to be accepted, then that too counts against kind of the module that is advocating that particular course of action. Okay, so reason can matter, but on the other hand, with certain issues of self-control, in particular true addictions, reason seems to play a less and less prominent role as time goes on. You may deliberate earnestly before you start drinking, and then later develop a drinking problem, and as you become an alcoholic, you kind of skip the deliberation issue. You just drink. You may have a rationale, a standard rationale for doing what you do, but the time for actual reason to enter the equation kind of seems to pass, or with any addiction, with heroin addiction or whatever. So it seems as if modules, in a sense, gain more power with victory. So the module that's advocating doing this thing that may lead to short-term gratification, it seems to get stronger as it kind of wins victory after victory. Your grandmother may have said, be careful about succumbing to temptation that first time, because it's going to get harder to resist thereafter, harder and harder and harder. Well, that actually is the way the system seems to work. And one question is, why is it designed that way? Why is it that modules are given more power with victory? I mean, you could imagine a system where they just take turns, and the deal is, well, this module won last time, the short-term gratification module. Now the more responsible, far-seeing module is going to get to win this time around. But that's not the way it works. Now, why is that? Well, my own pet theory is that actually this is kind of a logical way for natural selection to have designed a modular system of motivation. Because after all, if you imagine, these modules are being built up over time, and probably, the short-term gratification modules often existed in evolutionary time before some of the modules that look farther into the future and worry about long-term consequences. So the modules are kind of being stacked upon one another, and if there's indeed not a kind of chief executive self to adjudicate among them, there have to be rules for how power is allocated among the modules. And when you think about it, it does make sense that one rule would be that modules that succeed in achieving gratification are given more power next time around. So, for example, if back during evolution there's a module that seeks short-term sexual gratification, and you imagine that there's a situation where it's kind of saying, go for it, approach her. And there's a module that's saying, no, you'll be rejected, you'll be humiliated, people will make fun of you, whatever. Well, if indeed the module advocating advance prevails, and you're not rebuffed, and there is the sexual gratification, then in natural selection's terms, that's success. So the gratification is evidence that this module's counsel was, in the terms that natural selection cares about, this module's counsel was, wise, so to speak. I mean, at least conducive to getting genes into the next generation. Similarly, to revisit an example we gave earlier in the course, if there is a module that's saying, those trees off in the distance, I think they could have real fruit, let's make the effort, let's go. Well, if you go and you get to the trees, there is fruit, you taste the fruit, it's good, it's sweet, it feels gratifying, well, then that module, it makes sense that that module would have more power next time around because it's got a good track record now. It was right this time, and so makes sense to go with the past winner. Now, in a modern environment, these rules of the road, the rules that give more power to a module seeking short-term sexual gratification if it achieves the gratification, or more power to a module that seeks fruit if you get the sweet taste of fruit. These same rules can lead people to be addicted to pornography or addicted to junk food. But in the environment they were designed for, these rules actually made sense. And so too with things like alcoholism, various kinds of drug addiction. These are the result of novel features of the environment that allow people to intervene directly in the chemical reward system that back during evolution it wasn't so easy to intervene directly in. So all of this drives home that self-control can be a very important question, and raises a question of how can we achieve it, and can meditation, in particular mindfulness meditation, play a role in helping us get the system under better control? Well, there's somebody who has really looked into that, and it's somebody we've already seen, Judson Brewer, who, as you may recall, did an important study, brain scan study, showing that the default mode network does get quieter during meditation. It turns out he also does work using mindfulness meditation to help people overcome chemical addictions such as smoking. And Judd Brewer recently explained to me, how this works. You get them to view the craving differently. Is that the key?
Yes. So we use an acronym, with smokers in particular, we use this acronym RAIN, where they have to recognize what craving feels like. They have to allow it to be there. So often we push away unpleasant things, and craving's unpleasant, so we try to push it away. And so we don't allow it to be in our body. And if we can't allow it to be there, we can't really investigate it. We can't really allow it to do its thing and, come up, do its dance, and go away. So the A is for allow, the I is for investigate. And I think of this as really getting curious. Oh, what does craving feel like in my body right now? And it can even, when you're really curious about something, that actually flips the valence from unpleasant to pleasant, because the craving, which was unpleasant, flips to curiosity, which is pleasant, and it can help us kind of stay with the object. Mm-hmm. And for the N, we use a noting practice. So this is simple Mahasi style noting, where people can note craving as it comes and goes. So tightness, tension, clenching, burning, rising, as the craving comes and goes away. So we use this, other people have used this idea of urge surfing, where you can ride out your urges. And mm-hmm. the RAIN acronym very much helps people get on top of that wave and ride it instead of getting sucked into the craving okay. and using.
So whereas normally, Pete, you would have the feeling that if you've got a craving, you've got to either succumb to it, surrender to it, or push it away. What you're saying is actually you can do neither. You can sit there and, by observing it, in effect, weaken it.
Yes, and you weaken it because you don't feed it. So it's interesting in the language of the Buddha's time, the dependent origination, where craving is this key link in this, this feeling tone comes up, you crave something, you act on it, and by acting on it, you kind of reify a self-concept, which then spins back around and kind of changes the way you interact with future situations that mm-hmm. are similar. And they actually describe clinging. Another translation of upadana, which is translated as clinging, is also sustenance or fuel. Mm-hmm. So in an essence, you're fueling that fire every time you act on a craving. And so what we teach people to do is just be with the craving. Notice that it's physical sensations in their body, and mental restlessness or whatever, and that if they don't act on it, they don't fuel it, and they mm-hmm. don't feed it. And when you don't feed it, eventually, if it's a stray cat and you stop feeding the stray cat, it doesn't come to your house anymore. If you stop adding fuel to a fire, it eventually burns off.
Okay, so the cat keeps coming to your door. Now that's an interesting metaphor to a psychologist, because it suggests the dynamic of what psychologists call operant conditioning. The classic example of that is just a rat that, presses the bar, food comes out, so the rat keeps pressing the bar. Now, if you quit giving the rat food in response to the pressing of the bar, then eventually the behavior is, as psychologists say, extinguished, and the rat no longer presses the bar. Well, the prospect being raised here is that maybe, basically the dynamics of operant condition work with cravings, so that when you kind of look at a craving mindfully, that's like the rat pressing the bar without the food coming out. Because if you look at it mindfully, it doesn't get a grip on you, you don't follow it, you don't smoke the cigarette or have the drink or whatever. And I guess in this metaphor, then kind of just pushing the craving away would be more like, not letting the rat anywhere near the bar in the first place. And, that could work. That could be an effective self-control. I would imagine that it winds up having different properties from the mindfulness therapy that Judd Brewer is talking about. And it may be that if you just keep pushing the craving away, then when the craving does arise in full-bodied form, maybe you're less capable of resisting it. I don't know. It's an empirical question. But one other interesting question related to this is whether you could view a lot of other exercises of mindfulness as basically operant conditioning. So, for example, when you feel rage, if you pound your desk and yell at someone, which after all feels kind of good, when you're in a rage, is that the reward that reinforces the behavior? Is that, in other words, has the module been deemed successful? If you scream and nothing bad happens, nobody retaliates, Is that defined as success in natural selections terms? Or if you feel hatred, and as a result, you go around talking in very unfavorable terms about the person you hate, which after all feels good, right? I mean, especially if it turns out the person you're talking to shares the opinion, or you feel you've persuaded them that this person you hate is a bad person. Well, is the talking about the person you hate a reward for the behavior? Is it, and by design, again, is the idea that the module that generates the behavior or the hatred has succeeded in natural selection's terms if it leads you to successfully kind of denounce the person? That to me is a very interesting question. It's a speculative question for sure, but I do think it's possible that yes, it makes sense to think of modules in a not quite literal sense as kind of organisms that operate according to the principles of operant conditioning, and to think that when we exercise mindfulness, we may have the ability to alter their behavior via the principles of operant conditioning, so that when we look at a feeling like hatred or rage mindfully, and so it doesn't translate into the behavior that it would normally translate into, then we are draining the kind of long-term power from that module rather than letting it amass more and more power. Okay, so far in this lecture we've seen three kinds of connections between mindfulness meditation and the modular view of the mind. First of all, the default mode network that gets quiet during mindfulness meditation, and for that matter during other kinds of meditation, can be viewed as, and maybe is best viewed as, different modules kind of vying for your attention. Okay. Second, by being mindful of feelings, we can in principle determine which modules are and are not allowed to kind of take over the mind. And then third, by exercising this mindfulness, we can affect the long-term power that different modules have. We can drain power from some modules and maybe empower other modules. Okay, now let's turn to what is in some ways a deeper connection between meditation and the modular view of the mind. In the final segment of this lecture, we're going to hear from some people who have had meditative experiences that convince them that the self does not exist. And we're going to look at those experiences in light of the modular view of the mind and see if that tells us anything about what's going on in their minds when they have these experiences, and even whether these are kind of valid experiences of insight. Buddhist meditation is sometimes called a mystical form of enlightenment. Now, what does that mean? Well, it depends on who you ask, but William James, the great American psychologist whom we heard from in the first lecture, said that there are two hallmarks of a mystical experience. He said that first, it is noetic, and second, it is ineffable. By noetic, he meant that there is a sense that knowledge has been imparted, that some deep insight has been apprehended. And by ineffable, he meant that it's hard to express exactly what the experience was like, why the person is so convinced of the truth of this deep insight. And if you want an illustration of what exactly James meant by ineffability, one thing you can do is talk to a kind of serious Buddhist meditator who has had the experience while meditating of not self. And by that, I don't mean the kind of modest version of not self that we've talked about, where you say, well, I don't have to identify with that particular feeling. That feeling doesn't have to be part of myself. I mean full-on, extreme not self, where the person becomes convinced that there is no self in there. if you ask such a meditator to kind of describe the experience, often what you'll hear is, sorry, I can't describe it. Sometimes you find somebody who is game, who will give it a shot. And even then, when they start talking about it, you kind of see what James meant by ineffable, that it does defy really clear articulation. Well, anyway, one person who agreed to talk to me a little about such an experience is Rodney Smith. He's a very highly regarded meditation teacher and the author of a book called Awakening. And I asked him to try to recall the very first meditative experience he had when he became convinced of the truth of the not-self doctrine.
In words, which already throws me way off, stillness. There was no contention, okay? And then therefore it was, it felt stillness was not a contained state, it was infinite stillness, because there was no distance. Infinity comes into play when there isn't any distance. It's the only time it comes into play. So when there is no object that is counter to yourself, or yourself that is counter to an object, then there is infinity. So I would say infinity, I would say stillness, and universal awareness.
Now, by universal awareness, he doesn't mean that he was aware of the whole universe. He just means that he got the sense that awareness is kind of a property of the universe in a sense, and that what he had previously thought of as himself or his own little realm of consciousness was actually just kind of a particular part of this larger expanse of awareness, or a point of access to it.
It's like, here's an example. If you take the air around you, all right, the air around you is 360, it's everywhere. It doesn't apply any pressure, it's there. Okay, now make the air awareness, alive. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're being surrounded internally and externally by something that is not self-generated.
Not every meditator who has had this not-self experience would describe it the way Rodney did, but there were two themes in what he said that actually are pretty common in these reports. One is just the idea that there's a sense that your awareness, your consciousness is in fact not something that's really defined by a self. I've heard the term ownerless consciousness as a reference to this. And the other thing, when Rodney talked about there being no sense of opposition between any self and any other object, that would fall under the heading of kind of transcending the subject-object duality, which is another thing you hear. Both of those things are very hard for me to wrap my mind around, and I would say do qualify for what William James called ineffable in some sense. But I do think there's a more straightforward way to try to get a sense for what people mean by not self. There's another avenue we can take, and that is to ask meditators who have had this experience to talk a little about what their thoughts seem like during meditation. We've talked about feelings and how meditation can give you a kind of a different relationship to your feelings, but we haven't really talked much about what thoughts might seem like to the very serious meditator, and I think that can be a fruitful path here. So I talked about that to Joseph Goldstein, who's a very important thinker in American Buddhism and has played an important role in really the development of American Buddhism over the last few decades. About 40 years ago, having spent some time in Asia, he came back and founded, along with Sharon Salzberg and Jack Kornfield, the Insight Meditation Society, and that has become a very important institution in kind of spreading awareness of, in particular, Vipassana meditation. He's also written a lot of books, including The Experience of Insight, about Vipassana meditation. Anyway, I did raise this question of kind of thoughts with Joseph, what thoughts seem like during meditation.
So one little exercise to do, it's a kind of fun exercise. especially if you're sitting in a group, just to play a little bit and to imagine that every thought that's arising in your mind is coming from the person next to you. And just notice if that would make a difference in how you're relating to the thought. Mm-hmm. And it can give you a sense that the identification with thought is extra. Okay. The thought itself is appearing, disappearing like a sound, but being identified with it is something we're adding.
Okay, so then in meditation there can be the sense that thoughts are just kind of coming out of nowhere, so to speak, almost like voices, although it's not like you're hearing things maybe literally, but it's more like...
Correct.
As you might guess, the way he put that reminds me of the modular view of the mind. In the modular view of the mind, the conscious mind doesn't really generate the thoughts, but rather the thoughts are generated by some modules outside of the realm of consciousness. Michael Gazzaniga, an adherent of the modular view of the mind, whom we've mentioned, and who did those split brain experiments that we talked about earlier, has put it this way. Gazzaniga has written, "It's a dog-eat-dog world going on in your brain with different systems competing to make it to the surface to win the prize of conscious recognition." So, as he puts it, whichever notion you happen to be conscious of at a particular moment is the one that comes bubbling up, the one that becomes dominant. Normally, we don't see the bubbling up, right? We don't see a thought kind of enter the conscious realm. Rather, we kind of identify with it immediately, apparently, and just think that the conscious mind generated the thought. And maybe meditation, by kind of calming the mind, making the mind still, lets you actually see the thought emerge in consciousness before you identify with it. In any event, once I kind of saw the parallels between what Joseph Goldstein was saying and this modular view of the mind, I kind of pressed him on the point and tried to kind of crystallize the parallels. Let me see if I have this right. During meditation, you can begin to see that or come to believe that, whereas you might have thought all your life you're thinking thoughts. The thing you think of you as is thinking the thoughts. It's closer to being the case that the thoughts try to capture you, the thing you think of as you, right? I mean, they come from somewhere, right. Somewhere in your body, somewhere in your brain, but, yes. Okay, so far so good. But then at this point, I started leading the witness a little farther than he wanted to go. But, yes. But whatever part of your body or brain you're thinking of as you is more like the captive of the thoughts. The thoughts reach out and try to grab it and carry it with them.
Well, I think that's kind of an interesting way to describe it, and it certainly feels like that. But I would phrase it a little differently. It's just that the thoughts are arising, mm-hmm. and there is a strong habit of mind to be identified with them. So it's not so much that I think they have the intent to reach out and capture us. Yeah. But rather, there's just this very strongly conditioned, habitual identification. This is how we've lived our lives. Mm-hmm. And it takes a practice to break that conditioning, to be mindful of the thought rather than to be lost in it. Okay, so Joseph says it's going too far to think of the thoughts as actually alive and trying to capture your attention, and I think that's going too far too. But he also said that that's what it feels like, and that makes sense in terms of a modular view of the mind. If a module, having reached a certain level of activation, succeeds in kind of propelling a thought into your consciousness, it might seem that the thought has a certain vibrance. In any event, Joseph's basic report that during meditation, often it seems like you are not the one thinking your thoughts, that report is quite common. I've heard a number of meditation teachers say, thoughts think themselves. Now, I'd say that's not exactly right. I'd say modules generate the thoughts, but again, it might seem to you like the thoughts think themselves because the modules are kind of outside of the realm of consciousness, so the thoughts seem to enter consciousness of their own accord. So anyway, once I had led the witness a little too far,
I kind of backed off a little and took another shot at the subject with Joseph and tried to kind of get clear on exactly what rendering of the basic idea he would accept. But let me just put it this way: thoughts become to seem much more like active things than the things than passive things. In other words, they're actors in your consciousness that you've got to deal with, and you're in the habit of going along with them. But that's not necessary.
Correct. And they become a lot less active when we see them for what they are, when we're not pulled into the drama of them. It's sort of like going to the movies. We go to the movies and there's a very absorbing story and we're pulled into the story and we feel so many emotions and, we're excited or afraid or in love, whatever. And then maybe in a moment we sit back and say, oh, this is just light. These are just pixels of light projected on a screen, right? That everything that we thought is happening is not really happening. It's the same way with our thoughts. We get caught up in the story, in the mind drama of them, forgetting their essentially insubstantial nature.
Now, this may remind you of something that Yifa, our friend the Buddhist nun, said earlier, not about thoughts, but about feelings. And in case you don't remember, here's a flashback.
It's just like you watch a movie. The movie it's a kind of a picture by picture emotion, and you grasp it as real. But when you take a one by one, a piece by piece, it's not real.
So I think it's interesting that both thoughts and feelings are being described here with that same metaphor of a movie. And maybe there's a connection between these two things. I mean, what Joseph said suggested that when feelings are running strong, the thoughts seem kind of more tangible and more part of you. And as I said earlier, there is the view that even when feelings aren't running really strong, still thoughts tend to have a kind of an affective quality, some kind of feeling tone associated with them. And if so, it could be that the feeling associated with the thought is kind of what attaches it to you, what makes it feel part of yourself, what inclines you to kind of own it. So the feeling tone of a thought then becomes a kind of cement. That's mere conjecture, but I think it's kind of plausible conjecture, and certainly it would explain why it is that as you meditate and the mind gets more calm and still, and the feelings seem to lose their power, then the thoughts also seem less tangible and a little more remote. In any event, the kind of practical upshot of this is pretty clear.
So when we have that basis of wisdom about the nature of thought, then we have more power to choose, okay, which thoughts are helpful, which are going to serve me, serve others, then we act on them. Which thoughts are not so helpful, those we can more easily let go.
Okay, so that brings us back to the more modest version of not self. In other words, just thinking, well, there are these feelings I don't have to own, or there are these thoughts I don't have to own, I don't have to consider part of myself. And you view it that way, but without really letting go of the concept of the self. But it could be that this modest version of not self leads kind of naturally to the more extreme, all-encompassing version of not self. In other words, you start out thinking, well, I don't have to own that thought, I don't have to own that feeling. And then you might start to think, well, then in principle I don't have to own any of them, and the implications of that might dawn on you. Anyway, I ran this idea past Joseph. So we've said you don't really have to identify with your thoughts, even if you're in the habit of it. We earlier said you don't really have to identify with your emotions, even if you're in the habit of it. And this is, you can kind of see how, if you start looking at all aspects of subjective experience like this, you could be led to doubt the very existence of self. And this is the logic, to some extent, of the Buddha's argument for the non-existence of self, right? As framed in the context of what are called the five aggregates.
Yes.
The way Buddhist thought divides your experience into these five aggregates. some of which we've talked about.
Yes.
That's the logic of the argument, right? There's nothing in your experience that you are really intrinsically identified with.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's a kind of organic connection between the modest and extreme versions of the not self doctrine in at least a kind of logical, intellectual sense. In other words, you realize that you don't have to identify with some of your thoughts or feelings, and then you realize that, well, in principle, you don't have to identify with any of them. But what about experientially? What about the feeling of not self? Is it the case that if you start out kind of feeling through meditation that, wow, I don't really have to own this particular feeling or this particular thought, does that naturally lead you to get where, say, Rodney Smith was and have the experience of full-on not self? Well, in a way, Joseph Goldstein seems like a good example of this. So do you mean you have a sense of distance from your consciousness itself?
I wouldn't so much say use the term distance as non-identification with.
Mm-hmm.
There's the experience of consciousness and every object of thoughts, emotions, sensations.
Well,
so there's the experience without being identified with them.
okay.
And that's when we begin to get a sense of the selfless nature.
Now that doesn't sound exactly like Rodney Smith's description of the experience of not self, but it's kind of moving in that direction. It does sound this theme of ownerless consciousness. And that raises a question. You know, when you are not identifying with your consciousness, where is the you that's not identifying with it, right? When you're seeing not self, don't you have to be seeing it from some perspective? Well, I guess you have to be there. I mean, I guess this is what William James meant by ineffable. But it does remind me of a question raised by Leda Cosmides, the psychologist we heard from earlier, when she was talking about mental modules, which she was calling mechanisms, and she was talking about how pervasively they influence our perception. And here's what she said.
There's always some psychological mechanism doing something. It's creating our experience of the world. It's creating our perception of the world. That's why I wouldn't say that domain-specific mechanisms color our perceptions. I'd say that they create our perceptions. That there's no such thing as perceiving the world in a way that doesn't involve carving it conceptually into pieces. There's no point of view from nowhere.
Okay, in the next lecture, we're going to ask whether there is a view from nowhere, and if not, what the closest thing to that is. Or to put it another way, we're going to look at the Buddhist concept of enlightenment from the standpoint of evolutionary psychology. And we're going to do some other things in that lecture. After all, it's the final lecture. I'm going to try to wrap up a number of the threads that have been running through this course and render a kind of evaluation of key points of Buddhist thought from the standpoint of modern psychology. And I'm going to look again at the question of whether Buddhism offers a spiritual worldview that is valid and viable even in an age of science. Hello. Welcome to another week of Office Hours. This is the star of the show, Fraser. He says hello. And there is his sidekick, Milo. Hello, Milo. and then there's me. And I will come into view shortly. Anyway, speaking of Fraser and Milo, we want to start with a comment that came from the discussion forum from Luis Marcone, who suggested, after watching Office Hours, that perhaps cats display a Buddha nature that is even superior to the Buddha nature of dogs. Now, Luigi, I understand that you're kidding, and I thought it was funny. I just want you to know that Fraser and Milo were not amused. They did not. Find the humor in that. And you know, in discussing that with them, a possibility came up that maybe it's not so much a question of which species has the superior Buddha nature, but which species has the more deeply hidden Buddha nature. I have long acknowledged that Fraser's Buddha nature is very deeply hidden, and Milo's, for that matter, isn't exactly always on shimmering display. But we think it's in there somewhere, even in the case of Fraser. Speaking of Fraser and Milo, you're probably wondering, you know, what kind of week did they have? And more specifically, what kind of week did their modules have? I would say a good one. I mean, first of all, as usual, the status modules were on pretty effective display. Milo continued to try to unseat Fraser as alpha and continued to fail. Interestingly, this week, we also saw the appearance of their affiliative modules, which kind of, you know, come and go. But there was an opportunity for them to really be front and center when the younger of my two daughters dropped by briefly from college to pick some stuff up, and the dogs had not seen her in a few weeks, and so their affiliative modules decided to affiliate with her. Okay, so that is affiliative modules doing their job. And I actually want to get back to making a serious point about my dog's modules and relating them to the modular view of the human mind. And I want to make an actual serious point. But first, I would like to kind of celebrate the fact that after quite a bit of kind of talking about this modular view of the human mind, in this week's lecture, we actually saw some potential application of the model to meditation. And I'm happy to report that in the discussion forum and on Facebook, some people picked up on this. So Lee Douglas, for example, in the discussion forum, summarized the segment of this lecture where we had Joseph Goldstein kind of describing the meditative experience and me trying to relate that to the modular view. Lee says, basically, you think your thoughts come from you, in quotes, so you listen to them. But by rejecting this and seeing them as semi-independent actors in your brain, you can listen to them more objectively and feel okay about allowing or dismissing their value, just as you might allow or dismiss the spoken thoughts coming from your neighbor. Remember, Joseph did that little kind of comparison, that little kind of thought experiment or exercise of like imagine that all your thoughts are really coming from your neighbors. Anyway, yeah, and the key thing here, I think, is, you know, when Lee says, you know, you see your thoughts as semi-independent actors in your brain, you might say, wait a second, how can, like, you know, what's behind the thoughts? I mean, you know, and that's one thing the modular model, I think, offers. The idea is there are these, as Lee puts it, semi-independent kind of modules generating thoughts, and that would help explain the claim by serious meditators such as Joseph that upon close inspection, the thoughts appear not to in fact be coming kind of from you, but more like towards you. Lee goes on to, let's see, Lee had a kind of a metaphor. From what I understand about modules, there isn't a controlling who that decides which module gets to put its thought in the conscious part of your mind. It's more like whichever module's cup fills up first wins the prize. Yeah, that's not a bad metaphor. I guess the more you use a module, the less that module's cup needs filling to spill into consciousness, right? So you can actively change the parameters of module activation and therefore potentially change the outcome. In other words, by choosing which kind of modules carry the day by day, you choose which modules get stronger, which get weaker, which kinds of thoughts you're empowering on a regular basis. Of course, this brings up the question, who is this you who's doing the choosing? Didn't we say that there was no self? Well, this is a paradox that I think, incapable of resolving. You know, and it's embedded in a whole lot of Buddhist discourse. You know, but first I would like to dwell on the irony, right? That that the irony is that by recognizing that you're not the one normally in control, you actually gain more control, right? By recognizing, hey, these thoughts are not coming from me, so actually I can pick and choose among them. You wind up getting empowered. Again, who are you? Who is this you that's being empowered? I don't know. I would emphasize that, you know, again, for me, I think for much of the meditative path, this not self-teaching doesn't need to be confronted head on. And I haven't personally, I think, gotten to the point where I need to really confront it head on. I'm thinking of it in a more instrumental way, where the idea is just that, hey, there's no one thing that you have to think of as part of yourself. And I should add, you know, Buddhists affirm the value of talking about you and me and him and her. You know, the idea is that it is a conventional or relative truth that the self exists, but in some ultimate sense, it does not exist. If you're wondering, like, what would it be like to perceive it as not existing even in an ultimate sense? Maybe Jonathan Miller knows. Jonathan Miller said in the discussion forum, you know, people, Joseph Goldstein and others had used this movie metaphor. You realize that your thoughts are just like a movie, you know, and you break them down, and frame by frame, pixel by pixel, you realize it's not real. Jonathan says, I heard it put much better many years ago when the speaker compared the screen itself to the mind and the images to thoughts cast upon it. Okay, so he's saying don't do what Joseph was suggesting, that like put yourself in the viewer, in the shoes of the viewer of the movie, put yourself in the shoes of the screen. Okay, this is all above my pay grade, these kinds of distinctions. My main point would be, and you know, I don't doubt that I could get far enough along in the path that I would go, yeah, screen is the way to think of it. But my main emphasis now would be, like, the question is, wait a second, who is directing the movie? Who is directing this part of the movie? And I think by saying, wait a second, that's just a module who is directing that part, you know, I can rewrite the plot. That, for me, is the current take-home. Jamie West asks in the discussion forum, says, I'm not sure the modular theory of the mind necessarily means that there is no self. Isn't our self basically the combination of the modules inside us? Yes, at different times, different modules might be in charge, but surely those are just different aspects of ourselves. You can certainly think of it that way if you want. Again, the whole Buddhist argument about the self applies to a particular definition of self that was being used by early Buddhists, and scholars argue about exactly the finer contours, the finest contours of that, but of what the conception of the self was. But you know, we've talked about a couple properties it has. In any event, yeah, suit yourself. But I think there you know, some people find value in doing. You know, it'd be perfectly reasonable to say, I want to define the self as the whole thing, all of my modules, the whole show. But there are people, I think you can make the case that there is value in thinking of it in a different way. And in thinking, hey, not all of that stuff is necessarily me. Now back to my dogs and modules. Here's the kind of serious point. I touched on this a little bit in the context of chimpanzees, but in a previous office hours, but I want to revisit this a little. Here's the thing about dogs. You know, dogs, when you think about it, are a pretty compelling case for a modular view of the mind, because it's like, it does usually seem they're just like on one channel and then they change the channel, right? It's like, there is the status thing. There is the affiliate with my daughter thing, you know, and then you're taking them for a walk and the thing is like, decide where to urinate. That's like That's the focus. It's like there's a module for that. They may get distracted. They see another dog, and then you see them. You got to figure it out. Is it an enemy? Is it a friend? Is it a dog they could mate with? These are the three basic questions that seem to be on their mind, and then they react appropriately. But then if the dog leaves, back on track. Where should I urinate? It seems very simple. It's like just switching the channels for a dog, okay? And what I want to say is that although, of course, we are not descended from dogs, we are descended from a creature roughly as cognitively complex as dogs, right? Somewhere in our evolutionary past, maybe in the early primate phase, who knows, 20, 30 million years ago, I have no idea. There's a creature about as complex as a dog. That's our direct ancestor. Then you have a series of amendments to our brain getting chosen by natural selection. And then here we are. And if you accept that at this earlier level of complexity, yeah, there's just these kind of finite number of functionally kind of specialized modes, then you got to ask yourself, well, why would that basic architecture change? I mean, in the course of subsequent evolution in between these creatures and us, right? I mean, obviously, things get a lot more complex and subtle, and there's more and more things you could call modules and networks, whatever, but more and more like little kind of specialized things that kick in here and there, and now they can kick in various combinations. It gets very complex, it gets very subtle, but still, the way natural selection works since that species, I'm positing, is the same way it worked to get to that species, which is brains evolve to solve specific problems, and there's no reason for that to change. Granted, there are also some general purpose things that evolve, like complex language, but something's got to determine what are the contents of the language, right? And there, the argument would be that depends on which kind of mode you're in, which mode has been triggered, which problem is being confronted. And many of the problems that would have been confronted since the existence of this dog-level complexity creature would still be in the domains I mentioned with the dogs, right? It's like you see another member of your species, friend, enemy, a possible mate, what's the relative status? That's like, that would continue, because we have good reason to believe those things were correlated with getting genes into the next generation. How you handle those questions, how you handled friends, the extent to which you undermined your rivals, neutralized your enemies, maximized the value of your friendships, and so on. There's every reason to believe that a lot of subsequent machinery that evolved after this dog-level creature would have served those ends. Yes, it all gets so complex that you start wondering, well, is module a misleading metaphor? And I'm open to the possibility that a word like network, or some networks, systems, whatever. But the key thing from the point of this course is that you're in some sense shifting from self to self to self. In other words, different. You're becoming a slightly different person as you confront the different situations, and you're not really usually consciously choosing to make the shift. Okay, and it isn't just different situations; it's a lot of other things that can change exactly the modality. But that is the fact that I think is a thing that's easy to overlook. The fact that there are these, again, kind of in some sense semi-autonomous agents that are generating thoughts, maybe in some sense trying to inject them into your consciousness. Although, to dispel one misconception that arose in the discussion forum, that doesn't mean we're saying they're conscious. It's not impossible if they're conscious. It's just that I'm not really rendering a view on that. Okay, sorry if I went on a bit long about that, but you know how I get when I think about dogs and modules. Okay, Simona Holstein says, on Facebook, I found another modular mind approach by the psychologist Paul Gilbert in his book, The Compassionate Mind. Paul Gilbert describes these. There are 3 modules, one for vitality and action, one for anger and anxiety, one for content and connection. He has a Buddhist approach as well. As a psychologist, he's using meditation to help his patients. This underscores a point, which is that not all modular views of the mind are Darwinian. This is one that I would call not especially Darwinian because he seems, I mean, I haven't read the book, but he seems not to be thinking in terms of kind of specific functional machinery that's designed to respond to adaptive problems that the organisms face in the course of history. By the same token, not all Darwinian views of the mind are modular. I do think pretty much any Darwinian view of the mind does acknowledge a certain amount of functional specificity in the brain, but you can imagine a Darwinian model that is very CEO-oriented and isn't as decentralized as the modular view I've been describing. Jennifer Hawkins says, you mentioned that you don't necessarily subscribe to the specific modular mind view that I mentioned in the lecture. Well, which one do you subscribe to? Well, again, I don't think there is yet a super well developed version of this. It's super complex, so it's not like there's one I subscribe to. Jennifer would love some professor-endorsed versions of a modular view. Well, I would say that there are 2 authors or co-authors whose work I respect very much. One of this 2-person team, one member has appeared in our lectures. That's Leda Cosmides. Her husband John Tooby and she have written a lot of stuff. Lately, Leda has not been using the word module because, well, it's a whole issue about. There's a version of it that's been kind of popularized by other people that does not have all the features she wants to see in it. She now thinks there's some confusion, and I should say popularized by some kind of non-Darwinian thinkers. So I don't know if she's using the term system or what, but anyway, much of their writing uses the term module, especially their early writing. I would not say, they're not professional writers or popularizers, so it's not for the layperson the most accessible stuff. I would call it, pretty reliably well thought out, and a certain amount of it is on the web. So Cosmides, Cosmides, Tooby, Tooby. Throw in those 2 words with the word module or modular, and you'll probably get led to some stuff. Let's see, what else do we have here? Homeric Geek asks on Twitter, very much the same question, could you offer a few more suggestions for reading on the evolutionary psychology side, please? I would say Tooby and Cosmides are very good, and I'm just not aware of a lot of recent kind of actual popularization. But there are a number of, Paul Bloom is an evolutionary psychologist and writes accessibly. And I wouldn't say he's kind of been confronting Ev-Psych head-on lately, but it informs his view of whatever he's writing about. Steven Pinker's books are from the evolutionary psychology point of view. Martin Daly and Margot Wilson's work. Margot is unfortunately deceased, but there's a lot of their work lying around. Again, they are scholars, not kind of popularizers, but they're very good. Okay, what else? Manjeet Jindal, whose name I may be mispronouncing, asks via Twitter, natural selection designed us for an environment. Environment changed. Will it not do the same thing again, change us, our minds? Meaning, I think, can natural selection kind of catch up with our new environment and shape our minds to be suitable for the environment we're living in? Because we've talked, after all, about ways in which our mind does not seem to be well suited to a modern environment. It seems to kind of misfire in some respects, at least in a modern environment. And I would say, unfortunately, natural selection seems to take a while to work. And given how fast things are changing now, the chances of it kind of catching up are pretty slim. So the main adaptive mechanism needs to be what's called cultural evolution. And technically, cultural evolution is defined as basically all non-genetic evolution. I mean, there's two ways humans can transmit information through the generations. One is in their genes, and the other is every other way, you know? The accumulation of scientific knowledge, technical knowledge, the evolution of religions, spiritual traditions, philosophy, you know, all non-genetic transfer of information comes under the rubric of cultural evolution. And that's what, you know, this course is about, a particular kind of culturally evolved approach to solving problems that the human mind faces, partly by virtue of being in an environment it wasn't designed for, but not only for that reason, okay? Because remember, it isn't just that natural selection didn't design our minds for this environment. Natural selection also doesn't care, in quotes, whether we're happy enduringly to begin with. So it cares about our interests only in the narrow sense of getting our genes into the next generation, and when you think about it, there's no reason we should share that emphasis. It's up to us whether we want to focus on getting genes into the next generation or just being happy, or being happy and helping people who don't share our genes. You know, it's all up to us. And you know, my point here is just, even if we were living in a hunter-gatherer environment, the environment we were kind of designed for by natural selection, more or less, I would say there would still be a place for meditation of the kind we've been talking about. Because it in any event can help liberate you from evolution's agenda, should you decide you don't share it. Dana Saron, S-A-R-O-N, Solnick, asks via Facebook, how does the modular model of the mind explain altruism that is neither kin, care, quote, nor affiliation? Also, how does it relate to a drive towards spirituality or faith? So a lot of questions there. Milo seems interested in those. How you doing, Milo? He's doing okay. First of all, in the last part, I mean, first of all, I would say this is broadly, in a way, this is a question for evolutionary psychology, not just for the specific modular model of the mind we've been kind of talking about. And as for the second part, hi, Milo. How does it relate to a drive towards spirituality or faith? If the question is, why is it that humans everywhere seek religious, in all cultures, you know, there seems to, the religious impulse or spiritual impulse seems to manifest itself. I tackled that in the appendix of my book, The Evolution of God, and that part of the book is available online for free. If you go to evolutionofgod.net, you will see there's excerpts from every chapter. You click on appendix, and it will say, here's an excerpt from the appendix. But just between you and me, it's not an excerpt from the appendix. It's the whole appendix. So it's my whole kind of chapter-length account of where the religious impulse comes from. On the question of altruism that is neither kin, care, nor affiliation, in other words, as an evolutionary psychologist would put it, explained neither by kin selection nor by reciprocal altruism. In other words, it's not a matter of just us forming friendships, kind of reciprocal altruistic loops. It's interesting question. I think certain things can be explained in principle by the fact that, remember, we evolved in a context, hunter-gatherer society, in which everyone we saw would have been someone we would be seeing again, pretty much. So if, for example, you see a homeless person on the street, Milo, are you trying to get on camera? I'm sorry, but there's more important things than that still. So if, you know, if you see somebody, a homeless person on the street, you may notice, you have trouble, especially if you make eye contact with them. Okay, Milo, enough. Nice seeing you, though. It's hard to turn them down. And, when you think about it, in a hunter-gatherer environment, any person, if they were really, really needy, it would have made sense in the somewhat cynical calculus of Darwinism to extend them a favor if they really needed it. That would leave them eternally indebted to you. That's one possible explanation. But the larger point is just that, look, as we reflect, we can choose to redeploy our basic impulses. We don't have to follow the strict agenda of natural selection. You can send money to people on the other side of the world who need your help, and it's great that you can. Milo, sorry. Milo led me to misplace my script, as it were. Okay, so Kathy Crochet asked, do modules mature or develop with age? Yeah, I would say. I mean, the whole mind does. So if the modular model is accurate, sure. An interesting thing about maturing and developing with age is makes it hard to tell like whether meditation is helping you, in the sense that, I've had people say to me, well, since you started meditating, I think you've become like, a nicer or gentler person or something. And, I say, well, yeah, but I've also been getting older, and, that kind of happens. People calm down a little bit. So it's hard to control your variables. But I don't personally have any doubt that meditation helps, because I notice the effects on a day-to-day basis. The difference between a day I meditate and a day I don't meditate, I think, is tangible. But anyway, yes, someone else had asked, I wish I took down the name, about plasticity. They said they had heard modular views of the mind criticized as not accommodating, change in the mind, basically. Plasticity. That, I think, is a bad rap. And it's kind of a bad rap against evolutionary psychology generally. EvPsych can totally, in principle, account for a highly plastic mind, okay? And I want to, dispel one common misconception is that evolutionary psychology is the view that when you see two people behaving differently, it must be because they have different genes. No, that's not inherent at all. I mean, different evolutionary psychologists have different views on the extent to which genetic differences between individuals matter. But certainly, evolutionary psychology could in principle explain how mechanisms evolve that will translate certain kinds of environments into certain kinds of behavioral tendencies. And in fact, Martin Daly and Margot Wilson, whom I mentioned earlier, one of the great virtues of their work was they showed how, for example, seeming tendencies toward violence among inner city youth could be the product of a kind of evolved mechanisms that's designed to assess the environment you're in and generate behavioral tendencies that are appropriate to that environment. So if you're in an environment where life expectancy is lower than in other environments and a whole host of other things, as they pointed out, it might make sense for the brain to steer your behavior toward a less risk-averse strategy. And so anyway, yes, plasticity is what's being called neuroplasticity now, is fully compatible with a Darwinian view of the mind and a modular view of the mind. Speaking of modular views, I want to revisit the thing when I referred to the Paul Gilbert book, I think that was the name that somebody brought up. I want to emphasize, the book could be, have a different view from my own modular view of the mind and still be a very valuable and helpful book. You could take a non-Darwinian modular view and say, well, there are, and it might be productive in various senses, certainly including a kind of what you might call a therapeutic one. Joseph Everly started a thread in the discussion forum called, "If there is no self, then how are we supposed to complete the self-evaluation portion of the writing assignment? Joseph was joking. And it was funny. It was good. I think Joseph should team up with Luigi, whom we started this office hours with, and maybe form like a Buddhist comedy team or something. Tour the retreat centers. It's a great audience at the retreat centers, you know, captive audience. They got nothing to do. They're dying for a reason to laugh. But speaking of the evaluations, this is a reference to the midterm evaluation, the midterm assignment evaluations. Katya Prokina, or some other pronunciation of Prokina, who is in Moscow, tweets that have just finished evaluating, you know, and says some essays with personal examples are really touching. I just think that's really cool. That here she is in Moscow, reading these things that are generated by people presumably all over the world, and you know, getting in, you know, having a very personal form of contact with them. And it's a reminder that as much as all of this technology complicates our lives and gives us reason to pursue meditation, there is tremendous potential in it. And I think maybe meditation can help us realize the potential more fully and be less kind of victimized by the downside of technology. That reminded me of something, but it has slipped my mind. Okay, so kind of finally, Kyle Findlay. Wait, is this Kyle Findlay or Carol Schatz? It's one of the two. It's one responding to the other. Anyway, it's picking up on a theme that I touched on. The question had been raised, well, does meditation possibly dampen your kind of what you might call moralistic or moral fervor or whatever, kind of the passion of your moral judgments, such that any impulse toward activism might be dampened? It's an interesting question. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on this. But in any event, this person, Kyle or Carol, as the case may be, alerts us to a YouTube video in which Ram Dass, famous contemplative, asked Thich Nhat Hanh, another famous contemplative, apparently said, many activists whose heart hurts because of the pain of injustice or pain to the environment often say to me that the attempt to be mindful of one's anger and hold it tenderly will dissipate the anger that they use for social action. Would you talk about that issue? I have to admit, I have not watched this YouTube video, but I encourage people to, and since you don't have the URL, maybe I should promise that in the email that I send out to alert you to this office hours, I will, as a PS, include the link to that. I'd love to hear more discussion of that. Okay, I've gone on too long. Fine, I can't believe it, but the final lecture is coming up this week. It's happened fast. I have to apologize. The final lecture is a little longer than the others. There was a lot of stuff that I wanted to try to fit in to kind of pull things all together. I don't know if I succeeded in pulling things together. I did succeed in generating a longer lecture than usual. But I hope you'll stick with it. Let me know what you think. As always, in the discussion forum, on the Facebook page, tweet to me at @DarwinDharma. Thank you. That scratching sound is Milo tearing up the carpet and suggesting that it's time for a walk. So that's what we'll go do. Thanks, and I will see you next time. Okay, well, this is the final lecture of the course, and I'm hoping that some of the threads that have been running through the course are going to come together in a satisfying way, because this is their last chance to do that. Now, at the beginning of the course, I said that we were going to look at what I call the naturalistic part of Buddhism. We weren't going to talk about reincarnation or deities. We were going to talk about Buddhist ideas about the mind and about reality, and we were going to try to assess some of those ideas from a scientific point of view. And I hope it's clear that we've done some of that. So, for example, this Buddhist emphasis on impermanence, the idea that kind of everything is impermanent, especially pleasure, and that our failure to reckon with that and see it clearly causes suffering and a certain kind of undercurrent of unsatisfactoriness in life. And we saw that there's a pretty plausible account from evolutionary psychology of why pleasure might be designed by natural selection to be very impermanent, fleeting, to evaporate quickly, and why that by design might leave us unsatisfied, and why our minds might be designed to kind of not get the picture, to really not see that clearly. We also looked at the not self doctrine, the idea that in some sense the self as we normally think of it doesn't exist. And we saw that indeed modern psychology provides reason to doubt that at least a conscious kind of CEO in control self really exists. There's reason to wonder whether the self that we kind of naturally think of existing does in fact exist. And we also saw that a particular modern kind of theory of the mind, the modular model of the mind, actually helps explain some of the texture of meditative experience, and also suggests that certain meditative experiences, in particular those associated with kind of seeing not self, may indeed be kind of an accurate view of the workings of a modular mind. Okay, so in various ways, we've kind of given some corroboration, some validation to the Buddhist view of things. In this lecture, I want to consolidate that and extend it. And the way I'd like to frame what we're up to here is that I want to take a question that's been kind of hovering over the course and put it in particularly dramatic form. I want to ask the question, is enlightenment really enlightenment? Okay, so I'm referring, of course, to this idea that at the culmination of the Buddhist path, there is this state, this experience known as enlightenment, even if it's rarely attained, and it involves a kind of perfectly clear vision of things, and also, nicely, is accompanied by liberation from suffering. So the question I want to ask is, does enlightenment really deserve its name? Now, this may strike you as kind of a moot question, a question that doesn't have a lot of practical significance, because after all, how many of us are realistically, hoping to attain actual enlightenment in the course of our lifetimes? And it's true that I don't think a lot of us probably will, and speaking for myself, certainly. On the other hand, if you are seriously pursuing the meditative path in a Buddhist context, then in theory you are trying to get closer, at least, to this thing out there known as enlightenment. And if indeed this however hard to attain thing known as enlightenment, that it's at the end of the path, does bring kind of utter clarity, does bring contact with profound truth, even ultimate truth, then it's reasonable to think that maybe the incremental steps that we make along the way are at least bringing us clearer vision and closer to the truth. So there is that kind of significance, that kind of practical significance to the question of kind of what this enlightenment thing is and whether it really corresponds to deep truth. Now, there are obviously some challenges in trying to kind of get a grip on enlightenment. For starters, figuring out exactly what it is, what would the experience of enlightenment be like? Because after all, as we've seen, one of the characteristics of mystical forms of enlightenment is that they are very hard to articulate as a rule. People have the sense that they have perceived the truth, but it's not so easy to describe that truth. So once we find these people who have had the experience of enlightenment, they may not be able to communicate it clearly to us. The other problem is finding these people who have had the experience of enlightenment, because after all, it's not like there's some Buddhist agency that issues certificates to people who have attained enlightenment, so these people can just flash their credentials and we'll say, oh, you're enlightened, can you talk about it? Who's to say who's enlightened, But I do think we can at least start to flesh out the experience of enlightenment by talking to people who are clearly very serious meditators, have done a whole lot of it, seem to have had some deep experiences, and in particular experiences that do correspond to kind of core Buddhist ideas and concepts, okay? We've obviously done some of that, but we're going to do a little more of it today during the kind of the first half of the lecture. And we're going to focus in particular on two things that we haven't really looked at yet. First, we're going to look at an aspect of the idea of not self and the meditative experience of not self that we actually haven't covered yet. Then we're going to look at a concept known as emptiness that we also haven't looked at. And then I think we'll be prepared to address some questions that I raised at the beginning of the course, even beyond the question of whether Buddhism presents kind of a clear picture of reality. I also raised two other questions. I asked, does the Buddhist path get people closer, not just a clear view of things, of their mind, of the world out there, but does it bring them closer to moral truth? And I also asked, does this thing I'm calling naturalistic Buddhism, does it maybe qualify as a kind of spiritual or even religious worldview? I want to get back to these questions, and I think it'll help to set the stage for that assessment by fleshing out this idea of enlightenment in this particular way. So in this segment of this lecture, we're going to talk about this other side of not self that we haven't talked about. Then in the next segment, we're going to talk about the idea of emptiness, and then we're going to try to bring it all together. So far, the aspect of kind of the not self idea and experience we've talked about is what you might call the interior version. Okay, in other words, we've talked about kind of looking inside your mind, viewing ideas and feelings more objectively maybe than people normally do, and kind of not identifying with them. We've seen that's part of the not self experience, is seeing that you don't have to own all of these things, you don't have to see them as part of you. But there's another kind of half of the not self experience that I would call the exterior part of the experience, and that involves kind of getting the sense that the bounds of your body are more kind of permeable and porous than you might have thought. The boundaries are not so solid, and there's more kind of interaction with the world out there in a sense, more fluid interaction than you might have appreciated. And before we talk about the actual experience of that exterior version of not self, I want to set the stage by shedding a little light on kind of the logic behind the experience of not self. And I want to do that by hearing just a little bit of a conversation I had with Sharon Salzberg, who's a very well-known meditation teacher and author, and she co-founded, along with Joseph Goldstein, whom we've already met, the Insight Meditation Society, and also along with Jack Kornfield. And here's something that Sharon said to me in the course of a conversation about this.
All those times, many times, sometimes many times a day, we think, I should be able to control this. Because there's a sense of control that we think we're entitled to as a separate self. And so it's more an understanding, I think, that we live in an interconnected universe, that of course I'm distinct from you, and it's not that we kind of morph together in some soup, but that the truth all along has been that we live in an interconnected universe. Like sometimes in sitting in a room with people, although we could do it now in some way, I ask people to reflect who all has had some effect on the fact that you're sitting here right now. Somebody gave you a book, somebody read you a poem, somebody told you about this experience. And people just bring to mind this. It's really like this moment is this confluence of connections and relationships and interactions.
Okay, so that helps set the intellectual context of this experience of the exterior side of not self, and it points to a part of the Buddhist argument for not self that we haven't really talked about. And that has to do with what you might call kind of the pervasiveness of causal influences on our behavior. We normally think of ourselves as kind of acting on the world But the point here, the point that Sharon's making, is that actually the world acts on us a whole lot. And that helps explain a lot of what we do. A lot of our behavior and our thoughts are the consequence of things that have impinged on us, right? And when you think about it that way, if you think about our behavior as kind of output in response to all this input, then it's kind of, there's kind of less room for a kind of autonomous self that's actually generating and initiating a lot of behavior and thought, okay? And this is a sense in which Buddhism is very modern in having the same emphasis on kind of causal influences that modern behavioral science has, okay? Now, what is the experience of this like in meditation? Well, I've actually had a little glimmer of it a couple of times while on meditation retreats, and I remember the first time this happened. It was days into the retreat, and I was sitting there, and I felt, like a tingling in my foot, and I heard a bird singing, and suddenly it just wasn't so clear to me what the difference between those two was. I don't mean I couldn't distinguish between them. One was a tingling in my foot, one was a bird. But what I mean is, it just seemed to me that the tingling in my foot was no more a part of myself than the bird that was singing. I mean, after all, both of them were kind of sending signals up to here, and that was influencing the way I thought and I felt. It might be a good feeling, might be a bad feeling, but in both cases, I'm like getting a signal from somewhere. And at that moment, I mean, obviously one of the signals is originating from inside my body, but at that moment, that seemed like kind of an arbitrary separation. It didn't seem like there was really a fundamental difference, kind of structurally, between what the two things were doing with my mind. And that's kind of about as far as I've gotten. I haven't had this kind of full-on experience of what I'd call the exterior part of not self. But when I have shared this experience with kind of more serious meditators who have had more profound experiences, I have found that this does resonate. They do recognize this as kind of a milestone on the path to the kind of experience they've had. And one example is Joseph Goldstein, whom we've already heard from. And this came up in a conversation I had with him.
So the boundaries can really dissolve. The experience at those times, the boundaries are very dissolved, but it's not in it can be in a very peaceful way.
And can that entail, like, say, hearing a bird song or something, and thinking, well, that's no less a part of me than the signals I'm getting from what is within what is normally called my body.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in that quality of openness and the sound arises of a bird, for example, there are times in meditation where we don't know, we don't make the distinction of inside and outside. It's just a sound being known. And so that boundary very much can dissolve at times. But also people don't need to be afraid that somehow they're not going to be able to navigate in the world, because as soon as we get up from the sitting, we come back to kind of our ordinary perception. And
right.
So there's no problem in this, and it's actually quite freeing.
Now, Joseph's right. You can certainly, get up, I'm sure, from the cushion after one of these experiences and have no trouble dealing with the world. On the other hand, I do think there are some people who carry more of the experience with them after they get up from the meditation cushion than others. And a good example of that is somebody named Gary Weber. He has a very kind of interesting story. You may remember the study we talked about that showed that the default mode network gets quiet when very adept meditators meditate. Well, Gary participated in that study. He was recruited to participate because he has done a whole lot of meditating. But when he kind of went in for the brain scan and they said, okay, meditate, the default mode network seemed not as quiet as you might expect for somebody who's that serious a meditator. And finally he said, well, let me just try it without meditating. And then they found that his mind seemed very, very quiet. okay? And this is consistent with his own account of his meditative history. What he says is, for decades, he meditated, did contemplative practice of various kinds for hours a day, and then finally passed through a kind of threshold after which he just doesn't have many of the kind of self-referential thoughts that most of us have, exactly the kind of thoughts that, for example, would show up via the default mode network. You know, what am I going to do today? What does that person think of me? Just a whole category, major category of thoughts that he doesn't, by and large, experience. And he chronicled this in a book called Happiness Beyond Thought. And I want to share with you just a little bit of the conversation I had with him that relates to this kind of exterior version of the not-self experience. There's a line in the introduction to your book related to this. It says basically something like, the bad news is that you don't exist. The good news is that you're everything. What does that part mean?
Well, it's kind of a logical consequence. I mean, if you're nothing, if you disappear, you can then be everything. But you can't be everything unless you are nothing. It just logically follows that's the case. The everything case isn't as obvious, but if you are nothing, instead of just disappearing and becoming a void, you find out that in some strange way, and you actually see this, you perceive it this way, that everything is all one thing. This is a cliche, mystical statement, but it really is perceptible. I mean, you can deeply sense that everything is all one thing. Mm-hmm. And it's somehow, strangely, it's inside of you.
Yeah. I mean, I would say I have had a meditative experience where the bounds of myself, in a certain sense, suddenly seemed a lot more permeable.
Absolutely.
That is like the place where the bird's song enters my body, my sensory apparatus no longer seemed like such a fine dividing point, you know, and things like that.
Exactly.
But that's but I don't, you know, that was like a one-time brief experience, not sure what to make of it. You're saying that as you walk around every day, or are you saying that you in a way identify with everyone else as much as you identify with yourself?
Yeah, I would say that it's a little different from that, but that's not far different. I don't identify with anything. I mean, there's just nobody here to identify with either me or with anybody else. It's just an empty, still presence here, which is there.
So the problem with saying you identify with everyone is the very beginning of the sentence, you.
Exactly. There's no you there to do the identifying.
Now, when Gary says, if you're nothing, then you're everything, basically, that may sound kind of cryptic, but I think I have an inkling of what he means. Because in that experience that I had, that I just recounted for you, I remember that, you know, one reason it was kind of easier to think of the bird song as much a part of me as the tingling in my foot is that I wasn't thinking of the tingling in my foot as very much a part of me to begin with, right? Because I'd been meditating a lot and I had this kind of more objective view of my feelings, and I was identifying with them less. So tingling in my foot, bird song, they all seemed like, well, not all that much a part of me. So in other words, it was through kind of disaggregating the self internally that it became easier to kind of see things outside the body as much a part of you as the things that were now disaggregated. Now, one interesting thing, really important thing about this exterior version of the not-self experience is that it has moral implications. And here I want you to listen to what Gary Weber has to say.
If everything is one thing, and we're all in this together, not all of us, but if everything is one thing, then why should I do something if there wasn't I there to do it to perturb this? Why would I do something bad to you?
Okay, now I want to emphasize that what Gary's talking about is not feeling waves of empathy for his fellow human beings. In fact, I wouldn't call Gary especially warm and fuzzy. as a person. Now there is that part of Buddhism that specifically cultivates empathy and compassion. There is something called loving kindness meditation, and in fact Sharon Salzberg is kind of a leading promulgator of that. But what Gary's talking about is different. It's just the perception that since there is no separation between you and the world out there, there's just a feeling that any logic there might have been to harming anything in the world out there no longer applies. And I got very much the same sense from talking to Judson Brewer. As you may recall, he's the one who conducted the default mode network experiment. And what I may not have told you is that he is himself a very serious meditator. And he's had, I think, some pretty deep experiences. And here's an exchange I had with him. If everyone meditated intensively, would there be any wars?
I guess I would ask that as a question. Why would someone want to harm themselves? Mm. So in that sense, I don't think that there would be, because it's kind of like, why would you cut off your right hand? It's kind of useful. Mm-hmm. So I think if people really saw the non-separation, how could they?
Okay, so that's what I would call the exterior part of the not-self experience. It is a kind of a logical extension in a way of the interior part, but it does really accentuate an important moral implication of the not-self experience that might not be so clear otherwise. And that is just that it gives people the feeling that not harming things, at least it can give people this feeling, I can't vouch for everybody, can give people the feeling that not harming things is just the logical thing to do. So this is, you might almost say that it's an example of, selflessness in the kind of literal sense of not self, just not feeling the self, not experiencing the self, leads to a kind of selflessness in a more moral sense. Okay. Now, in the next segment, I'm going to talk about this experience that is known as emptiness. And then for the rest of the lecture, I'm going to try to tie these two things together with some other things and see where we wind up. Okay, one very important idea in Buddhism that we haven't talked about yet is a concept known as emptiness. And the basic idea is that the things we see out in the world are in some sense emptier than they seem. Now, this doesn't sound like a very upbeat idea. I've never seen somebody burst into a room saying, "I'm so happy, I just finally grasped the emptiness of it all." But serious meditators who have kind of had the experience of emptiness say it's actually very pleasant. Now, this idea, the idea of emptiness, is not as well known as, say, the idea of not self. You don't hear as much about it, but I think it's very, very important and is really kind of critical in fully coming to terms with what the experience of enlightenment might be like. Now, a reason you don't hear so much about this idea as you do about something like not self is that not self is kind of common to various schools of Buddhism, whereas emptiness is most closely associated with what's called Mahayana Buddhism. The most basic distinction that scholars make between kinds of Buddhisms is between Theravada and Mahayana. And as a philosophical doctrine, the idea of emptiness is developed within the Mahayana tradition. However, as a meditative experience, I think it's common to both. I've talked to lots of meditators in the Theravada tradition, and what they describe sounds like emptiness. They may or may not use that word. Sometimes they use the word formless, but it turns out they're basically talking about the same thing. Okay, so what is the experience of emptiness like? Well, like not self, it's very hard to describe. So I think it's worth kind of laying the intellectual foundation for it by quoting from a very well-known sutra, the Samadhi Raja Sutra. And part of that sutra goes like this: "Know all things to be like this. a mirage, a cloud castle, a dream, an apparition. Okay, now so far it sounds like the sutra is talking about an out-and-out hallucination, like the movie The Matrix, where the idea is that none of this stuff is real. And there are strands of Buddhist thought that do carry things in that direction, but I wouldn't call that the mainstream interpretation of the idea of emptiness. And to get closer to the mainstream interpretation, let's just look at the next line in this sutra. Without essence, but with qualities that can be seen. Okay, so it sounds like the idea is that if you see, say, an apple, the qualities are real. You know, the redness is real, the stem is real, the shape is real. But there's something about the sense of kind of appleness, you know, the perception of essence of apple that is in some sense kind of not real or is imposed by you, I guess. Now, what would it be like to have that experience, to see things as kind of lacking their essence? And what might be going on in the brain if you have that kind of perception? Well, there's actually a kind of a clinical condition that I think sheds light on this question. It's something called Capgras delusion. It's a very serious cognitive disorder. And I don't mean to imply, by the way, that the perception of emptiness in this Buddhist sense is any kind of disorder. We'll get back to the question of whether it's a true and valid experience or not. But I do think that Capgras delusion is a very useful way of trying to get a sense for what may be going on with the perception of emptiness. Okay, so what is Capgras delusion? It's when people look at someone, very often a loved one or a close friend, and they become convinced that the person is an imposter, okay? They don't deny that the person on the outside looks exactly like, say, their mother, but they are convinced it's not their mother kind of on the inside, so to speak, okay? Has the visual qualities of their mother, but it lacks what you might call essence of mother, I guess. Now, what's going on in the brain when this happens? There are various theories. One of the leading theories is that there has been a disruption between the part of the brain that processes emotions and the part that does the visual processing. Okay, so the visual perception of the person is not being infused with the emotional content that it normally carries. It's just a theory. There's some evidence for it, but in any event, it's pretty clear that people with Capgras delusion are lacking some of the emotions that they generally associate with the person. They're not feeling what they would normally feel toward their mother. And this is a reminder of what an important role feelings can play in our everyday perception of the world. I mean, you might think that perceiving a face, recognizing a face, is a strictly cognitive thing, right? That you could teach a computer to do. And in fact, you can teach a computer to recognize faces with a pretty high degree of confidence. But we humans apparently have a more complicated system for really positively identifying things, and it involves more than the visual perception. It involves this infusion of feeling. Now, to start trying to connect this to this idea of emptiness, one question is, could the same dynamic that seems to be at work with Capgras delusion, in principle, could that apply to the perception of non-human things, like, say, my house, for example, okay? You know, I think if I stopped and paid attention when I'm looking at my house, I'd see that I have feelings that always accompany my house. It's my house, after all. And it may well be that if one day I looked at my house and just didn't have the feelings I normally have, it would really feel strange. I'd be going like, looks like my house, but there's just something off here. There's something wrong, you know. And that may be true of a number of perceptions we have. One question is, could this go beyond things we own? I mean, obviously, you know, I have special feelings about my house. I have somewhat special feelings about my car, I guess. So it's kind of easy to imagine in those cases that if you could somehow shut off the affect, the feeling, your perception of the thing would change profoundly. But what about just objects in general, cars generically, just items that don't belong to you? Well, we've already seen in this course that psychologists have found that actually people do have affective responses, positive or negative, to just everyday objects. It seems to be part of human nature. Okay, so maybe if it was the case that when you look at various kind of everyday things that you see, and you suddenly didn't have the reaction of feeling, the affective reaction that you normally have to these things, that however subtle the reaction may normally be, it may be the case that things would look a little strange to you. You might look at a pine tree and not get that pine tree feeling and go, yeah, it's got the needles and everything. There just seems like there's something off here. It just doesn't seem to have essence of pine tree. Now, all of this leads to my own pet theory of what is going on in the brain when there is the perception of emptiness. Okay, and you may be able to guess it by now. I think maybe what's happening is that things in general are evoking less of an affective response than they normally would, and as a result, things in general seem a little empty, seem to possess less in the way of essence. They don't kind of project their identity as strongly as they normally would. And certainly this theory is at least consistent with my own kind of brush with experiencing emptiness. I mean, I guess that's what this was. I'll tell you about this experience I had on a meditation retreat, and you can judge for yourself. But this was on my very first retreat, and I was walking through the woods, and this was days into the retreat, and certainly my kind of affective reaction to things had died down really considerably. And I looked at a weed, a particular kind of weed. It's a kind of weed that had afflicted both front yards that I had, in the houses, the two houses I had lived in. Both of them had this kind of weed as kind of the main affliction of the yard, as I thought of it then. And suddenly I just thought, why have I been doing battle with these weeds? I mean, this is exactly as beautiful as the grass, as this plant, as the flowers. It's nice. Why have I been thinking of this thing as kind of evil? It lacked essence of weed. Now, one thing that was true of this experience I had that is consistent with reports you get from serious meditators about the apprehension of emptiness is that the weeds just didn't stand out as strongly from other plants. And you hear this, that things don't seem as separate from other things in the visual field as is ordinarily the case. And this came through in an exchange I had with Rodney Smith, this meditation teacher whom we've seen earlier in the course. And as you'll see in this exchange, I kind of try to sneak my little pet theory about what is going on in the brain when there is the perception of emptiness. I try to kind of insert that in the conversation, and you'll see how he reacts.
You don't lose the shapes or colors of things. It's just that the spaces between them no longer divides.
Mm-hmm. Do you have less strong emotional reactions to some things than you might otherwise have? Do you invest them less with kind of emotional content?
That would make sense, wouldn't it? That if things weren't as substantial as you believe them to be, then your reaction to things would also simmer, you see? So that happens. You see, all the states of equanimity and all of those things come through the realization that things aren't what we thought they were.
Now, in a way, Rodney is corroborating my little theory about what's going on in the brain when you have the perception of emptiness, but in a way he's not. Okay, so he is saying, yes, there's a correlation between kind of a weakened affective response to things and the perception of emptiness. But in his view, the way it works is you have the accurate perception of emptiness, and that leads to the weakened affective response, because a strong affective response wouldn't make sense once you see that things are empty. I'm kind of seeing things the opposite way. I'm suggesting that what comes first is the kind of lessened affective response, a less strong feeling in reaction to seeing something, And that then gives you the sense that the thing is empty of essence. Now, I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that the perception of emptiness is necessarily invalid because of that, just because it's caused by a weakening of feeling. I've tried to emphasize in this course that in general, I don't think feelings are especially reliable guides to reality and to clear perception. So it could well be the case that the perception of emptiness is in some sense a true perception, even though it's caused by just a kind of dampening down of feeling, and we'll get back to that. Now, one psychologist who has talked about essence from a non-Buddhist point of view is Paul Bloom, whom we've already heard from in this course. He thinks that people are by nature essentialists. What he means is that it's just kind of part of our nature to see things as having a kind of interior, essence, an interior nature that we can't see but we can sense, and to kind of have the intuitive idea that that's really what gives them their identity. So he thinks that yes, people, they see a pine tree, and there is, however subtle, this kind of perception of essence of pine tree, of pine tree-ness. And he talked about all this in a book he wrote called How Pleasure Works. Now, Paul thinks that the essences we attribute to things depends on, in some sense, the story behind them. Okay, so maybe you've got a bottle of wine and you've heard this is very rare, Cabernet Sauvignon from some special year, and there aren't many of these bottles. It's very valuable. And that will give the bottle a kind of an aura, or it'll give you a sense of essence that's just different from what you kind of perceive and feel if it was a bottle of, I don't know, Boone's Farm or something. I don't know if they still have Boone's Farm, but that would have been the cheap wine in my day. Another example Paul gives is a tape measure that somebody actually paid $49,000 for, even though it looks like a tape measure you could pick up in a garage sale, but this one belonged to John F. Kennedy. That was the story behind it that gave it this kind of special essence, and you can imagine what it was like, what it may have felt like for this the person who paid money for the tape measure. I mean, you may not be a Kennedy aficionado in particular, but you probably have some special enthusiasm that would lead you to have a comparable perception. Maybe you're a baseball fan, and if you saw Babe Ruth's jersey in some museum, you'd have this feeling, like that's almost like not ordinary cloth that's made of. There's a kind of an aura, there's some special vibe going on here. And that's what Paul means by, perceiving an essence by virtue of the story behind things. And to get a sense for how the story behind things affects the feeling you have about things, imagine that we kind of withdraw the story behind things. So suppose you walk up to this guy, he just paid $49,000 for Kennedy's tape measure, he's holding it in his hands and gazing at it lovingly, and you say, actually there's been a mistake. That tape measure belongs to the guy who was installing the sink in the bathroom down the hall. We're gonna have to FedEx you Kennedy's tape measure tomorrow. Well, you can imagine, he would have a dramatic shift of feeling toward the tape measure. The story is withdrawn and the feeling changes, and it would no longer have this essence of Kennedy in it. Now, Paul makes an interesting claim. He believes that although in these cases, these are special items with special stories, he believes that everyday things, just generic things, tape measures in general, generic things, in a certain sense, come with stories, and those stories do inform our kind of perception of essence. And this came through in a conversation I had with him about his book several years ago.
There's no such thing as a simple pleasure. There's no such thing as a pleasure that's untainted by your beliefs about what you're being pleasured by. So in your food case, if you hand me something and I taste it, Part of my knowledge is this is food that somebody I trust is giving to me. It's food. I would taste it differently than if I found it on the floor, or if I paid $1,000 for it. Or take it to painting. It's paintings. It's true that often you could look at a painting and not know who painted it and the circumstances and so on, just appreciate it largely based on what it looks like. But at the same time, you know it's a painting. You know you typically know it's a painting in an art museum, but you know it's a painting. It's not a natural occurrence of paint splashed onto the wall. Somebody made it at some time for its display, and that colors things. So I think we always experience something. And I would say this would apply to the simplest of sensations, an orgasm, drinking water when you're thirsty, stretching, anything. It's always under some sort of description. It's always viewed as an instance of some sort of category.
There's always an implied narrative.
Exactly.
Okay, so Paul's view is that the story we tell about something, the category we put it in, shapes the perception of its essence. I want to emphasize that doesn't mean that there's no role for feeling here. The way I would tell the story is that, you know, the guy who paid for Kennedy's tape measure, you know, first came the narrative that it's Kennedy's tape measure. That gave him a feeling about it, and that shaped his sense of the tape measure's essence. And I don't think that Paul Bloom disagrees with me about it kind of working this way. I know that in a later conversation he agreed that if you could give somebody a kind of a variant of Capgras delusion such that when they walked into their office, they didn't get the feelings they normally get when they walk in their office, it would seem really strange. They would not perceive kind of essence of office, and they might be kind of freaked out. So, in sum, my view is we have these interpretations of things, these narratives about things, these conceptions of where they fit in, and that shapes our feelings about things, and that in turn shapes this perception of essence. And in some sense, maybe the stronger the feeling, the stronger the sense of essence. And if that's the case, then it stands to reason that through meditation, which can, after all, make you less affectively reactive to things, you could come to see things as having less in the way of essence, being, in a sense, more empty. Now, I kind of tried this theory out, much as I tried it out on Rodney Smith earlier. I also kind of injected it into a conversation with Bhikkhu Bodhi, the Buddhist monk and scholar whom we met earlier in the course, and here's how that exchange went. When we do interpret, we bring interpretation to something and thereby attribute essence to it. Some of that interpretation involves how we feel about it. So I might, you know, my enemy is a bad person. My home is a warm, cozy place. Part of the essence I'm attributing to things is coming from my feelings, right?
Exactly.
And so it kind of follows that if you're following the Buddhist path in extreme form, if you truly seek liberation, and you're kind of divorcing yourself in a sense from feelings of attraction and aversion, that then things in the outside world would not have these strong emotional connotations, and that might be part of your perception that they lack essence.
Again, I'd have to nuance my response to this, because if one takes that too literally, one might come away with the idea that the ultimate aim of Buddhism is to become a completely unemotional, emotionally flat, emotionally deprived automaton. As my mother used to say, as far as I'm concerned, between an enlightened Buddhist and a vegetable, there's no difference. Is this why you become a Buddhist monk, to become a vegetable? But I would say that, in my opinion, in my experience, that as one continues to practice, the Buddhist path, it enriches the emotional life. So that one becomes emotionally more sensitive, more happy and joyful. And I would say that one can respond to things in the world in a freer, more happy, more delightful way. So it's not that it's just turning one into just a flat, an emotionally dead automaton.
Right. But doesn't part of the freedom come from the fact that you are not attaching these these judgmental affective connotations to things you see? So, in other words, not attributing essence so strongly to things, it can be a source of freedom.
Definitely, it brings the freedom from the kind of emotional disturbances that arise from, usually live sort of swinging between the two poles of attraction towards what's pleasant, what's agreeable, what promises delight, and then repulsion towards what is seen as threatening, as unpleasant.
Now, I think that what Bhikkhu Bodhi said there is more or less consistent with this idea that less affective reaction does bring a lessened perception of essence, and that this could account for the perception of emptiness. I want to reiterate that doesn't mean that the perception of emptiness is in any sense inaccurate. We'll return to that. And in fact, it may be that the perception of emptiness has some kind of some positive kind of moral effects, and we'll get to that. For now, I just want to emphasize again that to say that you are perceiving kind of the emptiness of things in some sense doesn't mean it's a bland perception. It also doesn't mean that it's an unpleasant experience. And on this point, let's hear again from Gary Weber. You're saying, I gather, that there is a kind of pleasure you can derive via your senses that does not constitute emotional involvement of maybe of a problematic kind, or in any event, it doesn't constitute. You're not feeling that kind of emotional involvement.
That's correct, but you haven't lost your nerve endings. Green tea still tastes like green tea, red wine still tastes like red wine. You don't lose that. What you lose is the carry forward of that sensation. This is a fantastic glass of wine. This is a great year. You start getting into an emotional content about it past just a sensation.
Yeah, but some people would say if you don't at least say, hey, this is a good glass of wine, then what's the point of living, right? You must encounter this question, right? If you're not getting emotionally involved enough to like it, then why be that way?
But it's a much cleaner perception. Mm-hmm. If I'm tasting a glass of wine and I'm trying to impress some restaurant critic or something, or some friend of mine who's a great wine fancier, then I may have a story going. I may have an expectation for how this wine should be and how I should expect it to taste. And so it really blocks my clear, simple perception of that. And so by getting this thought out of the way, this emotional thought out of the way, I have a much higher likelihood of directly perceiving whatever the sensation is.
Now, I should add that Gary actually doesn't like to use the word emptiness to describe his experience. And the reason is because he says that in his perception, the world is actually, it's very vibrant, it's actually kind of full of energy. But the experience he describes does correspond to the classic kind of experience of emptiness or formlessness. He says that individual things in his environment do not kind of project a strong, independent identity. He doesn't react to them with strong kind of feelings or distinctive feelings. He sees a kind of a continuity among them. So in other words, he doesn't see things, I take it, as having individual distinctive essences, but he does feel a kind of collective essence or fullness to things. And I think that points to one reason that in some ways it may be better to use the term formless than the term emptiness for this experience. But in any event, whatever you want to call it, apparently, to judge by Gary's experience, carrying this experience into your everyday life can be a very pleasant thing.
So when you finally do reach this space, there are all kinds of words we try to language. I've used words like empty fullness or full emptiness, or it's a space you can't imagine bringing anything in to improve it, or taking anything away that would make it any better. It just is an absolute, complete, satisfied, full space.
Okay, did you hear that word satisfied? Now, as you may recall, a fundamental idea in Buddhism is that life as normally lived involves kind of recurring, unsatisfactoriness, but that in principle, enlightenment, liberation, can lead to the complete cessation of that unsatisfactoriness. Now, Gary Weber does not claim to be liberated. He does not claim to be enlightened, but his accounts of his experience are consistent with the idea that really sustained and dedicated contemplative practice can really make a dent in, dukkha, the word for kind of suffering and unsatisfactoriness. And his experience is consistent with the idea that this path can also lead you to see the world much more clearly. Okay, so now we've talked about the idea of emptiness, and also earlier about this exterior part of the not-self experience. And I think this leaves us in a position to now grapple with the question of kind of what exactly enlightenment is. Does it correspond to our perception of profound truth, maybe even ultimate truth, maybe even moral truth? So that's where we'll head in the next segment. Okay, so in this lecture, we've talked about two seemingly pretty deep meditative experiences. One I've called the exterior version of not-self. The other one is called emptiness or formlessness. And I've said that if you're among the many of us who have not attained enlightenment, you're kind of wondering, well, what would it be like, and trying to imagine it. I think these two experiences would be good candidates for kind of basic elements of the enlightenment experience. And we've already talked earlier in the course about some other candidates for that. I would say that the interior version of not-self, that is looking within yourself, seeing thoughts, feelings, and so on, but no real self. I think that's a good candidate for basic ingredient of enlightenment. And so is the apprehension of impermanence, the kind of deep sense that, yes, impermanence and a kind of fluidity kind of pervade reality. So I'd say if you were doing like a presentation on enlightenment, and I guess in a way that's what I'm doing now, and you needed actual bullet points, elements of enlightenment, I would nominate these four. Now, obviously, different people have different views about what enlightenment is, but I think if we're going to try to kind of flesh it out, wrap our minds around it, these would be for me kind of the basic four dimensions based on talks I've had with people who have had much deeper meditative experiences than me, and also based on kind of my understanding of Buddhist doctrine. So with these four in place, these four elements of enlightenment in place, we can now proceed to try to answer the big question, is enlightenment enlightening? In other words, do these four kind of elemental experiences tend to get people closer to the truth about things? Now, it probably won't surprise you that I'm going to address this question from a Darwinian standpoint. Okay, that is to say, I'm gonna keep in mind the kinds of biases and perceptual distortions that natural selection seems to have endowed us with, and that's going to inform my conception of what a truthful apprehension of the world would be. Now, to pave the way for that analysis, I'd like to get back to a theme that I brought up at the very beginning of the course. I said that in some ways I thought that kind of the Buddhist meditative path was a rebellion against natural selection, against natural selection's agenda, against the values implicit in natural selection. So I would like to look at some of these elements of enlightenment from that standpoint and talk about the sense in which they are part of a rebellion against natural selection, and then I think that'll help us get clear on whether the rebellion is really on the side of truth. So let's start out with what I've called the exterior version of not self. Now, as we've seen, that involves a kind of diminished sense of separation between you and the people and things in the world, right? In fact, there's such a sense of continuity that you begin to think that to harm others would be to harm yourself. In other words, you start to doubt that there's any real difference between kind of your interests and their interests. Well, you know, from natural selection's point of view, this is absolute heresy. I mean, if there's one idea that natural selection has kind of built into us, it's that, you know, this is my body, it stops right here, it has interests, they are not necessarily the same as the interests of other beings, and they are definitely more important than the interests of other beings, right? That just follows from the logic of natural selection. I mean, if indeed inside me are these genes that were selected because they're good at getting copies of themselves into the next generation, then job one for these genes is going to be taking care of this vehicle for the genes, this body, and that means they're very likely going to build into my brain the idea that taking care of this body is much more important than kind of any other bodies getting taken care of. In other words, my interests are paramount. I am, in some sense, special. Now, this bias is kind of built into all animal life, and you see it in all kinds of ways. You see it with animals eating each other, for example. In our species, you do see it sometimes with people killing each other, sometimes in somewhat subtler ways. You know, people vying to displace one another in status hierarchies and things like that. Sometimes you see it in very subtle ways, you know. So if you're trying to hail a cab, right, and you notice that someone next to you is also trying to hail a cab, well, you naturally reach your arm higher than their arm because you want to get the cab. And, you know, implied is the idea that, well, it's more important that you get the cab than that they get the cab, even though for all you know, this is like, it's some physician who needs to get to the hospital and save somebody's life. So this exterior version of not self, this perception of a fundamental continuity of interest between you and all of life, really it involves transcending one of the most basic kind of precepts built into us by natural selection, which is just that we are special. Now, I think that the experience of emptiness or formlessness has this same property of kind of transcending or even defying, you might say, the basic idea that we are special. But I think the logic in this case is a little bit subtler, so let me kind of go over it. Now, emptiness, it is the experience that things don't have essence, right? They don't have this strong kind of affective value. You don't have strong feelings, distinctive feelings about these individual things. Well, let's back up and ask, what are feelings for in the first place? You may remember from an earlier lecture that seems to be the case that at the very beginning, you know, kind of the dawn of feelings in the living world, their mission, the mission of feelings, was to take care of the organism, specifically to get it to approach things that are good for it, to avoid things that are bad for it, right? So in other words, feelings are judgments about the environment from the perspective of that organism's interests. So if some very simple organism kind of feels kind of a bad vibe about something that is a toxin, then it shies away from it. That's good for the organism, but it's just not the case that that toxin is bad in a universal sense. It's not bad for all of life or anything. So that particular judgment is only from the point of view of that organism, and it implies the fundamental mission of taking care of just that organism. Now, that organism shying away from a toxin is not a matter of great moral consequence. And in fact, that's true of a lot of the kind of affective judgments that a lot of us make in the course of everyday life. So, for example, I have kind of a good feeling about split-level houses. There's like an essence of split-level house that gives me a good feeling. I assume that's because I actually lived in one when I was 6 years old. And then there are houses that I might look at, kinds of houses, and they might give me a bad vibe. Maybe I think they're ostentatious or whatever. In any event, it doesn't matter all that much that I have those feelings about houses and other people have other feelings. That's not a matter of great consequence. However, when we start making these affective judgments about other people, when we start kind of attributing essence to other people, then matters become more consequential. So, you know, I think that my friends are good. I mean, they give me a good feeling. You know, there's kind of essence of good person that they seem to kind of exude. Whereas I think that my rivals and enemies are bad. And when you think about it, you know, I mean, it feels like real. It feels like that's a, you know, there's objective truth to that. But it really can't be the case that there is, right? Because after all, my friends have rivals, and those rivals look at my friends and they get this negative essence when they look at them, right? And my enemies have friends, and those friends look at my enemies and they get this kind of positive vibe, right? So obviously somebody is wrong here, right? We can't all be right. There's a contradiction somewhere. And the contradiction is really just built into the system by natural selection. I mean, you know, if this planet is full of people whose kind of perceptual machinery was designed based on the premise that each of them is more important than all of the rest of them, well then obviously contradictions will arise, right? Because that is itself an internally contradictory premise. It can't be the case that they're all more important than everyone else. Now I would say this tendency toward essentialism, toward, you know, attributing essence to things, becomes even more consequential when you move away from judgments about individual people and start talking about judgments about groups of people. Okay, so for example, racism is a form of essentialism. It's like looking at an ethnic group and attributing just some sort of bad quality to the whole group and having that feeling about the group. Nationalism is a form of essentialism. You know, it's the idea that, hey, my nation, my national group of people has this like good thing in them. Other nations, you know, other national groups, not so much. And when there's tension between two national groups, then the other national group is going to have, you know, actively bad kind of essence, right? And the deeper the conflict gets, the more pronounced that judgment's going to be. The better your national group is, the worse the other national group is, right? And the same is true of groups in general, right? Whether it's, you know, it can be racial groups, national groups, religions, ideological groups, whatever. As tension develops and a conflict gets deeper and deeper, you know, they seem worse, your group seems better. This us versus them machinery is very powerful, and it kind of governs our attribution of essence to groups, sometimes in a very destructive way. I wouldn't say that we are by nature racist or anything like that, or even by nature nationalist or whatever. I would just say we are by nature groupist. Okay, we have this us versus them machinery, and it's been studied a lot actually by psychologists. And one of the best known studies, and in fact one of the best known psychological studies period of the 20th century possibly, was initiated by a football game that took place a few hundred yards from where I'm standing. It was in Palmer Stadium at Princeton University. Palmer Stadium is no longer standing because all things are impermanent. But this was in 1951. It was a game between Princeton and Dartmouth, and it was just kind of a famously rough game. Princeton had a nationally famous player, an All-American named Dick Kazmaier, and he left the game with a broken nose and a concussion. Dartmouth had a player who left the game with a broken leg. There were lots of penalties. There was much discussion afterwards about who had been more culpable, which team, and it became kind of a controversy. And two psychologists, one at Princeton and one at Dartmouth, decided to do a study. So they got students who had actually seen the game, and then they also got some students and showed them films of the game And with all of these students on the Princeton and the Dartmouth side, they asked them to go through and fill out this survey about which team had been more responsible for starting the stuff, for sustaining it, whatever. Now, they found that Princeton students tended to think Dartmouth was more responsible for the problems, and Dartmouth students had a different view. That, of course, does not surprise you at all. You could have predicted it. That's how universal this bias is. We just take it for granted. But what's interesting to me about the study is the way these two psychologists framed their findings, okay? Because they emphasized that, in their view, the actual perception of the world, the mere perception of the world, involves inherently imposing meaning on the perceptions. Here's what they wrote. It seems clear that the game actually was many different games, and that each version of the events that transpired was just as real to a particular person as other versions were to other people. An occurrence on the football field or in any other social situation does not become an experiential event unless and until some significance is given to it. An occurrence becomes an event only when the happening has significance. And a happening generally has significance only if it reactivates learned significances already registered in what we have called a person's assumptive form world. Okay, so the very act of perception seems to involve imposing meaning on things, imposing form on them. And we've already seen earlier in the course one of the mechanisms by which we impose meaning in situations very much like this football game. What we've seen is that when our allies do good things, we attribute that to their natures, their essential natures, and when they do bad things, we have some other explanation for it, about why it doesn't really reflect on them. With our enemies, it's the opposite. They do bad things, we attribute that to their essential nature. When they do good things, that's not so reflective of them. So there's this mechanism built into us by which we maintain our beliefs about the essences of our enemies and our friends, regardless of what they actually do. So it kind of makes you wonder about the reliability of our judgments in these matters, right? And the authors of this study were so aware of how much of the meaning in the world we impose on it in the course of perceiving it, that they raised the question of whether, in the absence of this process, the football game itself even really exists. In brief, the data here indicate that there is no such thing as a game existing out there in its own right, which people merely observe. The game exists for a person and is experienced by him only insofar as certain happenings have significances in terms of his purpose. Out of all the occurrences going on in the environment, a person selects those that have some significance for him from his own egocentric position in the total matrix. So it's almost as if they're saying that the real world out there is formless until we impose form on it, until we impose meaning on it. And as we've seen, I think the imposing of that meaning involves attributing essences to things, which in turn depends on our assigning kind of affective value to those things. Now, they're not saying, the authors of the study aren't saying that you can't, if you're viewing things in a perfectly objective way, you can't like distinguish between different people on the field, or even the colors of the different jerseys that the two teams are wearing. But I think they are saying that if you're truly objective, then the whole framework of meaning that you use to see the world would kind of fall apart. Now, what would that be like? What would it be like if you attained enlightenment and went to this football game? That would be an interesting experience, right? Let's look at two of the elements of enlightenment, two of these things that we think are elements of enlightenment, and how they would affect your perception of the game. Well, first of all, the idea of formlessness, the experience of formlessness or emptiness, that would mean that, you just didn't sharply distinguish between the two teams. Certainly not in any significant way. You wouldn't see, even if you were a student at Princeton or Dartmouth, if you had the feeling of formlessness, emptiness, you wouldn't see essence of good or essence of bad in either team. It would just be 22 people out there doing what they were doing. Similarly, what we've called the exterior version of not self would pretty profoundly influence your perception. You would see a continuity between you and the people on the field, right? So you would see basically suddenly two kinds of continuity between you and everyone else, and kind of among all the players, right? That's, I guess, what it would be like to go to a football game having attained enlightenment. So probably, if everyone attained enlightenment, it would be bad for attendance at football games, because I don't know why you'd bother going. Doesn't sound like a very interesting experience. On the other hand, if everyone attained enlightenment, there would also be lower attendance at wars and genocides and things like that. So maybe there is something to be said for that. So this perspective, the enlightened perspective, does seem to be a more benign point of view in the sense that it leads to fewer wars and things, in theory at least. It's a separate question, I guess, whether it's kind of literally a truer perspective, a more objectively true perspective. If you're sitting at that football game and you kind of don't see any difference between the teams, is that kind of true in some sense, objectively true? I think you could make that case. I mean, for one thing, that would mean you had kind of removed yourself from the bias through which the game is viewed by either an ardent Princeton fan or an ardent Dartmouth fan, right? And you, in that sense, would have maybe a more objective view of things. Interestingly, you would also have removed yourself from the perspective of our species, in a sense, right? Because it's in the nature of our species to choose sides. You know, we see a conflict develop between people, and we immediately try to figure out, well, who's on the side of right? Who's the good person? Who's the bad person? Which is another way of saying, who should we side with? And that seems to be because during human evolution, when there was a conflict within our society, it really mattered that we kind of figured out which side it was in our interest to be on. But for whatever reason, that seems to be part of the nature of our species. So, in other words, you know, to be a student at Dartmouth or Princeton means to choose Dartmouth or Princeton to favor, and to be a human being means to choose one side or the other to favor. It's just kind of built into our species. So the question arises, if you remove yourself from the very perspective of our species, you know, have you gotten closer to the truth? Is that in some sense more objective? You know, I think you could make that case. I mean, why should the perspective of any one species be kind of privileged as the objective truth? I mean, after all, species have different views of things, right? So to humans, you know, a stagnant swamp is just not a nice place. It's just kind of got a negative essence. To a mosquito, presumably, it's a very attractive place, right? It has a very positive essence. And I mean, who's to say who's right? I mean, obviously, it's true that for human beings, a stagnant swamp is a place you might want to avoid because you could get a disease. You could get bitten by a mosquito that carries a disease, in fact. So I'm not denying that. But it's the sense that you know, our judgment, our perception of essence is objectively true, right? That's what I'm questioning. And yet people act all the time as if the essences they perceive are true. People actually have arguments about which wine is better, right? Now, there was a Buddhist philosopher in the 7th century, Chandrakirti, and one thing he said is that what to a human being is water might be perceived by a certain kind of deity as nectar, and might be perceived by a hungry ghost as pus or blood, and it might taste accordingly to those three kinds of beings. And the basic idea there is just that, you know, the meaning of something, the very identity of something, the essence of something, depends on the particular perspective of the kind of being it is. And I guess it's in that spirit that I would say that if if these elements of Buddhist enlightenment remove you from the perspective of your species, yes, they may be moving you closer to the objective truth. And so too, if they're removing you from the perspective of your own individual history, as they tend to do as well. Now, in some cases, these experiences might remove you from the perspective of species in general. We've seen that how a couple of these elements of enlightenment, in particular the idea of formlessness or emptiness and the exterior version of not self, how they can undermine the very idea that you are special. And that is a bias that natural selection builds into all species, right? That this particular organism is the most important one in the world. There's actually an asterisk there. The exception is that to the extent that other organisms share your distinctive genes, then yes, you may think they're very special. You may think your offspring are very special. That's because they're carrying your genes. But by and large, the idea that you are uniquely special is just a premise of natural selection. And so in that sense, enlightenment could, in theory, enlightenment as we conceive it, could extract your perspective from the very realm of evolved life. Now, I think we're ready to return to that kind of enlightenment checklist, those 4 bullet points, the kind of ingredients of enlightenment. So now let's add 2 columns to that checklist: the truth about the world, the kind of objective truth about the world, and moral truth. And let's go through and look at these 4 proposed elements of enlightenment and see whether it seems plausible to say that they are conducive to truth in each of these sentences. Now, I know that moral truth in particular is kind of a famously hard thing to define. And in particular, when in the realm of Buddhism, there are sometimes questions raised, wait a second, doesn't ultimate enlightenment involve transcending even the kind of good-bad duality? And it all gets very complicated. That's a very good and important question, but it's also like a whole nother course to grapple with it satisfactorily. So I'm just going to kind of glide over that and say that, my rough and ready definition of moral truth is like, first of all, free of obviously distorting biases on moral judgment, and also, if it's a state of mind that's kind of less conducive to killing people and starting wars and stuff, I would call that closer to moral truth. Okay, that's kind of my rough and ready conception. So let's start at the top. The exterior version of not self. Yeah, I would say that moves you closer to moral truth. Even aside from the fact that it leaves you spending less time, killing and tormenting other beings, it involves removing the manifestly untenable assumption that you are more special than any other organism on the planet. We've seen how it does undermine that bias. I'd say much the same thing about the experience of formlessness or emptiness. We've seen how that too involves removing yourself from that assumption of your own specialness. And as a practical matter, it involves not attributing, essence of bad to people who happen to be on the wrong team and then justifying, hurting or killing them. Now, you might be able to argue that these 2 elements of enlightenment are also conducive to apprehending just kind of the truth about the world, the objective truth about the physical world, but that's a subtle matter that, I don't think I'll get into. I don't think I'll make that claim right now. Now, the interior version of not self is interesting because I think it actually gets a check mark in both columns. We've seen earlier in the course that it does bring you like a perception of your mind that seems to accord with some findings of modern psychology. brings you arguably a truer perception of just the actual reality of your mind. But I also think it can bring you closer to moral truth because it can give you this kind of critical distance from some of these feelings that embody, kind of self-serving judgments about the world, self-serving attributions of essence about the world, Finally, impermanence, I don't think there is such a strong case that it has moral implications. You might be able to make the argument that it does. But yeah, it's safe to say that yes, ultimately everything is impermanent. Ultimately, you look at a lot of things that we think of as things, and they turn out to be processes and more in flux than we at first think. So yeah, I think we can give that a check mark in the truth about the world column. So looking at the results of this analysis, I think I would say that in the end, there is a correspondence between Buddhist enlightenment, as we're kind of imagining, not having attained it, and what I would call Darwinian enlightenment, which raises the question, what is Darwinian enlightenment? Well, here's what I mean. If you look at the influence of evolution on our way of thinking, on our way of feeling, and if you look at the kind of vestiges of the evolutionary process that assume the form of kind of biases and kind of distortions in our perception and our thought, and you ask, well, what would life be like? What would experience be like if you removed all these biases? I think it would look something like what we are imagining Buddhist enlightenment to look like. And in a way, that's one of the main points of this course. Now, that may sound like a moot point, right? Because again, most of us are not very close to Buddhist enlightenment. Most of us can't realistically hope to get there. But at the same time, as I've said, if you're moving along the meditative path, in the general direction of this thing that is said to lie at the culmination of the path called enlightenment, well then presumably, if enlightenment is ultimate truth, even if it's a totally theoretical thing and no one's ever gotten there, if it in theory is ultimate truth, then presumably movement along this path is incremental progress in the direction of truth, okay? Now, this would be actually a pretty logical place to stop the course because this is a lot of what I've been trying to convey. But there is one question we've left dangling. At the beginning of the course, I said I was interested in the question of whether what I call the naturalistic version of Buddhism, the version without reincarnation, deities, and so on, could qualify as a spiritual worldview or even a religion. So in the next segment, we're going to spend a few minutes on that, and then we'll be done. At the beginning of this course, when I said that I was interested in the question of whether the naturalistic version of Buddhism might qualify as a spiritual or even a religious worldview, I brought out this William James quote, where James said that the animating essence of religion is the belief that there is an unseen order and that our supreme good lies in harmoniously adjusting ourselves to that order. And I said kind of tentatively that it would seem that Buddhism offers such a thing. It says that the truth about the world is generally unseen, and that if we discover it and harmoniously align ourselves with the truth, then we will, in some sense, realize our supreme good. Well, since I said that, I think we've learned a lot more about what the truth is that Buddhism asserts. So maybe we're in a better position now to ask ourselves whether it really is an unseen order in the sense that James meant the term, okay? Whether it really might qualify even a naturalistic Buddhism to be a kind of spiritual or religious worldview. Well, certainly it's unseen, right? I mean, if you take this truth about reality to be the thing that becomes clear when you've attained enlightenment, well, most people are nowhere near enlightenment, and so are nowhere near seeing this truth. But is it an order? Okay, is this truth, does this really qualify as an unseen order? Now that's an important question, because many religions, they assert the existence of an order in the sense of a kind of divinely imparted plan. They say the universe embodies this divinely imparted purpose, this plan. And then, the people who are adherents of that religion, that's where they get the meaning in their lives. Their place in the plan is what gives their lives meaning. It's what gives them moral orientation, and it's what inspires a very powerful commitment to this religious worldview. Well, Buddhism, even religious Buddhism, doesn't say that there's an all-powerful creator God who imparted purpose and a plan to the universe. And certainly this naturalistic Buddhism doesn't say anything about some kind of divinely imparted plan. So the question arises, can this naturalistic Buddhism assert the existence of an unseen order in somewhat the sense that other religions may mean the term, and in a sense that does have power, that does inspire commitment? Well, I think you can argue that that is the case. That when you look at the order that is asserted, it does have some of that kind of inspiration and that kind of potency. Now, first of all, this unseen order is literally orderly, right? I mean, we've just seen that that enlightenment, as we imagine it, would give you a view of the world with tremendous kind of continuity. There would be more continuity among the different things in the world, and there would be more continuity between you and the world. So where there previously had been fragmentation, you would now apprehend this tremendous unity. So this is literally an unseen order. There's a second and maybe deeper sense in which this qualifies as an unseen order. When we looked at that checklist in the previous segment of this lecture, it had two columns: the truth about the world and moral truth. And the idea was the path to enlightenment is the path to both, right? There's an alignment between these two truths. And that brings us to something that we talked about early in this course, right? Which is that is the Buddhist assertion that if you see the world clearly, respond appropriately to it, you do align yourself with moral truth. As we saw, this is embodied in the word dharma. Dharma refers to both kind of the natural order and the moral order, and it refers to the teachings about how you should respond to the natural order, to the way things are. And responding in that manner, in the prescribed manner, does align you with the moral truth. So I would say this alignment between the truth about the world and moral truth is itself a kind of unseen order at a very deep level. And the universe presumably didn't have to be built this way, right? You can imagine a universe where learning the truth about the world brings you no closer to the moral truth. Or if you respond to the truth about the world in ways that bring you happiness, that doesn't bring you any closer to the moral truth or to moral behavior. The universe didn't have to be built this way. But according to Buddhism, it is. There is this alignment between kind of the truth about the world, moral truth, and your fulfillment, the end of your suffering. So it's really kind of the trifecta, right? It is built into this universe, and that's kind of an amazing thing, if true, right? Something worth marveling at. So I guess I would say that even though Buddhism doesn't talk about an order in the sense of a divinely imparted plan that inspires awe and commitment by virtue of it being God's will, nonetheless, there is a kind of order asserted in Buddhism that is in its own way awe-inspiring, and in its own way does really bring commitment and does provide, you know, an incentive to be devoted to the prescribed path. Now, there's one other thing that William James said about religions. James said that religions in general tend to involve, first of all, a sense that there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand, an uneasiness, and a sense that we are saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers. Well, Buddhism obviously features the first of those, right? The sense that there's something wrong, right? Dukkha, you know, suffering, unsatisfactoriness. But what about the second thing, the sense that you can be saved by contact with a higher power? Well, certainly, especially with the naturalistic form of Buddhism, this wouldn't be contact with any kind of deity. But I think there is the sense among very serious meditators that sometimes they are making contact with a higher form of awareness in a certain sense, a much purer awareness than was previously available. And that's certainly an interesting scenario, an interesting thing to contemplate. And it suggests a view of our evolutionary history that has almost a mythic quality, okay? Because as far as we can tell, consciousness, subjective experience, can only be created on this planet, at least through natural selection, right? But we've also seen that natural selection in creating consciousness tends to warp it. It tends to create these various distortions that we've talked about in perception, in cognition, and certainly in moral judgment. And it's interesting to think that maybe natural selection, having created consciousness and warped it in the first place, nonetheless eventually gives rise to these kind of self-reflective beings, that would be us, human beings, who figure things out and manage to kind of rid themselves of these distortions, many or even all of these distortions. You know, they kind of manage to liberate consciousness in a certain sense from the distortions that its creator initially imposed on it. Now, of course, you know, again, most of us are not going to attain a pure form of awareness. Presumably that's the kind of thing that would be associated with enlightenment if you ever got there. But I do think there are very serious meditators who wouldn't make any claim to having been enlightened, who nonetheless have had a sense of contact with that kind of purity of awareness. You know, moments in meditation where you feel you're really in touch with a real truth about things, and that your perception is just no longer kind of distorted by the normal distortions. And I think those experiences, those moments of seeming contact with the real truth about things, do inspire commitment to the practice that is in some ways comparable in its power to the commitment that is inspired in other religions by kind of their version of a connection with higher powers. So is this naturalistic version of Buddhism a religious worldview? Is it a spiritual worldview? I'll let you make the call. I would say that if you look at the way William James framed the thing, it does arguably qualify. You know, there is the belief that there's an unseen order in a fairly profound sense, and that yes, our supreme good lies in adjusting ourselves to the order. Also that yes, there is a sense that there's something fundamentally wrong in the human condition, something fundamentally awry, and that the remedy lies in a connection with, in some sense, a higher power. Not a higher power in the sense of a deity, but a higher form of awareness that is itself very powerful. So I would say, you know, as naturalistic kind of substitutes for religion go, this one is, you know, not bad. I'd also say that even if you're not looking for a substitute, you know, even if you've already got your own religion in a traditional sense. This kind of naturalistic Buddhism probably also works as a kind of a supplement, right? I mean, the practice of meditation and the basic philosophy that we've seen accompanying it, I think is compatible with various religious traditions. And I would even say that there's a kind of a synergy between it and the major religious traditions. I think all of these traditions have kind of themes and precepts that really resonate with the worldview we've been describing. I mean, my own upbringing was in the Christian tradition, and so, I think of, for example, Jesus saying, basically, why are you so focused on this speck in the eye of this other guy when you've got, like a log lodged in your own eye? In other words, the idea is that, here you are obsessing over this minor perceptual distortion that other people may have when you've got a pretty major one yourself. That's obviously very consistent with kind of this worldview we've been describing. And I know that all the major religions, have these kind of thematic synergies with this worldview. Anyway, whatever you want to call this worldview we've been talking about over these last 6 weeks, this meditative path informed by Buddhist philosophy, whether you want to say, yes, it's a religion, or no, I don't think it qualifies as a religion, but it's a spiritual worldview, or you just want to say it's a therapeutic perspective, or whatever. I would say the following. If you look at the human condition from the standpoint of modern psychology, and in particular evolutionary psychology, and you look at the way our evolutionary history has afflicted us with perceptual distortions and moral biases and dissatisfaction and out suffering, and you ask, well, is there a worldview that addresses this problem? Well, there are a lot of worldviews, and many of them do it effectively. There are religions, there are therapeutic traditions, but I am not personally aware of a naturalistic worldview that addresses the problem as straightforwardly and as honestly and as unflinchingly as the one we've been talking about. Now, I personally am going to keep exploring this worldview for some time to come in one sense or another. Maybe some of you will too, but whether or not you do that, I want to thank you for sharing in my exploration of it. I've gotten a tremendous amount out of teaching this course, out of preparing the material for presentation, but also, more importantly, out of the online interaction with students and getting the feedback about the ideas and the way I presented them. And I can honestly say that as a result of all that, I am now seeing things more clearly than I was before, so thank you for that. Welcome to office hours. Fraser and Milo extend their greetings. Enthusiastically in Milo's case. This is actually not the last office hours, although it is the office hours associated with the final lecture of the course. There will be another office hours probably about a week from now, but in any event, I will let you know through all known media when exactly that is. Speaking of Fraser and Milo, there was a lot of turbulence this week involving Fraser and Milo. Milo continued his quest to dethrone Fraser as alpha dog, and at one point I actually got a little concerned because he did actually mount the throne, and I was afraid that things would get out of hand. As it happened, Fraser did successfully rebuff that challenge, but I realized that that we were approaching a dangerous level of instability. So I decided to stage an intervention. I decided that really nothing short of spiritual transformation on the part of both dogs would do. And it worked out surprisingly well. Here's what happened. Excuse me, dogs. Why don't you let your Buddha natures emerge and live in peace? Given any thought to that? Wow, it worked. Milo's going to meditate now. By the way, if you're wondering why Milo was meditating with his eyes open in that last shot, well, actually some Zen meditators do meditate with their eyes open, so apparently Milo will be studying under a Zen master. I guess that's a decision he's made. Now, footnote, if you pay close attention to that last shot where Milo was meditating, you will see on the floor a scrap of paper. If you're wondering what that is, it's this. It's this. Formerly a part of this book. And if you're wondering how did they get detached, the answer is Milo, only days earlier, had, as kind of a first step toward eating the entire book apparently, had chewed this off of the book. This is actually true. Milo had done this. So, you know, what we have here is one day this dog is destroying Buddhist texts, and the next day he is following the Dharma. And that just shows you that, you know, spiritual transformation can happen like that. Or, as in my case, it can happen very slowly and never be finished. In any event, this leads us kind of to some questions that some of the students have raised this week. Okay, so Simona Holstein, or Holstein, has a question of particular relevance to me, but probably to a lot of you as well. She writes, "Dear Buddhists, in some Buddhist traditions, and especially in Zen, there's this attitude not to analytically explain terms such as no self and emptiness, in order to allow the meditators to learn this through experience, which is the real learning. Do you think that analytical understanding might be an obstacle towards reaching this understanding?" Neil King replies that actually in some Buddhist traditions, analysis is emphasized and valued. In others, he says it is discouraged in preference to a sheerly experiential apprehension of these ideas. In any event, what I would say is certainly too much analysis during meditation can get in the way, I think. And that's a kind of a chronic problem for me, in part because I'm kind of in the business of analyzing this stuff and both writing about it and teaching about it. And it's kind of hard for me to forget about that sometimes when I'm meditating. I would say, though, I hope, because if I'm wrong, then I'm like really not spending my time productively. If I'm wrong about this, then I'm like actively doing damage maybe to the world. If I'm wrong about this, I like to think that there is ultimately value in analysis in the following sense. For me, at least, my motivation to practice is strengthened by my belief that the practice is valid in the sense of moving me closer to the truth, closer to a clear perception of the everyday world, and closer to morally defensible behavior. Okay? And I didn't reach that conclusion by taking a Buddhist's word for it. I reached that conclusion through analysis, and including some of the analysis that I've shared with you in this course. So for me, taking a very close look at these ideas and comparing them with what psychology and our understanding of evolution have to say about these matters has been very valuable to me, because it's actually convinced me that the practice is worthwhile. This leads very naturally to another thread that occurred in the discussion forum. So Lorenzo Rubio started out by saying, with the provocative assertion, Buddhism was an amazing guess made 2,500 years ago, but the truth is evolution. And then he went on, said some other stuff that provoked replies, predictably perhaps. So Alexandru Mizransky or Mizransky or any of several other pronunciations says later in this thread, if we followed the takeaway message from Professor Wright's course regarding Darwinian Buddhist enlightenment, do you think it ultimately matters whether one chooses evolutionary psychology or Buddhism as their path? To which Kula Aggi or Sula Aggi, or in any event, Culaggi, replied, does evolutionary psychology even propose a path to freedom from all kinds of grief? I thought it was an analytical study of mind and mental processes, not a guide to freedom from suffering. Alexandru then, no, this is from K-Min, K-M-I-N, possibly not the person's real or at least entire name. In any event, says, as far as I understand, Darwinian enlightenment, coined by the professor, means the removal of all kinds of biases and distortions, the vestiges of human evolution, in our perception of the world. Okay, so I think maybe I must have failed to make myself entirely clear, possibly because I wasn't clear on some things in my own mind. In any event, what Culaggi, or choose your pronunciation, says is true. When I think it's a she, judging by picture of a very, very young child, presumably younger than this person, says, I thought it was an analytical study of mind, meaning evolutionary psychology, not a guide to freedom from suffering. True. Evolutionary psychology is not prescriptive, it is descriptive. It is not a path. And that actually leads to how I got interested in Buddhism. When I finished my book, The Moral Animal, I was more conscious than ever of kind of the biases and distortions, and in particular moral biases that afflict us by virtue of our having evolved. But one thing I noticed is knowing about these things did very little to help. It was no prescription. In some ways, it just made life more painful because you didn't kind of become like a better person, or I mean, you could. The self-consciousness about moral biases, I think, can lead to improvement, but it can also just lead to, in a way, more suffering because you're more painfully aware of the sort of deficiencies of perception and behavior. So one way to put it is I felt I had found the truth but not the way. Jesus said, he said various things. I am the life and the truth and the way. Anyway, I am the light and the truth and the way. I'd have to look up the... Anyway, he said truth and he said he was both the truth and the way. Okay, I'm back, and through the magic of technology, I now know exactly what Jesus said, at least according to the book of John. He said, I am the way and the truth and the life. So anyway, the key things here are truth and the way. I kind of felt that with evolutionary psychology, I had found the truth, at least pending further scientific progress. In other words, the most plausible theory, so far as I could tell, but not the way. And that is, why meditation is interesting to me. It promises to be the way. It's interesting. Looking that quote up reminded me of that immediately after that, Jesus says, "No one comes to the Father except through me." In other words, Jesus is the only path to salvation, belief in Jesus. The reason that's interesting to me is because this book I'm writing about this stuff, I had thought about calling The Truth and the Way because it gets at kind of what I see as the relationship between evolutionary psychology and Buddhist meditation. On the other hand, the way, in addition to that title sounding really annoyingly grandiose and pretentious in the eyes of some people, no doubt, there is the the problem that the way suggests there's only one way, and I wouldn't suggest that. I certainly wouldn't suggest that Buddhist meditation is the only path that gets you roughly where I would like to go. A lot of meditative traditions, and for that matter, therapeutic traditions. There are a lot of ways to kind of improve your perception and your behavior. But in any event, you know, I hope this helps a little to clarify what I see as the relationship between a kind of Darwinian worldview and a Buddhist worldview. I see, to some extent, a division of labor between them, you know, and so Darwinian enlightenment, by that I mean, suppose you just knew nothing about Buddhism, but you saw what kind of filters and biases have been put on our perception by evolution. What would then your conception be of clear vision? You know, what would your conception be of enlightenment? And then to what extent does that correspond to what a Buddhist means by enlightenment? That's what some of this course has been about. Okay. Linda Shepard, who I guess gets credit for asking this question via both Twitter and Facebook, says, I wondered why there seems to be no mention of serenity in the concept of not self, unless I missed it along the way. To me, that word holds great appeal and suggests a calmness we don't seem to achieve these days without some thought and effort. Well, I certainly think people who have had the kind of full-on not self experience, I have heard this, you know, I think some of them, people who say they've had that experience would often describe it as involving serenity, peace of mind, and so on. What I would attest to is just that, you know, kind of everyday meditative practice can involve that. And I think it's important that it involve that. You know, there is, you know, because it's one thing that keeps me coming back and practicing every morning. And, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on how you should meditate with no expectations and not seeking anything in particular. And there's some truth to that, because seeking a particular experience can get in the way. At the same time, let's be realistic. People who are meditating are generally doing it for a reason. There generally is something they want to get out of it. It helps to have something that sustains the practice. And in my experience, getting to a point of serenity, however brief, every morning is something that can keep you coming back. And what's interesting to me is that the moment of serenity can also be a moment where you see, you know, yourself as seeing things clearly. In other words, the moment where you're just viewing your breath after, for me, whatever, 10, 15, 20 minutes of meditation, finally my mind has quit wandering and the distractions are subsiding. And I get the sense that that's just my breath. I'm just observing my breath. That can be a not really peaceful, pleasant moment, and also a moment apparently of clarity. There's a sense that, or, you know, a bird song or anything else. There's a moment of feeling that you've kind of stripped away a lot of the accretions of history, you know, our entire evolutionary history, and then my personal history, you know, all the history that informs the way, you know, the narratives we spin about our perceptions and the likes and dislikes we bring to our perceptions. I don't want to suggest that we can necessarily strip away all those accretions. There is this kind of theoretical question that Lita Cosmides brought up in the course. Well, wait a second, is there such thing as a view from nowhere? You know, she's an evolutionary psychologist, and she raises that question. It's a good question. I'm not sure there is. But anyway, you can strip away a lot of the junk. And it's just interesting to me that this feeling of serenity can coincide with the feeling that you're actually seeing clearly. And that's positive reinforcement and can keep you coming back. And that's a moment I was kind of alluding to in the last lecture when I said that one thing even the naturalistic version of Buddhism involves can involve is the sense of contact with the actual truth. I mean, the sense of contact can get deeper than that, I'm sure, deeper than just the sense that I'm, seeing my breath clearly, but that it can be a very powerful feeling. Okay, I think I've said enough about that. Okay, now we come to a moment of great controversy. There's a controversy in the discussion forum over whether there was something wrong in Lecture 6. Now, of course, people never admit that they've done something wrong. So there couldn't be something wrong in Lecture 6. There could be something misleading in Lecture 6. But for there to be something wrong in Lecture 6 would mean that I did something wrong. And people don't do things wrong. I mean, other people do things wrong. But you don't do, you and I, we don't do, right? Okay. So that's going to be my argument. There was something maybe misleading in Lecture 6. And it came when Gary Weber, who's a really interesting person, in part because the depth of his everyday, the distinctiveness of his everyday perception of the world has been to some extent scientifically confirmed, as we discussed in the thing. In other words, his brain, when he's just not even meditating, looks like the brain on this one particular dimension that the brain scan captures, looks like the brain of somebody who's in deep meditation. That's one reason it's very interesting to me. Anyway, we were talking about what I call the exterior version of not self. In other words, a sense, not just a sense of looking inward and going, wait a second, there's nothing there, that's a self, but sense of looking outward and going, wait a second, the bounds between what I think of and myself are not so distinct. They're actually very porous, and there's actually an interconnection between the stuff in here and the stuff out there, right? And I wanted to drive home the kind of moral implications that can have, in the sense that it can actually, this apprehension of interconnection with the world can, as a practical matter, reduce people's incentive to do bad things to things out there, since after all you're interconnected with them. Okay, so that was kind of my agenda. Now, but in the course of that, Gary said the following: you perceive it this way, that everything is all one thing. This is a cliche, a mystical statement, but it really is perceptible. You can deeply sense that everything is all one thing. This got Gary and me in trouble. Lisa Dale Miller wrote in the discussion forum, Buddhist philosophy does not espouse oneness. Interdependent co-arising, or the theory of emptiness, implies that nothing exists independently of anything else, not that all phenomena are one. Oneness is a Brahmanical concept. By Brahmanical, well, for very rough purposes, we can substitute the word Hindu, since everyone kind of has a sense of what that means. That's, yeah, let's just say that, even though there are a lot of things that Hindu can mean, still. Oneness is a Brahmanical Hindu concept associated with the existence of a transcendent separate self, or Atman. Okay, she's right. She's actually right. And I didn't, so to say that everything is one would, at least if you look at kind of mainstream Mahayana Buddhist philosophy, to say that everything is one would not be consistent with that. So in that sense, what Gary said is misleading. Let's see, where do I go from here? Because to try to drive home the distinction, well, let's just go back. Let's do intellectual history. So there is this idea within the Hindu tradition that Atman equals Brahman. Atman means self, right? You may recall from lecture 2 or 3. Brahman, well, Atman in the Hindu tradition, you can think of self or soul, okay? An individual's kind of, maybe soul is the best way to think of it. Brahman you can think of as this kind of universal soul, maybe. Again, this is all very crude and misleading, not wrong. No, I don't think it's too misleading. But it's rough, okay? Brahman, universal soul. There's this idea in Hinduism, Atman equals Brahman. In other words, we are all part of the universal soul. Your soul is a manifestation of this universal soul. Kind of a reassuring idea, and was an idea apparently prevalent in the Buddha's day. And the conventional thinking is that the Buddha went in kind of exactly the opposite direction and said, not only is Atman not Brahman, Atman doesn't even exist. Okay, I don't even buy this idea of Atman. This idea of a distinct, coherent, persistent self or soul. And so that's the distinction Lisa is getting at. To say that everything is one sounds like this Hindu idea that, you know, there is this substantial self and it's one with everything else. Whereas, no, I think the way she'd put it, and I think the way it is put in Mahayana philosophy. As for Theravada just doesn't work. I think doesn't emphasize this philosophically. It's not that they have a different view. It's just that it's not so emphasized. But anyway, the idea in Mahayana philosophy is that yes, there is continuity between what's in here and what's out there, but that's because, in a sense, there's nothing of substance in here and nothing of substance, you know, out there. That's where this concept of emptiness comes in. There's nothing with essence out there, and what we think of as a self doesn't have essence. So maybe you'd want to say, you know, describe that concept by saying everything is one because there's continuity, but it's a continuity of emptiness, not a continuity of fullness. Okay, that's the distinction. Again, roughly speaking, we're getting at. Now, here's what I would say. So actually, later, Gary says something that's closer to that. Later in what was in the lecture, he says, you know, I say to him, so it's like you identify with everything. And he says, he basically says no. So he in a way backs off of the interpretation that that people are objecting to as not being Buddhist in a way. When I say, so you identify with everything, he says, I don't identify with anything. I mean, there's nobody here to identify with me or anyone else. In other words, it's empty in here. He says, quote, it's just an empty, still presence here, which is there. So there he's kind of saying there's emptiness here and emptiness there, and that's where the continuity is. I think that phrasing would be closer to what's meant, but or at least what Lisa would like to hear. Probably not exactly what she'd like to hear, but anyway, it's closer. But what I want to mainly say is I didn't bring him on to articulate Buddhist doctrine. I brought him on to describe the experience of this dissolution of the bounds of the self, the meditative experience, which I think is so consequential, and to talk a little about how it changes the way he looks at things. So that was all I was up to. He was meant to be a witness to experience and not to doctrine. And in fact, there are lots of Buddhists in good standing who, when they have this experience, if you ask them to describe it, that's the other thing. I should have mentioned as, who else, my notes are kind of messed up here, but Holly June Graves notes that Gary actually is in some ways a fan of what we can call Hindu philosophy, and that's true, and I should have noted that he's eclectic, he's not exclusively Buddhist. On the other hand, he studied for years and years and years in the Zen tradition of Buddhism, and I think he believes his current perspective is to a large extent a natural outgrowth of that and largely consonant with that, but I'll let him speak for himself. Anyway, where was I? I think this is where I was. A lot of Buddhists who serious Buddhists and are pretty steeped in the prevailing philosophy, who, when they describe the experience, the initial experience of the dissolution of the bounds of the self, they're just not too picky about how they describe it. They say, like, anyway, let me just say this. My main point was to describe how it feels, how it can feel when the bounds dissolve. Now, once the bounds have dissolved, how exactly you describe that is kind of a pivot as to whether you describe it in the Hindu way or the Buddhist way. And that is a genuine distinction. But I was trying to get at the experience. So Avik Mitra gets at what I was getting at when he says, as part of this discussion, are we talking only about subtle semantics or direct experience? Experientially, if one finds oneness and another finds interdependent co-arising, which is quoting something that I think Lisa had said, then can one claim that one has monopoly over enlightenment, nirvana? So he's getting at this distinction between kind of experience and doctrine. But in defense of Lisa, she's not, I think, saying she has a monopoly over the truth. She's not being dogmatic here. She's not saying that her interpretation is right and the one she attributed to Gary was wrong. She's just saying they're different, and as a matter of philosophical clarity, we should recognize that, which is true. But again, it's very hard to describe the experience I was talking about without lapsing into talk that seems to attribute substance or essence to whatever. Anyway, sorry. I've got on. Do I sound defensive here? Is that why I've gone on for like 3 hours on this? All of this gave me an interesting idea. And I think this is going to annoy the people who are annoyed by Gary, even more than Gary annoyed them. So let me try this out. What I thought for the first time was, okay, you've got the Hindu idea of Atman equals Brahman. The soul is a manifestation of the world soul, universal soul. Then you've got this Buddhist and especially Mahayana Buddhist idea that no, the continuity is better described of a continuity of emptiness. And I realized for the first time that maybe the meditative experiences that Hindus have that seem to affirm their description of things, and that Buddhists have that seem to affirm their description of things, maybe those meditative experiences are essentially the same. Maybe the same thing is happening in their heads, even kind of biochemically, and maybe it's fundamentally the same apprehension in some sense. Now, it may be different in terms of conceptual overlay. It may be that the tradition they've come up in affects the interpretation, but maybe the experience is fundamentally the same. And I guess I might suggest that the real question is, does it lead to the same kind of behavior? If it makes both of them more considerate of their fellow beings, that's great. And I don't think the people who complained about what Gary said would necessarily dispute that. Again, they're not being dogmatic as far as I can tell. They're just asking for intellectual clarity. But it could be that it's the same experience, same moral implications, and who am I to say which one is the truth? I don't. Again, this is why I say I would never say any one way is the way. There are a lot of ways, and for clarity of vision to be reached. And for my money, one of the main gauges of clarity of vision is, does it lead you to treat other beings the way they kind of, in some sense, deserve to be treated? Does it make you a better person or not? And by the way, you could say the same thing for mystical experiences in the Abrahamic tradition, where people would describe it as union with the divine. Christians, Muslim, Jews might have these kinds of meditative experiences, describe it as union with the divine, and maybe it's fundamentally the same thing. And again, if that leads to good moral behavior, then I would say, more power to you. Milo, on the other hand, sounds like he's getting ready for a walk, and I certainly have gone on long enough. So I'll give you your weekly shot of Milo up close. Milo, could you just pose a second? Let them see what the enlightened Milo looks like. Okay, you'll note the difference, right? You see the difference now that he's following the Dharma? Look at that. Look at the wisdom. See, look at that's what I mean. Look at that, see? And he's so non-judgmental. See, he's just kind of looking with curiosity and interest. He's not judging me. He's just saying, Bob, if we don't go for a walk pretty soon, things are going to get ugly in this household. But that's not the same as being judgmental. Okay, so enough. Now you understand why there was something misleading, arguably, but not wrong, in Lecture 6. Okay, so there will be another office hours. And one thing, I want to get back into a couple of things. This question of Buddhist activism, which continues to be raised. In other words, does the Dharma kind of sap your activist energy, or can it? And the related question of I've been throwing around moral truth, good, bad, and I did it in a lecture, and there is this question of, wait a second, can you talk about moral truth from a Buddhist perspective? Don't you transcend the whole conception of good and bad? These are good, important questions. I want to get back to those too. This is one reason we are going to do another office hours. But also because there will be ongoing discussion in the forum, Facebook, Twitter, even though the course per se is over. So we'll have at least one more office hours. And we will check in on the dog's spiritual progress. And I will let you know when exactly. I mean, probably a week from, probably on Monday as usual, and office hours will show up. In any event, I will let you know through all known media. Thank you so much for continuing to talk. Please keep it up so that I'll have an excuse to do this next week. See ya. Welcome to Office Hours. We began this week's Office Hours with the unusual sight of Milo, not Fraser, occupying the coveted alpha dog throne position. Now, ordinarily, if we saw this, we might have our darkest suspicions aroused, and we might say things like, Milo, what have you done with Fraser? Milo? But as you can see, Milo doesn't look very guilty. And that's because I don't think he is. Last week, we saw both Milo and Fraser showing signs of embracing the Dharma, so I'm inclined to interpret Milo's position here in much more innocent terms. I suspect Fraser is off meditating, and Milo is just keeping Fraser's seat warm for him, because now that Milo is following the Dharma, Fraser's interests are at least as important as Milo's, in Milo's view. At any rate, we'll get to the bottom of this before the end of this. We will track Fraser down. I don't want to go a week without some Fraser footage. We'll figure this out. Meanwhile, let's talk about some things. First of all, let me get rid of a little guilt. At the end of the last taping, I felt a little bad about the way I had handled the serenity issue. I spent a lot of time singing the praises of serenity and talking about how, in my daily meditation, I often get to this point where I feel a little serene. It's great. It keeps me coming back. But, in the back of my mind was something that I actually alluded to last week, which was that a lot of meditation teachers would warn you against getting attached to any pleasant state that meditation tends to bring, and that's true for a couple of reasons. One is that it's not always going to be there. Some days you won't hit the zone, and you don't want to start thinking of that as failure because you might quit meditating or something. And the other thing is that there's a lot of constructive, useful stuff to do in meditation other than blissing out. What a meditation teacher would tell you is, in those weeks when you approach nothing like serenity, that's fine. Just observe whatever is happening. If you're feeling unsettled, observe the feeling of unsettlement. Where is it? Is it in your legs? Whatever. Just pay attention to it. And I think, and that is what leads to kind of the mindfulness, broadly speaking. That is the way you cultivate mindfulness, broadly speaking. So anyway, didn't mean to oversell serenity. It's great. I recommend it if you can. And what I said is kind of true, that an interesting thing is that often you feel that the serenity is a result of seeing things more clearly, seeing things, including your feelings, less, with less kind of narrative overlay than usual. And by the same token, the serenity itself can lead you to see things more clearly. And in fact, sometimes happens to me during my meditation. I'll kind of be feeling really nice and calm, and some issue that I've been wrestling with will pop into my mind, and the resolution will suddenly seem so obvious. It's like, no, don't send the confrontational email. Send the less confrontational email. It doesn't sound that profound when I say it now, but ordinary, everyday human consciousness being what it is, it's just sometimes hard to see what the obviously less destructive thing is, unless you kind of calm down. And that's a pretty mundane, in a way, use of meditation compared to stuff we've talked about in the course, enlightenment and so on. But, mundane benefits are good benefits. Speaking of profound things like enlightenment, so there were a couple of comments about this thing I did in the final lecture, where I did this kind of breakdown of some posited like elements of enlightenment. I had a chart that looks something like this. Let me grab this. Looked something like this, not exactly. And I got to say, I had expected to get a little more blowback than I got. I mean, this does, after all, seem like a kind of a parody of a crude Western attempt to break down analytically what is actually, a holistic state that should not be broken down, right? I didn't actually get as much of that kind of blowback as I thought I would in the discussion forum, but there were some critical, or at least inquisitive, comments. And by the way, I should emphasize, I know this is like kind of crude, but I think, I think there's some virtue to the exercise. In any event, here is what someone said. Vignesh Vilayanur Jayaraman, what would you say the chances are that I pronounced those three names correctly? Anyway, he asks, how is enlightenment leading to both objective and moral truth? Remember, I had made this assertion that one of the interesting things is the Buddhist claim that that through enlightenment you're both seeing the world more clearly and kind of apprehending the morally true view of things as well. And I said it was interesting that there was this the assertion of this alignment between kind of moral truth and the objective truth about the world was an interesting thing. not necessarily shared in so many words by all religions, certainly not that explicitly. Although I was reminded, this ancient Egyptian religion concept of Maat, M-A-A-T, has some of these two dimensions of kind of the, truth. It's a very multifaceted version of truth itself. Anyway, I digress, because I'm sure the parallel there is not exact anyway. But back to Vignesh, he's questioning the claim that enlightenment leads to both objective and moral truth. He points out that, after all, in this little chart, there's only one case with what I'd call the interior version of the not-self experience, where you see both objective and moral truth checked off in my little crude checklist. And so he says, he doesn't see such a... He says, out of the four elements of enlightenment, only one is common for both objective and moral truth, so I'm not able to understand how it leads to an alignment between objective and moral truth. Okay, let me say a couple of things. First of all, I think, although I've broken it down, most people, the people I had expected to ridicule me a little more than they did, would say, well, this is like a whole experience. I mean, enlightenment is ultimately kind of one thing. It is the true apprehension of the world. You can try to break it down into components, but it's one thing. So if it brings, one way or another, both moral truth and objective truth, you've got some asterisks in both, well, then it is bringing both. That's one thing I would say. And I would say, by the way, they're very, even there's all kinds of kind of unities among these, I would say. I mean, even when I made the distinction between exterior not self and interior not self, well, that experientially might seem like a much more continuous thing. Impermanence. Well, in fact, this leads me to a comment by, I guess, Ng Yao Fu. Again, no way I've pronounced that correctly, I'm sure. N-G-Y-E-O-W-F-O-O. I may have gotten the Fu part right. Has an interesting claim that impermanence should have an asterisk under moral truth. And I think you can make that claim. Let me elaborate on this comment. When one realizes impermanence of all things, one ceases to grasp. And then later says, when things change, what can there be for oneself to identify as me, mine, myself? Right. So there's really 2 points I'd like to get out of this very interesting comment. One is that arguably you should have an asterisk here. And I think, as I said in the lectures, you could make the argument that you should have an asterisk here and here. It was just not as obviously strong a claim to me as that you would have the asterisks here. So I think you could make the argument that there should be 8 asterisks here. There should be 8 check marks. That's one point. The other point being made in this comment is that the impermanence is related to the not-self experience. In other words, to quote again, what can there be for oneself to identify as me, mine, and myself? Right? So the impermanence, the idea of impermanence is kind of integrally related to the not-self experience. So I'm just, getting back to the point that ultimately enlightenment would be seen as this like collective thing, right? And by the way, emptiness, formlessness, is also related to not self. I mean, some people, especially in the Mahayana tradition where they emphasize emptiness, not self is kind of seen as the interior version of what's called emptiness when you see it out there, right? And the logic behind calling it emptiness, behind saying it lacks essence, is somewhat the same in the 2 cases. So just in summary, I recognize kind of all these are intertwined, and that's why enlightenment is thought of as a you know, a kind of a more holistic thing, and many people would, you know, just as soon you not crudely break it down into these components, not to mention the fact that there are other things you could nominate as being components of the experience of enlightenment. So there's that, and then there's the fact that even if you do agree that it's worth breaking down, you could make the argument, if I had time, I might make the argument that all of these check marks should be checked. Okay, now I mentioned formlessness, emptiness, and someone said in the comment section, emptiness is not formlessness. You'll notice that I have them as roughly equal, and I want to see who that was. Let's see, it's Morris Sullivan, but I also want to read something that Morris said, so let me actually go retrieve Morris's comments. Give me a sec. Okay, I am back, and a couple things. First of all, while you were away, there was a changing of the guard. Guess who came back? Fraser, and Milo graciously surrendered the coveted throne to Fraser. That is the kind of Buddhist Milo is. And Milo, as you can see, is meditating. And Fraser, as you can see, is, I think we would call that sleeping. It's the sound of snoring that helps you distinguish between the two. Hi, Fraser. We were just talking about you. So anyway, all is well. And maybe accept that Fraser may have fleas or something, judging by the scratching. We'll get to the bottom of that too eventually. So the other thing, while you were away, is I had a second thought about what I had said about serenity. I wanted to add one other thing, which is just that, you know, when meditation is not going well, I have one thing, and it can like not, I mean, well in the sense of like not making you feel great, and even being a little, you know, kind of uncomfortable, like, oh, do I really have to do this? For me, what has helped is what I think is true is to reflect on what I think is true, which is that even if it's not particularly blissful and maybe far from it, in my experience, it does seem like the day goes a little better when I meditate, even if nothing spectacular happens when I meditate, even if I'm not sitting there loving it. And that conviction, which I think is based in fact, kind of keeps me at it. Okay, for what that's worth. Back to emptiness and formlessness. So I had said that this Mahayana concept of emptiness, that things lack essence, you could say, I had said, I had equated it with an idea you could call formlessness, that sometimes is called formlessness, that I've heard about more in a Theravada context. At least I've heard Theravada kind of teachers talk about it. Morris Sullivan questions my equation of the two, points to what is probably the best known Buddhist text kind of on emptiness. It's the famous Heart Sutra, where it says form is emptiness, emptiness is form. And Morris says in his interpretation, form is still present, but form is just empty of this essence we'd call a self or inherent existence. Okay, that's true. I would say at the same time, I mean, I guess it's true. I mean, I'm willing to accept it as a stipulation. I want to emphasize a couple of things. First of all, I was talking about experience, not philosophy. Okay, I was suggesting that the meditative experience that some of these Theravada teachers might be calling formlessness, and the experience that sometimes they may carry into everyday life that they think of as formlessness in the way they apprehend things, is maybe the same thing as the experience that a Mahayana Buddhist might refer to as emptiness. If they said, well, I had this apprehension of emptiness while I was meditating, or I carry this apprehension into everyday life or whatever. So it was not meant to be a philosophical equation. And in fact, so far as I'm not aware of some kind of well-worked-out doctrine of formlessness in Theravada Buddhism, although there could be one. There's so many nooks and crannies of Buddhist thought. But I was just talking about experience. At the same time, I would say that the logic of emptiness, logic behind the doctrine of emptiness, calls into question, suggests that maybe formless is a kind of appropriate word, actually. And also, this is going to bring us back to the raging controversy from last week over whether, how misleading it is to talk about the oneness of everything as being a kind of a Buddhist type insight, which we talked about in last week's office hours. Okay, so here's what I mean. And first of all, well, no, here's what I mean. As I understand it, and I'm not an expert on Mahayana philosophy, but as I understand it, the logic, if you work out the logic of emptiness, as opposed to just the experiential apprehension of emptiness, which is what I was talking about, has to do with this idea, sometimes a Buddhist word, sometimes translated as dependent arising, or interdependent co-arising, and that's probably the translation that's most apt for these purposes. And what that refers to is just the interdependence of things for their very existence. Okay, so like I could not exist, well, as an historical matter, if my father and mother hadn't existed. I could not exist now if there weren't oxygen in the environment. I would not be doing the things that I'm doing at this moment had it not been with all kinds of little interactions and influences. So you could say that I don't have, independent existence, right? And as I understand it, that is kind of the logic behind emptiness. There's nothing out there that has inherent, intrinsic existence independent of all of these other things that sustain it as we see it. Okay, that's kind of the idea. So there's just this rich intertwining of everything. And I would say, actually, that to the extent that that's conducive to thinking of these things as emptiness, it's probably equally conducive to questioning the very form of things, in the sense that the bounds of them no longer seem so rigid. The bounds of them seem more kind of permeable. The bounds of them are seen as things through which influence is passing, kind of back and forth all the time. So although it's convenient to carve the world up into these forms, there's actually this fluid interaction among the things we think of as forms that, when you think about it, calls into question the structure of the forms themselves in a way. At least I think you could make that case. That's a pretty obscure thing. But I do want to get back, I do want to revisit the raging controversy. I'm starting to think you really can make the case for oneness in a Buddhist context more than I was thinking the last time. I'll get back to that, but first let me visit this comment from Penny Jennings. I am troubled by your use of the word essence in the examples that you gave. I thought that the meaning of essence is the attribute or a set of attributes that make an entity or substance what it fundamentally is. Your examples seem more like definitions of values that we put on any object based on the associations that we have with said object. Okay, so, right, I was talking about how people seem to naturally, kind of, without even thinking about it, attribute essence to things. Penny's kind of formal definition of essence is a set of attributes that, distinguish something. Fine, that's perfectly fine, formal definition. But yes, my point was that the way we actually, when we attribute essence to things, the way the human mind does identify something and assign attributes to it is inextricably entwined with evaluating it, assigning value to it, specifically affective value. We have feelings about everything, things, that may be very subtle feelings, but my argument was that the process of assigning essence to something does involve feelings, okay? And where do we go from here? Well, one place, I'd like to dig up this quote from this psychologist named Zajonc. Z-A-J-O-N-C. I really wish I'd kind of quoted him during the lectures. And if I act fast enough, I can maybe dig up this quote. But he was somebody who emphasized how affect pervades human perception. He was really, I think, a kind of a deeply insightful student of the human mind. And here we are hoping to get to this quote any moment now. Okay, here's what he says. When we evaluate an object or an event, we are describing not so much what is in the object or in the event, but something that is in ourselves. Thus, affective judgments are always about the self. They identify the state of the judge in relation to the object of judgment. Okay, that is kind of my point. That when we, we're kind of perceiving what we think of as the essence of something, that actually that's involving these value judgments that ultimately are traceable to natural selection, having built the human mind to evaluate things in relation to the self, because that's what natural selection cares about, preserving this body, right? So that is the point of all this, and I recommend the work of Zajonc, Z-A-J-O-N-C. Believe it or not, I think I am close to the correct pronunciation on that. In any event, I don't think you need the first name, which I don't remember, because I believe if you Google that last name, you won't come up with a whole lot of alternative candidates. He was a psychologist, if you need to narrow it down any further than that. Okay, so let's get back to the raging controversy over Buddhism and oneness. First of all, do nada. Now, you may think that means do nothing, right? English word do, nada meaning being Spanish for nothing. It does not. It's the name of the person who said this. Do is D-E-W. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Nada is indeed N-A-D-A as the Spanish word for nothing, which is kind of appropriate because the concept of emptiness is involved in what do nada is saying. Remember, the raging controversy was over, one of the kind of serious meditators that we saw in Lecture 6, Gary Weber, described the experience, described an experience of what I was calling the exterior version of not self. In other words, a kind of a breakdown of the bounds of self, perception of that. Gary was describing that as kind of being an experience of oneness with the things out there. Although in other ways he was conceding that's a misleading thing. But anyway, then commenters pointed out that no, according to Mahayana philosophy, oneness is not the way to describe the continuity between what's in here and what's out there, because it's actually a continuity of emptiness. Not self here, objects out there also have not self. Same kind of logic. And now, Do Nada says, my 2 cents on the raging controversy over Lecture 6. Oneness is Orthodox Buddhist teaching. According to Do Nada, the ancient Huayan tradition affirms the all-in-one, one-in-all teaching. Huayan is H-U-A-Y-A-N. Dunata mentions the Bright Dawn Center of Oneness Buddhism, about which I know nothing, but says that it is a contemporary lineage which promotes the central importance of realizing oneness. Anyway, the you know, the more I think about this, the more I think we really are. It's just a matter of wordplay almost. Here's what I mean. Again, as I just said, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the idea that, you know, that this kind of Mahayana critique of calling it oneness with everything begins with the idea that no, everything is empty. I'm empty of self, of that kind of essence. World out there, things are empty of essence. And the logic, as I understand it again, is about interdependence and interrelationship of things, okay? Things are so interdependent. I can't be here without oxygen, without gravity. I wouldn't be anything like I am. If I hadn't just heard Milo Russell, I wouldn't have turned around right then. And so on. So if I hadn't, right, and if Milo hadn't heard his name when I said that, he would not have walked over here under the impression that he was about to get some attention, which I guess he will get. Okay, he's a good dog. And Fraser the Buddhist, we think is not jealous of the fact that I'm petting Milo, whereas only weeks ago he might have been. But look how serene Fraser looks. See? He's serene, which is both a result of his seeing the truth and is in turn conducive to seeing more truth. And that's why Fraser is unbothered by the attention that Milo is getting now. Okay, good doggy. And by the way, one commenter, who was it, who said that my dogs have domesticated me? I'll try to dig up that name and bring him to justice for that, for saying something so deeply offensive. No, actually, it wasn't offensive. It's actually related to what I'm saying. Is that the dogs? You know, it's not like I'm controlling the dogs. The dogs are controlling me. I respond to them. They respond to me. That's interdependence. So that's the thing. So my point is, if emptiness is about how the different things we see out there are so interdependent, and they are so interdependent with us, because after all, every perception influences us, right? And there's so much interplay, intertwining all the things in the world. If that's what's behind the idea of emptiness, and I think it is, it just doesn't seem to me all that misleading to talk about it as oneness, right? I mean, I understand that the way the philosophy has come to be articulated, that's apparently verboten. But, you know, but I guess I'm just saying, you know, and I respect, you know, philosophies are always, you know, philosophers are sticklers about words. And so I do respect that. At the same time, it does seem to me a little ironic that since any mystical tradition is almost by definition, you know, kind of skeptical of the ability of language to capture reality, and mystical traditions for that reason tend to give preference to the experiential apprehension of at least ultimate realities, right? It just seems to me it would be kind of ironic if we got too hung up on the way these experiences wind up getting articulated as a formal philosophical matter along different philosophical lineages. I would say that. The other thing I would say is this. I kind of said this last time, but just saying, you know, to have the full-on experience of not self, which involves, again, not just skepticism about the internal kind of coherence of self in a certain sense, or solidity and permanence of self, and you CEO-ness of self, but also is a skepticism about the bounds between this self and what's out there. If one of the virtues of that is a kind of a moral or ethical virtue of seeing more continuity of kind of interest, or continuity of legitimacy of interest between yourself and other beings, it just seems to me oneness is certainly a nice, if possibly, idealistic, even, utopian or something way to describe that. I don't know. So I'm just feeling, although I feel, I think it was a good point to make that what Gary said in that video did not comply, strictly speaking, with Mahayana philosophy, which he wasn't trying to do anyway. He was just describing an experience. I increasingly wonder how real the difference is. And as I suggested, I think the meditative experience of what might be articulated as oneness in one context, such as some Hindu contexts, may be exactly what the meditative experience is in a Mahayana context, where the interpretation might have to do more with emptiness or continuity of emptiness and oneness. Anyway, I've said some of that, so I'll quit saying that. Now, who was it who made that little comment about me and me having been domesticated by my dogs? We should give that person due credit if we can find out. But maybe I should turn the camera off, find the person, give due credit, and then talk about a couple of other things and call it a day. Okay, I'm back, and it turns out that the person I should credit for saying that my dogs have domesticated me is named Anonymous. Okay, so Craig Reukers, R-E-U-K-E-R-S, had written in the discussion forum about me and my two dogs, and Anonymous chimed in. And don't you just love how well they have domesticated him? So true. Now on quickly to this question of whether Buddhist meditation can, or the Dharma generally, can dampen your moral fervor and any activist impulse you might have otherwise expressed. We've talked about this a little. A number of people are interested in it. Maria Salvucci on Facebook expresses interest. She says, living in Arizona, I feel a strong need to be a voice standing up for fairness, empathy, and compassion towards others. So she's very interested in hearing about this question of Buddhism and activism. Justin Schultz weighs in. Vincenzo Gazzoli started a thread on the subject, and in that thread, a variety of views were expressed. Anonymous, possibly a different Anonymous from the other Anonymous, says, isn't a desire for justice and fairness always set in motion by anger and passion? Suggesting that, yeah, meditation could dampen the quest for justice and fairness as a practical matter. But R.C. Nemer, N-E-M-E-R, says, as for moral fervor, I suspect that meditating might reduce its intensity, but in a positive way. So our sense of morality is expressed in subtler, less polarizing ways. Similarly, Brian Chung says, once a person achieves enlightenment, that rules me out. But anyway, he can do more to properly correct injustice than any unenlightened person can. The problem with attachment to activism in our current unenlightened states is that we don't have the wisdom and powers a Buddha does. Instead, we are driven by passion. An activist may actually end up pouring gasoline on the fire and accidentally escalate things into civil war. There's certainly truth there, and in fact, I would say a lot of activist energy, certainly as expressed in dialogue on the internet, winds up probably counterproductively just antagonizing people who disagree and if anything, impeding mutual comprehension. Still, it's nice to have some kind of energy to drive you, right? And I think it is a very serious question as to whether, in principle, whether sometimes the Buddhist path does dampen this kind of energy, I came across an interesting interview with Bhikkhu Bodhi. I won't say much about it. I encourage everybody to read it. That's very much on topic. It's in Religion Dispatches, a very good website, religiondispatches.org. If you go there and search for Bhikkhu Bodhi, you'll come across this interview, which was done by Joshua Eaton, E-A-T-O-N. Just a couple of quick highlights. Bhikkhu Bodhi says, after I encountered Buddhism, you may remember Bhikkhu Bodhi appeared in the Course, and he's a very kind of venerable scholar and monk in the Theravada tradition. He says, after I encountered Buddhism, I decided that my primary task was to change myself rather than to change the world, and thus my focus shifted to my spiritual development. I maintained this attitude towards social issues and so on, basically until 1982. Then he started changing, and he said, after that, I was troubled by the way many Buddhists, while speaking eloquently about compassion, viewed the Dharma essentially as a path to inner peace and treated engagement with social and political matters as tangential to their practice, and so on. I'm going to read this and think about it, and I hope have a little more to say about it in the next office hours. And there will be one more office hours, even though the lectures are now all out there. There will be yet one more, because after all, the site will stay open for at least a couple of more weeks. So that puts us into the 3rd week of May. So that gives me time to accumulate enough questions and comments, or for enough questions and comments to accumulate for me to, I guess, have an excuse to do this again, which I enjoy. I'm not sure that it'll be at the usual time, the usual kind of Monday. Maybe a little longer, may take a little longer before I do it. I'm not sure. But in any event, I will send out emails when it happens. Meanwhile, I encourage you to keep commenting in the discussion forum, on our Facebook page, or you can tweet questions to me at Darwin Dharma, one word. And probably, you know, if you want to be sure something comes to my attention, I mean, the discussion forum is so vast that although I check into it and try to kind of get the highlights, things there can elude my attention. So if you have a specific question for me, not that I can manage to address all of them in office hours, but tweeting is a good way to get it to me, or on the Facebook page. That's you know, it's possible to keep track of things on the Facebook page. That's a little more manageable than the discussion forum. But on this one subject of Buddhist activism, I mean, you know, I will say one thing about the discussion forum is it's a good place to have an extended discussion because of its structure. So if people start or continue threads there on this subject, I will try to find them. Finally, on this very subject, I think last time I promised to share with you a YouTube thing that a commenter, a student, had called attention to on this subject involving Ram Dass and Thich Nhat Hanh. Well, basically, I'll show you the URL, okay? As crude a way as this is to get you to it. It is at YouTube. See at the bottom there, last line, that is the, whoops, that's the URL that would get you there. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=t, uppercase Z, uppercase K, lowercase r, lowercase l, digit 5, lowercase n as in Nancy, 7, 9, lowercase h, uppercase Y will get you there, and it's at 3 minutes and 43 seconds as this part of the dialogue starts. So thank you again, Fraser and Milo, thank you. And as you can see, I mean, if you're just wondering how the Dharma might conceivably sap any activist impulse you might have, well, do they look like they are ready to go man the barricades and join an anti-war protest or something? Not exactly. I don't think Frazier is really upset with the status quo right now. Oh, he's awakening from his dogmatic slumber. Little dog pun there. And maybe he's about to go to an anti-war march or something. Milo, on the other hand, not so much. But they're happy, and they'll be back next week, as will I. Or at some point, before too long, at least one more time before the course site closes, which will be, I'll have details on exactly when it closes. It definitely will not be staying open longer than the end of May, but I'll have an exact date for you before long. Thank you so much for tuning in, and all three of us say until next time. Hello, welcome to Office Hours. That, of course, is Frazier. The half of the reason that anyone would tune in to Office Hours, the other half being Milo, who at the moment is in this room but not visible. I think he's behind the bookcase behind me. Anyway, both Frazier and Milo will be enlisted later in this episode of Office Hours to help us illustrate the concept of emptiness. They won't actually articulate the doctrine of emptiness, but they will serve as vehicles for explaining it. And aren't we all basically vehicles after all? But that's going to come later. First, there is apparently I've generated a raging controversy over Serenity. Who would have thought you could do that? I've been doing this kind of pendulum swing thing about Serenity in the last couple of Office Hours. First, I was singing the praises of Serenity in meditation and emphasizing that, you can, in everyday meditation, you can reach a point of serenity, and that's great, keeps you coming back. Then the next week, I kind of thought better of it because I didn't want people to think like you're failing if you don't attain serenity in meditation, which, after all, many of us often don't do in meditation. And so I emphasize that that's not the only kind of meditation there is, and not the only point of meditation, and that whatever is happening, whatever you're experiencing, as long as you are mindful about it, then you are doing mindfulness meditation. You can just observe it, and that's fine, and that's all to the good. Now this, emphasizing that you shouldn't get too attached to serenity, as I put it, and shouldn't come to expect it, led to some blowback from Kula Agi, whom we've heard from before. I've decided that the official pronunciation of this first name will be Kula, regardless of what the actual pronunciation is, C-U-L-A. Kula writes, I must say, this is on the discussion forum, I must say that Professor Wright's experience with Buddhist meditation does not seem to go beyond modern 19th century Vipassana traditions that de-emphasize serenity. Detachment from serenity is not something that's taught in most Buddhist traditions, and it's definitely not in accordance with the advice in canonical Buddhist texts. First of all, I would say I'm not advising detachment from serenity. I mean, if you feel serenity, embrace it, wallow in it, whatever. Serenity, I like serenity. I was suggesting non-attachment to it. So, in other words, not becoming kind of dependent on it, not going into everyday's meditation expecting it. Although some people may want to go into everyday's meditation expecting it. But the reasons I wanted to warn against that were kind of spelled out by some other commenters, I think on Facebook. Alicia Moag Stolberg said, if I think I'm supposed to have a experience, meaning experience A or experience X, you know, a given experience, each time I become self-critical, think I will not perform right, in quotes, and so we'll tend not to do it. You know, we'll deem that day's meditation a failure. And that is indeed what I was kind of saying was one of the downsides of going in kind of expecting serenity every day. There's another reason was kind of exemplified by a comment by Dwayne Trinchuk. It could be the way Dwayne pronounces his last name, for all we know. He says, I find that in those times when the meditation is less settled, more thoughts, sensations, etc., that it is precisely these times when new ground is being blazed. As we meditate and peel back the layers of the onion of our mind, each layer opens with a flurry of distractions. Impermanence is key and it will pass. So, Dwayne sees some actual upside in those moments in meditation when you're not serene. And I think I would second that motion and you know, emphasize that one virtue of actually practicing, let's put some more light on the situation. One virtue of actually practicing kind of mindfulness meditation, observing whatever arises and not just kind of zeroing in on serenity all the time, is remember, one of the payoffs of cultivating mindfulness in everyday life is that you can be out there in the world. You'll feel a feeling like anger, resentment, anxiety, whatever arise, and you will view it more mindfully than you otherwise would have, and it will have less of a grip on you, and that's value added, and that comes from practice. That comes from during meditation doing the exercise of viewing whatever happens mindfully. So one thing I'm saying is, even if you go into meditation hoping for serenity, aiming at serenity, if that's not what happens, well, make a lemonade out of your lemon. Just observe, try to observe mindfully whatever does happen. Fraser right now is observing a threat, he thinks. Fraser senses a threat, and he thinks he should start barking. Fraser, everything under control, buddy? Everything okay? Okay. He was just woofing. He wasn't yet up to the barking level. It wasn't like mailman level barking or anything. It was woofing. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying. Now, another reason I kind of am drawn to, and by the way, the accusation is on target. Kula's accusation that my experience with Buddhist meditation does not seem to go beyond modern 19th century Vipassana traditions that de-emphasize serenity. Well, it's true that my experience is mostly in Vipassana. Whether that's a kind of distinctively, Fraser's going to go investigate now, whether that's a distinctively 19th century version that I'm really focusing on is, in a way, controversial. I think some people who do modern Vipassana would say that they're doing exactly what the Buddha prescribed in the famous Four Foundations of Mindfulness discourse. The others would look at that and say, no, actually, the practice has evolved quite a bit. We're not, things have changed. Modern insight meditation has changed. Whatever. It's true that my experience is mostly in Vipassana, which means insight, which is a mindfulness meditation, and it's common to divide meditation into these two basic branches. There's serenity, which is generally attained through great concentration, and then there's mindfulness, insight, and so on. So that is thought of as a fork in the road. I kind of don't see them that way. I mean, any given sitting of mine may tend more toward one or the other. I'm just saying whatever happens can be useful, can be even if it's not, you're not having a great time, it can be constructive in the sense that you're learning things that will actually, in everyday life, lead to more serenity. If you can go through life less reflexively responsive to every single feeling. Oh, look, it's Milo. Hey, Milo. How you doing? Want to say hi to the folks? You ready for your close-up, Mr. Milo? Oh, he's assuming the position formerly occupied by Fraser. I wonder if that could lead to canine strife later in this episode. It's not impossible. Fraser may return. Okay. So I really view, kind of the two as working in synergy and not as so. I don't think it's like a decision you have to make every day. Like, am I going to do serenity meditation or am I going to do mindfulness? But what do I know? Different people may differ. But there's one other thing I want to say on behalf of mindfulness meditation, which is one reason I emphasized it in this course, and I think I would have even if I had as much training and experience in serenity meditation. I think I don't want to belittle serenity meditation and make Kula any less favorably disposed toward what I say, but in a certain sense, I think mindfulness meditation is more profound. I think it, maybe I should take that back. Okay, I take that back. I don't want to get into any more trouble than I have to, but it's mindfulness meditation, to me, speaks very much to human psychology, says a lot. The way it works says a lot about human psychology. Understanding what's going on demands almost, leads you to an understanding of human psychology, in particular evolutionary psychology. And is, I think, just kind of philosophically interesting. And no mindfulness. Now Milo is exiting in Fraser's footsteps. Maybe it was something I said. Okay, focus, Bob. Mindfulness, it is also, it is of the two, I would call it the more direct kind of form of almost rebellion, as I've said, against natural selection, because mindfulness meditation is taking all of these feelings and tendencies that we're going to design by natural selection to have and saying, wait a second, I will decide which of these I am and am not in the thrall of. So for all these reasons, I kind of do like mindfulness meditation, but Kula says that we should all read A Swift Pair of Messengers. That is a free book online. Google A Swift Pair of Messengers, and I suspect that you will be led directly to this title, this particular tract. So I encourage that. Now, I said that Milo and Fraser were going to help us illustrate something about the doctrine of emptiness. Well, actually, it was a student, Peter Robejsek, Robejsek, who brought them into the discussion and challenged. A lot of students challenging me these days. What is it? Kind of challenged something I had said about emptiness. So I want to talk about that, but first there's a prop that I need to talk about this. So give me a second, and I'll get that prop. Okay, we are back. And while we were away, when I leave like that and turn off the camera, there's always a little time elapses because I have to save the file that I've created, and that can take a while. So there's always time for stuff to change. And like being impermanent, stuff changes. In this case, Milo is returned and is occupying, the throne. Hi, Milo. And doing it very serenely, I might say. A little serenity. I think I pick up some serenity vibes there. But enough about serenity. Fraser's in the room too, and at the moment is not challenging Milo. A sign of how far along the Dharma he has traveled since we last taped him. So Peter, says this in the discussion forum. I would not consider myself an advanced student of Mahayana philosophy. This is something Peter and I have in common. But I believe that there is a fundamental confusion of emptiness and dependent origination in the latest Office Hours video. Week 7, as he notes, starting at 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The two, meaning emptiness and dependent origination, are often referred to as brothers because they complement one another. However, they are distinct concepts. In the video, it seems to me that emptiness and dependent origination are equated, which is, in my view, not tenable. I would not say I equated them. Let me review quickly what I think I said before we move on to a very interesting little thought experiment that Peter does that involves Milo and Fraser. Dependent origination, again, one of the two main versions of the idea is that everything that exists depends for its existence on other stuff, and without them it would be nothing. And things are caused by things and continuously influenced by things, and so kind of changed by things. And, you know, dependent origination is about the interdependence of everything, the causal interdependence of everything, we might say in Western terms, without distorting the concept too gravely, I think. And what I said was that to the philosophical, in Mahayana philosophy, the kind of philosophical justification for seeing things as empty has a lot to do with this concept of dependent origination. Okay, the part of the idea is that one sense in which things are empty is because they're dependent on other things, nothing has independent existence. Nothing has inherent existence. And this is one, you know, and this definitely is in Buddhist philosophy. In fact, in this book, which some of you may have because there were readings from it in the course, this is explained somewhere, page, oh no, I had it marked, yeah, 237. If you look at page 237 and read the next few pages, you'll get that picture. And that's what I meant to say. Now let's go on to what Peter is positing as his understanding of emptiness, which I think is also valid and important as one of the take-home lessons from the idea of emptiness. The idea of emptiness is sometimes put as, you know, things lack essence. You know, things lack, in a certain sense, you know, self. You know, not self-doctrine is the idea that I lack essence, and then emptiness is the idea that stuff out there lacks essence, even just objects, not only living beings, but just stuff in general. Even concepts, you could say. Here is what Peter says. Assume a darkened room with a coffee table in it and a pen on the table. You stand on the doorway and switch on the light. You can just make out that there is a cylindrical object on the table. It might be a pen. As you approach, the object comes into focus, and it seems that it really is a pen. You pick it up. You know, this would be an example of a pen, a Sharpie. You pick it up, try to write something. It writes, and you conclude that it is, in fact, a pen. Next, Fraser, not Milo, he's had emptiness figured out for a long time, of course. Fraser comes into the room. He sees a cylindrical object. It might be a chew toy. He walks up to the table. The object comes into focus, and sure enough, it looks like a chew toy. He picks it up and gnaws on it for a while and concludes that, yep, it's a chew toy. Of course, though, it was what I would call a pen. That's the point of this. The fact that neither you nor Fraser are right or wrong stems from the lack, right or wrong about what this object is, stems from the lack of essence in the cylinder. You project penness, Fraser projects chew toyness on it. It is neither pen nor chew toy from its own side. That is emptiness. And incidentally, as it happens, this Sharpie illustrates the point so well, because if you look closely, you see that? You know what those are? Those are chew toy marks left by one, and there's some on this end too, if you look closely, left by one of my dogs. I know not which one because both have demonstrated in the past a tremendous capacity for doing this to a Sharpie and any number of other objects. So this is the perfect illustration of the point Peter is making. Thank you, Peter. And I totally like this way of thinking of emptiness. I think this is really the important take-home lesson of emptiness, is that we conceive of things naturally by, this is where brain is designed, we conceive of things in terms of our own interests, right? That's the way we define things. What can they do for us, or what harm can they pose us? That's the way we look at everything. And this gets back to the emphasis I put on the fact that we kind of, without even thinking about it, and often in very subtle ways, we have these reactions of feeling to things, and that is really part of our perception of them. It's like built into our perception of them. And I agree with Peter that emptiness would be not seeing things from the point of view of your own interest, and that's why I emphasize that I think the meditative experience of emptiness and the experience in going through everyday life of emptiness, seeing things as kind of empty, involves relaxing this affective reaction to things, this reaction of feeling toward things. That is, because feelings are these feelings are what kind of register our interests in things from natural selection's point of view. I mean, that's what feelings are designed for, to kind of have less strongly distinctive affective reactions to things, is to not so strongly define them in terms of your own interests, right? I look at it and I don't go, oh, great, something I can write with, wonderful. And I also don't go, oh, great, something I can chew on, wonderful. I'm just like, oh, thing. Now, so, this is, so I see the important take-home of emptiness as being that, things don't have meaning except to the extent that we bring meaning to them. And that allows us to choose, reflecting on that, allows us to step back and rearrange the meanings in our lives if we want to, and say, no, I don't have to think of that person as noxious or bad if I don't want to, or that experience, or that building, or anything, if I don't want to. So I'm all on board with this part, but I do think it is a fact of philosophy that that dependent origination and emptiness are not just, they don't just complement one another, as Peter puts it, because I think that suggests a symmetry about them. No, it's that dependent origination is used as a philosophical support for the concept of emptiness, although again, I don't think that's necessarily related to the meditative experience of emptiness in a very, close way, and I don't think that's what's most important about the doctrine of emptiness. Peter's also not clear on the concept of formlessness. By the way, Peter usefully brings something to my attention I wasn't aware of, that the philosopher John Searle used the term neuronal chauvinism. Fraser's investigating another possible threat to the house. Milo is not. Milo is meditating. Fraser's going to do a couple of woofs. Good work, Fraser. Keeping the house safe. Thank you, Fraser. Okay. Anyway, so John Searle used the phrase neuronal chauvinism, according to Peter, to talk about the tricks that tricking ourselves into believing that our perception of something is the real true thing. Okay. Now, I was going to, until Fraser left, I was going to give him the test, see if he really did perceive the emptiness of the pen by offering it to, seeing that it's empty of chew toyness. I was going to offer it to him and see if he chewed it. Apparently, we'll have to use Milo instead. Hey, Milo, come here. Milo, come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Milo, am I going to have to make the shredded wheat noise to get you over here? Oh, well, okay. Hey, Milo. come here. Okay. All right, good. Now, sorry, I feel bad about this because he's thinking he's going to get shredded wheat. No, Milo, we're going to do the chew toy test, okay, to see if you grasp the concept of emptiness. If you chew on this, it will mean that you're not enlightened. There, you want that? Want that? You want to chew on that? No, because Milo has attained enlightenment and he no longer sees chew toyness in it. Hey, Fraser, come here. I have a question for you. You want to chew that? No, no, because Fraser has attained enlightenment too, apparently, and no longer sees chew toyness in this. Of course, the ultimate test of enlightenment comes in whether they see shredded wheat as empty, and I'm a little less optimistic on that front, I gotta say. Yeah, see, that's not a sign of seeing this as empty, what Fraser's doing now. I'm growing pessimistic about the enlightenment question. Okay, Fraser. Now, if you really, Fraser, if you've really attained enlightenment, you know, what's going to happen here is you're going to look at the shredded wheat, you're going to realize it's empty of inherent existence, and you're going to say to yourself, why bother with it? Okay, there you go. Okay, Fraser failed the emptiness test. Let's check Milo out. Milo? But I would say, yeah, okay, Milo. Milo is over here. Ready? Fraser, no, Fraser, it's Milo's turn. Come on. Be a good Buddhist. Here you go, Milo. You want that? Okay. So they're not enlightened, maybe? Although, I don't know, even enlightened people have to eat. And enlightened dogs. And I thought they ate that pretty mindfully. So, you be the judge of how far along the Dharma they are. Okay, a half a piece for each of you now. You ready? All right. Thank you. Run along. You have served your pedagogical purpose. You know, the only other... What else did I want to mention? Oh, I know. Love and attachment. Give me a second. I got to find the raw material for the love and attachment point, and that'll be it. Okay, I am back, and I have found the comment that I wanted to respond to. This is from Robert Cornell, and actually this is several weeks old, but I'm finally turning my attention to it. It has to do with an issue I raised in an office hours a while ago about the difficulty, in my view, of separating love and attachment. You know, a commonly said thing in Buddhist circles, especially if, for example, someone is trying to overcome a loss of a loved one, is to say, well, you know, love is fine, but maybe you should try to overcome the attachment, and that would help you overcome the grief, I guess. Robert Cornell has this story about something that happened to him. It's kind of moving and you might say sad. He says, a week ago, a neighbor of ours went missing one evening. He was an 83-year-old man who had dementia and was impaired in vision and hearing. He loved walking in the woods and visiting the grave of his partner in a nearby cemetery. Anyway, after a couple of days, the man's body was found. He had indeed wandered into the woods and eventually died. Robert writes, when I examine my response to this situation, I find that there are no words to adequately describe the subtleties of feeling involved. Did I hope, desire, wish for a good outcome? I don't think so. What I felt was a deep ache, a sadness, a compassion for what he might be going through. In the end, I could only hope that he had gone to die in a place he loved, and yet hope is inadequate to describe a feeling that is devoid of desire or expectation. Robert goes on, there's a heartache, a sadness, a compassion for another being that, as difficult as it might be to bear, is not suffering. It is a feeling of profound intimacy tied with the equanimity not to desire that things be any different from the way they are, not to be attached to any outcome. It is not different from the joy that comes from another's happiness, and it can only appear when the self, call it the egoic self if you must, is out of the picture. Okay, so this is sounds like a very wholesome response. I would say I think there are different kinds of love, and in some cases it's more challenging to separate the attachment than others. I think it's certainly possible to have a love for a friend or a neighbor, as in this case, and yet to not to manage to, in some sense, not be attached, and so come to terms with the loss of that person. But I do think there are other kinds of love. Love for relatives, in particular offspring, is pretty intense. Romantic love can feel intense. And I think those two things are very different things. I mean, in Darwinian terms, you would expect them to be very different things. They may involve some of the same chemicals, some of the same feelings, but they are functionally different things. Love of offspring is much closer to being, by nature, an unconditional thing. At least in terms of the logic of natural selection. And in my view, that is really the hard case, right? That is the really, really, really hard case in my experience. And my wife and I agreed on this a long time ago. We agreed there's a sense in which we love each other, but when it comes to our kids, it's more intense. And so I would like to hear from people who feel that they've performed that feat. And I apologize, because I think there was a comment to this effect, an interesting comment weeks ago that I failed to pick up on. Somewhere it's on the discussion forum or on Facebook or somewhere, but I don't know where. And it was about, it spoke to this point, I think, of loving kids without attachment. And there are different senses of the word attachment as well. So, with romantic love, it can be attachment in the sense of possessiveness. In other words, you want their love and you don't want them giving it to somebody else. Jealousy. You could see that as a form of attachment. With offspring, that can happen, but I think more often it consists. It's not just possessiveness. It is just an attachment to their, to their well-being, and a real difficulty coming to terms with the possibility that they may be suffering. That's the really hard case, and I'm interested in that as a challenge, and also I'm interested in the philosophical questions of whether you would want to, there are people who would say, look, I don't think it's healthy to lose entirely your attachment to children. So that's an interesting question. But anyway, that's kind of that I think is the toughest case. Although this is a very, illuminating and an example worth heeding, I think, that Robert has laid out. A couple of quick things before we go. Henricus Cornelis Bank, B-A-N-K, I've got that part right, Bank, I think. Who am I to criticize the remarkable Dr. Wright? Thank you. He puts in parentheses the affiliative module, which indeed he is successfully exercising in saying nice things about me. But on several occasions during the wonderful lectures, he has bluntly stated that most of us will not attain enlightenment. I don't think I put it like that. I have suggested that, I think I've said things like, for most of us, it's not going to happen anytime soon. But whatever. I think how accessible people think enlightenment is has partly to do with how they define it. I have probably a pretty strict definition. I mean, I take seriously the idea that it would involve, among other things, assuming it's possible, it would involve, among other things, overcoming aversion, attachment, like really overcoming them. And I think that's pretty tall order. But I want to emphasize, I think there's a lot of space on the spectrum between here and enlightenment in the strict sense. You can never make it to this state known as enlightenment, and yet reach transformative depths. And I know of people who have done that. So I'm certainly, there are huge, vast swaths of progress available to all of us, including, I think, things that can be called transformative. So I'm in favor of that. I'm conscious of the fact that I often, when I talk, I am not looking directly at the camera. And Martha Carlson would like to underscore that point. Dear Professor, thank you for looking directly at the camera a few times during the most recent office hours. It makes you so real and alive. Do not fear it. You need not stare at the ceiling to gather your thoughts. I'm not sure I don't. Be assured that you are there and matter very much to those around you. You need not ask yourself whether you do in real life nor meditation, whether I matter, I guess. Dare to be who and where you are in whatever and whenever you do. Thank you for that encouragement. And I'm sorry if I'm like always looking around. I do think it is a thing with me that is not that easy to escape. But the other thing is, remember, I'm not looking at a real person here. I'm looking at a camera. And that's like not a natural thing to stare into a camera. I mean, in fact, it's like really weird, in fact, when you truly focus on the camera and look inside. I'm doing it now and I'm getting kind of freaked out. So, I think I'll stop. Let me just see if the other participants in office hours have anything to say. Looks like not. No. Apparently not. They're back. They've defended the home front. Everything is well here. I suspect I will do one more office hours before the month ends. And what did I say? It's May. It's a Friday that whatever I said is true. Whatever I said in the latest email is true about when the course ends. That is, when the site will close. I think it's May 29th or May 30th. But whatever is in that email is true. I will probably also post it as an announcement. I think it'll give me time to do one more office hours because the comments are still accumulating with reasonable, energy on Facebook. Some are tweeted to me at Darwin Dharma, and then of course in the discussion forum. So the site lives on, the course lives on, and thank you for if you've lasted this long. Congratulations! I don't think there are many of you, but thank you, and we will see you soon, or maybe not so soon, but within 2 weeks I'll do another of these. See you. Hello, welcome to Office Hours. That is a shot of Fraser sleeping. You may notice that he's not in his accustomed position on the throne. He seems to have surrendered that to Milo, who is on the throne. And that's not because Milo deposed him. I think it's because ever since Fraser started following the Dharma, he's grown less attached to status, I assume. Anyway, he's found himself a new, less conspicuous, less prominent place to do his sleeping, often at least. And Milo is more than happy to pick up the slack there. Thank you for that, Milo. We really appreciate that. So it pains me to say this, but this is the final office hours for this course. Impermanence being the pervasive feature of reality that it is. And, there is a chance of rebirth, as they say in Buddhism, I guess. That is to say that I'll teach this course again. However, it would, the lectures themselves would be basically the same. They would be the same lectures. I would do new office hours, but since most of you presumably seen the lectures, a new version of the course, I suspect, would be of limited interest to you. Especially since, by the way, if you don't know, if you're not aware of this, you can download the lectures from the course site. And since the site is going to close in a few days when the course comes to a formal end, you might want to do that. If you think your life just won't be complete without being able to review my rendition of the concept of not self or something like that. Now, a number of people have flatteringly, not too many people, but a few people have asked if we could in some way sustain the contact that is embodied in these office hours. For example, Kevin Tibbetts asked on Facebook, he says, "This may be too much to ask. I really appreciate the insights from the office hours discussions. Perhaps there is an opportunity for you to continue with these discussions, maybe on YouTube." It's not too much to ask. It's just too much for me to say yes to it right now, because I have to get a lot of other stuff done, including writing the book that this course was based on, or finishing the book. It's about half done. My publisher's been very gracious in extending my deadline, but at some point I really should deliver. And you'd be surprised at how much time it takes to do even a mediocre job of office hours. So, office hours per se will not be happening. That does not mean that there's no way we can sustain contact. So, although the course site will be closing on this Friday, Facebook page will stay open, so will the Twitter feed. And on the Facebook page, I will be sharing things periodically, I hope fairly often. I mean, things I find that are relevant to Buddhism, psychology, the connection between the two. I may, just share articles I find or videos I find. And sometimes I will be sharing, things I do, including things in video. I think they will tend not to be like monologish the way these office hours are, but rather they'll be more along the lines of the dialogues that I showed clips from during the course. So conversations with Buddhists, with psychologists, with people who have things to say that are in some other sense relevant to our kind of mission here. And when I have those, when I do those, I will put clips of them on Facebook, and also I'll tweet about them. And that will include the URL you can click on to go see the entire dialogue. Now, the downside of that is that both Facebook and Twitter are a little, it's easy to miss stuff on both. In the case of Twitter, that's because you may not be looking at your Twitter, your Twitter feed at any given time, and something will just fly by. With Facebook, it's because the stuff Facebook puts in the main news feed is governed by some mysterious algorithm that I don't think any of us really understand. So they don't show you everything on the kind of regular news feed, at least. There is a complete version somewhere, I think, that people tend not to look at. In any event, what I'm getting around to is, although I encourage everyone to sign up to Facebook, so that you will have a chance of seeing these things I share, there's a more straightforward way of staying in touch with what I do on video, at least, that may be of particular interest to people who live in countries where Facebook is banned, and there are some. And so here's what I recommend for you. All the video dialogues are going to be on Blogging Heads TV. Okay, that's this website that I started with a couple of friends some time ago. If you over right here, there's a list of kind of regular, well, actually very few of them are regular, a list of irregular programs on Blogging Heads TV. If you click on, at the very bottom, there's one that says The Right Show, and if you click on that, what will happen? What should happen is you'll go to this page. Yeah, that is The Right Show. And in fact, if you could see, you'd see that a number of these you've seen. You've seen parts of the ones with Rodney Smith, with Judd Brewer, Lita Cosmides, and so on. And then, let's see, if you click like there, it'll show you how you could sign up to get an email notification of every time there's one of my things appears. Okay, now the downside of this, and just review, I'm not sure I caught that on camera, okay, But what you would click is, well, really, if you click any one of these, there's an, whoops, no, don't click there. Never mind, I screwed up. But I think you got the basic idea. The downside of this, you may see it as a downside, is that you know, I do a number of kinds of conversations on Blogging Heads, international relations, various other things. And the feed you'll get if you subscribe to The Right Show, I mean, the email notifications you'll get will include all kinds of things. I think a fair fraction of those will be related to this course in one sense or another, either Buddhism, psychology, or more vaguely meaning of life-ish or spiritual or philosophical or something. But I should warn you that you'd be signing up for the entire me and not just the psychology and Buddhism me. Okay, I hope I didn't eat up too much time talking about that, but I do, you know, want to stay in touch. And I'm going to try to find the time to keep the Facebook thing fairly active and generate stuff you'll be interested in. So that's that. Do sign up for the Facebook, or do just go to the Facebook page and click like if you're so inclined, and then you'll, you know, get the feeds to the extent that anyone gets the feeds as determined by Facebook's mysterious algorithm. Okay, but thank you for asking, Kevin. And I really am honored by people who would like to see office hours going. I wouldn't say there's millions and millions of you out there clamoring for it, but each one makes me feel good. Okay. Now later, I'm going to hope to show you Fraser and Milo eating mindfully. But if I showed you that now, you would just like tune out. You would have gotten what you came for, and you would leave without me saying anything more. So I'm gonna hold that. Gregory Laco, could be Laco, L-A-C-O, on Facebook says, "Hi, Dr. Wright. You mentioned that you meditate most mornings for 40 minutes. Why do you find that is the optimal amount of time to meditate? I would like to hear you address the mechanics of meditation in your last office hours." Here we are, last office hours. "The course seems incomplete without some advice on how to get the most out of meditation. How long have you been meditating, and what have you gotten out of it?" Well, as for what I've gotten out of it, I actually think it makes me a better person. That's probably the most important thing. Maybe not a dramatically better person, but, you know, every once in a while, my wife, when I'm being particularly unreasonable, will say, "Did you meditate today?" You know, kind of suggesting that if I had meditated today, I wouldn't be being as unreasonable as I am. And a surprising amount of the time, she's right. Most of the time, her intuition is right, which is amazing because most days, almost all days, I do meditate. So if she's usually right in guessing that I didn't meditate, that says something. It says that I'm more likely to be unreasonable when I don't meditate. So there's that. And you know, in fact, this is, maybe I'm departing a little from orthodoxy here, because here's a quote I came across from Jon Kabat-Zinn, who's done a lot to spread awareness of mindfulness meditation in a strictly secular context. And the quote I came across, this was actually in the Facebook page of the Spirit Rock Meditation Center. Those of you on the West Coast looking for a good meditation center in the Vipassana tradition especially, I haven't been to Spirit Rock, but everyone says good things about it. Anyway, on that Facebook feed, Jon Kabat-Zinn said, there was a quote from him saying, "Meditation is the only intentional, systematic human activity which at the bottom is about not trying to improve yourself or get anywhere else, but simply to realize where you already are." I want to take issue with that a little. I think it is about trying to improve yourself. I wouldn't do it otherwise. Now, I take the point that ironically, when you're meditating, if you sit there and think, I want to get better, I want to get somewhere, then it won't work. But that's just an irony. That's a paradox. I still think the overarching motivation, or at least part of it, can legitimately be to make yourself a better person. And I think that's probably what, more than anything else, keeps me at it in response to Gregory's question. As for the mechanics, like why do I find that 40 minutes is the optimal amount of time? Well, first of all, I am not a qualified meditation teacher. If they gave licenses to qualified meditation teachers, I would not have a license. But for me, it just takes forever for my mind to settle. Even when I'm meditating every day, it can take 15 or 20 minutes before I'm really managing to focus on my breath. So if I only meditate for 15, 20 minutes, that wouldn't leave, that wouldn't leave much time to actually, for the fruits of meditation to settle in, would it? So then I like to kind of get in that zone. First of all, it feels good to find, to get there. By which I just mean focus. And then also other things can happen. You can feel bad, and you're better able to observe the bad feeling, which is constructive in the long run. To observe it and kind of accept it. And this gets to the truth, of course, of what Jon Kabat-Zinn is saying, is you do not try to change in the short run this bad feeling you're having, this anxiety, this anger, whatever. You kind of accept it, observe it. Ironically, though, that does lead to long-term change in your ability to, you might say, manage it, if you were going to put it in crass and not deeply spiritual terms. Anyway, I meditate because I like the effect it has, not just on my kind of sense of well-being and happiness and serenity, although it does have that effect, but also morally. I think it makes me a better person. I think it makes me better at seeing things from another person's point of view, which is why my wife can so easily detect when I haven't been meditating, because I'm failing to see things from her point of view. And I have this whole theory, which I haven't talked about in the course, that kind of the root of all evil, to exaggerate slightly, is the inability or unwillingness of people to put themselves in the shoes of people other than themselves, especially people in very different circumstances, people from a different culture, different socioeconomic class, different ethnicity, gender, whatever. The failure of people to just understand what things look like from another person's point of view, I think, is the source of a lot of war and strife and suffering. I'm not talking here about empathy in the traditional sense of feeling their pain. That's good too. I'm in favor of that. But I'm just talking about understanding what some people call cognitive empathy as opposed to what they call emotional empathy. Understanding how things look from their point of view. I think, to get briefly technical about this, if you know what a non-zero-sum game is, it's a game that can potentially have a win-win outcome where both players benefit, but can also have a lose-lose outcome if they misplay their hands. So in other words, their fortunes are to some extent correlated. So it's not like a regular, not like a game of singles tennis where one person's gain is always matched, is always the other person's loss. Rather, in a non-zero-sum game, some correlation of fortunes. If they play their cards right, they can both win. I think the most common, or a very common impediment to solving non-zero-sum games in the positive sum direction, playing to the win-win outcome, is just not understanding where the other person is mentally, and what their perspective is, what their interests are, what's important to them, what's not important. Just non-zero-sum games as mundane as just business negotiations. Where there is a zone, there is a deal that would be good for both of you. I think not understanding the person's perspective can get in the way of that. As I said, that sounds mundane, a business negotiation, but same is true for nuclear negotiations, as is happening right now with Iran, where there's a win-win outcome that would make both sides better. And I think I can confidently say that if there is not a deal with Iran, not to get too political here, but it will have to do with people on both sides having not understood the perspective of the other side. Okay, I am clearly veering too far into politics here, and I will rein myself in. Getting back briefly to the mechanics of meditation, when I say it takes 15, 20 minutes for me to just settle, I should concede I'm a particularly problematic case. I have more or less attention deficit disorder. I don't know how you exactly want to define that, but I have a real problem concentrating, and that's why for me, it took actually going to a meditation retreat to kind of break through and convince myself that meditation was worth it. That there was something that could be had. I'd never had any of what you would call, quote, success meditating. It never seemed worth it. I'd tried. I had to go to an actual retreat. Beyond that, I'm reluctant to give a lot of guidance because, for one thing, it's all very idiosyncratic. I mean, in addition to the fact that I'm not a qualified teacher, different things work for different people. So, for example, my big breakthrough at this first meditation retreat, or my most spectacular experience at this retreat, not that it's about spectacular experiences necessarily, but they're nice to have every once in a while. And when I had that, which entailed finally being able to focus, let's see who this is. Woodstown, New York. I think we'll let that go. I hope that's not one of you. Maybe that was somebody named Woodstown. Anybody? Anyway, what had allowed me to concentrate enough to really, for interesting things to happen at this retreat was I settled into this thing where I was like focusing on my breath on the intake, on the inhale, but in the exhale, instead of focusing on the breath, I would focus on sound, because there was a really constant chorus of like cicadas or some insects outside, and the windows were open. It was great. Anyway, I digress. My point is, different things work for different people. I recommend talking to somebody more qualified than me about meditation, and maybe thinking about a retreat. There's controversy about retreats. Can you get too dependent on retreats? You know, there is this thing you can get into where you go to your retreat, you come out, oh, this is great, I'm going to stick with it. You kind of don't stick with it, but you go, oh, well, I'll just go to another retreat and recharge down the road. So in other words, the kind of promise of the next retreat can be an excuse not to focus on mindfulness on a day-to-day basis. Don't do that. That's a pitfall. Don't focus on retreats to that extent. And the problem is sometimes it's hard to find a local sangha, a community of fellow meditators. It's nice if you can, if there's a group of people you feel comfortable with, they're meditating in whatever tradition you're interested in. That's great. Not always easy. Increasingly, there are teachers who teach online. They're just a Skype call away. They may charge actual money, but that's modern life, maybe. I don't know. So there's that. A question from Dwayne Trinchuk, who I think we've heard from before. He says, regarding the love question, I was talking about how to an evolutionary psychologist, there are different kinds of love. And I was talking about the difficulty of attachment, separating attachment from love. He says, regarding the love question, I think that love is love, and it is conditional at its core. The problems develop when our expectations of others cloud that love, and via our attachment to our expectations. So here might be a good example of how we add form to another person, situation, etc., instead of loving them as they are. I think that's a good application of the idea of kind of imposing form on something. Imposing your conception of the person on the person, and your conception of what the person should do and how they should behave toward you and so on, I'm sure can get in the way of love. That said, I would say when Dwayne says, I think that love is love and it is unconditional at its core, that's not really the way an evolutionary psychologist would look at it, as I've suggested before. To an evolutionary psychologist, there are kind of these different versions of the thing we call love. There's love of offspring, there's romantic love, and so on. They're very different things. And none of them would you expect to be purely unconditional? In other words, love of offspring comes pretty close, but even there, we are you look at when people, when parents you know, they want their kids to pursue this career track or get better at that or better at that or better at that, which as a parent, I plead guilty to sometimes, although I try to rein it in. I think that's an example of the way natural selection kind of didn't design us just to love our kids, you know. It designed us to kind of try to manipulate them in ways that, you know, back in the ancestral environment during evolution might have maximized their chances of getting their genes into the next generation. So getting them to do things that might elevate their status, or wanting them to have lots of friends, which can be a good thing in itself. But these are the things that might have correlated with reproductive success, and so we get kind of fixed on those. So even with our offspring, it's really not by nature a pure and unconditional love. And speaking of that, so in other words, I mean, there's a broader issue here. Is just that, again, this has been a theme in the course. I think that in many ways what Buddhism is about is fighting Mother Nature. You know, fighting, I mean, maybe fighting is an unproductive word to use when you actually sit down and meditate. Maybe don't think of yourself as sitting down to have a fight. Okay, don't do that. But I think it is, you know, the larger aim of the endeavor is in many ways to fight Mother Nature. So there's another quote somewhere. Yeah, as long as I'm taking issue of quotes by experts on meditation. I was listening to a podcast from the San Francisco Zen Center, another good place, I'm sure. I've never been there either. And it was actually a talk on mindfulness, and the person giving it said that in following the path you can wake up to what it is to be human. And again, technically, I'd say, you know, to a biologist or evolutionary psychologist, what it is to be human is what we naturally are. I mean, that's to be a member of the species is to be this thing that is in many ways, I would say, imperfect from the standpoint of what Buddhism aspires to, right? But I recognize that that's not necessarily the prevailing view in Buddhism, that there is this idea that, you know, we are, you know, that kind of, well, there's this idea of Buddha nature, and that the things we see that are departures from Buddha natures are kind of the results of, I don't know, you know, kind of unnatural influences in some sense of the term. At least that's a prevailing popular view. I'm not sure how true that is to the early texts. I mean, I'm generally not sure, but it's a common view, and I think it would almost be easier if that were the case. But I fear that no, in some cases we're working to overcome things that are, you know, in the genes, so to speak. I don't like the phrase hardwired, because I don't think anything is hardwired. Nothing, you know, there's nothing you can't in some way overcome. No natural tendency that through some combination of therapy, technology, whatever you can overcome. But I do think it's a tough sledding. Okay, I think I should like stop and collect my thoughts and see if there's other stuff I wanted to say. I've been kind of babbling, which, you know, not that there's anything wrong with that. So let me stop. Also, I do want to try to get Milo and Fraser. Oh, Milo has drifted off out of the picture. There's Milo. Maybe see if I can wake them up and get them to do some mindful eating for us. We'll see. Okay, I'm back. While we were away, Milo went to investigate a disturbance, but he's coming back now. Hey, Milo, what's the story down there? Got mailman trouble or something? Milo just found something to eat. That almost certainly is something that's not inherently edible. Thank you, Milo. I also noticed, I reviewed a little of the first part of the office hours while I was away, and I noticed that I've been babbling incoherently. And I'm sorry about that. I don't know what it is. I think, you know, today's Memorial Day. By all rights, I should be, I don't know, whatever people do on Memorial Day. drinking beer or something, and I'm not. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that accounts for it. Or maybe I was illustrating the concept of formlessness. In this case, just a certain structurelessness in what I was saying. But anyway, I'm sorry if I'm not making any sense. The other thing I noticed is, you know, I realized in illustrating the whole Blogging Heads interface thing to you, I should have taken advantage of the magical, you know, properties of this amazing computer I have to actually blow things up. Okay, so that would give us a better view. There's this over the home page of Blogging Heads, BLOGGINGHEADS.TV. Over on the side, there's this list of programs. The final program, fittingly enough, is The Right Show. And if you click it, I mean, if you click any of it, then it'll work the same way. But if you happen to click this one, it'll take you to this Right Show page right there, where, again, you would see some conversations, that you're probably familiar with. But moreover, at the top, you could, you know, if you want to get notified, but you could, you know, subscribe to audio podcasts, just the audio version of these things, audio, fast audio. Or you can arrange to get an email notification, which involves clicking where I just clicked, and then going to this page where, somewhere there, yeah, right there. You sign up to get an actual email. Then you'd be notified. Sorry to run through all that again, but I just realized that I could have been clearer about that. And I do, you know, want to stay in touch, if possible, and keep lines of communication open. So, enough of that. I also noticed while I was away that I've actually talked for a long time, which I guess is what happens when you babble incoherently. It just kind of never ends. There's no natural end point. You know, if it's just aimless meandering, why stop? There's no logical place to stop. So I'm just going to address one more question. Then we'll try to get maybe some mindful eating out of Milo and Fraser or something, and then call it a day. Margot Warner asks, Dr. Wright, I'd like to know, do you personally have any doubts about the truths of naturalized Buddhism? Well, one I suggested right before I cut away there. If you take one of the tenets of naturalized Buddhism, I'm not sure I would say it is, but a lot of people think of a Buddha nature. In other words, the goodness being our default state, and then the way we all actually are some of the time being some kind of corruption of the goodness of the natural state. I might take issue there. I think for better or worse, from a Darwinian point of view, the quote natural state is not a purely good state. Hence the challenge. There's that. There's another issue I alluded to earlier in an earlier office hours about whether dukkha is truly pervasive, like every moment has, you know, this, however you wanted to translate it, suffering, unsatisfactoriness. It seems to me like a little bit of an exaggeration. I don't know. You know, maybe in some sense, somewhere in there is some discontent at all times, but I don't know. I'm not sure I'd go that far, or that I kind of need to for practical purposes. I don't know that it matters that much how pervasive you consider dukkha or find it in your own life. Another issue, well, on not self, I would say, well, again, I think there's reason certainly to doubt that the self as we naturally conceive it exists. There's that. But the question of whether in some metaphysical sense the self doesn't exist ultimately depends on how you define self. And you can define it in such a way that, okay, probably the self exists. So I'm not that attached to the metaphysical question in a certain sense. I think it can be very productive to doubt the existence of the self in the sense in which we naturally believe it. That can be a very productive part of meditation, of the Dharma. So anyway, I'm not dogmatic about the tenets of even naturalized Buddhism, no. And I think it's in the spirit of at least some of the things that the Buddha is said to have said that we would refine these ideas as time goes by and new information comes in. At the same time, you know, well, I'm a little at the same time, I respect those who want to, who suggest that maybe a totally naturalized version of Buddhism that's devoid of the religious ritual and so on that's common in Asia, maybe it shouldn't be called Buddhism. There are people who believe that, and that's an interesting debate to have. I'm not dogmatic about that either. So there. So we almost done? Sad that we're almost done, because this has been a lot of fun. It's been very gratifying to get, you know, the positive feedback about office hours. But as I said, the conversation will go on. But one more thing I wanted to say, you know, in talking about, earlier I talked about how I think the great problem with humankind is the difficulty people have seeing things from the point of view of other people. That's one reason I'm a big booster of mindfulness meditation. I think it makes you better at that. At the same time, if we're going to wait to solve the world's major problems and to bring it into war and so on, if we're going to wait until like everyone is doing mindfulness meditation, that could be a long wait. Which is one reason I brought up earlier the issue of activism in Buddhism, and I expressed hope that that there could be a place for activism among people who do practice seriously, because it would just be a shame if the people who are best at seeing things from the point of view of others, or who are maybe not the best, but are better than average good at it, if they didn't get out there and you know, having seen things in some sense more clearly than some people see them, didn't get out there and kind of try to advance their perspective. So that's an issue of ongoing interest to me. I just want to say, you know, as this conversation I hope continues on Facebook, on Blogging Heads, on Twitter, whatever, this is a real area of interest in mine, of mine. Buddhism and activism. Okay. So now I think we are sadly near the end. I'm going to see if I can get Fraser Milo to do a little mindful eating. If not, I think I've got some stock footage of them doing mindful eating that I'll just stick in. There's something, I may be alone in the view that there's something really, really cute about Fraser eating a piece of shredded wheat. Is it just me? Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, if it's like not cute. But there's something, I don't know, some essence of Fraser thing going on here. Okay, so dogs, listen. You want to do a little Milo? Want to do a little mindful eating? Huh? Huh? Are we seeing any signs of rustling? Oh, look, it's Fraser. Fraser woke up. Oh, Fraser, hi. Hi. How you guys doing? I mean, I know we did this last week, but I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Milo. Now is that really a Buddhist approach? Thank you. That is so much better. Thank you, Milo. He assumes the meditative posture. Now, which of you wants to go first? And I'm sure you're both just going to be falling all over each other to insist that the other go first, because that's how far along the Dharma you are, right, Milo? Am I correct in that? So okay, so I'm going to put this in front of you, and you're going to say, no, please give that to Fraser instead, because his welfare is at least as important as mine. That's what you're going to say, right, Milo? And that's why I'm so proud of you, because I'm very confident that that's what you're going to say. You're going to say no, or maybe you're going to put the piece of shredded wheat in your teeth, turn around, hand it to Fraser. Okay, let's see how this works. You ready, Milo? That's pretty mindful, though, and that was the main point. Hey, Fraser. Fraser, you know, I just cannot begin to tell you how proud I am of you. I mean, here we are, the shredded wheat all over the place, and you back off so that Milo can have as much space as possible. Milo, chill, brother. Thank you. Fraser. 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 Okay. Fraser reluctantly agrees to do some eating because he knows he has to keep his energy up if he's going to. Being a bodhisattva, Fraser spends most of his time spreading the Buddhist gospel and saving other. Hey, Fraser, and he knows he has to have some nutrition for that. Fraser, buddy. Milo, excuse me, but I think you just had a piece of shredded wheat. Am I wrong? Am I getting you mixed up with another dog? Hey, Fraser, come here. Come here. Okay, there we go. There's Frasier. And I just think, I don't know, I think there's something super cute about this. Okay, ready? Here you go. Wait, I want to get a tight zoom of this. Frasier, come here. Hey, puppy, Frasier, come here. Come here, puppy. No, Milo. Okay, Milo, there. Now go away. I don't mean that in a hostile way, Milo. Okay, Frasier, you've been so patient. No wonder you're a bodhisattva. Okay. There. Yes, Milo, I think you'll agree that Frasier has waited long. Well, that would be the mailman. Oh, no, it's my daughter. Okay, there's people home. I think I'll continue this later. Well, that didn't go exactly as planned. Frasier and Milo are now downstairs, as is my younger daughter and her friends. So I will just, first of all, I will insert a little stock footage of Frasier eating mindfully here. Sit. I'd like for you to eat this as mindfully as possible, okay? Okay, you can do it just the way Milo did if you want. Okay, that's fine. Frasier, sit. Now you gotta, if you're gonna be mindful, you can't be like, running all over the place. You gotta be calm, focus on your breathing. Okay. That's pretty mindful. Good job, buddy. I also want to close with some different footage of Frasier, but first I just want to thank everybody. Everyone who watched any of the video lectures or the office hours, certainly including those who said nice things about them that warmed my heart, really was important to me and kind of kept me going. And I hope that you will all stay tuned, if you're so inclined, through the various venues I've described, Facebook, whatever, so that the conversation can continue. I'm not sure exactly what form it's going to take, but I know I'm going to keep spewing stuff out there for what it's worth. So hope you'll stick around. I want to close with some video I took of Frasier not long ago, maybe a week or so ago. It was notably after he started following the Dharma. And I don't think that's a coincidence, because this is a shot of Frasier dreaming, okay? When dogs sleep, sometimes you can tell they're dreaming because they have like these rapid eye movements, and sometimes you can see, like, you can kind of get a sense for what they're dreaming about. They're like, they're kind of like, their paws look, like sometimes it looks like they're doing a little kind of a constrained and modified form of like running and chasing something. Anyway, some days ago, again, after Frasier started following the Dharma, for the first time while watching him sleep, I noticed that he was not only dreaming, but he was having a happy dream. You could tell that Frasier was having a happy dream. And I just thought that was great, to be confident that Frasier is dreaming about eating shredded wheat or whatever pleasant thing he was dreaming about. So, in closing, Frasier and Milo and I, not to mention David and Rachel and everyone else associated with the course, and there were a lot of people behind the scenes who helped us a lot. I think I speak for them all in wishing you all happy dreams, and we'll see you around.